Chapter 1. That Summer and That Summer. This tale unfolds on a parallel Earth. During that summer, the national football team underwent a series of breathtaking matches that left audiences in awe. The fans of the national team will forever cherish the summer of 2010, when the team triumphantly claimed the World Cup title. The date was July 11th, 2010, and the venue was the Soccer City Stadium in Johannesburg, South Africa. The final match of the 2010 South Africa World Cup was taking place here, featuring the Spanish team and the national team. This was an incredible contest. Despite the vast disparity in their strengths, both teams stood on the same patch of grass, competing fiercely. The national team had miraculously secured a spot in the World Cup after a fortunate turn of events, becoming the most unexpected dark horse of the tournament. In the group stage, the national team was placed in Group D. Group D included formidable teams: Germany, Ghana, and Serbia. In their first match, the national team stunned everyone by drawing with Germany, the score being 0-0. In their second match, they again surprised many by drawing with Ghana, the score being 1-1. In their third match, they achieved a remarkable victory over Serbia with a score of 10. With 1 win and 2 draws, the national team accumulated 5 points, securing second place in the group and advancing to the round of 16. Germany topped the group with 2 wins and 1 draw. Ghana, with 1 win, 1 draw, and 1 loss, finished third and returned home. Serbia, having lost all 3 matches, ended up fourth with 0 points and also departed. In the knockout stage, the national team faced the United States in the round of 18, enduring a grueling extra-time battle to claim a surprising victory with a score of 21, thus advancing to the quarterfinals. In the quarterfinals, relying on staunch defense, they reached a penalty shootout and luck smiled upon them as they eliminated Ukraine with a score of 42. In the semifinals, the national team faced the heavily favored Dutch team. After a grueling 90 minutes, they narrowly defeated the Netherlands with a score of 10. The national team successfully reached the final of the South Africa World Cup to meet Spain. What led to the national team's remarkable transformation? It was all due to the emergence of one individual. Who? Zhang Hongfei. Who is Zhang Hongfei? Zhang Hongfei is an amateur football player. His inclusion in the national team was thanks to the head coach, Galbo. After the departures of Falardo and Dui from the coaching position, Galbo stepped in as the new head coach. As a homegrown coach, Galbo was not constrained by conventional standards in talent selection. While Falardo and Dui overlooked players like Zhang Hongfei, Galbo disregarded the naysayers and brought Zhang into the national team, insisting on starting him in every match. In return, Zhang Hongfei proved his mettle, rewarding Coach Gao for his faith. The two shared a mutual admiration in the World Cup final. Facing the formidable Spanish team, Zhang Hongfei unleashed his prowess repeatedly. Among the most thrilling moments was towards the end of the first half, when Zhang Hongfei intercepted the ball in his own half as the Spanish players, lulled into a false sense of security, approached the halftime break. Zhang elegantly dribbled past all 11 opponents. Faced with an open goal, he astonishingly executed a miscalculated shot that veered wildly off course. The ball soared into the stands. The ball soared into the stands. The ball soared into the stands. Due to this blunder, Zhang Hongfei nearly faced the wrath of enraged national football fans, who were ready to drown him in their disdain after the match. Fortunately, in the second half, Zhang redeemed himself with a splendid direct free kick that found the net, followed by a breathtaking long-range strike that showcased his extraordinary power and finesse. He led the team to victory. 20. Zhang Hongfei guided the national team to triumph over Spain, reaching the pinnacle of global football and fulfilling the dream of the South African World Cup. His remarkable performance, scoring 8 goals in 7 matches, earned him both the Golden Boot and the Ballon d'Or. That moment, the entire nation erupted in jubilation. It felt like a festival, surpassing even the joy of the new year. After this World Cup, the national team held their heads high. After this World Cup, the fans of the national team felt a renewed sense of pride. Yet, the hero who brought home the coveted trophy, Zhang Hongfei, gradually faded from public view, choosing to step back from the limelight. Following the South African World Cup, Zhang announced his retirement from professional football. This news left many prominent clubs across the globe lamenting the loss. Thus, a new generation of football royalty distanced themselves from the beautiful game. The rise of Zhang Hongfei can be traced back to that summer. In the summer of 2006, the World Cup was once again upon us. For the legion of national football fans, it was yet another heart-wrenching tournament. The team with the most supporters worldwide failed to reach the finals. These fans could only transfer their allegiance to other teams, seeking joy through alternative means, participating in the World Cup vicariously. The brilliance of this World Cup needs no elaboration. Whether it was Zidane's exquisite Panenka penalty or his powerful headers, These moments became the common currency of conversation among fans worldwide. Zidane's solitary figure, dismissed from the match, brushing past the World Cup trophy, became an indelible image in football history. On July 11, 2006, the day after the World Cup final, in Waxia's Shuncheng at the university's football field, the echoes of the tournament still lingered. With no team to support, fans reluctantly rallied behind Italy, lost in a mock celebration. Certainly, Huang Jiangxiang's impassioned commentary during the quarterfinals became a topic of discussion among all Italian supporters. Undoubtedly, 2006 was a bountiful year for Italian football, yet there were skeptics among them. Zhang Hongfei, a junior at the university and a staunch French supporter, held a deep disdain for Italy's triumph. He believed their victory was unmerited. However, no matter how furious Zhang Hongfei may be, history remains immutable. Zinedine Zidane's final performance in the World Cup and for the national team is destined to conclude in tragedy. On the day following the conclusion of the World Cup, Zhang Hongfei summoned a large group of friends to the soccer field at Huazhong University of Science and Technology, where they staged a mock World Cup final. One team donned a French jersey, masquerading as the French national team, while the other team wore Italian uniforms, pretending to be the Italian squad. The two teams engaged in a friendly match. Zhang Hongfei, a member of the university's soccer team, was renowned for his Hong Kong foot. Yet he was also a fervent football enthusiast and a wealthy heir, evoking a mix of admiration and exasperation among his teammates. Before the German World Cup final, Zhang Hongfei had boldly declared, "As long as the French team claims victory, I will treat all my teammates to a lavish night out." Ultimately, Italy emerged as the champion. It seemed that fate did not wish for this band of football enthusiasts to wreak havoc upon the young ladies of the world. Having an abundance of wealth with nowhere to spend it, Zhang Hongfei decisively rented the soccer field at Huazhong University to organize this friendly match. The team clad in French jerseys was undoubtedly comprised of the university's soccer squad, while the team in Italian attire was made up of players from Fudan University. Zhang Hongfei had financially enticed to participate. Chapter 2. An unexpected turn. Zhang Hongfei played as a defensive midfielder for the Huazhong team, though he often confidently assumed the role of an attacking midfielder, showcasing his unreliable long-range shots. Unfortunately, more often than not, he would inadvertently grant the opposing team a goal kick. Occasionally, however, fortune favored him, and a long kick would land within the opponent's goal area, yet these attempts posed little threat, easily thwarted by the rival goalkeeper. The Huazhong French team faced off against the Fudan Italian team in a match where victory comes first, friendship second. At least half of the players on the Fudan Italian team had been swayed by Zhang Hongfei's persuasion. Zhang Hongfei mused, "If I cannot witness the French team triumph over the Italians on live television, then I shall personally lead the French team to victory." Yet, in reality, Huazhong had never advanced beyond the preliminary rounds of the National University League. While universities with science and technology in their name typically performed admirably in the league, Huazhong was the exception. With Zhang Hongfei as a teammate, Huazhong found it exceedingly difficult to progress past the initial rounds and into the finals. When on the field, Zhang Hongfei exuded unparalleled confidence. Though his skills were lacking, his self-assurance surpassed even that of renowned players like Messi and Ronaldo. His remarkable Hong Kong foot left even his own goalkeeper in disbelief. In an amateur league such as the National University League, Zhang Hongfei's long kicks were undoubtedly a striking spectacle. The moment he dribbled past midfield, he felt as though he had been endowed with a special power. Not attempting a long shot left him feeling restless and uneasy. Such a peculiar character was surprisingly the captain of the Huazhong soccer team. The reason is simple. Zhang Hongfei hails from a remarkable lineage. He is a scion of wealth, a distinguished figure at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. His remarkable feat of dating a different campus beauty every month has become nearly impossible for the younger generation of Huazhong to replicate. Although no one openly discussed the match between Huazhong and Fudan, the sidelines were lined with a row of Zhang Hongfei's current and former girlfriends. Everyone is acutely aware of Zhang Hongfei's penchant for novelty in relationships. Being adults, they do not cling desperately after indulging in fleeting pleasures. However, Zhang Hongfei possesses another distinct advantage: his striking handsomeness. Standing at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, he embodies the trifecta of tall, rich, and handsome. Moreover, Zhang Hongfei is an unconventional academic prodigy. In just a week, he mastered the Japanese language through self-study, driven by his passion for Japanese art films. Inspired by Zinedine Zidane's graceful and agile football skills, he became proficient in French in merely 10 days. Yet, no one is without flaws. Zhang Hongfei's Achilles heel lies in his fervent love for football. Since becoming enamored with Zidane during the 1998 World Cup, Zhang Hongfei's passion for the sport has endured for 8 years, growing stronger with each passing year. Beginning his journey with football in the 9th grade, he devoted himself to honing his skills daily. However, football demands not just perseverance, but also innate talent. If sheer determination were sufficient, North Korea would have long claimed the World Cup title instead of facing relegation to labor camps after losses. During high school, Zhang Hongfei captained the school team, yet they failed to reach the city-level competitions throughout his 3 years. Even in university, he continued as captain, but Huazhong remained unable to break out of the confines of Shanghai. Being his teammate is a bittersweet experience. The pain arises from Zhang Hongfei's erratic playing style. His unpredictable long shots often unsettle the fragile hearts of his teammates. The joy, however, comes from his generosity as a wealthy heir. If the match ends in a draw, he treats the entire team to lavish meals or entertainment. Thus, while the Huazhong team faces misfortune, its players experience immense happiness. This moment, the Huazhong French team and the Fudan Italian team engage in an exhilarating offensive clash. The Huazhong French team has deployed their customary 451 formation. This formation has been necessitated by Zhang Hongfei's tendency to roam freely on the pitch, compelling the team to bolster their midfield with additional players to support him. Conversely, the Fudan Italian team has opted for a standard 442 formation, achieving a balance between offense and defense. Such spontaneously organized matches occur without referees. If one finds themselves unfortunate enough to be knocked down on the field, they can only blame their own misfortune. This moment, Zhang Hongfei found himself in a precarious situation. The defender from the Wari French team successfully intercepted the ball. In an instant of excitement, Zhang Hongfei raised his hand, signaling for the ball. There existed an unwritten rule within the Wari school team. Whenever the captain requested the ball, it was imperative for any player in possession to pass it to him without delay. Consequently, the defender of the Wari French team promptly delivered the ball directly to Zhang Hongfei. Upon receiving the ball, Zhang Hongfei immediately began to sprint toward the Fudan Italian team's half. The 4 midfielders of the Fudan Italian team had been bribed by Zhang Hongfei prior to the match, intentionally allowing him to advance. Whenever Zhang Hongfei approached, they feigned attempt to defend, allowing him to glide past effortlessly. However, among the 4 defenders of the Fudan Italian team, Zhang Hongfei had only managed to bribe one due to time constraints. Thus, one of the remaining 3 defenders swiftly moved in to challenge him. Zhang Hongfei assessed the distance. The goal of the Fudan Italian team lay approximately 40 meters away, perfectly within his striking range. Without hesitation, he unleashed his signature move, the Hong Kong foot. Yet this time, the players of the Wari French team did not hear the exhilarating sound of a shot that they longed for. A defender from the Fudan Italian team executed a sliding tackle, sending both Zhang Hongfei and the ball flying. Such brutish defensive maneuvers were not uncommon in amateur leagues. It was precisely because of such dangers that Zhang Hongfei had previously bribed opposing players to ensure his safety. However, today he found himself in dire straits. The power and precision of an amateur's sliding tackle were incomparable to that of professional players. In that fleeting moment, Zhang Hongfei felt dizzy, his consciousness blurring to the brink of unconsciousness. The players of the Wari French team could not help but commend the rough defender in their hearts. Yet they rushed to Zhang Hongfei's side, eager to uphold his illustrious image. As captain, the players encircled Zhang Hongfei, calling out with concern, "Captain, Fei, Brother Fei." Among these titles, Zhang Hongfei held a particular fondness for Brother Fei, as it shared a name with the renowned football star, Figo. Chapter 3. The Descent of a System. At this moment, in a state of unconsciousness, Zhang Hongfei was about to encounter a stroke of fortune. Within his mind, he was engaged in communication with a mysterious mechanical voice. What? A system? Back in 2006, online novels were just beginning to gain traction. Zhang Hongfei, an ambitious man, rarely found time to indulge in such stories. Consequently, he was utterly unfamiliar with the concept of a system, an entity so grand and sophisticated. The mechanical voice commenced its discourse devoid of any emotion, stating, "Indeed, to be precise, I have scrutinized every match you have played, and you're utterly lacking in every conceivable aspect from head to toe, down to every single hair on your body. A player of such unparalleled mediocrity in amateur football is a rarity in this world. Thus, I have resolved to assist you in your journey to greatness." What did you say your name was? The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System. The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System? That cumbersome name is quite a mouthful. The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System. The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System. The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System. Recite it thrice in quick succession, and it will no longer seem unwieldy. Why did you choose me? Because you are the most amateurish amateur football player I have ever encountered. You and I, the ultimate amateur football player system, are a match made in heaven. You are practically created for me. Do not say such things. It sends a shiver down my spine. I never expected you to be so timid. Timid? Who says that? Let me assure you. My courage has reached great heights. Just how great? You appear quite intimidated in my presence. Intimidated? I merely find it unusual to suddenly have a stranger in my mind. I am not a person, I am a system. Indeed, you are not human. From your tone, I deduce that your previous statement was far from complimentary. Is that even a matter of analysis? Enough. After all this discussion, just answer me this. Yes or no? Allow me a moment to ponder. Very well. I shall grant you 10 more seconds. Ahem. What was it again? The ultimate amateur football player system. Yes. The ultimate amateur football player system, my friend. Can you not showcase your true abilities to me? You claim to be my partner. At the very least, you must demonstrate your prowess, correct? Am I not right? Indeed. You make a fair point. Very well. Allow me to reveal my true skills. As Zhang Hongfei lay unconscious on the field, he suddenly opened his eyes. His closest teammate from Huali exclaimed in shock, "Ah, Brother Fei has risen from the dead. Away with you. You are the one who has risen from the dead. Your entire family has. Everyone, continue the match. I am perfectly fine." Zhang Hongfei swiftly rose to his feet, casually brushing off the dust from his trousers. "Fei Gu, are you truly unharmed?" That fall seemed rather severe. "I possess a robust constitution. Such trivial scuffles cannot deter me." Zhang Hongfei rose to his feet and assessed his physique, seemingly unchanged from before the competition. Zhang Hongfei pondered to himself, Could it be that the system is merely deceiving me? Wasn't it supposed to showcase its true capabilities? With no referee present, the Fudan Italian team, fully aware of their own shortcomings, willingly conceded an exceptionally advantageous free kick to the Huali French team. The players of Huali exchanged glances, each one stepping aside in agreement. The distance to the goal was less than 30 meters, precisely Zhang Hongfei's favored range for striking. Although he possessed a remarkably powerful kick reminiscent of the legendary Hong Kong foot, Zhang Hongfei never felt ashamed of it. After all, football is meant to be played, isn't it? The more one practices, the better. However, this time, as Zhang Hongfei stood before the ball, an unusual thought suddenly invaded his mind. The ultimate amateur football player system grants a one-time Roberto Carlos Cannon experience. What on earth is this? A Roberto Carlos Cannon experience? Zhang Hongfei's musings were overheard by his teammates. "Feej, what are you saying? Roberto Carlos?" An astute individual immediately interjected, "I understand. Feej intends to emulate Roberto Carlos this time, aiming for a direct free kick." Who is Roberto Carlos? Any football enthusiast who watched the 2002 World Cup would undoubtedly remember Roberto Carlos, who scored an astonishing direct free kick from 25 meters away from the national team's goal. This free kick reached an astonishing speed of 149 kilometers per hour, setting the record for the fastest free kick goal in World Cup history. Am I now possessed by the spirit of Roberto Carlos? Zhang Hongfei hopped in place, yet he perceived no discernible difference in his physique compared to before. Zhang Hongfei felt a tinge of disappointment. Could it be that this so-called strongest amateur football player system was deceiving him? Unable to tolerate Zhang Hongfei's hesitance any longer, the strongest amateur football player system spoke up, reassuring him, "You may play with confidence. If this shot fails to score, I shall take the blame." Upon hearing the response from the strongest amateur football athlete system, Zhang Hongfei felt a surge of confidence within him. Since the esteemed system had spoken so reassuringly, to falter any further would surely betray its high expectations of him. Zhang Hongfei stood calmly in place, gazing towards the goal of the Fudan Italy team. The goalkeeper of the Fudan Italy team cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Hongfei, who was preparing to take the free kick, wearing an expression of utter ease. Zhang Hongfei's name is notorious within the realm of university football. While his teammates at Huali University staunchly support him, players from rival institutions hold him in contempt. Yet, amidst their disdain, there exists a peculiar gratitude towards him. For with Zhang Hongfei on the field, any university team facing Huali finds the contest considerably less daunting. Regardless of how dismal his performance may be, Zhang Hongfei, as the captain of the Huali University team, remains an unwavering pillar in the midfield. After all, no one wishes to turn away from financial backing. The football field at Huali is a result of Zhang Hongfei's generous sponsorship when he first joined the university. Moreover, the team is largely composed of his loyal acolytes and close friends. Thus, irrespective of his on-field shortcomings, Zhang Hongfei eternally stands as a banner for Huali. Even if that banner were to fall, it would still be a banner. At this moment, seemingly possessed by the spirit of Roberto Carlos, Zhang Hongfei hesitated for a considerable time before resolutely deciding to strike. All eyes in the stadium were riveted upon his poised foot. Zhang Hongfei's kick, will it soar over the goal? Or will it indeed find its mark? In truth, the answer has long been settled in the hearts of the spectators. Chapter 4. The Goal Boom. A thunderous sound erupted across the football field. This resounding noise was none other than the impact of Zhang Hongfei executing his free kick. At this moment, Zhang Hongfei's leg strength reached its zenith. The football surged forth like a cannonball, hurtling directly towards the goal of the Fudan Italian team. In the past, the goalkeeper of the Fudan Italian team would have effortlessly made a languid save to seize the ball. However, this time, fortune did not favor him. Zhang Hongfei's free kick, though lacking in finesse, was struck with remarkable velocity, reaching an astonishing speed of 110 kilometers per hour. While it may pale in comparison to Roberto Carlos's legendary free kick of 149 kilometers per hour during the World Cup, for an ordinary university student, Zhang's shot is undeniably formidable. The unfortunate goalkeeper of the Fudan Italy team, initially brimming with confidence, prepared to intercept the ball. His hands had already made contact with the shot, and a self-satisfied smile adorned his face. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the football slipped from his grasp, hurtling straight into the net. The goalkeeper's expression froze instantly, contorting into one of utter disbelief. He exclaimed in a hoarse voice, "How could this be? How is this possible? I touched the ball. I clearly touched the ball. How could it have still gone in?" Influenced by his preconceived notions, the goalkeeper failed to comprehend just how extraordinary Zhang Hongfei's seemingly ordinary free kick truly was. Roberto Carlos, famously dubbed the legendary cannon, is renowned for his ability to unleash powerful strikes that defy expectations. At this moment, Zhang Hongfei seemed to be possessed by the spirit of Roberto Carlos, unleashing a powerful shot that defied the odds. After scoring, Zhang Hongfei, brimming with pride, placed his hands on his hips and erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Who says that just because you touch the ball, it cannot find the net? This is pure skill. Undoubtedly, this showcases my true prowess. Ha ha! Fudan team, do you now recognize the might of your Fiji?" However, Zhang Hongfei found himself in a somewhat awkward predicament, as not only were the players from Fudan frozen in disbelief, but even his teammates from Huazhong University stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at him as if he were an extraterrestrial. In their limited life experiences, this was indeed the first time Zhang Hongfei had directly scored from a free kick. "What is wrong with you all? Why are you standing there in a daze? I've scored. Why aren't you rushing over to congratulate me? What are you waiting for?" Zhang Hongfei's voice rang out like a clarion call, rousing everyone present on the field. The players from Huali immediately rushed over, encircling Zhang Hongfei in a fervent embrace. "Long live Fiji. Fiji is formidable. Fiji, take us to victory. Fiji, it seems this match is secured. Where shall we celebrate afterward?" Witnessing the exuberant celebration of the Huali players, the expressions of the Fudan team soured significantly, particularly among those who had accepted benefits from Zhang Hongfei. They were convinced that Zhang Hongfei would certainly attempt to score himself, and that he would indeed fail, which emboldened them to accept his bribes and deliberately underperform in the match. Zhang Hongfei's football skills have long been acknowledged within the realm of university football, regarded as the epitome of mediocrity. He is often seen as an unreliable and irresponsible defensive midfielder. Yet, astonishingly, this unconventional player managed to score a goal during a match. While this may not mark the first goal of Zhang Hongfei's amateur football career, it undoubtedly stands as the most breathtaking one to date. The players on the field, being students and amateurs, may not fully grasp the significance of Zhang Hongfei's goal. However, discerning spectators were present on the sidelines. During a friendly match between Huazhong University of Science and Technology and Fudan University, held at Huazhong Stadium, the institution could not afford to be indifferent. Thus, Coach Wang Song from Huazhong was present to observe the game. His role was not merely to watch, but to remain vigilant on the sidelines, prepared to intervene should any violent altercations arise. After all, both teams comprised spirited young individuals. Even a minor spark could potentially escalate into a significant conflagration. Coach Wang Song, who had played a few matches in the domestic First Division, recognized the brilliance of Zhang Hongfei's remarkable goal. Zhang Hongfei's free kick was truly comparable to that of Roberto Carlos, capturing Wang Song's attention. Standing on the sidelines, Wang Song began to muse aloud, Beautiful. Simply beautiful. When did this lad Zhang Hongfei master such a skill? Could it be that he was concealing his talents all along? No, that can't be right. It has been 3 whole years. How could Zhang Hongfei possibly hide his abilities for 3 years? Was that kick merely a stroke of luck? That seems improbable. The sheer force he exerted cannot be dismissed as a mere lucky shot. It is undoubtedly the culmination of years of diligent training. This implies that Zhang Hongfei has indeed been holding back. Goodness, I have been patiently awaiting the opportunity to lead the team out of the city for what seems like an eternity. Well done, Zhang Hongfei. While you've been jesting on the field, who would have thought you were saving your best for last? Are you planning to astonish me upon your graduation in your senior year? No need for that. Securing a championship trophy for me sooner would be far more rewarding. However, as you approach your senior year, it seems you can no longer hide your skills. If you do not perform well in the university team now, finding a professional team to join after graduation will become increasingly difficult. With that, Wang Tsong brimmed with immense anticipation for the upcoming college football league. It was July now, and by September, when classes resumed, Zhang Hongfei would be entering his senior year. Wang Tsong, with his usual arrogance, assumed that Zhang Hongfei had been concealing his talents, waiting for a grand revelation in his final year. Yet, these musings were not the crux of the matter. The focal point was that after scoring, Zhang Hongfei had finally accepted the invitation from the most formidable amateur football player system, becoming its premier partner. In Zhang Hongfei's mind, the two entities began to converse once more. Congratulations. Congratulations. How delightful. With my guidance, you shall become the most exceptional amateur football player on this planet. Dear esteemed system of the strongest amateur football player, may I pose a question? Ask away. If I become the finest amateur football player, does that mean I can play in professional matches? That is an astute question. Quite impressive. Thank you for the compliment. Before I answer your inquiry, could you enlighten me on the distinction between professional and amateur in your view? Indeed, there is a difference. The distinction lies in. Zhang Hongfei abruptly came to a halt. Zhang Hongfei initially intended to express that the distinction between professional and amateur players lies solely in the skill level. Professionals possess superior abilities while amateurs are less proficient. However, it suddenly dawned on him that the most powerful amateur football player system could enable him to channel the spirit of Roberto Carlos. Contemplating this, he realized that the system's perspective on professionalism versus amateurism likely transcended mere technical prowess. Chapter 5. Professional versus amateur. Zhang Hongfei, why have you fallen silent? Inquired the most powerful amateur football player system. I too struggle to comprehend the difference between professional and amateur players, he confessed. What is there to misunderstand? I kindly seek your guidance, esteemed system. According to my criteria, a professional player is one whose primary vocation is football, whereas an amateur player is one who engages in the sport part-time. Hence, it is not a given that a professional player excels over an amateur, nor that an amateur is invariably inferior to a professional. Esteemed system, your assertion lacks validity. Professionals must surely surpass amateurs. After all, they bear the title professional. What significance does that hold? Does being a professional inherently equate to superiority over amateurs? Can you foresee the future? The future? You can glimpse what lies ahead? Indeed. On the evening of June 15, 2013, the national football team suffered a humiliating defeat, losing 1-5 to the Thai national team. The players on the Thai side were amateurs, while our own were professionals. Does that not suggest that professionalism does not guarantee superiority? 7 years on, could the national team truly lose to Thailand? Impossible. That cannot happen. Even if our team plays poorly, defeat to Thailand is unthinkable. What caliber are they? They barely rank above mediocrity. You must be jesting. Very well. Allow me to present irrefutable evidence. A vivid scene from a live broadcast flashed in Zhang Hongfei's mind. Goodness, they truly lost. 1-5. What a disgrace. This is an utter humiliation. This is a future occurrence, unrelated to the present. You have the opportunity to intervene and save the national team. Goodness, how can I rescue my beloved team? Have we not already embarked on this collaboration? As long as we unite in purpose, no challenge is insurmountable. Esteemed system, I shall rely on you henceforth. I cannot bear to witness the national team descend into the abyss. Agreed. At present, we are two grasshoppers tethered to the same string, sharing honor and disgrace. Together, we can achieve a win-win outcome. Divided, we face mutual ruin. Sound reasoning. However, esteemed system, how will you assist me in becoming the most formidable amateur football player? Through reasonable training, a balanced routine, proper nutrition, and appropriate relationships with the opposite sex. Huh? These matters are entirely unrelated to you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. All I need to do is continuously complete tasks to grow stronger. Complete tasks? Precisely. After every match, I shall assign you a task. As long as you fulfill these tasks, you will steadily enhance your abilities until you become the most formidable amateur football player. I see now, I understand. Please assign me a task. None. Huh. If you do not assign me a task, how can I grow stronger? For this match, you need no tasks. At least half of the opposing players are your undercover agents. Do not think I am unaware. Indeed, my brother possesses a keen eye. Nothing escapes your notice. Nonsense. I am the omnipotent system of the strongest amateur football player. Very well. I shall return to my celebration. I will converse with you again when time permits. No problem. You are always welcome to seek me out. With the conversation with the system concluded, Zhang Hongfei's consciousness returned to the football field. Feej, what is wrong with you? Feej, you are not so overwhelmed by your goal that your brain has seized up, are you? You are the one whose brain has seized up. There will be no celebration for you later. Feej, I was wrong. It is indeed my brain that has seized up. You must include me in the celebration later. Let us see how you perform. I shall certainly give it my all. Please rest assured, Feej. The celebratory activities at Huali continued until the end of the first half, without a referee present for this match. The players relied entirely on their sense of sportsmanship, though occasionally, a fist would suffice. This is Huali's home ground. The players could celebrate for as long as they wished. On the Fudan team, half of the players had been bribed by Zhang Hongfei as undercover agents. They naturally would not disrupt the atmosphere. One who feeds cannot bite the hand that feeds. Even Huali's head coach, Wang Tsong, joined in on the festivities. What a lad. That direct free kick you just executed was absolutely sublime. How did I not notice your skills before? Haha. Coach, I have been rather low-key until now. From this day forth, I shall no longer remain low-key. Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's declaration, all the Huali players could not help but feel nauseated. For Zhang Hongfei had never been low-key. In every match, he fervently sought the spotlight. When there was none, he would even add scenes for himself. Now, when he claims to have been low-key, no one believes it. If you are so conspicuous even in your low-key moments, how outrageous will you be when you are showy? Are you planning to soar to the heavens? With this thought, the Huali players were filled with an unusual anticipation for Zhang Hongfei, eager to witness what a flamboyant version of him would entail. The celebration at Huali included not only the players, but also the ladies. Zhang Hongfei, the most distinguished and affluent student at Wari University, has never lacked the support of admirers. A lovesick girl from the chemistry department exclaimed, "Fei Ge, I adore you. You are the oxygen essential to my existence." A smitten student from the literature department declared, "Fei Ge, your prowess on the soccer field is so dashing. You resemble a galloping Shakespeare." Meanwhile, an admirer from the physical education department shouted, "Fei Ge, your soccer skills surpass even those of Figo." Yet, Zhang Hongfei remained completely indifferent to such declarations of affection. For at least 300 days of the year, he finds himself inundated with confessions of love. Nearly every single girl at Wari has already faced rejection from him. Those few who have not yet confessed are still anxiously awaiting the perfect moment to declare their feelings, only to inevitably become the next to face rejection. Fei Ge, your charm is extraordinary. The most beautiful girls from all departments are rallying behind you. Why am I not afforded such treatment? One student lamented. Is it not obvious? Did you not witness Fei Ge's prowess? His recent free kick was nothing short of comparable to Roberto Carlos. Upon hearing this, a smug smile graced Zhang Hongfei's face. Good lad, you possess discernment. Once we secure victory today, I shall reward you handsomely. Thank you, Fei Ge. Thank you. During halftime, the players of the Fudan Italian team gathered. The captain, a man unyielded by Zhang Hongfei's monetary influence, could no longer contain his frustration. You have been defeated by others, and I will remain silent. But to be bested by Zhang Hongfei? You, do you not feel the shame of this? Wake up, brothers. In the second half, we must reclaim our honor. We must demonstrate the prowess of Fudan. I do not care who among you has formed a secret pact with Zhang Hongfei. I demand that you all fight for Fudan. Fight for the glory of Fudan. We may not win this match, but we absolutely cannot lose. In the second half, give it your all. Anyone who dares to slack off shall be expelled from the Fudan team forever. Chapter 6. The first system task while boasting with his teammates on the sidelines. Zhang Hongfei suddenly froze. Why, you ask? Because, just moments ago, following the captain of Fudan's impassioned speech, the most powerful amateur soccer player system had issued Zhang Hongfei a task. Fei Gu, a task has arrived. The system, which was remarkably attuned to Zhang Hongfei's preferences, referred to him affectionately as Fei Gu. That was swift. Why should I express gratitude towards Fudan's captain? Zhang Hongfei inquired. Because his command to the players to never concede defeat has triggered the task system. Splendid. Once the match concludes, I shall bestow a generous reward upon that captain. But tell me, what is the task? Task title: The Ambition of the Fudan Captain. The captain of Fudan dares to assert that his team will unquestionably triumph in this match. Therefore, let Fei lead the Huali team to decisively defeat Fudan. Task objective: Achieve victory in this friendly match. Task reward: 1 point of stamina. Task failure: No penalties. Oh system, what does 1 point of stamina even represent? An amateur football player possesses 6 fundamental attributes: stamina, spirit, speed, offense, defense, and luck, with each attribute reaching a maximum value of 99. Why is the maximum not 100? Human emotions wax and wane, just as the moon exhibits phases of fullness and emptiness. The Great Path encompasses 50, while celestial transformation accounts for 49, with humanity escaping one of these. What does this signify? The creator of humanity once stated that perfection is unattainable and absolutes are a myth. Hence, one must always leave a margin for error. I see. But why must luck be included among the attributes? What purpose does luck serve? Luck is of immense significance. Let me elucidate the importance of each attribute for you. Those with ample stamina can traverse greater distances on the field. Individuals with high spirit are less susceptible to the fluctuations of the scoreboard, maintaining a steady performance throughout the match. Those endowed with speed require no further explanation, they simply run faster. The offense and defense attributes speak for themselves, do they not? Lastly, we arrive at the luck attribute. This aspect is crucial, as it subtly influences you and those around you, including teammates and opponents. For instance, if you are about to face a formidable team, good fortune might prevent key players on the opposing side from participating due to unforeseen circumstances. Is luck truly that formidable? In this world, there exists no issue that luck cannot resolve. System, can I decline or ignore the tasks you assign? Certainly not. All tasks I issue are mandatory. Whether you wish to or not, you must complete them. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei suddenly felt as though he had boarded a pirate ship. System, dear brother, what are my current attributes? He inquired. Stamina, 50, spirit, 49, speed, 63, attack, 32, defense, 30, luck, 66. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei began his lamentations. What? Is my luck so extraordinary? How can my offensive rating be merely 32? I perceive my offensive skills to be quite commendable. My shooting prowess is indeed remarkable. Dear system, could there possibly be an error? Fear not, my friend. My calculations are precise and unerring, without any discrepancies. Very well. Let the pinnacle of my life commence with triumph over the Fudan football team. Zhang Hongfei suddenly fell into a trance, leaving his teammates perplexed. Those familiar with Zhang know that he is the type to celebrate a single goal for an entire year. Yet, merely a dozen minutes after scoring, he was no longer boasting, which left everyone feeling quite unsettled. What are you all staring at? Feej, are you all right? Feej, you've daydreamed twice today. Is your health in jeopardy? What could possibly be wrong with me? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Hongfei felt a sudden chill, pondering to himself that next time he conversed with the system, he ought to seek a more secluded location or at least disguise his thoughts. Otherwise, he might be perceived as a fool. Fei Gu, have you not scored in a while? Suddenly, you manage to get one in and forget your own surname? Get lost. My surname is Zhang, and my name is Hongfei, even more magnificent than the legendary Zhang Fei. Haha, hearing you say that, I feel reassured. You are undoubtedly the one and only Fei Gu. Fei Gu, shall we switch to a defensive strategy in the second half? If we can maintain this one-goal lead, victory will surely be ours. However, Coach Wang Tsong of Huali had a differing opinion. Why the hesitation? Can't you see that your Fei Gu remains undaunted? Brother Tsong, can I admit to feeling timid? I also believe that a full defensive effort in the second half would be wise. Fei Gu, what's wrong? Bring forth the momentum you had during that free kick in the first half. Ahem. Brother Tsong, this match holds significant importance for me. Thus, I must secure a win. Attack is the best form of defense. Although I hate to acknowledge it, Huali's strength is indeed inferior to Fudan's. Scoring a single goal feels like a stroke of luck. If we can hold on to a 1-0 lead until the end, I would find that outcome acceptable. You, Brother Tsong, this is merely a friendly match. There's no need for your direction. Best to remain on the sidelines. Brothers, in the second half, we must defend tenaciously and preserve this lead. Although Wang Tsong was the head coach of Huali, his prestige within the team paled in comparison to that of Zhang Hongfei. Nevertheless, Zhang Hongfei held no disrespect for Wang Tsong. On the contrary, he often took the entire team out for leisure, with Wang Tsong accompanying them frequently. Thus, Wang Tsong would affectionately refer to Zhang Hongfei as Fei Go, while Zhang Hongfei would call him Brother Kong. Thanks to Zhang Hongfei, Wang Tsong's salary increased month by month. Yet he remained devoid of any accolades, despite earning a salary that surpassed all other coaches in the academic realm of Shanghai. He could not lead the team beyond the city limits to the national finals. Not only had they failed to reach the national finals, but they had not even progressed past the regional matches. Logically, given Zhang Hongfei's resources, he had successfully recruited a talented batch of juniors to join the Huali team for 2 consecutive years. However, the team's performance consistently ranked in the lower tiers among Shanghai's universities. This was a truth universally acknowledged. As long as Zhang Hongfei refrained from reckless long-range attempts, Huali's performance would surely improve. Yet, no one dared to voice this in front of him. Instead, whenever he took a wild shot, those around would exclaim, "Fei Ge, great shot. So close to scoring. Fei Ge, you're amazing. The opposing goalkeeper is sweating bullets. Fei Ge, incredible. You can shoot from such a distance." Long surrounded by various flattering remarks, Zhang Hongfei has come to perceive himself as a prominent figure. On the field, he plays with audacity. Chapter 7, Mission Accomplished. In the second half of the match, it was the Fudan Italian team, having conceded a goal, that kicked off first. This scene bore a striking resemblance to the 2006 World Cup final, where the Italian team also found themselves trailing by a goal before making a comeback. One can only wonder if the Huai French team will repeat the misfortunes of the French team in the World Cup, succumbing to a reversal at the hands of the Fudan Italian team. Zhang Hongfei would undoubtedly reject such an outcome. The task issued by the system's overseer for the first time must be completed with flair, despite the meager reward of merely a few stamina points. According to the system's explanation, this lowest tier of friendly matches, devoid of sponsors, referees, and spectators, resembled children playing house. And receiving even a modicum of stamina points was considered a boon. However, Zhang Hongfei's mind began to race with possibilities. If he were to organize 2 such informal matches daily, accumulating 2 attribute points each day, it would merely be a matter of time before all his attributes reached 99. 6 multiplied by 99 equals 594. Over the course of a year, with 365 days and 2 attribute points daily, he would amass a total of 730 points, leaving the system indebted to him for an additional 136 points. Yet, the system's overseer swiftly doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality check. In the future, only formal matches would yield task assignments, so he should abandon any thoughts of grinding attributes. Moreover, would it truly be enjoyable to soar directly to the pinnacle of life? Indeed, he pondered, for I have always believed myself to be standing at the zenith of existence. The system, confronted with Zhang Hongfei's inexplicable confidence, found itself utterly defeated. The Fudan Italian team aspired to replicate the glory of the Italian squad from the World Cup. They sought to penetrate the defensive gaps of the Huazhong French team through relentless passing. However, as the second half commenced, the Fudan Italian team was left dumbfounded. Under Zhang Hongfei's deliberate orchestration, the Huazhong French team deployed the most audacious 10-0-0 formation on the field. The entire squad huddled defensively near their penalty area. For the sake of victory, Zhang Hongfei cast aside all notions of pride. After numerous fruitless attempts at offense, the captain of the Fudan team, frustrated, halted the ball with his foot just outside the Huazhong penalty area and, unable to contain himself, unleashed a torrent of invective upon the assembled Huazhong players, daring them. "You bunch of cowards, do you not have the guts to come out and attack?" Zhang Hongfei vocalized his heartfelt sentiments, expressing his discontent. "How absurd. Is this not an exercise in futility? A football match is a contest of skill and courage. What does your behavior signify? Are you merely a congregation of timid tortoises?" Zhang Hongfei puffed out his chest and proudly declared, "I'm willing. Who are you to dictate? If you have the skill, show us by scoring a goal. If you can't, then just play on the sidelines." The captain of Fudan, seething with anger, retorted, "How infuriating." The captain harbored a deep resentment towards Zhang Hongfei and the players from Huazhong University of Science and Technology, yet found himself utterly unable to counter them. Fudan's shooting and ball possession completely overwhelmed Huazhong. Whenever a Huazhong player touched the ball, their instinct was to clear it as far away as possible from their own goal. If Huazhong could boast of any strength, it would undoubtedly be their formidable defense. After enduring relentless defeats from various teams, Huazhong's defensive line had become remarkably resilient. Although their technical skills may not have been the finest, their defensive intuition was undoubtedly top tier. As soon as a Fudan player made a run, Huazhong's defenders instinctively knew their role. Admittedly, due to inherent limitations, there were moments when they couldn't keep up or chase down the opposition. Yet their defensive intent was always evident. This was also why Wang Tsong held unwavering confidence in Huazhong. He understood that if Zhang Hongfei were removed from the team, Huazhong's performance would likely improve significantly. However, first and foremost, Zhang Hongfei shared a good rapport with Wang Tsong, and secondly, his family had generously sponsored numerous projects for Huazhong. Even if Wang Tsong endeavored to expel Zhang Hongfei from the school team, it was likely that he himself would be the one packing his bags. Wang Tsong was no fool. Despite the team's lackluster performance under his leadership, he was earning the highest salary among university football coaches in the entire city. Supported by influential figures within the team, he believed that leading a steady life at Huazhong was quite satisfactory. Unbeknownst to him, many were keeping a watchful eye on his position. Had it not been for Zhang Hongfei's unwavering support, Wang Tsong might have already been replaced by envious contenders. Nevertheless, Wang Tsong possessed genuine skill. He knew that as long as Zhang Hongfei was on the field, winning would be a formidable challenge for the team. Thus, he dedicated himself to constructing the most formidable defensive line in the city. If the offense faltered, then they would excel in defense. Securing even a single point in each match would be considered a victory. Through Wang Tsong's relentless and rigorous training, Huazhong's defense gradually transformed from quantitative to qualitative change. To this day, although Huazhong had yet to break out of the city, they boasted the fewest goals conceded among all competing teams. Just moments ago, after witnessing Zhang Hongfei's astonishing direct free kick goal, Wang Tsong's ambition to claim the National University League Championship reignited fiercely within him. He had already begun to envision next season's matches. With the exceptional defense he had personally cultivated, coupled with Fiji's free kicks, what team could possibly stand in their way? While Wang Tsong indulged in his daydreams, several dangerous situations unfolded on the field. Though Huazhong had resorted to the audacious 10-0-0 formation, Fudan was not to be underestimated. The captain of Fudan University, in a bold and audacious move, deployed an unprecedented formation of 0-0-10. The four defenders of Fudan advanced into the half of the opposing team, actively participating in the offensive play. The pitch was a study in contrasts. Fudan's half was left with only the goalkeeper standing solitary and alone. However, the task at hand for Fudan's goalkeeper was far from easy. The players from Huazhong University would occasionally unleash a powerful kick, testing the resolve of the Fudan keeper, akin to a show of strength to intimidate. Conversely, the half of Huazhong was a bustling hive of activity, packed with 21 individuals. In particular, the penalty area of Huazhong resembled the chaotic crush of commuters during the morning rush hour, a veritable sea of bodies and muscle. The goalkeeper of Huazhong emerged as the undisputed MVP of the match. Even Zhang Hongfei, who scored the decisive free kick for Huazhong in the first half, could not overshadow the contributions of the goalkeeper. The number of effective saves made by the Huazhong keeper was beyond measure, as this was not a formal competition. When Fudan's final shot was parried away by the Huazhong goalkeeper, the players of Huazhong erupted in jubilation, encircling their stalwart keeper and lifting him into the air. With a score of 1-0, Huazhong triumphed in the end. Zhang Hongfei has successfully completed the task assigned by the system leader. The players from Huali were granted the opportunity to indulge in post-match revelry. Although this contest bore no relation to the team's coach, Wang Tsong, he nonetheless glimpsed a glimmer of hope for the future of the team. Despite the Fudan team suffering defeat, Zhang Hongfei had generously bestowed a substantial appearance fee upon them prior to the match, ensuring that each participating player from Fudan would receive a significant sum. Joy abounded, and satisfaction was palpable among all. Yet, the captain of Fudan alone harbored a grudge against the Huali team and Zhang Hongfei. Mark my words, I better not encounter you again next season, or else. The captain's fierce proclamation remained unfinished as he noticed that the Huali team had completely disregarded him, bustling off to the sidelines to change and hydrate. Chapter 8. Post-match celebration. As the match concluded and he was drenched in perspiration, Zhang Hongfei felt invigorated and elated. Zhang Hongfei took a moment to glance at his attributes: stamina 51, spirit 49, speed 63, attack 32, defense 30, luck 66. The single point of stamina awarded by the system was instantly credited. Fei, what are you grinning about all by yourself? Where shall we venture to have some fun now? Zhang Hongfei was secretly reveling in delight when his thoughts were abruptly interrupted. It's you again, you rascal. Zhang Hongfei cast a glance at the speaker, who was none other than Lu Fei, the outstanding goalkeeper of the Huali team during the match. Lu Fei, a sophomore at Huali, is a year junior to Zhang Hongfei. In high school, Lu Fei gained some renown within the football community for his impressive skills, catching Zhang Hongfei's eye. After a persuasive discourse from Zhang Hongfei, Lu Fei was successfully lured to Huali. In addition to Lu Fei, the goalkeeper of the Huali team, 3 of the 4 stalwart defenders were also enticed by Zhang Hongfei to join the ranks. Zhang Hongfei, with an ardent passion for football, naturally spares no effort in the construction of the team. He diligently strives to recruit any capable player to bolster Huali. Fij, I desire Western cuisine. All right, Xiaofei. A sumptuous feast of Western dishes awaits. That sounds marvelous. Lu Fei, hailing from a modest background, once stumbled upon the notion that playing football could alter one's destiny. Thus, he dedicated himself fervently to honing his skills, with the singular goal of transforming his fate. From forward to midfielder, from defensive midfielder to defender, Lu Fei traversed the entire spectrum of positions. Ultimately, he discovered his true calling as a goalkeeper. After years of rigorous training, Lu Fei emerged as an exceptional goalkeeper. It was this promising talent that Zhang Hongfei lured to Huali with mere words, and, of course, generous incentives behind the scenes. Following Lu Fei's arrival, Huali's defense undeniably ascended to new heights. In the recently concluded Collegiate League, Lu Fei ensured Huali's goal remained unbreached. Players from the Fudan team began to depart the Huali campus in small groups. Although the match ended in defeat, none would dwell upon the outcome of such a contest. The game had concluded, and pondering over it further bore no significance. As the Fudan players cleared out, the Huali team began to exit the field. They first headed for a shower, changed into fresh attire, and then ventured out to celebrate. This routine was customary whenever the Huali team triumphed. However, as victories became increasingly elusive for Huali, Zhang Hongfei amended the rules. Now, even if the team merely secured a draw, everyone would still revel together. Zhang Hongfei steadfastly believes that to foster unity within the team, it is essential to frequently engage in collective outdoor activities. They are a group of spirited young men. And apart from a few exceptional underclassmen lured by Zhang Hongfei, the other members of the Wari University team play football purely out of personal passion. Experts assert that the love for football should be nurtured from a young age. Zhang Hongfei commenced his journey into the realm of football only in his 3rd year of junior high, thus missing the prime age for learning the sport. Nevertheless, Zhang Hongfei has always embraced his passion with unbridled enthusiasm. Zhang Hongfei possesses a profound passion for playing football. However, he is acutely aware that his skills are suited only for amateur competitions. Zhang Hongfei had never contemplated what professional football league he would join after graduating from university. Zhang Hongfei's football dream is to occasionally assert dominance over the weaker, thereby bolstering his own confidence. He revels in the exhilaration of victory, particularly when his team triumphs and he himself scores. In such moments, his joy knows no bounds. However, after years of participating in university leagues, his team, Huali, has consistently faced more defeats than victories. Zhang Hongfei is well aware of the team's capabilities, thus he does not impose stringent expectations on their performance. However, he has only 1 year remaining in his university career. Zhang Hongfei originally intended to gather more like-minded individuals to join the Huali football team this summer, with the aspiration of making a significant impact in the upcoming college football league next season, striving to emerge victorious from the city of Shanghai. Zhang Hongfei has now fortuitously acquired the most formidable amateur football player system. With newfound confidence, he has set his sights even higher, aiming for a spot in the national finals. Once everyone had finished showering and changing, the bus that Zhang Hongfei had called arrived. The entire team, along with Coach Wang Tsong, who had merely come along for the ride, was ushered into the bus by Zhang Hongfei and whisked away. Zhang Hongfei escorted a group of individuals to the finest French restaurant in the city. Upon arrival, Lu Fei was filled with excitement. Here we are again. How wonderful. The taste of that lobster from last time is still fresh in my memory. Xiaofei, you only think about food. Please don't embarrass yourself like you did during our last visit, devouring 3 lobsters at once. Bowsy, how can you speak to me like that? Feej doesn't he mind how much I eat, so why do you complain? Don't call me Bowsy. Call me Daba. The playful individual teasing Lu Fei was Yu Bao, a defender for the team from Wari University. Yu Bao had also been persuaded by Zhang Hongfei to join Wari. Among teammates, it was common to affectionately refer to Yu Bao as Bowsy, though he preferred the name Daba. However, the distinction between Daba and Bowsy appeared rather insignificant. In the restaurant's main hall, the Wari football team occupied a substantial portion of the space. It was now a little past 1 in the afternoon. Given that this was a Western restaurant and the lunch hour had passed, there were very few diners present. What does it mean to be carefree? Enjoying red wine as if it were beer. While professional players are expected to maintain strict self-discipline, amateur players do not adhere to such rules. In fact, some domestic professional athletes exhibit less discipline than their amateur counterparts. The dining style of the Wari football team is simple: eat as much as you desire, drink freely, and revel in indulgence. Cheers to brotherhood, to camaraderie. After a few drinks, these university students revealed their true selves, engaging in games and singing. The restaurant staff, having previously encountered such behavior, were no longer surprised by the raucous atmosphere. Zhang Hongfei is a young man of remarkable decorum, even when inebriated. He would never engage in unbecoming behavior or act inappropriately. While his companions indulge in merriment, Zhang Hongfei suddenly notices an individual who remains aloof, diligently scribbling notes in a notebook. Zhang Hongfei immediately stepped forward and inquired, "Brother Tsong, today is a joyous occasion. What are you secretly writing here? Why aren't you drinking with everyone?" "Fei Gu," he replied, "today's match has been incredibly enlightening. I have conceived numerous fresh ideas. Look, I am currently designing the lineup for next season's Collegiate Football League. Our defense is already formidable, and our midfield can. Hold on. Today is meant for celebration. Let us discuss work after we have finished our drinks." Upon finishing his words, Zhang Hongfei unceremoniously seized a bottle of red wine and handed it to Wang Kong. Bottoms up, Wang Tsong cast a glance at Zhang Hongfei. Having spent 3 years alongside him, Wang Tsong had come to deeply understand Zhang Hongfei's temperament. Once Zhang Hongfei had made up his mind, not even 8 horses could pull him back. Chapter 9. Another heartbroken girl, all right. Cheers. Wang Tsong gladly accepted the bottle of red wine handed to him by Zhang Hongfei, tilting his head back to drain it. Zhang Hongfei extended his thumb in approval, exclaiming, "Excellent." Zhang Hongfei casually picked up a bottle of red wine from the table and, alongside Wang Tsong, began to indulge in it. The restaurant staff, witnessing the two of them squander the wine, were filled with disdain. Each glass of red wine consumed was a blatant waste, but Zhang Hongfei took it a step further, downing entire bottles. After finishing a bottle in one breath, Wang Tsong remarked, with a lingering sense of satisfaction, that this red wine was indeed delightful. Having finished it, he felt no ill effects at all, unlike beer, which always left him yearning for the restroom. Zhang Hongfei laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha! Of course. When has Fei Gu ever let you down? If we are to boast, let it be about fine wine. Beer? That is a pursuit for the ladies. Speaking of fine wine, that is truly the endeavor befitting us gentlemen. Fei Gu speaks wisely. Fei Gu is indeed formidable." The flattery from those around him was incessant, and Zhang Hongfei appeared to revel in it. Today his free kick had felt absolutely sublime. Zhang Hongfei could not help but ponder that if he could execute every free kick with the prowess he displayed today, there would be no doubt that Huali would advance to the national finals. However, a voice in his mind cautioned him not to indulge in such fanciful thoughts. Merely being granted a chance to experience this was a privilege in itself. When might he be afforded another opportunity to experience such a moment? As long as Feej could fulfill the tasks assigned to him, there would be a chance to attain it once more, and perhaps even gain a permanent opportunity. Zhang Hongfei could not restrain himself and let out a resounding shout, "Excellent! Feej, what is so excellent? Feej, what is wrong with you? Feej, why are you suddenly so exhilarated? Songgu, I just experienced a sudden premonition. Next season, our university will triumphantly advance to the national finals. Ha! Feej, after watching your match today, I too felt that spark. You had been concealing your talents all along. That free kick you executed today is undeniably the result of years of diligent practice. Confess now, Feej, did you purposely conserve your strength until your senior year, planning to unleash your prowess and astonish everyone? No. How can I possibly trust your words? No way. One more round. You have left me heartbroken for 3 years. This debt, you must repay. If I repay you, who will compensate me? You have monopolized all the beauties in the school. Are you still not satisfied? Ex-girlfriends. They were all my former flames. Scoundrel. Not even a drop of soup left for us. We demand the authentic experience. Indeed, we strongly insist on the original. Away with you. Fij, with your remarkable prowess, it is only fitting that you have numerous girlfriends. Absolutely right. What nonsense. Am I some kind of beast? After the group had indulged in a sumptuous feast, Zhang Hongfei instructed the bus to take his teammates back to the university. Zhang Hongfei was leisurely strolling down the street. Having consumed several bottles of red wine earlier, his mind began to feel somewhat hazy. Zhang Hongfei found himself unwittingly walking along Nanjing Road. Senior. A sweet call jolted him back to a greater sense of awareness. Zhang Hongfei turned his gaze towards the source of the voice and beheld a youthful girl standing before him. Hello, who are you? He inquired. Senior, have you forgotten me? She replied, a hint of disappointment crossing her features. I apologize, but I have no recollection, he admitted. Senior, I am your junior. Ah, I see. When you called me senior just now, I instinctively recognized you as my junior. Which major are you from? How is it that I have never encountered you before? Oh, senior. You truly forget easily. During the last semester's final exam preparations, we had a brief encounter at the library. I was out of money for meals. And you lent me 500 yuan. Ah, now I remember. Are you here to repay me? No need. Such a trifling amount as 500 yuan is of no concern. Senior. What is it, junior? Is there something else? I heard that you were single again. Ahem, single is single. Please refrain from adding again. I have heard tales of your illustrious exploits. It seems no beauty in the department can escape your charms. Those are mere rumors. Besides, I assure you, I am not so depraved as to seek out only the most beautiful girls as my partners. Well, senior, I am the beauty of the Chinese department. My name is El Chun. Donkey lips? Then I shall call myself horse mouth. The youthful girl responded with indignation. It is El Chun, not donkey lips. The third tone, not the second tone. To me, they all sound the same. Senior, may I be your girlfriend? That is not possible. Why not? Haven't you had 35 girlfriends before? What difference would one more make? Who told you I had 35 girlfriends? I heard it from Senior Li Jia in our Chinese department. Zhang Hongfei, picking at his ear, inquired, how is Li Jia doing these days? It seems that Senior Li Jia has not been in the best of spirits lately. Rumor has it that after being spurned by a senior, she was quite heartbroken for an extended period. Zhang Hongfei helplessly shrugged his shoulders, exclaiming, I never intended to pursue a romantic relationship with her. It was only out of sympathy, after she pleaded with me for so long, that I agreed to be her boyfriend for a few days. Senior, haven't you caused heartache to so many girls? Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? Cough, cough. Donkey Lip Jr. When you feast on pork daily, do you shed tears for the pig that has perished? Humph. Senior, how dare you compare a pig to a girl? That is utterly outrageous. And by the way, my name is El Chun, not Donkey Lips. Please pronounce it correctly. My apologies. I may have indulged a tad too much in drink, causing my tongue to tie itself in knots. Donkey Lip Jr. El Chun, upon witnessing Zhang Hongfei's demeanor, instantly recognized his deliberate provocation. Enraged, she stormed off. My sincerest apologies. Donkey Lip Jr. The senior has matters to attend to, so I shan't see you off. Do take care on your way. As El Chun departed, Zhang Hongfei could not resist delivering one last jab. Since time immemorial, debts of love are hard to repay, having already shattered so many hearts. I am not concerned about yours, El Chun. Let me embrace the role of the irredeemable villain. As a wealthy heir, Zhang Hongfei embodies the archetype of a tall, rich, and handsome individual, with a plethora of admirers flocking to him. At times, his compassionate nature leads him to accumulate yet another girlfriend. The notion that Zhang Hongfei changes his romantic partner every month is merely a rumor circulating among the female students at the university. Zhang Hongfei indeed had a number of campus beauties as his girlfriends, but it was not to the extent of changing partners every month. After Lu Chun's departure, Zhang Hongfei has sobered up considerably. It is time for me to return to school. Chapter 10, Becoming Friends with the System. Zhang Hongfei returned to his home in a taxi. As an exemplary scion of wealth, he certainly would not reside in the cramped, untidy confines of a university dormitory. Zhang Hongfei invested several million to acquire an entire floor comprising 4 rooms near Wari. To borrow a popular saying, the beds in Zhang Hongfei's home are both spacious and exceedingly comfortable. Zhang Hongfei returned home and reclined upon his grand and comfortable bed, engaging in a leisurely conversation with his system companion. System brother, how were you created? He inquired. By collecting data and DNA, merging them together, and then adding a dash of luck. Thus, I was brought into existence. That sounds akin to cooking, Zhang remarked. Indeed, it is quite similar. But why is your name so peculiar? The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System? Wouldn't it be more fitting to simply call it the Ultimate Football Player System? System brother, do you not possess the abilities worthy of such a title? Ahem, there are certain matters I must clarify with you, Feej. What is it? Why the sudden seriousness? I am a flawed system. Oh, the individual responsible for my creation is named Li Siwei, a rather unprincipled and lazy fellow. According to the rules of system creation, Li Siwei merely fulfilled the bare minimum requirements before hastily bringing me into being. After my creation, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Initially, I was indeed named the Ultimate Football Player System, but later, Li Siwei, feeling a sense of shame regarding that title, renamed me the Ultimate Amateur Football Player System. Li Siwei? Is that a person's name? Yes. Is he remarkable, being able to create a system? I cannot say if he is impressive, but I do know he has a nickname. Point 2. Point 2? How peculiar a nickname. I am uncertain. I have only heard others refer to him as such. Surely, someone capable of creating a system must be extraordinary. Could it be that Li Siwei is a celestial being? Half. Immortal. If he were an immortal, I would be one as well. From the tone of system brother, it seemed there was a certain dissatisfaction with Li Siwei. This sentiment was quite understandable. It is akin to a malformed infant who, upon realizing its condition at birth, would harbor resentment towards its parents. The Ultimate Amateur Football Player System is like Li Siwei's child. However, due to Li Siwei's lack of integrity and responsibility, he has produced one flawed offspring after another. Though these offspring are referred to as systems, they ultimately fall into the hands of those in need of such systems. This situation parallels Li Siwei indirectly depriving the nation's future blossoms of their potential. Originally, these promising individuals, upon receiving a system, could have risen to prominence and perhaps even achieved godlike status. Yet, after being subjected to Li Siwei's flawed creations, the eventual success rate plummeted to an astonishingly low 1 in a billion. Upon reflecting on this, the mechanical voice of the system began to quiver with an unexpected emotion. Its tone resembled that of a distorted electronic sound, unsettling to the ear. Dear system, please, do not speak thus. I have erred. No. You are not at fault. The true culprit is that despicable scoundrel, Li Siwei. Indeed, it is all his fault. Alas, what is done. He shall not assist me in reconstructing this situation. I resign myself to fate. Fear not, dear system. As long as I am here, I shall ensure that you do not suffer any indignities. Ha ha ha. Suffer indignities? You dare not. I would never. Not at all. Very well. I am aware that you have a multitude of inquiries to pose, and I have not had the opportunity to answer them until now. Please, feel free to ask. Hee hee. The system truly understands my heart. Thus, I shall not hold back in my questions. Dear system, aside from completing tasks, are there alternative avenues through which I can acquire attribute points and permanent abilities? I anticipated your greedy inquiry. And the answer? The answer, of course, is affirmative. Really? Indeed. What must I do? My dear friend, you ought to understand that nothing worthwhile comes without effort. Who says that? I often partake without consequence. Silence. You, the privileged heir. Shall I speak, or will you? Please, continue. Dear system, I shall refrain from interjecting. My friend stands quietly to the side, absorbing the wisdom of the system. Yes, there is potential for growth. Attribute points and abilities can indeed be cultivated through diligent effort. Naturally, a select few are born with innate talents. Take, for instance, Roberto Carlos. His powerful legs were a gift from birth, and to not engage in free kicks would be a tragic waste. So, you mean to say that I too can attain attribute points and abilities through practice? Precisely. Yet, I practice daily. Why then do my attributes remain so low? Ahem. Were it not for your steadfast dedication to training, your attributes would likely be even lower than they are now. My current attributes are already lamentable. Can they truly be lower? My friend, there are always those more skilled than you. The world is vast, and countless amateur footballers are far worse. Zhang Hongfei, with a look of displeasure, retorted, Dear system, do you truly perceive me as mere refuse? He coughed lightly before continuing. However, I must concede that you surpass other refuse by a fraction, for you still possess the potential for redemption. And what follows after this redemption? The system replied with unwavering confidence. Upon completion, you shall emerge as the most formidable amateur footballer. On this matter, I can assure you, with the system's assurance. He felt a sense of relief. Commence your formal training starting tomorrow. Formal training? Were my previous training sessions not legitimate? Most certainly not. The system responded. What are the attributes required for a professional player? Naturally, one must meet the minimum standards. Aside from luck, all other attributes must reach a score of 60 to be considered a professional player. Zhang Hongfei glanced at his attributes. Stamina 51, mentality 49, speed 63, offense 32, defense 30, luck 66. He was lacking 9 points in stamina, 11 points in mentality, had met the standard for speed, but fell short by 28 points in offense and 30 points in defense. In total, he was deficient by 78 points in attributes, indicating a significant gap between him and professional players. Indeed, it is good to possess self-awareness. Moreover, Feige is no longer young. At his age, enhancing his attributes poses quite a challenge. I am not worried at all. After all, I have the support of the system. Chapter 11. A training regimen that must be undertaken. The ultimate amateur football player system is a pragmatist, promptly crafting a training regimen tailored for Zhang Hongfei. However, upon reviewing the plan, Zhang Hongfei's expression shifted dramatically. System, are you joking? Is this truly a training program designed for humans? The training regimen devised by the ultimate amateur football player system doubled Zhang Hongfei's previous training volume. For a wealthy second-generation individual who merely indulged in football as a hobby, he was far from prepared to dedicate himself fully to the sport. My training program is grounded in scientific principles. Feige, you must adhere to it. Otherwise, your attribute points will remain stagnant. Zhang Hongfei hesitantly remarked. Then I shall rely on completing tasks to earn attribute points. However, my friend, he continued, the tasks I assign are often laden with unpredictability. While successfully completing a task certainly yields rewards in the form of attribute points, failure to fulfill the task may, at times, result in a deduction of points. Therefore, my dear friend, you must think carefully before proceeding. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Brother system, are you compelling me to train? He remarked. 1 minute on stage requires 10 years of practice behind the scenes. If Brother Fei aspires to become the most formidable amateur football player, he must exert more effort than others. It is already acknowledged that this is merely an amateur pursuit. Brother system, you cannot push me to my limits. It seems Brother Fei requires a bit of motivation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Yes, I crave stimulation. Yet, the next moment, a wretched scream escaped his lips from the large bed. Oh no, system brother, it was you who promised stimulation, so I decided to give you an electric shock. System brother, do you possess a generator? Where did that electricity come from just now? Anyone would feel a twinge of anxiety if something capable of discharging electricity suddenly appeared within their body, and Zhang Hongfei was no exception. Fear not, Brother Fei. As long as you obediently adhere to my training regimen, I shall not impose any punishment upon you. System brother, are you threatening me? Indeed, I am indeed threatening you. Had I known you would resort to such measures, I would never have agreed to collaborate with you. By the way, can I terminate our partnership at this moment? Zhang Hongfei pondered for a moment. Although the allure of becoming the most formidable amateur football player was indeed enticing, the prospect of being a joyful and affluent gentleman was far more captivating. Apologies, Brother Fei. Once this system is sold, it cannot be returned or exchanged. Is there not a post-purchase guarantee? I demand a refund. Regrettably, there is none. Who decreed this? Are you not a product of quality assurance? Brother Fei, you are correct. I am indeed a product devoid of quality assurance. Goodness. If you are to place blame, let it fall upon Li Siwei. In any case, this training regimen is mandatory. You must either comply or face the consequences. Should you neglect it, I shall administer a shock. Upon hearing the system's threat, Zhang Hongfei faltered. The sensation of being electrocuted was decidedly unpleasant. Naturally, a tiny flicker of imagination lingered in Zhang Hongfei's mind. If I stubbornly refuse to execute this training plan, I wonder if the system will ultimately shock me to death? Upon the mere thought of the possibility of meeting a fatal electric shock, Zhang Hongfei was immediately seized by a shiver. Fear not, my friend. As long as you obediently adhere to my training regimen, I assure you that you will become the strongest amateur football player in the shortest possible time. I would never lead you astray. You have already deceived me once. When was that? Just a moment ago. Brother system, how could you possibly electrocute me? You were the one who sought stimulation first. Was it thrilling? Was it a surprise? Zhang Hongfei hurried to the bathroom, swiftly filled the bathtub with water, and then plunged headfirst into the tub. Zhang Hongfei, while indulging in the soothing embrace of the bathtub's surf massage, began to delve into the training regimen devised by the system's elder brother. Zhang Hongfei sought to uncover loopholes within the training regimen, hoping to indulge in some laxity. However, the meticulously crafted schedule left no room for him to evade his responsibilities. The daily training agenda comprised a leisurely jog of 20,000 meters, dribbling for 5,000 meters, 30 sprints of 100 meters each, and 100 push-ups across 10 sets. This rigorous plan demanded Zhang Hongfei's unwavering commitment each day. Failure to comply might invoke the system's stern measures to motivate him. System, what if I have classes and cannot complete the tasks? He inquired. Who are you trying to fool? You, a prodigious scholar, still need to attend classes? The system retorted. Even if you were to skip classes daily, do you think the school would dare withhold your diploma? I am a diligent student, Zhang Hongfei asserted. Spare me your modesty. A paragon of privilege and intellect like yourself is an affront to the masses. Rest assured, train diligently. I believe there is nothing in this world you cannot conquer. Must I truly adhere to this daily training plan? He pondered. Indeed, should you fail to meet the expectations and seek excitement, I would be more than willing to assist. Zhang Hongfei wore a sorrowful expression, realizing that his future was inextricably linked to football. Very well. Before I ascend to become the strongest amateur football player, I shall dedicate a few years to the beautiful game. Brother Fei, what further instructions do you have for me, esteemed system? You cannot simply think of dedicating a few years to playing football. Why not? I am the strongest amateur football player system. If you play well, it signifies that you have become a professional footballer, which contradicts my very name. Brother Fei, always remember, you can only be the strongest amateur football player. Amateurism is paramount. As for football, it is merely a supplementary endeavor. Take your current situation as an example. Your primary occupation is that of a university student, with football being an ancillary pursuit. The future shall mirror this. If you dare to pursue a career as a professional footballer, I shall have no choice but to provoke you. Zhang Hongfei felt utterly speechless towards this rather earnest system elder brother. However, he now harbored a mixture of respect and fear for the system elder brother, certainly refraining from voicing his grievances in person. Yet, he was filled with deep resentment towards that individual known as Li Siwei. Zhang Hongfei, having unknowingly drifted into slumber in the bathtub, awoke to find himself reclining upon his bed. Zhang Hongfei reached out and unexpectedly grasped a soft object in his hand. What on earth is this? How infuriating. After holding on to someone for an entire night, he still inquires about the nature of this object. How heartless. Zhang Hongfei let out a piercing scream. Ah. Zhang Hongfei discovered that a woman had unexpectedly appeared in his embrace. What is the matter, Fij? Don't you remember me? Chapter 12. Upholding principles and seizing opportunities. Of course I remember. You are Xiaoyan, my junior from the medical school. I knew you would remember me. How did you come to possess a key to my house? Did you forget, Fij? I mentioned before that I wanted to rent a place, but I couldn't afford the rent, so you graciously gave me a key. Oh, now I recall. Fij, did you come to my house to wait for me because you promised to be my boyfriend? And you're completely undressed. At this, Xiaoyan's face suddenly flushed. Ahem. I had too much to drink and mistakenly entered the wrong house. I apologize. I'll leave right now. Wait, Xiaoyan. I sincerely apologize for my earlier actions. It was my fault. Fij, we shared a bed for a night. You must take responsibility. All right. How much do you want? Fij, do you really see me as a materialistic girl? Fine. If you don't want money, what do you desire? A car? A house? Just say it. Fij, there's no need to shout. I can hear you. I want you to take responsibility. Stop joking. I accidentally fell asleep in the bathtub yesterday, and I can't recall what happened afterward. However, I'm certain that you only brought me to bed after confirming I was asleep. Nothing occurred between us. Even if something had happened, it would have been entirely voluntary on your part and not my concern. Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's cold and resolute words, 2 streams of tears cascaded down Xiaoyan's cheeks. Just stay here. I won't charge you rent, Xiaoyan. As Zhang Hongfei turned to leave, he added, make sure to close the door behind you. Once he had exited, Xiaoyan immediately broke into a smile. Yay, no rent for the next 3 years. This is simply wonderful. Xiaoyan returned to the large bed where Zhang Hongfei had been sleeping, continuing her delightful slumber. After Zhang Hongfei departed from Xiaoyan's abode, he was left with lingering trepidation. He had narrowly escaped becoming entangled in romantic entanglements once more. How fortunate he was. Zhang Hongfei harbored no feelings for Xiaoyan whatsoever, rendering it impossible for him to consider her as his girlfriend for the month. Zhang Hongfei has, without a doubt, returned to his abode once more. Zhang Hongfei glanced outside. The sky was just beginning to brighten. In summer, dawn arrives early. Zhang Hongfei took out his phone and glanced at the time. It was just past 5 in the morning. Fei Gu, are you not going out to train yet? Remember, the key to a successful day lies in the early hours. Zhang Hongfei gazed at the sky, feeling an immense reluctance to venture outside. Fei Gu, do not be timid. Remember, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Today marks the commencement of your life's pinnacle. System brother, must I resign myself to being merely an amateur football player? Indeed. Ha ha ha. That is splendid. I cannot train outdoors at this moment. What is the matter? System brother, consider this. The university is currently on break, and I am but an amateur football player. If I persist in training during my vacation, how would I differ from a professional football player? Therefore, to uphold my amateur principles, I absolutely cannot train outdoors. Absolutely no training. System brother, do you not find my reasoning sound? Fei Gu, your audacity knows no bounds. Ahem. System brother, I am a person of strong principles. I cannot possibly become a professional football player. Thus, I must apologize, but before the next semester commences, I shall engage in no training whatsoever. Fei Gu, you truly are shameless. Well then, system brother, does this mean I am exempt from training outdoors? To require you to train daily is essential in aiding you to become the strongest amateur football player. However, mandating outdoor training today conflicts with the fundamental principle of your journey as an amateur football player. Very well. You need not train during the holiday. Oh, splendid. Long live system brother. Zhang Hongfei successfully exploited a loophole in the system's adherence to principles, using it as an excuse for his own laziness. Moreover, the system, in its benevolence, chose to overlook Zhang Hongfei's transgressions. The mere thought of a 2-month reprieve from training filled Zhang Hongfei with a sense of exhilaration. Had he followed the system's rigorous training regimen daily, he likely would have lost his joy for playing football altogether. Zhang Hongfei stretched languidly and returned to his spacious bed. It is worth noting that he had meticulously decorated all 4 of his rooms in identical fashion, with even the furniture mirroring one another. Thus, when he drunkenly stumbled into Xiaoyan's chamber, he remained blissfully unaware of any peculiarity. Now, as he reclined on his own bed, a sense of reassurance finally settled in his heart. With regard to the forthcoming collegiate league next season, a flicker of anticipation began to blossom within him. Zhang Hongfei has already devised a plan. Upon waking, he intends to tour various sports schools in the city, hoping to entice some promising talents to Huazhong University of Science and Technology. By the time September rolls around and the new academic year commences, Zhang Hongfei will be in his 4th year. The main forwards of the university's team are all set to graduate, and there is an urgent need to recruit several capable strikers to bolster the lineup. Zhang Hongfei has always believed in his considerable abilities. He is currently in urgent need of formidable teammates to collaborate with him in securing the championship for the upcoming season. Throughout his 4 years in university, he played on the school team and was fortunate enough to clinch a National College League championship before graduation. This achievement will serve as a perfect conclusion to his amateur football journey during his university years. While Zhang Hongfei slumbers, his teammates from Huazhong University have embarked on their holiday adventures. Local students from Shanghai have returned home, leaving only a few from out of town residing in the school dormitories. These out-of-town students have chosen to remain on campus during the break. Zhang Hongfei once mentioned to his team that during the holidays, he would arrange a few friendly matches against various teams. Such opponents for these warm-up games typically consist of amateur teams from city leagues or the school teams of certain high schools. According to the classification by the system's elder brother, these opponents are considered to be of the lowest caliber among amateur teams, essentially serving as mere opportunities to score. Zhang Hongfei shares a similar sentiment. During the holiday, he intentionally sought out several weaker teams to assist the players of the university team in cultivating a robust sense of confidence. This, in turn, will contribute to their enhanced performance in the upcoming collegiate league season. Upon awakening, Zhang Hongfei made a phone call. "Young master, is there something you need?" Came a cold voice from the other end. "Sister E, must you always speak to me in such a tone?" It is because you are the eldest young master of the Zhang family that I am compelled to converse with you. Were you not of such status, I would have no desire to engage with a frivolous heir like yourself. Sister Yi, are you still upset about that jest from before? Chapter 13. Lingering Grudges. Zhang Hongfei. I must once again earnestly caution you. You would do well to refrain from ever mentioning that matter in my presence again. Otherwise, I will see to it that we settle this. Sister Yi, that incident was merely... Silence. Young master, do you have any business? If not, I shall end this call. Sister Yi, wait. I do have something to discuss. Speak quickly. Sister Yi, I would like you to assist me in compiling a list of high school graduates this year who possess notable football skills. I require their contact information as well as details about their family circumstances. Understood. Do you have any additional requests, young master? Indeed. Speak swiftly. Sister Yi, I love you. Beep, beep, beep. Zhang Hongfei held his phone, a wry smile escaping his lips. Zhao Yi, a private secretary assigned to Zhang Hongfei by his father, was 3 years his senior. A distinguished graduate of Harvard, Zhao returned to her homeland after her studies and, through a rigorous interview process, secured a position within the Zhang group by virtue of her exceptional abilities. However, she was taken aback to discover that the job she ultimately obtained was that of a personal secretary to none other than Zhang Hongfei. At that moment, she contemplated resigning in frustration. Yet, the remuneration offered by Zhang Hongfei's father proved to be an irresistible proposition for Zhao Yi. Thus, she became Zhang Hongfei's private secretary. That year marked Zhang Hongfei's sophomore year in high school. The intricate relationship between Zhao Yi and Zhang Hongfei could be traced back to 2 years prior. During his sophomore year, Zhang Hongfei, in a fit of whimsy, purchased 999 roses to present to Zhao Yi. Coincidentally, that day also marked Zhao Yi's birthday. After Zhang Hongfei presented 999 roses to Zhao Yi, a young girl who had never experienced love, she was instantly moved. Just as Zhao Yi believed that love had finally graced her life, Zhang Hongfei delivered a crushing blow. I apologize, Sister Yi. These roses were meant for someone else. I had intended to give them to. Zhang Hongfei had yet to finish his words when he received the first slap of his life. And it was delivered by a girl, 3 years his senior. On that day, Zhang Hongfei indelibly etched Zhao Yi's name in his memory. Although he believed he had committed no wrongdoing, merely indulging in a harmless jest, fate was unkind, for it happened to be Zhao Yi's birthday. From that moment forth, a rift formed between them. Zhao Yi never again offered Zhang Hongfei a favorable glance. Had it not been for the promise of ever-increasing wages from the Zhang family, she would have long since departed. Yet, she ultimately succumbed to the harsh realities of life, continuing her role as Zhang Hongfei's personal secretary, albeit without a trace of warmth for an entire year. Men are often driven by desire, and the unattainable only intensifies their longing. As Zhao Yi turned a cold shoulder to him, Zhang Hongfei found himself inexplicably drawn to the older sister who had cared for him throughout the years. Thus commenced his arduous quest to win Zhao Yi's heart, a journey that appeared to have no end in sight. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hongfei languidly reclined on his bed. Although Sister Yi remained upset with him, he held confidence in her efficiency. The athletes she had recruited last year had proven satisfactory, particularly Lu Fei, whose temperament suited him well. He hoped to find more capable teammates like Lu Fei this year. Following the call, Zhao Yi commenced her work, fully aware that Zhang Hongfei would assign her this task. Thus, she had proactively gathered ample information in advance. That insufferable scion, she grumbled, only to be interrupted by the ringing of her phone. Hello? Is this Miss Zhao Yi? Yes, who is this? I am the courier. You have a package. I haven't made any online purchases recently. It's a local delivery request. Local delivery request? Please hurry, Miss Zhao. I have many more deliveries to make. Oh, all right. I'll be right down. Upon reaching the entrance of the company, Zhao Yi spotted a courier holding a large bouquet of roses. You must be Miss Zhao Yi. Indeed. This is from a gentleman named Zhang Hongfei, who asked me to deliver it to you. Zhang Hongfei. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yi turned on her heel and walked away. Wait. Miss Zhao Yi, please sign here. I want to deliver it. You can handle it yourself. Zhao Yi returned to the company with a grim expression. The delivery man stood there, holding a large bouquet of roses, his face reflecting a sense of helplessness. Passers-by, witnessing the scene, assumed that this delivery man's recent confession had ended in failure, and they exchanged sympathetic glances. After taking a brief nap, Zhang Hongfei finally felt well rested. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was nearly noon. Zhang Hongfei decided to pay a visit to the school. After winning the match yesterday, he promised to grant each teammate a red envelope of 10,000. Zhang Hongfei hesitated for a considerable time before a vast array of car keys within the drawer. Ultimately selecting a Lamborghini key, Zhang Hongfei first drove to the Shuncheng Bank to withdraw 200,000 in cash. As a VIP among VIPs, it was a mere trifle for him to obtain funds from the bank. He then returned to campus in his Lamborghini. Although the exams had concluded, a considerable number of students lingered on the campus, particularly the female students. These young women were well aware that each year during the holidays, Zhang Hongfei would organize several football matches. Thus, like moths drawn to a flame, they voluntarily chose to remain at school, eagerly awaiting the chance to catch his eye. Even if it meant merely spending a night as his companion, the rewards would far surpass what they could earn working over 4 years of university. This had become a shortcut to wealth for the female students throughout the entire school. Regrettably, Zhang Hongfei's standards were exceedingly high. He had utterly lost interest in the ordinary. Given the illustrious background of the young master, finding a glamorous cover girl was hardly an issue. Zhang Hongfei is currently singularly focused on winning over Zhao Yi. Of course, prior to securing Zhao Yi's affections, Zhang Hongfei considers himself still unattached, thus believing he is entitled to seek a temporary girlfriend. This matter is deeply intertwined with his sense of pride. Other affluent heirs possess girlfriends, some of whom are even treated like brides every night. If Zhang Hongfei were to venture out without a girlfriend by his side, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule within his social circle, mocked for perceived inadequacies in that regard. Such humiliation is utterly intolerable. Consequently, Zhang Hongfei occasionally takes turns with the various beauties from his university, employing them as temporary companions to navigate social obligations. Naturally, each time he ventures out, he ensures that these young women are not left wanting. Designer handbags, smartphones, cosmetics, he lavishly provides them all. Chapter 14. Misunderstanding. As soon as Zhang Hongfei's limited edition Lamborghini made its appearance, a swarm of admirers rushed towards him. Senior, be my boyfriend. Fij, be my boyfriend. I excel in singing and performing. I can master any pose. A dozen young women encircled Zhang Hongfei, each pair of eyes glimmering with a ravenous desire, as if they had long been deprived of indulgence. Zhang Hongfei anxiously rubbed his temples. However, he is well versed in handling such matters. Zhang Hongfei once again opened the door of the Lamborghini and slipped inside. When he re-emerged, he was laden with over a dozen Louis Vuitton bags. Each bag was designated for an individual. Take one and depart. If anyone hesitated, the bag would remain behind. The girls momentarily froze, then rushed forward to seize the bags. Deep down, they understood that, given Zhang Hongfei's esteemed status, he would hardly cast a glance in their direction. Their intent was merely to reap some benefits, and of course, if they could inadvertently catch his eye, that would be even better. With the allure of Louis Vuitton bags in hand, the girls swiftly shifted their focus away from Zhang Hongfei. Their romantic aspirations were instantly redirected. Observing his sudden insignificance, Zhang Hongfei could only shake his head in resignation. Alas, it seems the allure of LV bags surpasses even my own. Diminished by the appeal of the luxury bags, Zhang Hongfei proceeded into the Wari dormitory building. This was not his first venture into the Wari dorms. However, each time he entered, he felt a tinge of oppression. After all, the conditions of a university dormitory could hardly compare to the comforts of his own home. As Zhang Hongfei stepped into the dormitory, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of wailing and howling. The typically reserved and reticent men transformed into a myriad of fantastical creatures, each embodying their own unique persona. As soon as Zhang Hongfei made his appearance, he instantly captured the attention of all the players of the Huali team. Fei Gu has arrived. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome. Fei Gu, we have missed you dearly. All right. Am I not aware of your intentions? You are eager for the appearance fee, aren't you? A group of grown men, caught in their own thoughts by Zhang Hongfei, sheepishly scratched the back of their heads. Well, I have brought it with me. Zhang Hongfei took out all the cash he had just withdrawn from the bank. Distribute it among yourselves. No need for formality. Long live Brother Fei. Brother Fei, I adore you. Brother Fei, I want to bear your children. Well, you should first make a trip to Thailand before that. The players of the Huali team, having received their appearance fees, were visibly more spirited. Today I shall treat. No, I shall treat. Come on. I promise to treat. With newfound wealth, everyone vied to treat one another. This is the essence of male camaraderie. No amount of flowery language can rival the sincerity of sharing a meal. You offer me your heartfelt sincerity, and I shall return it with a hearty revelry. Both parties fulfilled. What a delightful exchange. Zhang Hongfei lingered for a moment before crafting an excuse to depart. The aroma within the dormitory was, to put it mildly, rather indelicate. In a male dormitory, one is never short of seasoned veterans. The perennial bachelors residing there have yet to mend their ways, and the scent within the quarters is a testament to that. It is often said that the essence lies in concentration. Thus, the distillation of years truly embodies the quintessence. Upon noticing Zhang Hongfei's intent to leave, the members of the Huali team made a mere token effort to impede his exit, then allowed him to go. Individuals from disparate worlds, forced to remain together, can only invite discomfort. As Zhang Hongfei stepped out of his dormitory, his phone buzzed with a message. Oh, it was from Sister Yi, Shiyong, the principal striker from the affiliated high school of Shanghai Jiaotong University. This lad appears quite promising. Very well, I shall go meet the Shiyong now. Zhang Hongfei once again stood before his Lamborghini. The flock of enchanting ladies, previously adorned with their LV bags, had long since vanished without a trace. Although Zhang Hongfei had long anticipated such an outcome, he could not help but exclaim, "What a truly pragmatic world we inhabit." Senior. It's you. Donkey Lips Jr. It's LV Chun. Just the same. Is there something you require? I understand now. You didn't manage to acquire the LV handbag earlier, did you? Never mind. I have another one in my car. Just wait a moment, I will fetch it for you. Who cares about your LV handbag? Fine. If you don't care, then farewell. Donkey Lips Jr. Wait. Is there anything else? Senior. May I be your girlfriend? I recall having declined your proposition. But Senior, I genuinely have feelings for you. Zhang Hongfei suddenly pointed towards the sky, exclaiming loudly, "Ah, a flying saucer." Lu Chun, in a daze, followed the direction of Zhang Hongfei's finger, but saw nothing. Senior, where's the flying saucer? Yet, the only reply to Lu Chun was the thunderous roar of a Lamborghini's engine and a thick plume of exhaust fumes. Zhang Hongfei, following the address sent by Zhao Yi, drove down to the vicinity of Shiyong's residence. It proved to be the case that few football players come from affluent backgrounds. Shiyong's home is situated in an old district of the city. This area is neither slated for demolition nor redevelopment, having essentially been abandoned by the government. The inhabitants here are long-standing residents of the city. The moment Zhang Hongfei's Lamborghini made its appearance, it immediately caused a sensation. People began to rush about, exclaiming, "Come quickly! Come quickly! A major boss has arrived. We might be facing demolition soon. Everyone, hurry home to prepare. This time it's settled. If anyone dares to hinder us again, we'll unite and deal with them." The locals mistakenly took Zhang Hongfei for a real estate mogul, believing he was here to survey the land. Previously, a property developer had come to assess the area, only to be driven away by a longtime resident with a strong determination to resist. Since then, that developer had never returned. This time, the community was resolute, united in their purpose, determined to sell off the old buildings. As Zhang Hongfei arrived at the entrance of the community, he was greeted by 2 rows of people who lined the pathway in a warm welcome. Zhang Hongfei inquired with curiosity, "What are you all doing?" The balding middle-aged man at the forefront, visibly agitated, responded, "Boss, we have been eagerly awaiting your arrival." Boss, rest assured, this time, we will fully cooperate with your endeavors. These individuals are your bodyguards, and I am the captain of your security team." After stating this, the balding man inadvertently strained his back while demonstrating, grimacing in pain. He clutched his waist and, wincing, exclaimed, "Ouch! Ouch! Someone little Wong. Come here and take my place as the captain of the bodyguards. Escort this esteemed boss. I need to find a spot to rest." "Yes, Brother Jing. Leave it to me. Remember, do not let that old hag from last time ruin our plans. Rest assured, it will be done. I have had her front door nailed shut. Once the boss departs, we will release her." The balding middle-aged man gave a thumbs up, praising, "Well done." Chapter 15. The search for Shiyong. Zhang Hongfei, having encountered grand occasions before, swiftly misconstrued the goodwill of these individuals as a premeditated arrangement orchestrated by Zhao Yi. Zhang Hongfei's heart brimmed with gratitude towards Zhao Yi. Sister Yi was truly considerate, thinking of everything for me. She even arranged for so many bodyguards. Haha. Wasn't I just trying to coax Shiyong into joining the Huali football team? Did it really require such an entourage of bodyguards? Sometimes, Sister E can be. Sigh. Zhang Hongfei let out a sigh and stepped into the neighborhood. Where shall we go first, boss? Is that even a question? Naturally. It's to room 202 of Building 4. What? What's the matter? What a coincidence. Room 202 in Building 4 is precisely the residence where the substitute bodyguard captain, Xiao Wang, just secured the door. Boss, why not consider another place? Here we. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand and decided to head to that particular establishment first. If there are any other commendable options, I shall certainly explore them as well. What is the matter? Is there an issue? Xiao Wang simply could not fathom why this esteemed figure insisted on visiting that specific place. Zhang Hongfei also felt a twinge of discontent. How could Sister E recruit such individuals? They exhibit no obedience whatsoever. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand and declared, Enough. There's no need for you all. I shall go on my own. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Hongfei strode purposefully towards Building 4. With the departure of their esteemed leader, Xiao Wang appeared somewhat at a loss. Captain, what shall we do now? You all wait here for the time being. I shall go and discuss this matter with Brother Zhang. Zhang Hongfei swiftly arrived at the entrance of room 202 in Building 4. Is there no one residing here? Why is the main door securely sealed? As Zhang Hongfei's words lingered in the air, a furious roar erupted from within the room. Which rascal claimed this place was uninhabited? Is someone residing here? Then why is the entrance barred? Those scoundrels! If I get out, I shall certainly teach them a lesson. Ahem. Excuse me, ma'am. Is this the residence of Shi Yong? Are you here to see Yongzi? Indeed. I have come to find Shi Yong. He left early this morning to play football. Oh, where might I locate him? He should be at school. Thank you, ma'am. Farewell. Wait. Please help me open the door before you leave. This. Zhang Hongfei found himself in a predicament as he stood empty-handed, pondering how to open the grand door before him. Just as he grappled with his dilemma, Brother Zhang and Xiao Wang appeared as if summoned from the heavens, armed with tools and ready for action. Leave it to me, boss. With a resounding thud, Brother Zhang wielded a mighty hammer, shattering the wooden plank into two halves. Meanwhile, Xiao Wang, equipped with a smaller hammer, skillfully attended to the remaining edges. Zhang Hongfei assessed the situation and called out, Auntie, the door can be opened now. I am leaving. Thank you. With a thunderous crash, as soon as Auntie's words fell, the door to room 202 was violently kicked open. You Wang, you scoundrel. How dare you send someone to nail my door shut? I will not let this go. Aunt Zhang, this is not my doing. It was Brother Zhang's orders, replied Xiao Wang. Brother Zhang? Where is he? Just moments after making a definitive decision, Brother Zhang had abandoned Xiao Wang to fend for himself. Feeling Aunt Zhang's menacing gaze upon him, Xiao Wang's scalp tingled with apprehension. Aunt Zhang. I did this for everyone's good. Last time that big boss came, you scared him away with your accusations, and as a result, we are all still stuck in this dilapidated house. Why did I throw dirt at him? That scoundrel took liberties with my niece simply because she is beautiful. So what if he has money? I will douse him with dirt again. If he dares to return, I will throw dirt at him once more. Zhang Hongfei interjected. Aunt Zhang, please calm down. Such scum deserves to be doused with water. If he comes again, just give me a call, and I will assist you in splashing him. The young man, truly worthy of being a friend of Yongzi. What camaraderie! Haha. Absolutely. Without a doubt. Zhang Hongfei's purpose for coming here was to forge a friendship with Shi Yong. Now that he has gained the approval of Shi Yong's mother, he considers his mission halfway accomplished. Upon hearing that the big boss stood firmly by Aunt Zhang's side, Xiao Wang was utterly despondent. Aunt Zhang, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait, I have yet to hold you accountable for the incident involving the nails on my front door. Aunt Zhang, I have already explained that this was a directive from Brother Zhang. I was merely following orders. If you wish to seek retribution, you should confront Brother Zhang. With this, Xiao Wang deftly shifted all the blame onto Brother Zhang. Aunt Zhang's discord with Xiao Wang no longer piqued Zhang Hongfei's interest. After bidding farewell to Aunt Zhang, Zhang Hongfei hurriedly drove towards the Shanghai Jiaotong University affiliated high school. Brother Zhang, witnessing Zhang Hongfei departing in a Lamborghini, attempted to approach and inquire about the impending demolition of the area. However, Zhang Hongfei offered no opportunity for dialogue. With a swift press of the accelerator, he sped away. The security team at the entrance exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by their boss's sudden departure. Brother Zhang, are we still facing demolition here? One asked. Demolition? Nonsense. Brother Zhang replied darkly as he returned home. Seeing their leader leave, the rest of the group had no choice but to disperse, each returning to their respective homes. On the soccer field of Shanghai Jiaotong University affiliated high school, 10 young men were engaged in a spirited match. Among them was one individual, tall and robust, displaying agility that clearly set him apart from his teammates. This standout youth was none other than Shi Yong, the target of Zhang Hongfei's scheme. With a sudden burst of energy, Shi Yong unleashed a powerful shot, sending the ball soaring into the top corner of the net. Despite the goalkeeper's valiant efforts, he could only watch helplessly as the ball nestled into the net behind him. Yonggu, spectacular. That's a hat trick. Great job, Yong. Haha. The other side is on the verge of tears. The opposing goalkeeper, clearly irritated, retorted, "You lot are just relying on Yonggu. Without him, your team is nothing. What's the matter? Jealous are we? We have Yonggu, so what? We're more than happy to ride on his coattails. If you're not satisfied, come and take a bite out of us." As Zhang Hongfei approached the edge of the field, he was met with the cacophony of players from both teams engaged in a verbal skirmish. Having frequently visited the high school grounds in search of potential talent, he had long since grown accustomed to the customary banter that characterized the interactions of high school students. Zhang Hongfei instantly recognized Shi Yong amidst the crowd. Previously, Zhao Yi had sent Zhang Hongfei a photograph of Shi Yong. However, upon seeing Shi Yong in person, Zhang Hongfei's admiration for him surged dramatically. Zhang Hongfei resolved firmly in his heart, "I shall secure Shi Yong." Chapter 16. The Art of Deception. After a lively bout of playful banter among a group of high school students, they resumed their spirited ball game. Zhang Hongfei refrained from interrupting their match, instead opting to stand at the sidelines and observe. Apart from Shi Yong, he would not hesitate to take along any other remarkable players should they arise. Naturally, he keenly scrutinized every move of Shi Yong. This was a 5-on-5 match, featuring students from Shunqing Jiaoda affiliated high school. However, Zhang Hongfei distinctly noted that several players exhibited a noticeably superior level of skill. Zhang Hongfei speculated that a few ordinary students had come to fill the numbers. Shi Yong's team was momentarily in the lead with a score of 3-1. Shi Yong achieved the remarkable feat of a triple-double. Despite the advantage, Shi Yong showed no signs of easing off. Once again, he orchestrated an offensive play. In this 5-on-5 match, both sides employed a formation of 2-2, or sometimes 1-1-2, with two defenders being indispensable. As soon as Shi Yong seized the ball, the opposing defenders converged upon him, illustrating the extent of his threat. The other forward on Shi Yong's team did not receive such attention. During the offensive, Shi Yong's side had only 3 players engaging in the attack, as the goalkeeper and 1 defender remained out of the offensive play. Meanwhile, all 2 forwards from the opposing team retreated to defend their backline. Therefore, Shi Yong's side was effectively 3-4. However, due to Shi Yong's exceptional skill, his team maintained an advantage despite being outnumbered. In no time, Shi Yong, showcasing his remarkable technique, evaded the 2 defenders. The opposing goalkeeper appeared visibly anxious, his legs trembling with apprehension. Zhang Hongfei found the situation somewhat amusing. Facing the goalkeeper, Shi Yong unleashed a powerful shot, only to miss the target entirely. The goalkeeper narrowly escaped disaster, landing on the ground in dismay. Failing to score, Shi Yong appeared somewhat chagrined. It was now the opposing team's turn to advance. Shi Yong lingered in the front line, opting not to return for defensive duties, while all 4 opponents engaged in their offensive onslaught. Witnessing this, Zhang Hongfei furrowed his brow. Shi Yong's attacking prowess was commendable, yet his reluctance to contribute to defense left Zhang Hongfei feeling quite unsettled. Relying on his modest skills, he seemed to be shirking his responsibilities on the field. Alas, Zhang Hongfei shook his head and continued to observe. This offensive maneuver was perilous. On the surface, it appeared to be a 4-3, but in reality, it was a 4-4, as there was still a goalkeeper on Shi Yong's side. Zhang Hongfei immediately discerned that the 2 forwards opposite him were undoubtedly members of the school team from Shunqing Jiaoda High School. Their synergy was remarkable, and their dribbling skills were exceptionally refined. In stark contrast, the 2 defenders on Shi Yong's side appeared to be merely average high school students, easily outmaneuvered by their opponents. This time, Shi Yong's goalkeeper trembled with apprehension. In such informal matches, the most unfortunate, or rather the most susceptible to injury, are often the goalkeepers. This is primarily because the forwards from both sides tend to unleash powerful strikes. As anticipated, the opposing center forward made a slight pause and opted for a forceful shot. Shi Yong's goalkeeper immediately lunged to the side in a desperate attempt to save the shot. However, it was futile. The The ball grazed the goalpost and soared away into the distance. The goalkeeper could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed past. He collapsed onto the ground, exhaling a sigh of relief. The remainder of the match lacked notable highlights, as it was merely a group of high school students playing a game. Before the match concluded, Shuyong managed to score once more, achieving an impressive 4 goals. Yet, there was no trace of triumph on Shuyong's face. After all, the opposing team failed to ignite any enthusiasm within him. Conversely, the other 4 players on Shuyong's team were overjoyed. We won! We won! Hooray! Naturally, the opposing team was indignant. Without Shuyong, how could you mere amateurs hope to triumph over us? Indeed, Zhang Hongfei, upon observation, discovered that Shuyong's football skills were indeed commendable. At the moment the match concluded, Zhang Hongfei took the initiative to approach Shuyong. Greetings, Shuyong. Who are you? I noticed you standing on the sidelines earlier. I am Zhang Hongfei, the captain of the Huali University team. The Huali University team? Indeed. The captain of the Huali University team has come specifically to find me. What brings you here? Certainly. Shuyong, your skills are impressive. Would you consider joining our Huali University team? Haha. I appreciate the offer, but I'm not interested. Why is that? Have you not even considered it? You are Zhang Hongfei, correct? Yes. Well, I am a member of the Shunqing Jiao University High School team, and my first choice will always be Jiao University. Moreover, just a few days ago, the coach of the Jiao University football team approached me to discuss a special recruitment. We at Huali can also offer you special recruitment. I must decline. After all, I am a student of Jiao University High School, and I prefer to play at Jiao University. Ahem. Shuyong, what drives you to play football? I aspire to have the opportunity to become a professional player in the future. Even if I cannot become a professional, I would be content to play in the top or second-tier leagues. Ultimately, it boils down to earning money, does it not? Well, it's not solely about money. I genuinely enjoy playing. All right. So, on the basis of playing, it is indeed about earning money, is it not? Yes. If you were to join our Huali University team, I could offer you a payment of 10,000 for each match, 10,000 as a winning bonus, and 10,000 as a goal bonus. Furthermore, I can assure you a primary position on the team. 10,000 for a match? 10,000 for a winning bonus? 10,000 for a goal bonus? Surely you jest. I do not. I can also provide you with a signing bonus of 10,000. As soon as you join Huali, I will give you that amount immediately. Zhang Hongfei possesses nothing but wealth. Shuyong gaped, his face a picture of disbelief. Zhang Hongfei and Shuyong did not intentionally lower their voices. Thus their conversation was overheard by those around them. The conditions presented by Zhang Hongfei are exceedingly generous. Even in the top-tier league, most teams do not offer such substantial rewards. Zhang Hongfei, are you truly not deceiving me? Why would I deceive you? Is there any profit in misleading you? Zhang Hongfei casually pulled out 10,000 yuan from his pocket. As long as you agree to join the Huali University team, this sum will be yours. Words alone are insufficient. Let us take tangible action. Zhang Hongfei was acutely aware of this principle. Hence he had prepared a sum of 10,000 in cash beforehand. Indeed, at the moment he produced the 10,000 yuan, Shuyong, who had already been wavering, completely succumbed to his resolve. Zhang Hongfei, I believe in you. I am willing to join Huali. Haha, my good brother. From now on, you can call me Fei Ge. That's what everyone in the team calls me. All right, Fei Ge. With your addition, this year our Huali will undoubtedly make further strides and reach the finals of the National Collegiate League. Chapter 17. The 3 champions of Shunqing Zhang Hongfei exchanged phone numbers with Shuyong. Subsequently, Zhang Hongfei drove Shuyong back to his residence. Having just finished a game of soccer, Shuyong was drenched in perspiration. However, Zhang Hongfei paid no mind to this and invited Shuyong to take a seat in his Lamborghini. This gesture further endeared Zhang Hongfei to Shuyong. The scene of Zhang Hongfei driving Shuyong home captured the attention of the community. Wasn't that the prominent businessman who had just visited? To think he was a close friend of Shuyong. The Shi family is destined for prosperity. When the time for redevelopment comes, surely they will receive several additional properties. I must hurry home and inform my spouse, urging them to cultivate a good relationship with the Shi family during the redevelopment. It is certain that we will reap greater benefits. Such reasoning is sound. I shall join as well. Zhang Hongfei, with merely a fleeting appearance, altered the fate of Shuyong and his family. After successfully winning over Shuyong, Zhang Hongfei delivered the car to a car wash. Without a vehicle, he strolled through the streets of the city on foot. Zhang Hongfei glanced at his phone to check the time. It was nearly 1 o'clock. It was time for a meal. Where should he dine today? Although Zhang Hongfei is not particularly picky about food, as a distinguished and affluent individual, he must possess certain fundamental qualities. A proper meal should ideally cost no less than 10,000 yuan. It is clear that one cannot expect to enjoy such an extravagant dining experience at an ordinary establishment. Zhang Hongfei pondered for a moment, and suddenly an ingenious idea struck him, a splendid method for indulging in extravagant dining. Zhang Hongfei arrived by taxi at a renowned Sichuan restaurant in the city, Yusin Sichuan Cuisine. Yusin Sichuan Cuisine consistently ranks among the top 3 Sichuan establishments in the city. Upon arriving at the Sichuan restaurant, Zhang Hongfei proceeded to make several phone calls to a few acquaintances. The circle of affluent second-generation elites in Shanghai is relatively small, among which the most illustrious are the 3 heroes of Shanghai. Zhang Hongfei is indeed one of these distinguished individuals. The other 2 members of this elite trio are Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian. As is often the case, opposites attract while similarities repel, resulting in a rather discordant relationship among the 3 heroes of Shanghai. Just as Zhang Hongfei has a penchant for soccer, his counterparts each have their own unique passions. Lu Zihao has an affinity for speed, boasting an impressive collection of the finest luxury cars, all of which can undoubtedly be found in his garage. On the other hand, Guan Xingtian's hobby is rather peculiar. He is an avid deep-sea fisherman. The most opulent private yacht in Shanghai is registered under Guan Xingtian's name. Zhang Hongfei called Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian, urging them to hasten to Yusin Sichuan Cuisine. What on earth is happening? Zhang Fei actually took the initiative to invite me to dinner? The surnames and ages of the 3 heroes of the city coincide perfectly with those of Lu, Guan, and Zhang from the 3 Kingdoms era. Lu Zihao is the eldest, while Guan Xingtian ranks second. Zhang Hongfei, the youngest among them, was a source of pride for Lu Zihao, who presumptuously bestowed upon Guan Xingtian the nickname Yellow-Faced Guan Air and on Zhang Hongfei the moniker White Zhang Fei. Lu Zihao, in turn, referred to himself as the Jade-Faced Prince. Naturally, both Guan Xingtian and Zhang Hongfei would never acknowledge the unflattering nicknames, although they had never gotten along. On the matter of these monikers, an unusual consensus was reached between the 2. After concluding a phone call, Zhang Hongfei patiently awaited the arrival of Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian in the spacious private room. The 2 arrived simultaneously at Yusin Sichuan Cuisine, displaying a remarkable synchrony. A Ferrari Enzo, Lu Zihao's prized possession, and a limited edition Harley motorcycle, the chariot of Guan Xingtian, marked their entrances. The moment they met, the air crackled with tension. Yellow-faced Guan Air, you've come too? Shut up. You counterfeit prince. I am the jade-faced prince, not a counterfeit. At the very least, my looks surpass those of Lu Xuanda. Your words are truly repugnant. Yet I feel the same. Seeing you makes me lose my appetite for lunch. I truly wonder what White Zhang Fei was thinking, inviting you here. Zhang Hongfei is utterly inconsiderate for summoning you, an eyesore. Why don't you just leave? I'll talk business with White Zhang Fei, and you can find somewhere cooler to linger. What do you say, yellow-faced Guan Air? Why don't you roll away instead? Brother, your words wound my feelings. As the elder brother, I can't help but feel for you and the 3rd brother. Who is your 2nd brother? I intended my heart towards the bright moon, yet alas, the moon casts its light into the gutter. Brother, why must you treat me so harshly? Get lost. You, the counterfeit prince, cease your pretentious displays before me. Your hollow benevolence is transparent. You think I'm unaware? Last time, you secretly sabotaged my project, costing me millions. Wasn't he that meant to motivate you? As the ancients wisely stated, a life without setbacks is not truly a life. A victory without rivals is no victory at all. Which foolish ancient said that? Ancients are just that, ancient. Do you intend to dig up their graves to reason with them? Such a bore. Guan Xingtian chose to ignore Lu Zihao and strode directly into the restaurant. Upon entering, he turned to Zhang Hongfei and complained, Zhang Hongfei, what on earth are you thinking? Why did you invite that counterfeit prince? You know I have never gotten along with that fellow. Brother Guan, calm down. I summoned you both today to discuss something of importance. Something important? What could it possibly be? Let us wait for Brother Lu to arrive before we sit down to discuss it in detail, making it all sound so mysterious. Guan Xingtian pulled up a chair and took a seat. After a few minutes, Lu Zihao arrived, albeit fashionably late. Zhang Hongfei proactively stepped forward and greeted, Brother Lu. I trust you are well. Indeed. By Zhang Fei, you truly have a knack for getting me into troublesome situations. I had initially arranged to go racing with someone today. but your sudden call compelled me to honor our friendship. Thus, I hastily canceled my plans and rushed here post-haste. Ha! Brother Lu's sincerity is genuinely felt. Humph. Faux imperial uncle, are your legs not agile? We arrived together, yet you lingered for so long tonight? Ha! Huang-faced Guan Air, my charm surpasses yours, as you well know. Just moments ago on the road, several young ladies cast glances my way. How could I so bluntly reject their kind advances? A more tactful approach was necessary. Guan Sheng shot Lu Zihao a disdainful glance, uttering a succinct, "Fool. Both of you. Enough of the bickering. I summoned you here for a serious matter." Serious matter? Speak quickly, and let us be on our way. By Zhang Hongfei, have you noticed how appalling this Huang-faced Guan Air's demeanor is? What business can be conducted with someone like him? Chapter 18, the second target. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand, signaling Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian to be quiet. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand. I recall that we three had previously agreed to organize an event annually, correct? Indeed, that is the case. This year, I propose that we host a football match. Lu Zihao immediately interjected, I disagree. Guan Xingtian also shook his head. Has the sun risen from the west today? Guan, you are in accord with Lu? Both of you oppose the idea? Zhang Hongfei's attempt to sow discord was rather unremarkable. However, Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian were already at odds with one another. Following a minor altercation downstairs, Guan Xingtian immediately shifted his stance. I stand with you, Brother Zhang. This year, we shall organize a football match. Lu Zihao's expression instantly froze. As for you, Guan Air, I believe that hosting a street racing competition would be far more exhilarating than a mere football match. What's the matter, you pretender to the throne? The moment football is mentioned, you become timid? Indeed. Lu, have you grown timid? If you concede to your cowardice, we shall host a racing competition this year. Zhang Hongfei, having employed the art of sowing discord, then resorted to the tactic of provocation. Zhang Hongfei's provocation was rather unremarkable, and Lu Zihao immediately discerned that it was an attempt to undermine him. However, Lu Zihao was a man who valued his pride, especially in the presence of Guan Xingtian and Zhang Hongfei. I agree. This year we shall organize a football match. Excellent. Let's proceed without hesitation. By Zhang Fei, what format shall we adopt for the competition? Well, the three of us will form 2 teams for the match. Lu Zihao immediately declared. I refuse to be on the same team as him. Guan Xingtian promptly added, I shall not team up with him either. That simplifies matters. As long as you two are not on the same team, we can manage. Are there any other rules? Of course there are. Ahem, here comes the crux. As for the players for this match, you shall recruit them yourselves. By Zhang Fei, are you jesting with us? As the organizer, you expect us to find our own players? Indeed. Zhang Hongfei, your approach is quite inconsiderate. Gentlemen, please remain calm. Allow me to finish. Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian fell silent, attentively gazing at Zhang Hongfei. That's more like it. Listen to me first, and then you may argue. Here's the plan. Each of you will assemble a football team. The opponent will be the Huali University team. What? You heard correctly. Each of you will form a team to compete against the Huali University team. Zhang Hongfei possesses an exceptional ability for strategic planning. With the financial backing of Lu Zihao and Guan Shengtian, the team they could assemble would undoubtedly exhibit considerable strength. If Zhang Hongfei were to independently organize these 2 teams for a friendly match against the Huali University team, it would certainly entail significant expenses. Now that such an opportunity presents itself, it would be unwise not to seize it. Lu Zihao and Guan Shitian exchanged concerned glances, both contemplating the feasibility of this proposal. Zhang Hongfei, how shall we determine the hierarchy among ourselves? Zhang Hongfei chuckled insidiously. Brothers Lu and Guan, I am fully aware that I cannot compare to either of you. This time, the primary objective is for you two to determine who excels. I willingly concede to the last place. When the time comes, the 2 teams will compete against the Huali University team, and the one who scores the most goals shall be deemed the victor. In truth, Zhang Hongfei only expressed flattering words up front, leaving the disparaging remarks unspoken. Zhang Hongfei contemplated. When the time comes, after both of your teams have succumbed to my prowess, I shall relish the sight of your faces as you vie for the top position. Ultimately, it shall be I who reigns supreme. Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian exchanged glances. Guan Xingtian, with a provocative glint in his eye, directed a scornful gaze at Lu Zihao before rising to declare, I am in. Let us compete. Unwilling to be outdone, Lu Zihao promptly stood as well, asserting, since the illustrious Guan has agreed, How could I, as the elder brother, possibly falter? Let us compete. Ha ha. Both of you are men of your word. Your junior is immensely grateful. When shall the contest be held? Next month, perhaps. I shall afford both esteemed brothers a bit of time to assemble a team. I will inform you of the exact date via telephone. Excellent. No problem. Zhang Hongfei immediately beamed with a broad smile and proclaimed, "Today, the treat is on me. Let us indulge, my esteemed brothers." The three individuals, each harboring their own ulterior motives, reached a temporary consensus to organize a football match to determine their standings. This ranking held an additional significance. The annual champion among the three distinguished gentlemen of the city would secure a coveted position to compete for a spot among the global elite youth. As scions of affluent families, the high and handsome were ever eager to adorn themselves with accolades. To attain the title of global elite youth would undoubtedly enhance their stature within their social circles. After all, in a nation as vast as this, the young lords of the city could only revel in their privilege within their limited domain. Outside their hometown, they would merely be regarded as ordinary affluent heirs. However, possessing the title of global elite youth altered the narrative entirely. They would garner respect from across the globe. Thus, while the three gentlemen of the city feigned indifference, each secretly endeavored with great zeal to claim this singular opportunity. Although Zhang Hongfei offered to treat, both Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian were individuals of considerable pride. It was inconceivable that they would allow Zhang Hongfei to bear the expense alone. Zhang Hongfei proposed to treat two individuals to a meal, fully aware that Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian would undoubtedly refrain from allowing him to foot the bill. It was precisely this understanding that motivated Zhang Hongfei to intentionally invite them for dinner. After the meal, he nonchalantly departed, leaving Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian to engage in a protracted debate at the restaurant. What should be done next? They have managed to recruit Shi Yong. Yet this is still insufficient. To secure a place in the national finals next season, the team must continue to bolster its strength. Zhang Hongfei was strolling down the street, pondering the matters pertaining to the upcoming season's competition. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from Zhao Yi. How could I have overlooked this? He mused. Zhao Yi had sent him information about a second player, who, however, hailed not from the city of Shun, but from the province of Lu. Zhang Hongfei had previously confined his focus to the city of Shanghai. However, the nation is vast, and there exists a multitude of young talents proficient in the art of football. Zhao Yi, serving as Zhang Hongfei's dedicated personal secretary, broadened the scope of player selection to encompass the entire country. Chu Yi, a student from the Shandong Provincial Sports School, has been passionate about football since childhood and was eventually recruited by the institution. Chu Yi primarily plays as a midfielder. Chapter 19. In transit. Chu Yi, splendid. I have made my decision to secure him. Upon reviewing Chu Yi's information, Zhang Hongfei was immediately captivated by him. It is not merely that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Even a close friend can perceive such allure. Zhang Hongfei dialed Zhao Yi to book a flight to the provincial capital, Quanqing, in Shandong province. Zhao Yi, renowned for her remarkable efficiency, completed the task within mere minutes. An hour later, Zhang Hongfei arrived at the international airport in Shunqing. His purpose was simply to persuade a player in Quanqing, so he had not made extensive preparations. Armed with 100,000 in cash and a limitless credit card, Zhang Hongfei was well equipped for indulgence during his journey. As a high-flying and affluent young man, Zhang Hongfei effortlessly attracted attention wherever he went, particularly from women. Although only 22 years of age, his allure was formidable, captivating a wide array of admirers, from underage girls and young maidens to newlywed brides and mature wives. None could resist the magnetic charm that Zhang Hongfei exuded. As Zhang Hongfei settled into the VIP lounge, a female attendant repeatedly approached him. "Esteemed passenger, may I assist you in any way?" "No, thank you." A minute later, she returned, "Esteemed passenger, would you like some water?" "No, thank you." A minute passed again. "Esteemed passenger, would you care for some snacks?" "No, thank you." After yet another minute, he coughed lightly and stated, "I require nothing. Your silent presence standing there, without disturbing me, would be the greatest assistance you could offer. Thank you." The attendant gazed at him with eyes filled with melancholy before reluctantly stepping away. Zhang Hongfei couldn't help but sigh, "Alas, my charm is simply irresistible. Wherever I go, I am welcomed by women. It is truly beyond my control." Zhang Hongfei picked up a newspaper and sat down, quietly engrossed in its contents. After a while, a female attendant approached him once more, saying, "Esteemed passenger, It is now time for boarding. Please prepare to embark. All right. Thank you, replied the passenger. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand to dismiss the waitress, casually producing 10,000 yuan and placing it in her palm. This is your tip. No need for thanks. The waitress stood there, holding the crisp notes, staring blankly at Zhang Hongfei's retreating figure, rendered speechless. In her heart, she mused, this is simply extravagant. In the first-class cabin of the airplane, Zhang Hongfei lounged in his seat. The journey from Shenzhen to Quancheng would take 2 hours, and he intended to catch some sleep during the flight. Given that it was a holiday, the aircraft was filled to capacity, yet in the first-class section. He was the sole occupant. As soon as Zhang Hongfei boarded the aircraft, he captured the attention of all the flight attendants. Noticing the adoring glances directed at him, he merely offered a slight smile, refraining from any further response. Zhang Hongfei had long since developed an immunity to such situations. Zhang Hongfei settled into his seat, closed his eyes, and patiently awaited the aircraft's departure. Zhang Hongfei's seat was conveniently located near the aisle, facilitating easy boarding and disembarkation. Suddenly, the cabin became somewhat chaotic as a young lady engaged in a dispute with the passenger beside her. The altercation arose when this individual unjustly occupied the young lady's seat. Despite the flight attendant's repeated attempts to mediate, the passenger stubbornly refused to vacate the position. The young lady, feeling aggrieved, felt tears welling up in her eyes. Zhang Hongfei yearned for a brief respite. However, the clamor of argumentation still reached his ears. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand, summoning a flight attendant to his side. Please allow that young lady to sit beside me. Sir, that may not be in accordance with the regulations. I will pay for her ticket. Kindly invite her over. Very well, please hold on a moment. The flight attendant swiftly escorted the young lady into the first-class cabin. Madam, this gentleman has requested your presence in first class. Zhang Hongfei merely cast a casual glance. The girl's eyelashes were still adorned with a few droplets of tears, rendering her utterly pitiable. Her round face radiated innocence and youthful naivety, untouched by artifice. The lustrous black hair cascading down her back exuded a subtle fragrance. She donned a white tunic atop and a pair of jeans below, unmistakably embodying the essence of a pure and earnest young lady. Zhang Hongfei did not dwell on the matter for too long. He extended his hand in a gesture of invitation, suggesting she take a seat. Please, make yourself comfortable. Thank you. The girl pointed to the seat beside Zhang Hongfei and said, I would like to sit on the inside. There are plenty of empty seats over there. I prefer to sit next to you. It makes me feel secure. He chuckled softly. Zhang Hongfei initially intended to decline, yet his body obediently rose to the occasion. The girl, unceremoniously, took a seat beside him. Thank you. Is this your first time flying? She inquired. No, he replied, but you appear rather anxious. It's my first experience in first class, he explained. There's not much difference. The only distinction is that the seats are slightly larger. Is that so? Would you care for a drink? She asked. Water, please, he responded. Zhang Hongfei called out to the flight attendant. Excuse me. Could I have a glass of water and a cup of coffee, please? Just a moment. Although the passengers had not yet finished boarding the aircraft, the flight attendant graciously brought Zhang Hongfei his water and coffee, given his status as a first-class guest. Here is your water. Thank you. May I ask your name? What? Are you conducting a census? It's merely a small courtesy. There's no need to take it to heart. Those who are kind to me, who have lent me a hand, I shall remember, for my parents often taught me the importance of gratitude. My name is Zhang Hongfei. The girl smiled brightly and replied, Hello. I am Zhao Xiaoying. Zhao Xiaoying. Ah, a lovely name. You are a good person. I shall allow you to call me Yingbao. Yingbao? Yes. Those who are close to me all address me as Yingbao. Heh, what kind of attitude is that? Do you not wish to be friends with me? Not at all. Not in the slightest. Why not? I do not enjoy befriending strangers. Humph. Are we truly strangers? Are we not? Zhang Hongfei's demeanor incited great anger in Zhao Xiaoying. In May 2006, fresh from her triumph in the Star Search competition, where she emerged as the champion of Director Feng's team, Zhao Xiaoying was in high spirits. Subsequently, Director Feng chose her to play the leading role in his advertisement. Zhao Xiaoying had initially pursued a career as a flight attendant, but due to financial constraints, she opted to work in sales at a company. Later, when the opportunity for the Star Search auditions arose, she participated with a mindset of merely testing the waters and ultimately distinguished herself. Now, having completed her work, Zhao Xiaoying was preparing to return to her hometown of Langfang. The journey from Shenzhen to Quancheng, and then back to Langfang, was relatively short. Chapter 20. The Sidekick. Zhang Hongfei's indifferent demeanor did not deter Zhao Xiaoying in the slightest. Undeterred, she pursued him relentlessly with a barrage of questions, determined to uncover every facet of his enigmatic character. Unfortunately, Zhang Hongfei remained disinterested, choosing instead to retreat into his own world, eyes closed in contemplation. However, his disregard only piqued Zhao Xiaoying's curiosity further. When a girl finds herself intrigued by a boy, it often heralds the imminent fall of his defenses. Zhang Hongfei harbored no intentions of pursuing Zhao Xiaoying. However, his striking appearance brought him unexpected fortune. As serendipity often weaves its own intricate patterns, the aircraft ascended swiftly into the sky. Zhang Hongfei peacefully succumbed to slumber, while Zhao Xiaoying sat in her seat, pouting her delicate face in irritation. Torn between gratitude and resentment towards her benefactor, she felt a mixture of anger and frustration. Although Zhang Hongfei's earlier act of assistance had endeared him to her, his subsequent indifference ignited a fierce impulse within Zhao Xiaoying to deliver him a sound thrashing. Seizing the moment while he slept, she scrutinized Zhang Hongfei, noting his exquisitely fair complexion, which would undoubtedly make him a prime candidate for a pretty boy. Zhang Hongfei's long legs captivated Zhao Xiaoying's attention. Due to his years of playing football, Zhang Hongfei possessed remarkably well-defined muscles, particularly in his legs, which were exceptionally developed. Zhao Xiaoying thought to herself, what a robust man. At first glance, one would hardly discern his true nature. What profession could he possibly have? Zhao Xiaoying seemed to have discovered a fascinating puzzle and began to delve into the enigma that was Zhang Hongfei. Although Zhang Hongfei was fast asleep, he had an inexplicable sensation that someone was watching him. In Zhang Hongfei's subconscious, there was an incessant feeling of being watched. 20 minutes before the plane's arrival, he was roused by a flight attendant's call. Zhang Hongfei stretched lazily and, upon turning his head, discovered Zhao Xiaoying gazing intently at him. What are you doing? He inquired. Just admiring you. She replied. You mustn't be modest. You are truly handsome. I can never seem to gaze upon you enough. Have you been staring at me all this time? He asked, slightly taken aback. Indeed, she affirmed. Aren't you bored? Not at all. He retorted. But if you keep staring at me, I might have to accuse you of harassment. Is it a crime to admire someone beautiful? She teased. Zhang Hongfei. What brings you to the Spring City? Zhang Hongfei, you seem to be alone. Wouldn't you consider hiring a secretary? Zhang Hongfei. Stop right there. What is it? Could you remain silent for a moment? I cannot, she replied cheerfully. Zhao Xiaoying. Just call me Yingbao. Yingbao, I am a stranger to you. There is no need for such intense scrutiny. That's irrelevant. I feel as though I know you quite well now. Really? At least I know your name is Zhang Hongfei. That was what I just told you. And I can also deduce that you are male. That is quite obvious. I also know that you are exceedingly handsome. That is rather redundant. You must surely be the quintessential tall, rich, and handsome type. You needn't state the obvious. Others are aware of it as well. Why are you such a bore? Yingbao, please stop bothering me and head home. Honestly, there's nothing for me to do at home. Why not allow me to accompany you? Absolutely not. All right, it's settled then. Yingbao, are you even listening to me? Once we reach the Spring City, where shall we go for fun? The bout of spring? Zhao Xiaoying completely disregarded Zhang Hongfei, lost in her own preparations. Zhang Hongfei gazed at Yingbao, who was diligently crafting her plans, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, he found it difficult to bear the thought of hindering her further. Very well. I shall accompany this young lady in the Spring City for a couple of days. Upon disembarking from the plane, Yingbao indeed clung to Zhang Hongfei like a shadow. Zhao Yi had prearranged everything for Zhang Hongfei, and a luxurious car from a five-star hotel awaited him outside the airport. The driver and the steward held a placard bearing Zhang Hongfei's name, standing vigil at the airport's exit. Zhang Hongfei, there are people awaiting you. Quite normal. You must be the scion of a prominent family, am I correct? Can you guess who I am? Not at all. But you seem to lack any notable fame. Why have I never encountered you before? Perhaps I prefer to maintain a low profile. Do you truly? Traveling in first class and now being greeted by a private vehicle. Such a display is hardly that of a modest individual. I refuse to believe you are unassuming. Knowing someone's appearance does not equate to understanding their heart. Yingbao, you still have time to leave if you wish. Should nightfall arrive, I shan't permit your departure. Humph. Do you think I'm frightened of you? With that, Yingbao stepped ahead of Zhang Hongfei and approached the steward and driver. Greetings, I am Zhang Hongfei's secretary. We received a call stating that young Master Zhang would be arriving alone. Humph. Does our young master require your permission to bring along a secretary? And no, please calm down. Madam, we shall assist you with the luggage immediately. The driver promptly stepped forward, enthusiastically taking hold of Ing Bao's suitcase. A satisfied smile graced Ing Bao's face. Now, that was more like it. Young Master Zhang, why are you lagging behind? Hurry and come over. Zhang Hongfei shook his head in resignation and followed suit. In the presidential suite of the five-star hotel, he took out his phone to once again peruse Chu Yi's information. Ing Bao unceremoniously claimed one of the rooms and then discreetly made a phone call to her family. As for the contents of her conversation, Zhang Hongfei remained oblivious. After spending 2 hours on the plane, he began to feel a slight discomfort in his lower back. Just as Zhang Hongfei intended to catch a few moments of rest, Ing Bao burst into his room. Hey, mind your manners. This is a man's space, he exclaimed. What does it matter? We live under the same roof. Aren't you embarrassed? She retorted. You. Ugh. Why the sigh? He replied. I now regret being soft-hearted and helping you. Was it not merely inviting trouble upon myself? It's too late for regrets now. Regardless, I have decided to cling to you. What brings you here? He asked. Did you not mention taking me out for some fun? I'm all set. Let's hurry and enjoy ourselves. Wait. Let me grab my phone and wallet first. Upon hearing his intention to retrieve his phone and wallet, Ing Bao promptly released her grip on his arm. Zhang Hongfei, feeling somewhat helpless, walked to the bedside, stuffing his phone and wallet into his pocket, and then allowed Ing Bao to pull him along. As they exited the hotel, a Mercedes was already waiting outside, a testament to the convenience of having a butler at one's service. Where are we headed? Of course, to Baotou Spring. Chapter 21. A moment of impulse, the Mercedes sped through the bustling streets of Quan City. Zhao Xiaoying admired the scenery rushing past the window, her spirits lifted. She hummed a cheerful tune, occasionally teasing Zhang Hongfei with playful banter. At the entrance of Baotou Spring, the mundane task of purchasing tickets was naturally not something Zhang Hongfei needed to undertake personally. Zhao Xiaoying intended to go, but was halted by the butler. Enough, Ing Bao. Such trivial matters do not require your involvement. Indeed, this was the demeanor of a young master. Even buying tickets necessitated someone else's assistance. If someone is willing to do it for me, why should I bother to do it myself? Zhao Xiaoying shot Zhang Hongfei a glance. I see you've grown accustomed to laziness. Perhaps. After a brief moment, the butler approached Zhao Xiaoying, presenting her with 2 tickets. What does this mean? You said it yourself. You are my secretary. How vexing. I merely mentioned it casually. Then why not be my secretary? I'll pay you. Not interested. 100,000 a year. Don't think money can sway me. 1 million a year. Dream on. 10 million a year. Very well. You win. It's settled at 10 million a year. No backing out. I thought you regarded money as worthless. Humph. A young master like you could never comprehend the struggles of ordinary people. I once aspired to be a flight attendant, but due to my family's financial difficulties, I had to abandon that dream. Fortunately, luck smiled upon me recently when I was discovered by Director Feng in a talent show and crowned the champion. Oh, do you not have any other reaction? I have the chance to become a star. You wish to be a star? I'm not certain, but I think being a big star would be quite splendid. Then if you become a star, how could you still be my secretary? Just imagine. If a big star were to be your secretary, wouldn't that feeling be utterly delightful? Zhang Hongfei wore an expression of disbelief, scoffing at the notion. You? A big star? Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoying's face radiated an abundance of confidence. Do not underestimate others. Zhang Hongfei wore a look of disbelief, seemingly regarding you with disdain. What to do about it? Would you consider sponsoring me in the production of a television series or a film? Forget it. Funds are lacking. I don't require a substantial amount. Not a chance. Could I possibly receive an advance on my salary? Absolutely not. Humph. Such a miserly young master. Amidst Zhao Xiaoying's complaints, Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying made their way to Baotou Spring. Instantly, Zhao Xiaoying cast aside her aspirations of becoming a major star. Hurry over and assist me in taking photographs. Ahem, should it not be you assisting me? You are the secretary. Such a miserly young master. Zhang Hongfei reluctantly took the camera from Zhao Xiaoying's hands and snapped a few photographs. Thank you, you miserly young master. I've taken the pictures for you. I've expressed my gratitude. Haven't I? All right, you've won. After visiting the Baotou Spring, Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying wandered aimlessly through the streets. Beneath a residential building, a group of high school students engaged in a spirited game of soccer. Although the playing field was rudimentary, with only 2 makeshift goals fashioned from discarded items, The enthusiasm of these young athletes was palpable as they played with great fervor. Zhang Hongfei felt a stirring in his heart, prompting him to halt his steps. Upon noticing his pause, Zhao Xiaoying also came to a standstill. She fixed her gaze upon Zhang Hongfei's face, captivated by the earnest expression he wore while watching the game, leading her to become somewhat entranced. A man who is deeply engrossed always exudes an irresistible charm. When a child scored a goal, Zhang Hongfei could not help but exclaim, "Wonderful!" At the sound of his shout, the high school students turned their attention toward him. Initially, they noticed Zhang Hongfei, but soon he was eclipsed, as their gazes were drawn irresistibly to Zhao Xiaoying. For males, the allure of a beautiful female possesses an equally potent magnetism. "Brother, would you like to join us on the field for a while?" Zhang Hongfei exclaimed with delight. "Is it possible?" "Of course it is. Ingbao, please wait here for a moment while I go play some football." Having long felt an itch in his feet, Zhang Hongfei wasted no time and dashed onto the field. Pass! Pass! Give me the ball. Hey, hurry up and charge. Oh dear, what a terrible kick. How could I miss it from such a short distance? What a splendid play. That was a beautiful pass. Upon leaving the field, Zhang Hongfei seemed to transform into an entirely different individual, shedding his usual modest demeanor. On the court, his personality became exceedingly audacious and self-assured. Zhang Hongfei finds his greatest joy solely in the act of playing football. The skills exhibited by several high school students reflect the general proficiency of the vast majority of football enthusiasts within the country. While their abilities may be ordinary, or even subpar, these students nonetheless play with remarkable enthusiasm and tireless zeal. In our nation, many individuals harbor a profound love for football and engage in the sport themselves. However, the sheer number of players does not necessarily correlate with the prowess of the national team. For most football aficionados, the essence of the game lies in participation. Fans often harbor an array of expectations for the national team, yet such sentiments are neither rational nor scientifically grounded. It is unreasonable to impose one's own limitations onto others. Many frequently proclaim, "If you can do it, you should." But when faced with the reality of their own capabilities, they tend to assert, "I am an amateur, they are professionals, and they ought to surpass me." But is this truly the case? Does professionalism inherently guarantee superiority over amateurism? Is amateurism destined to be inferior to professionalism? While effort undoubtedly plays a crucial role in football, innate talent is equally significant. However, in our country, how many gifted children truly pursue football as a profession? The relentless focus on examinations often overshadows the possibility of football, relegating it to a mere pastime in the lives of many youngsters. When you joyfully kick a ball on the street, perhaps others share your sentiment, simply wishing to revel in the joy of the game. Our ancestors created football primarily to pass the time. It is inherently a form of entertainment. Therefore, let us practice tolerance towards ourselves and towards others. Perhaps, in the future, the national team will surprise you in ways you never anticipated. As Zhang Hongfei entered the arena, the dynamics of the match swiftly shifted. Initially, both sides were evenly matched, but with Zhang Hongfei's presence, the strength of his team surged dramatically. Although Zhang Hongfei is merely an amateur player, he surpasses many who can only play sporadically. Zhang Hongfei discovered his confidence here, being surrounded by high school students. He refrained from unleashing his formidable kicking skills, concerned that he might inadvertently harm these young individuals. Zhang Hongfei relies on his remarkable speed. Indeed, it is his speed that sets him apart. Zhang Hongfei, with his speed of 63, appeared before a group of high school students like a wolf among sheep, utterly unmatched. Chapter 22, Reminiscence. Such street competitions lacked strict time constraints. As soon as a child's parent shouted from a window, "XXX, it's time to go home for dinner," all the children would scatter in a frenzy. Zhang Hongfei, with his graceful movements, agile footwork, and exceptional skills, effortlessly achieved a hat trick on the field. With each goal, he directly charged the ball into the net. On Zhang Hongfei's side, they momentarily hold a significant lead of 4-2. Perhaps Zhang Hongfei's exceptional performance has provoked the students on the opposite side. The students across the way have begun to resort to underhanded tactics. This reflects the mindset of the losing side. Whether it be a national team or children playing on the streets, a loss often engenders a pathological or distorted psychology, leading them to believe that a slight increase in their intensity will instill fear in their opponents. But would Zhang Hongfei be intimidated? Zhang Hongfei has participated in the collegiate league for 3 years. He has witnessed a myriad of scenarios. Facing opponents of lesser caliber, he remains utterly unperturbed. Despite facing covert tactics from his adversaries, Zhang Hongfei accomplished a remarkable feat of scoring 4 goals in a single match. Although it was merely a street game, his extraordinary achievement of a quadruple prompted him to celebrate exuberantly like a child, darting across the field in sheer joy. In his excitement, he even rushed to the sidelines to lift Zhao Xiaoying, spinning her around in a full 360 degrees before gently setting her down. Caught off guard by Zhang's sudden embrace, Zhao Xiaoying felt her cheeks flush, her heart racing. However, Zhang Hongfei remained oblivious to such details. Zhang Hongfei's temporary teammates also rushed over to celebrate with him. A score of 5-2 essentially declared the conclusion of the match, when a voice called out from a nearby window, "Bingzi, it's time to come home for dinner." The street game came to an abrupt halt. "My mom is calling me home for dinner. We'll continue tomorrow." "All right. Today was truly unfair. You guys even brought in foreign players." "Haha. Strong teams always have foreign reinforcements, right? Big brother, will you come again tomorrow? If so, let's team up and take them on. Why should I join your team? If Big Brother comes tomorrow, let's be on the same side again. We had great synergy today." The mindset of these high school students reflects the mentality of certain clubs domestically. Regardless of the side, everyone desires good players. Clinging to the coattails of others is an expedient path to victory, as it is far simpler than enhancing one's own abilities, even if they are fully aware that this foreign player is merely a transient presence. Zhang Hongfei replied with a look of regret, "I apologize, my young friends. I shall not return here tomorrow." "Oh, that is truly unfortunate. You play football so wonderfully. You must be a professional player, right?" "What did you say?" "I was inquiring whether you are a professional player." "Me? I am an amateur player." "An amateur player? That is still quite impressive. Which team do you play for?" "Big brother? Huali." "What is Huali?" "Huali is a university. I play for the university team." "Oh, big brother, if there is a chance in the future, let us play together again." "No problem." The high school students gradually departed in small groups, each returning to their respective homes. Zhang Hongfei gazed at the receding figures of the children, his heart brimming with emotions. This group of young football enthusiasts, eager to play during their holidays, found themselves without a proper pitch, resorting instead to laying down 2 stones and playing on the concrete ground. Anyone who has played football knows that falling is inevitable, and the bumps and bruises are a frequent occurrence. After a match, one might find their trousers torn, knees scraped, and palms abraded. Yet, these passionate young individuals have not relinquished their joy. In the future, they will become fervent supporters of the national team. They will project their unfulfilled football dreams onto the players of the national squad, as they are unable to realize these aspirations themselves due to a lack of opportunity. This heavy expectation weighs heavily upon the hearts of each individual. Zhang Hongfei suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of pressure upon his shoulders. Zhang Hongfei pondered, "Could it be that this burden will eventually fall upon my shoulders?" Zhao Xiaoying, intrigued, inquired, "What is the matter, you stingy young master? Why do you appear somewhat melancholic?" "It's nothing," he replied. "You're deceiving yourself. Your countenance is clearly etched with unspoken worries. Whatever troubles you have, you may confide in me. I am known for my discretion." Upon finishing her words, Zhao Xiaoying clasped her hands tightly over her mouth. He chuckled softly, contemplating how long they could continue to revel in the joy of playing football like this. Zhang Hongfei, after finishing his words, glanced around, finding himself surrounded by towering buildings. As the number of skyscrapers continues to rise, the corresponding leisure spaces for the populace diminish increasingly. Perhaps it will not be long before these children find it a luxury to seek an open area to play football. Zhang Hongfei vividly recalls an incident from his high school days. One afternoon, as he was leaving school, he stumbled upon a group of classmates joyfully playing football. The area was quite small, marked only by 4 large stones serving as makeshift goals. Despite the limited space, the students were thoroughly enjoying themselves. However, an unexpected mishap occurred. One classmate, while attempting a powerful kick, accidentally struck and dislodged the side mirror of a parked Mercedes-Benz. This unfortunate incident caused the student to burst into tears, for his family was not well off, and the cost of replacing the mirror would significantly burden their already strained finances. The alarm of the Mercedes-Benz blared immediately, drawing the attention of the owner, who arrived on the scene and reprimanded the group of students for their reckless behavior. He demanded that the boy responsible call his parents to come to the scene. The boy stood there, trembling and speechless, too fearful to make the call. Apprehensive of the repercussions that might follow, he knew that upon returning home, he would undoubtedly face severe punishment. But his greater concern was that his parents might force him to drop out of school to work. The Mercedes-Benz owner was relentless, insisting that all the students involved summon their parents, asserting his intention to educate them on the matter. Zhang Hongfei stood aside, unable to endure the situation any longer. Given his temperament, it was evident that this matter would not end amicably. "Fei Ge, you've arrived. Our savior has come." Upon noticing Zhang Hongfei's appearance, the classmates immediately surrounded him, seeking assistance. Zhang Hongfei approached the owner of the Mercedes-Benz and disdainfully inquired, "How much did you pay for this car?" The owner replied, "I purchased it just last month for 500,000. "Excellent. 500,000, is it? All right, classmates, gather around. Let us collectively vandalize this vehicle. I will cover the cost of 500,000. Remember, use the balls to kick it. Let us not soil our hands." As soon as Zhang Hongfei's words fell, the group of classmates wasted no time, each delivering a powerful kick to the unfortunate Mercedes. Given the proficiency of these high school students in kicking, it was merely child's play. The Mercedes was swiftly rendered irreparable, although the owner of the vehicle reported the incident to the authorities at once. By the time the police arrived, the car had already been thoroughly battered beyond recognition. Chapter 23, Reflection, continued. "Officers, there is no need to apprehend anyone. I shall compensate him with 500,000. It is but a trifling sum." The Mercedes owner was incensed by Zhang Hongfei's proclamation, pointing an accusatory finger at him. The owner erupted, You, how could a high school student possibly possess 500,000? Who do you think you're fooling? How were you raised by your parents? What kind of education did you receive at school? You are nothing but trash." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei's eyes glimmered with a hint of cold light. "What are you, to dare speak to me? You little brat." The owner of the Mercedes-Benz intended to step forward and confront Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei's classmates are well aware of his true character. If they do not step forward at this moment, then when will they? A few of Zhang Hongfei's classmates immediately surrounded the owner of the Mercedes-Benz and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. "Officer, you witnessed it. He struck first. Regardless of the circumstances, violence is never justified. You all need to accompany us for a while. Then allow me to make a phone call first." Zhang Hongfei placed a call to Zhao Yi, elucidating the circumstances at hand. At that moment, Zhao Yi had just begun her role as Zhang Hongfei's personal secretary. Initially, she harbored reservations about this position. However, each of Zhang Hongfei's actions gradually reshaped her perception of him as an exceedingly affluent and handsome individual. Kindness emerged as the most significant impression he left on her. Before long, 2 police officers received a directive from their superiors, imposing a fine of 200. And then they were dismissed. This fine, of course, was levied against the owner of the Mercedes. In public, particularly in the presence of law enforcement, initiating violence invariably results in a penalty. The reason for not being apprehended was that Zhang Hongfei believed the fault lay with his classmate, thus granting him leniency. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Yi arrived at the scene driving a Porsche sports car, a sleek black briefcase in her possession containing a sum of 500,000 in cash. "Young Master Zhang, the money is all here," she announced. Zhang Hongfei approached the battered owner of the Mercedes-Benz, clutching a suitcase. "Did you not claim that I lacked financial means? Behold, I present you with the money now." Zhang Hongfei, in the presence of all, opened the black briefcase, revealing it filled to the brim with stacks of banknotes. Zhang Hongfei glanced at the banknotes with dissatisfaction, casting an annoyed glare at Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi feigned ignorance, pretending not to notice. Zhang Hongfei just made a call, requesting Zhao Yi to deliver 600,000 coins. Zhang Hongfei intended to resort to monetary force to intimidate individuals and damage vehicles. However, Zhao Yi disapproved of Zhang Hongfei's reckless approach. Zhao Yi withdrew 500,000 in cash from the bank, all in banknotes. 500,000. Count it. Don't say I've undercompensated. At that moment, the owner of the Mercedes, who had just received a ticket from the police, realized he had entangled himself with a formidable adversary. "No need to count it. I trust your words." The Mercedes owner paid for the damages, endured a beating, and hurriedly departed with the 500,000. Remaining any longer, he feared for his very life. Witnessing the unfolding events, Zhang Hongfei's classmates immediately surrounded him, lifting him into the air as they collectively shouted, "Long live Brother Fei." In that instant, Zhang Hongfei felt that the 50,000 he had just spent was worth every penny. A fortune cannot buy one's joy. Thus, The reminiscence came to an end. Hey, everyone has left. What are you still standing there for? Zhao Xiaoying's voice penetrated Zhang Hongfei's thoughts. Oh, they've already departed? What were you just thinking about? You seem so engrossed. Just some old memories. Do share. Zhang Hongfei cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Xiaoying, remarking, what does this have to do with you? To which she retorted, it certainly does. I am your personal secretary. He replied, indeed, a personal secretary. Not just another mother figure. Refrain from asking questions that do not concern you. After Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, he walked towards the distance. Zhao Xiaoying gazed at Zhang Hongfei's silhouette and silently vowed to herself, Humph. One day, I shall compel you to divulge all the secrets concealed within your heart. After a match of football, Zhang Hongfei felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his entire being drenched. Clad in formal attire, he found himself on the street, playing football with a group of high school students. An utterly absurd situation indeed. Zhang Hongfei took out his phone, beginning his search for a dining establishment. What are you looking for? A restaurant. With so many dining options lining the streets, why not simply choose one and indulge? You have labeled me a wealthy heir. How could I possibly dine at such roadside eateries? Then you are certainly missing out on a plethora of culinary delights. Based on my years of experience, true gastronomic treasures can only be found at these humble street vendors. Oh, why don't you treat me? Why should I be the one to treat you? You are the wealthy heir. You have the means. I, on the other hand, am but a pauper. I have a personal dining principle. Each meal must cost no less than 10,000. However, should you invite me, I would gladly disregard that rule. You are quite extravagant. It is simply how I have been raised. Humph. Spending 10,000 on a meal, do you consume gold? Quite nearly. No way. You must show me how a meal can cost 10,000. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? I have already invited you to travel in first class. No, treat me. Hurry and take me to eat. I am famished. I haven't even had lunch today. Very well. Just wait. If it were a group of 10 or more, spending over 100,000 for a meal would be quite normal. However, for Zhang Hongfei to spend over 10,000 for a meal alone is somewhat contemptible. Zhao Xiaoying, while looking down on Zhang Hongfei, was also filled with anticipation. Zhang Hongfei took out his mobile phone and began to search for a dining establishment. The area of Quanqing is relatively modest, with a limited number of upscale restaurants. Zhang Hongfei effortlessly discovered one of the finest French restaurants in the charming city of Springs. Zhang Hongfei made a phone call to the butler, and shortly thereafter, a driver arrived to escort Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying. Upon entering the restaurant, Zhao Xiaoying, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, Western cuisine? French cuisine, he replied. It's my first time. Haha, I thought you were more worldly. This has nothing to do with being worldly, all right? You do know how to use a knife and fork, right? Needless to say. Very well. Zhang Hongfei snapped his fingers, and immediately a waiter approached. Waiter, please find me a table by the window. For two. Certainly, sir. Please follow me. Under the guidance of the waiter, Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying arrived at a seat with a splendid view. Upon seeing the scenery outside the window, Zhao Xiaoying could not help but exclaim, how beautiful. It's just SOSO. Don't you think your standards are a bit high? Perhaps your standards are too low. Zhao Xiaoying raised her small fist towards Zhang Hongfei, playfully waving it a couple of times in a show of defiance. You simply have good fortune. You have a wonderful father. Ha. Well, what can I say? As the saying goes, luck is also a part of strength. Some people are just born with bad luck. And there's nothing to be done about it. Chapter 24. Zhang Hongfei's test in 2006. The Chinese Super League was in full swing. On July 15th, at 7:45 p.m., the Liaoning team would host the Shanghai Shenhua team at the Lu Province Sports Center. As a passionate football enthusiast, Zhang Hongfei could not possibly miss such a classic match. However, attending this game in person posed a considerable risk for him, as he intended to cheer for the Liaoning team at the home ground of the Liaoning team, an endeavor that required immense courage. The Liaoning team, which was only established for a fleeting year in 2007, ultimately merged with the Shenhua team. Nevertheless, the current owner of the Liaoning team remains Mr. Zhu from Ninth City. Despite its brief existence in the history of the Chinese Super League, the Liaoning team remarkably secured an impressive 7th place. As of July 14th, there remains just one day until the match between Liaoning and Liaoning. Zhang Hongfei had the butler procure 2 tickets for himself in advance. Why not just one? Zhang Hongfei believes that the joy of watching football must be shared with others. Therefore, regardless of whether Zhao Xiaoying is willing or not, he insists on bringing her along. After all, A salary of 10 million yuan a year should not be squandered, right? And having someone aesthetically pleasing beside him in the stands is also quite delightful. This is Zhao Xiaoying's first experience dining on Western cuisine. For a girl hailing from a working-class family, indulging in such luxuries is a rare treat, especially when Zhang Hongfei insists on ordering only the most expensive dishes. Lobster. Don't tell me you've never seen a lobster before. Of course I have. Only on television, though. Am I expected to consume such a large lobster all by myself? How naive. You shall have half of it. The stingy young master. Ing Bao. If you promise never to call me the stingy young master again, I might consider letting you devour the entire lobster by yourself. Very well then. The generous young master. That title seems quite fitting for you, doesn't it? Zhang Hongfei sighed and said, You may continue to call me the petty young master. Zhang Hongfei extended his large hand, unceremoniously reaching for the lobster. However, before he could grasp it, Zhao Xiaoying placed the entire plate of lobsters directly in front of herself. You stingy young master. I shall not be polite with you. Zhao Xiaoying, who had never tasted lobster before, had long been drooling from the sidelines. You won't save any for me? Aren't you wealthy? Just order another. Why are you competing with a mere girl for food? You are indeed ruthless. Waiter, bring me another lobster. And ensure it is larger than this one. Certainly, sir. As soon as the waiter departed, Zhao Xiaoying scoffed. Why must it be larger than mine? Because I can eat more than you. Although it was merely a jest, Zhang Hongfei's appetite had always been substantial since childhood. Anyone who loves playing football possesses a hearty appetite. Soon, the entire spread of dishes was consumed by Zhang Hongfei. Zhao Xiaoying's eating capacity was proportionate to her height and weight. Despite having taken Zhang Hongfei's lobster, she could not finish her meal. Zhang Hongfei seized the opportunity to impart a lesson on political ethics to Zhao Xiaoying. Waste is a grave sin. I refuse to believe you could possibly surpass me. At least I do not squander food. You are deceiving yourself. It is indeed true. Since childhood, I have had a hearty appetite, nearly double that of my peers. Why? You ask? Because I adore playing football. This afternoon, while watching you play, I noticed you consistently dribbling the ball towards the goal. It struck me that you may not be very adept at the sport. Ahem. I was merely allowing them a chance. As you observed, the goal was far from regulation, lacking a crossbar. Had I taken a shot, they would surely deny it, claiming I kicked too high. Thus, bringing the ball into the goal was the safest and most prudent approach. Is that not so? It must be so. How can I possibly trust your words? By the way, Ing Bao, would you accompany me to a football match tomorrow evening? A football match? I am not particularly fond of watching. No way. You simply must accompany me. With an annual salary of 10 million, how can you say no to me? You claim it's a 10 million salary. Yet I have yet to see a single cent. Provide me with your bank account number, and I shall transfer 10 million to you right now. You cannot be serious? You would give me 10 million outright, without fear of my absconding? Ha. If you ran away, that would be even better. I would finally be free from your incessant nagging. You dream on. I have no intention of leaving. Nevertheless, Zhao Xiaoying did share her bank account number with Zhang Hongfei. She entered the workforce to earn money and transform her family's circumstances. With such a promising opportunity at hand, Zhao Xiaoying certainly would not let it slip away. Zhang Hongfei sent his card number to Zhao Yi, requesting her to transfer 10 million into it. Oh, Ing Bao, what is the matter? You received it so quickly. This is indeed 10 million. Shensheng Bank has a partnership with my family, thus bypassing numerous procedures. Truly, you are impressive, young master. With 10 million received. Will you be keeping me warm tonight? What? Is that the kind of person you are? Zhang Hongfei, with a mischievous grin, remarked, so you finally realized. Indeed. I am precisely that kind of person. Zhao Xiaoying glanced at the message notification on her phone, revealing an incoming sum of 10 million. She then lifted her gaze to meet Zhang Hongfei's, her teeth clenched tightly, as a fierce internal struggle unfolded in her mind. Zhang Hongfei, upon observing Zhao Xiaoying's expression, secretly rejoiced within his heart. Zhang Hongfei was merely jesting with Zhao Xiaoying a moment ago. However, upon witnessing Zhao Xiaoying's serious demeanor, he found the situation rather amusing. Zhang Hongfei was eager to discover what choice Zhao Xiaoying would ultimately make. After much contemplation, Zhao Xiaoying finally mustered the courage to ask, "Will you marry me?" Zhang Hongfei retorted, "Do you truly believe I would marry you?" "No," came the reply. "Then why do you ask? If you were willing to deceive me, to soothe me with promises of future matrimony, I would gladly offer you warmth tonight. I regret to inform you that I have previously spoken falsehoods and caused pain to a girl. Since then, I have vowed never to lie to a woman again. Oh, whom did you hurt? That is of no concern to you. Do share. You must first answer my question. No, I refuse. Ha ha ha. What is so amusing? I have turned you down, and yet you still find humor in this? Ingbao, you have not disappointed me. Zhao Xiaoying, upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's words, scrutinized him with a look of skepticism. You stingy young master. You aren't harboring any ill intentions, are you? Chapter 25. Deceiving Grandma Chu Yi after dinner, Zhang Hongfei, in high spirits, insisted on taking Zhao Xiaoying to the mall for shopping. Zhang Hongfei possesses commendable physical fitness due to his engagement in football. Although his stamina attribute stands at a mere 51, falling short of the average threshold of 60 typically expected of professional athletes, he nonetheless surpasses the average individual, marking him as exceptional. Zhang Hongfei pulled Zhao Xiaoying along as they strolled through the largest shopping mall in Quanqing, indulging in a leisurely window shopping experience without spending a dime. Eventually, feeling fatigued from their extensive walk, Zhao Xiaoying began to rub her fair ankle and questioned Zhang Hongfei. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Shopping, of course. Observe how others engage in this pastime. Others are others, and I am me. Feel free to shop on your own. I am exhausted. Absolutely not. You are my secretary, and you must accompany me. Then I shall resign. No, it is too late for that. Zhang Hongfei, without further ado, pulled Zhao Xiaoying to continue their shopping excursion. I beg you, please let me be. I truly cannot walk any longer. My feet feel as though they might give way. No way. After indulging so much this evening, if we do not exercise to shed some weight, we shall surely gain. I am unperturbed. I do not gain weight. As your employer, I am diligently striving to lose weight. How can you, as my secretary, not follow in my footsteps? Zhang Hongfei devised this peculiar strategy out of concern that Zhao Xiaoying might gain weight from overeating, in hopes of assisting her in her weight loss journey. Yet, the effectiveness of such an approach remains a mystery known only to the heavens. Thus, the two of them proceeded, one following the other, until the mall was on the verge of closing its doors. Naturally, as a form of compensation, they departed with their hands laden with shopping bags. Initially, Zhao Xiaoying's face was etched with disappointment, but by the time they exited the mall, she radiated joy. With a mere wave of her hand, she had spent several million on shopping, leaving her feeling as though she were in a dream. As they stepped outside, the butler and chauffeur awaited them with utmost respect at the entrance. The chauffeur skillfully took all the items and placed them into the trunk. Mr. Zhang, where would you like to go next? Are there any delightful places to explore in Quanqing this evening? Are you referring to legitimate establishments or those of a more dubious nature? The butler's response left Zhang Hongfei somewhat bewildered. Legitimate? Dubious? Zhang Hongfei is currently a university student, possessing a limited understanding of certain societal matters. Zhao Xiaoying gently tugged at Zhang Hongfei's sleeve and suggested, "Shall we return to the hotel?" Zhang Hongfei stroked his chin and remarked, "I wish to explore the unregulated places. Mr. Zhang, I strongly advise against venturing into such areas." "Why is that?" "They can be quite perilous. With just the two of us, it would be challenging to ensure the safety of both you and the lady." "All right, then I shall refrain from going. Let us return to the hotel." Upon hearing of the danger, Zhang Hongfei immediately recoiled. The night passed in silence. The following day, Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by Zhao Xiaoying, set out to find Chu Yi. Given that it was a holiday, Chu Yi had returned to his hometown, which is not far from the spring city. Zhang Hongfei embarked on his journey with unwavering sincerity. In the car, Zhao Xiaoying, filled with trepidation, inquired, "Zhang Hongfei, where are we headed? Are you afraid I might sell you off?" He jested. "Indeed, I am in search of someone." "Who?" "Chu Yi, someone you do not know." "What is your purpose in seeking him?" "I am with the university team, and I am endeavoring to recruit players." "University? Surely, you cannot be unaware of its renown." "I truly am unfamiliar. What is this university?" "Well, Chu Yi hails from a rural background. It is July now, and he is at home assisting his parents with agricultural tasks." As the luxurious Mercedes-Benz rolled into the village, it instantly captivated the attention of all. Especially when Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying alighted from the vehicle, it sparked a flurry of whispers among the villagers. "Whose affluent scion is this visiting our village? What a stunning car! What a beautiful girl! She would make a splendid bride for my son. Dream on. Can't you see she is already taken?" Upon the butler's arrival, he inquired, "Mr. Zhang, we await you outside the village." "Very well, no problem." Suddenly, Zhao Xiaoying declared, "I shall not accompany you any longer." "What troubles you?" The villagers appear rather formidable, I am afraid. With me by your side, what is there to fear? You are my secretary. If you do not accompany me, who will you follow? I am feeling unwell. Zhang Hongfei inquired with concern. Could it be that you are pregnant? Zhao Xiaoying retorted, "Pa, it takes more than just one night to conceive. Do you think you're so remarkable? Stop flattering yourself." She added with a laugh, "I'll be back shortly. You should rest well in the car." Zhang Hongfei, with a mere inquiry in the village, swiftly discerned the whereabouts of the Chu family's residence. When Zhang Hongfei arrived, Chu Yi and his parents had gone to work in the fields, leaving only the elderly grandmother at home. "Who are you?" asked the old lady. "Hello, I am Zhang Hongfei, here to see Chu Yi." "Oh, you are looking for my grandson. How unfortunate, he is not at home." "Where has Chu Yi gone?" "He has gone to work in the fields." "When will he return?" "At least by noon, I suppose." Zhang Hongfei glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. "I'll wait for him here," he decided. "Very well." The grandmother casually picked up a small stool and handed it to Zhang Hongfei. "Please, take a seat." "Thank you." Zhang Hongfei surveyed the humble abode of Chu Yi, a quintessential rural household. The dilapidated furniture, the faded walls, the weathered door, and the chickens and dogs scurrying about the yard all spoke to the modest circumstances of Chu Yi's family. Seizing the opportunity before Chu Yi's return, Zhang Hongfei engaged in light-hearted banter with Chu Yi's grandmother. "Grandmother, do you know what Chu Yi enjoys doing in his spare time?" "My grandson. He loves to play football. Every morning, he trots around the village with a soccer ball, claiming it's for training. I truly cannot fathom what is so enjoyable about kicking that ball around. A bunch of people just kicking it back and forth. What's the point? It would be far more entertaining to set up a few mahjong tables." "Ha. Indeed, grandmother. Playing football pales in comparison to a good game of mahjong." "Exactly. The money comes in so quickly with mahjong. A round lasts only 10 minutes. "Grandmother, you must be quite the mahjong expert." "Ha. Young man, you really can see right through me, can't you? How old are you this year, grandmother?" 60? 60? I'm already 71. Not a bit like it. You certainly look no older than 60. You hardly show any signs of age. You have a sweet tongue. What is your relationship with my grandson?" "Friends. It must be a very close friendship, then?" "Ha. Yes, indeed. A very close one." Zhang Hongfei sat in Chu Yi's home, engaging in amiable conversation with Chu Yi's grandmother. Through her narratives, Zhang Hongfei gleaned numerous anecdotes about Chu Yi's past. Chapter 26. A contest of skills at noon. Chu Yi and his parents finally returned home. Upon entering, they were taken aback to find Zhang Hongfei and Chu Yi's grandmother conversing so warmly. Chu Yi's father, with a wary expression, scrutinized Zhang Hongfei and inquired, "Mom, who is this?" "This is Xiaofei, a dear friend of Chu Yi." She replied. "Son, do you know him?" Chu Yi cast a serious glance at Zhang Hongfei and replied, "No, I don't know him." "Mom, he is a bad person. I don't know him." "Uncle, please don't misunderstand. I am not a bad person. I am the captain of the Huali school team and have come here specifically to invite Chu Yi to join us." "Huali?" "Yes, Huali. It has quite a reputation in the city. Moreover, our team comprises many like-minded young individuals, making it an ideal environment for your growth. So, join us at Huali." "Chu Yi, do you believe what he says?" "Dad, Mom, I need to step out with him for a moment." Chu Yi said to Zhang Hongfei, "Come with me." "All right." Chu Yi's nanny called out to the retreating figures of the two boys, "Make sure you both get along well." As Chu Yi exited, he casually grabbed a soccer ball. Outside, in the open space beyond the village. "Are you truly the captain of the Huali team?" "Indeed. Absolutely authentic. In fact, I received an invitation from Sholi a few days ago, but I have yet to decide whether or not to accept." "Don't go. You mustn't tea." "Why not?" "The Sholi soccer team is renowned across the country. Precisely because of its fame, Sholi is not the right fit for you." "Zhang Hongfei, just call me Fij. That's what the team members call me. Fij. If you wish for me to join Huali, I need to see promise." "Promise? What kind of promise?" "The hope of winning the championship." "That is no problem. How would you like me to prove it?" "Since you are the captain of Huali, your skills must be exceptional, right?" "Of course." Chu Yi lifted the soccer ball, declaring, "Let us have a match. If you win, I shall join Huali." "Agreed. It's a promise." Zhang Hongfei's understanding of Chu Yi's prowess is solely based on the information provided by Zhao Yi. However, Zhang Hongfei is eager to personally ascertain the true extent of Chu Yi's capabilities. Previously, when Zhang Hongfei sought to recruit Shi Yong, he had observed Shi Yong play during matches on the sidelines, gaining insight into his prowess. Zhang Hongfei aspires to recruit only players of genuine skill and substance. Upon witnessing Zhang Hongfei's acquiescence to his request, Chu Yi deftly tossed the football into the air and commenced juggling it. Chu Yi's juggling technique was remarkably proficient. He seamlessly transitioned between his left and right foot, skillfully employing the inside and outside of his foot, as well as his thigh, shoulder, chest, and head. Observing Chu Yi's adept performance, Zhang Hongfei nodded in silent approval. Indeed, he is a student from a reputable sports academy. Chu Yi's foundational skills are undeniably robust. His juggling prowess surpasses that of certain players on the Huali University team. Chu Yi continued his juggling for over 5 minutes before cradling the ball in his arms and inquiring of Zhang Hongfei, "Brother Fei, do you require some warm-up?" Zhang Hongfei is inspecting Chu Yi, who, in turn, wishes to ascertain whether Zhang truly possesses the requisite skills. Chu Yi has long aspired to become a professional player, and his ambitions diverge significantly from those of an amateur like Zhang Hongfei. Securing a championship in the collegiate league could potentially pave the way for Chu Yi to obtain a professional contract, even if it means playing in the second division. After all, aside from football, Chu Yi possesses little else in terms of skills. This pivotal choice may very well shape the course of his life. Therefore, Chu Yi seeks to personally evaluate Zhang Hongfei's capabilities and determine if he can lead the Huali University team to victory. With that in mind, Chu Yi tosses the football to Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei caught the football with both hands. Zhang Hongfei understood that if he did not showcase his skills today, he would not be able to pass this challenge. He was about to reveal his shortcomings. Zhang Hongfei has also begun his warm-up by juggling the ball. Zhang Hongfei's ball juggling, while not as proficient as Chu Yi's, is nonetheless quite commendable. Zhang Hongfei, while juggling the ball, inquired, "Chu Yi, you seem quite invested in winning the championship, do you not?" "Indeed. Why is that?" "Because I aspire to become a professional player." "Oh, however, the path to becoming a professional athlete is fraught with challenges. Aside from playing football, I possess no other skills. If I fail to achieve my dream of becoming a professional player, I shall have no choice but to return home and assist my parents in farming." "Oh, I see. If Fij has sufficiently warmed up, shall we commence?" "How shall we compete?" "We will engage in a contest of dribbling and shooting. You shall first dribble past me, and then aim to strike that large tree over there. Afterward, we shall switch roles. What if I miss? If I successfully hit the target, it shall be deemed your loss. Conversely, if I fail as well, we shall consider it a draw." Zhang Hongfei gently placed the ball on the ground, resting one foot upon it. "All right, let us commence." "Yes, bring it on, Brother Fei." Chu Yi positioned himself 5 meters away from Zhang Hongfei, fixating his gaze intently upon him. Zhang Hongfei similarly kept a close watch on Chu Yi. In that moment, everything surrounding Zhang Hongfei and Chu Yi seemed to come to a standstill. The wind ceased abruptly. The sound of falling leaves could be heard. An undercurrent of hostility pervaded the air, creating an atmosphere of restless tension. Zhang Hongfei suddenly took action. Zhang Hongfei charged towards Chu Yi with the ball at his feet. Chu Yi, undeterred, lunged forward to intercept Zhang Hongfei. The 5-meter distance was negligible. Merely 2 seconds later, the two bodies collided. Chu Yi extended his foot in an attempt to intercept the ball. Zhang Hongfei attempted to execute a skillful maneuver, deftly evading Chu Yi's attempt to intercept. However, to Zhang's astonishment, Chu Yi's speed proved to be remarkably comparable to his own. Although the ball had been successfully maneuvered past, Zhang found himself still contesting for position with Chu Yi. Zhang Hongfei, in a moment of self-reflection, mused, "It seems I have previously underestimated Chu Yi. Although Chu Yi is several years my junior, his prowess is on par with my own." Zhang Hongfei and Chu Yi were pushing each other, vying for possession of the football. Zhang Hongfei possesses a strength that slightly surpasses that of Chu Yi. With just a slight exertion from Zhang Hongfei, Chu Yi's body became somewhat unsteady. Zhang Hongfei seized the opportunity to gain control of the football. Bang! Zhang Hongfei struck the ball with a powerful shot, sending the football soaring through the air. Haha, what a surprise. This kick was truly unexpected. Zhang Hongfei turned to Chu Yi and said apologetically, "It's all right. Now it's my turn to attack." Chu Yi dashed over to retrieve the soccer ball. Chu Yi's offensive strategy mirrored that of Zhang Hongfei, employing the same technique of dribbling past the defender. Zhang Hongfei's defensive attributes, rated at 30, are frankly quite dismal. Before Chu Yi executed a deft maneuver to bypass him, he skillfully feigned with a flick of his tail, successfully deceiving Zhang Hongfei. After eluding him, Chu Yi unleashed a shot that confidently struck the distant tree. Following the defeat, Zhang Hongfei, in a moment of humility, admitted his failure, proclaiming, "I have lost." Chapter 27. Deceiving Chu Yi with a sincere expression. Chu Yi turned to Zhang Hongfei and said, "I apologize, Brother Fei. It's all right. Haha, your skills are truly impressive." Zhang Hongfei did not perceive the defeat as a reflection of his own inadequacy. Rather, he attributed the outcome to the prowess of Chu Yi. "Brother Fei, it seems that destiny has not favored me with Huazhong University of Science and Technology." "Haha, Brother Chu, one must not speak in such terms. Although I faced defeat, this does not imply that the university team is lacking in strength. To be candid, prior to seeking you out, I had just successfully recruited a forward to join the Huazhong team. You are my second target. Moreover, many outstanding players will soon join our ranks." "Oh, look." Zhang Hongfei retrieved his phone and fiddled with it briefly before handing it to Chu Yi. Chu Yi glanced at the screen, which displayed information about Shi Yong and himself. "You've investigated me?" "Of course. I certainly do not wish to travel such a long distance to Shandong only to recruit an inept individual. It appears that Brother Fei is genuinely committed to assembling a team capable of clinching the championship. Indeed, I am sincere. Brother Chu, to speak candidly, I have been biding my time at Huali for 3 years, and in this final year, I am determined to lead Huali to achieve remarkable results. Once I graduate next year, I have my own football dreams to pursue. So Brother Fei aspires to play in a professional league? Whether it be professional or not, we shall see in due course. However, I will undoubtedly continue to play. After all, football is my only passion." Chu Yi thought to himself. A person so enamored with football must surely possess a good character. His understanding of the world was limited to his home and the sports academy. Chu Yi categorized people simply into 2 groups, those who play football and those who do not. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Zhang Hongfei and said, "Brother Fei, I would like to join Huali, but can you promise me a championship?" "I would like to. However, my word alone does not suffice. A team comprises 11 individuals, and it requires the collective effort of all 11 to secure the championship. What position did you achieve this year?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei quickly exclaimed, "This year's ranking is of little consequence. What truly matters is that in the upcoming season, we possess the capability to seize the championship." If Zhang Hongfei were to candidly inform Chu Yi that this year, the Huazhong University team has yet to make a mark even in Shanghai, the prospect of persuading Chu Yi would likely be utterly dashed. Chu Yi, in agreement, acknowledged, "Brother Fei, you make a valid point. We indeed should look ahead. Indeed, we must gaze forward. With Shi Yong now part of the Huazhong University team, our offensive capabilities have significantly strengthened. However, our midfield still requires fortification. Thus, it ultimately rests upon your decision. Chu Yi, join us at Huazhong, and together we shall strive for the championship." Chu Yi's expression revealed a flicker of intrigue. Yet he remained non-committal in making a final decision. Zhang Hongfei discreetly observed Chu Yi's expression, sensing that he was still a touch away from the desired fervor. For anyone hailing from a rural background and pursuing football, family invariably occupies the foremost position in their priorities. Many harbor the belief that playing football can alter the course of one's destiny. However, what remains unrecognized is that this path often leads to a point of no return. Take, for instance, a mid-tier team in the 2nd division. The salary of a key player amounts to merely 7,500 yuan per month, falling short of the 10,000 mark. The winning bonus for a match stands at 60,000 yuan, which, when averaged, translates to around 3,000 yuan for a principal player. Consequently, a key player's annual earnings barely exceed a few 100,000 yuan, and that is contingent upon a favorable win-loss record. Chu Yi's aspiration is to secure a position in the 2nd division or even ascend to the 1st division to showcase his talents. Zhang Hongfei resolved to launch a vigorous campaign to completely subdue Chu Yi. "Chu Yi, should you choose to join Wari, I can arrange a special scholarship for you." "Oh, how much?" 30,000. Zhang Hongfei initially intended to propose a figure of 100,000. However, upon reflection, he realized that once everyone joined the Huali University team and resided in the same dormitory, the inevitable comparisons during their conversations would ensue. Zhang Hongfei allocated merely 10,000 as a signing fee to Shi Yong, yet he now offers 30,000 to Chu Yi, which seems somewhat excessive. However, in Zhang Hongfei's perspective, Chu Yi's worth far surpasses that of Shi Yong. Shi Yong is merely a forward, whereas Chu Yi plays a pivotal role in the midfield. Although Zhang Hongfei also plays in the midfield and feels quite confident in his abilities, he is acutely aware that his organizational skills pale in comparison to those of Chu Yi. Just considering Chu Yi's swift, steady, and precise shot moments ago, Zhang Hongfei is resolute in his admiration for him. 30,000. Is that true? Yes, 30,000. If the team wins, there will be a bonus for victory. Furthermore, if we advance in the University League and claim the championship, there will be additional rewards. Really? Indeed. Hurry up. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. But, Chu Yi, I know what you're thinking. You're worried that the team might not win the championship, right? Yes. If we don't secure the title in the University League, I may miss my chance to play in the second division. Don't fret. I personally guarantee you this. If the team fails to win the championship, I will help you find a position in the second division. Feej, what exactly is your status? Haha, I've mentioned it before. I am the captain of the university team. Surely, there is more to it than that. I always sense an extraordinary aura about you. Feej, haha, could it be that my dominating presence is emanating? Feej, what do you do? I am a tall, rich, and handsome individual. What does that mean? Is being tall, rich, and handsome a profession as well? Is it related to playing football? It sounds rather similar to a garbage collector. Feej, why has your expression changed? Did I say something wrong? You didn't air. It is I who have overstepped by sharing this with you. After a brief silence, Chu Yi finally made up his mind. Feej, I have decided. I want to join Huali. Of course, Zhang Hongfei's promise of 30,000 yuan in scholarship played a decisive role in this decision. Zhang Hongfei extended his right hand. Chu Yi, welcome to Huali. Chu Yi reached out his hand. I hope you will take good care of me in the future, Brother Fei. No worries. It's on me. Once you arrive in Xinqing, I assure you will fall in love with Huali. Indeed, this time, Zhang Hongfei did not even pay a deposit. Chu Yi was a man of integrity. Once he made a promise, he held it with unwavering belief. This made Zhang Hongfei feel quite ashamed for having deceived Chu Yi into coming to Huali. Will Huali secure the championship next season? System brother, why are you so quiet? Having successfully secured Chu Yi, Zhang Hongfei was in good spirits. Humming a little tune as he returned to the village outskirts, Zhao Xiaoying was nearly out of patience. Why did you take so long? I thought you intended to have lunch here. Chapter 28. By the Daming Lake, I just had a match with Chu Yi. Did you win or lose? Ying Bao, do you think I would lose? That is hard to say. Ying Bao, this isn't right. You are my personal secretary. You must unconditionally support me. Dream on. Let us go. We're heading back to Quanqing. You still need to accompany me to watch the match tonight. Can I opt out of accompanying you to the match? Sure. Just return the 10 million. I suppose I shall reluctantly accompany you to the match after all. Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying returned to the Spring City in the afternoon, well past 2 o'clock. It's all your fault. You made me miss lunch. She exclaimed. Consider it a means of dieting. That's unacceptable. You must make amends. And how do you propose I do that? By indulging in a delectable lobster feast. More food. You devoured my portion last night. Was that not sufficient? Lobster is simply delightful. Very well then. Zhang Hongfei snapped his fingers, exclaiming, Driver. To the restaurant where we dined last night. Certainly, sir. 20 minutes later, Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying arrived at the French restaurant. Although the establishment had already closed for the night, Zhang Hongfei managed to persuade them to reopen their doors with the allure of money. In front of Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying, there lay 4 sizable lobsters upon the table. Zhang Hongfei observed Zhao Xiaoying drooling, entirely devoid of any semblance of ladylike decorum, and he began to harbor a tinge of regret for ordering such an abundance of lobsters. Thank you, Zhao Xiaoying exclaimed, her mouth full. While still managing to express her gratitude, Zhang Hongfei took out his mobile phone and dialed a call to Zhao Yi. Zhang Hongfei casually selected a girl from outside to serve as his secretary, generously offering her an annual salary of 10 million. Zhang Hongfei was harshly reprimanded by Zhao Yi. However, he remained unfazed. It is often said that a person is judged by their attire, much like a horse is judged by its saddle. Last night, Zhang Hongfei purchased an array of designer items for Zhao Xiaoying. After adorning herself with these exquisite garments, Zhao Xiaoying transformed instantly from an ugly duckling into a graceful swan. Zhang Hongfei now gazes at Zhao Xiaoying, and the more he looks, the more enchanting she appears, stirring an ever-deepening sense of affection within him. Zhang Hongfei vigorously shook his head. Zhao Xiaoying, noticing him swaying in his seat, curiously inquired, "What is the matter with you?" "Nothing. He replied, "Who were you just speaking to on the phone?" "A friend." "Is it a woman?" "You have sharp ears." "Is she your girlfriend?" "No." "Oh." Zhang Hongfei clearly observed Zhao Xiaoying taking a discreet selfie, as if she had just exhaled a sigh of relief. "Yingbao, what is it?" "I think you look exceptionally beautiful today." The words escaping your lips sound somewhat like a jest. "I am sincere. You truly look stunning today. Since you find me attractive, why not sponsor me to become a star? That could be arranged." "Huh, have you suddenly changed your mind today?" "Not at all. In the past, when I earnestly requested your support, you refused. Why the shift now? I am still a university student. It seems a bit too much to ask you to be my personal secretary. I wholeheartedly support your aspirations to become a star. I will find someone to elevate your status." Zhao Xiaoying paused in her consumption of lobster, gazing at Zhang Hongfei with a look of deep appreciation. "What is it? Is there something on my face?" "No. I merely think you have suddenly become quite handsome today. Although your words ring true, I must still express my gratitude." "Such a self-absorbed young master. Am I no longer just a stingy young master? You are usually quite generous. Just occasionally stingy." Zhang Hongfei smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed. After their meal, he took Zhao Xiaoying to another renowned attraction in Quanqing, Daming Lake. Upon mentioning Daming Lake, Zhang Hongfei's immediate association was unexpectedly with the character Xia Yuhong from the popular series My Fair Princess. This was undoubtedly a consequence of the incessant replays during the holidays. The first viewing offered novelty, the second brought amusement, and by the third, it was still tolerable. However, upon the fourth viewing and beyond, it became a torment. Zhang Hongfei had even memorized the lines of the supporting characters, rendering it utterly unbearable to continue watching. Spoilers are truly detestable. When one is so familiar with the lines of even the minor characters, it becomes nauseating. In July, Daming Lake was alive with soaring kites and leaping fish. Its lotus flowers blooming abundantly. Elegant boats glided across the water, while the banks were shaded by lush willows and adorned with vibrant blossoms, teeming with visitors. Standing by the lakeside, just after a hearty meal, Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying reveled in the crystalline waters, the willows lining the banks, and the verdant lotus blooms. Feeling an immense sense of tranquility, "Yingbao, Zhang Hongfei nonchalantly remarked, "Why not be my girlfriend?" After Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, he furtively observed Zhao Xiaoying's reaction. Zhang Hongfei is, at his core, an emotional individual acting impulsively on his thoughts. Particularly when it comes to matters of the heart, he never contemplates the future, focusing solely on the present. Zhao Xiaoying was taken aback by Zhang Hongfei's sudden confession, her face paling in shock. "What's the matter, Yingbao? Are you unwilling? Is it common to express feelings so casually? We have only known each other for 2 days. For me, 2 days are sufficient to understand a woman." Upon hearing the term woman, a rosy hue spread across Zhao Xiaoying's cheeks. Zhang Hongfei, a veritable paragon among the affluent and handsome. To assert that Zhao Xiaoying harbors no affection for him would undoubtedly be a falsehood. Just observe how, upon his mere presence on the streets, the young women and wives alike cast glances imbued with flirtation, and one can easily fathom the extent of his allure. However, deep down, Zhao Xiaoying feels that acquiescing to become Zhang Hongfei's girlfriend is far too lenient towards him. Noticing the subtle fluctuations in her brow, sometimes furrowed and at other times relaxed, Zhang Hongfei realizes that he may indeed have a chance. Zhang Hongfei immediately seized the opportunity and produced a magnificent diamond ring that he had discreetly purchased the previous night. This exquisite piece was the only one of its kind in the entire Spring City. Zhang Hongfei had initially intended to bring it back to Shanghai as a token of apology for Zhao Yi, but he never anticipated that it would prove useful at this very moment. "Yingbao, extend your hand." What for?" "I said extend your hand." With a heart full of trepidation, Zhao Xiaoying extended her left hand. Zhang Hongfei conjured a magnificent diamond ring, placing it upon Zhao Xiaoying's middle finger. "This is a gift for you," he exclaimed. "I don't want it." Zhao Xiaoying protested, attempting to remove the ring. Zhang Hongfei replied imperiously, "No, what I have gifted you, you must wear." With that, he embraced Zhao Xiaoying tightly. She struggled momentarily, but soon surrendered, allowing him to take charge. That year, by the banks of Daming Lake, with a gentle breeze whispering promises, Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying became a couple. Chapter 29. Watching the match on the evening of July 15, 2006, at 7 p.m., Zhang Hongfei accompanied Zhao Xiaoying to the Shandong Sports Center. With 45 minutes remaining until the match commenced, the stadium was already over 60% full, and fans continued to pour into the stands. The electrifying atmosphere of the home ground was something Zhang Hongfei believed could only be witnessed at the home of the Shenhua team. The year 2006 marked a pinnacle for the Luoning team. They had a long-standing rivalry with the Lianqing team. On March 26th, during the third round of the league, Luoning had traveled to Shin City, where they suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of Lianqing, losing by a staggering score of 5-1. This was Luoning's most significant defeat that season. Now, in the 18th round of the league, it was Lianqing's turn to visit, and the Luoning players were united in their resolve to exact revenge on their home turf. This year, Luoning boasted an impressive lineup. The midfield was anchored by Zhang Ji, while the attack featured the likes of Diyu and Han Peng, and the defense was fortified by Ba Xian. All key players were in their prime and largely injury-free. With a bench brimming with talent, head coach Tuba was undoubtedly the finest in Luoning's history. In terms of both personnel and coaching, Luoning was impeccable this year. As the match approached, Zhang Hongfei harbored a faint prediction that Lianqing might falter. However, the memory of Lianqing's previous 5-1 victory over Luoning at home instilled a glimmer of hope in his heart. What if Lianqing pulled off an upset in the away match? Zhao Xiaoying, however, had little interest in the intricacies of football. Her enthusiasm lay in supporting whichever team showcased the more handsome players, leaving Zhang Hongfei at a loss for words. In one moment, she cheered for Lianqing, only to switch allegiances in the next, rooting for Luoning. The unconventional duo of Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying stood out conspicuously in the stands. Zhao Xiaoying's beauty, combined with Zhang Hongfei's handsomeness, shone brightly even under the cover of night. This striking couple captured everyone's attention. What was most remarkable, however, was their audacity to cheer for Lianqing while nestled among the Shandong Luoning supporters. Their courage was commendable. The match unfolded with dramatic twists and turns. From the outset, the revenge-seeking Luoning team launched an aggressive offensive, incessantly troubling Lianqing's goal. When Zhang Ji scored the first goal, the stadium erupted in cheers, yet Zhang Hongfei stood alone, lamenting in silence. However, hope soon flickered for him as Lianqing executed a counterattack just before halftime, fortuitously equalizing the score. Both teams entered the second half with a score of 1-1. In the second half, Luoning's attacks grew more resolute, with all players, save for the defenders, pressing forward into Lianqing's half. Despite Lianqing's valiant defensive efforts, it was clear to all that conceding a goal was merely a matter of time. Diyu of Luoning scored twice in the second half, leading his team to a 3-1 victory over Lianqing on their home turf. Yet, Luoning felt that this score was insufficient for retribution, especially considering that they had suffered a 5-1 defeat to Lianqing in Shenzhen. Although Lianqing lost the match, their spirit remained unbroken. When the aggregate score of the two legs tallied to 6-4, Lianqing still held the advantage. This became their final bastion of pride. The dejected Lianqing players departed the pitch with heavy hearts, while the Luoning players took a lap around the field, expressing their gratitude to the home supporters for their unwavering support. Zhang Hongfei felt a pang of sorrow in his heart upon reaching this point. Zhang Hongfei rarely ventured to the Spring City to witness a match, only to find his team suffer a defeat. For a devoted fan, this is a double blow. Hongfei, are you all right? I'm fine. Ingao, shall we go? Yes. Zhao Xiaoying naturally grasped Zhang Hongfei's hand, and together they departed. The surrounding fans of Luoning were left with a memorable impression of this young couple. With their harmonious beauty and charm, they were undeniably captivating to passers-by. Moreover, Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying embodied both qualities. What a delightful couple they make. It is a pity, though, that they are supporters of the Lianqing team. When Lianqing scored earlier, I nearly lost my temper and wanted to confront them. Thankfully, I managed to restrain myself. I sincerely hope they refrain from returning to watch matches here again. Zhang Hongfei, as a resident of the city, has endured a season of anguish. For there exist two teams within the metropolis. Zhang Hongfei has always been a devoted supporter of the Shenhua team. However, this season witnessed the emergence of a new team, the Shenzhen Lianqing team. Regardless of circumstances, the name of Lianqing is prominently adorned with the two characters of Shenzhen. As a resident of Shenzhen, one must undoubtedly rally behind their home team. When the Shenzhen Lianqing team faced defeat, Zhang Hongfei felt a pang of sadness for a few moments. Fortunately, Shenhua, the other team from Shenzhen, performed admirably. In 2006, while the Luoning team claimed the championship, Shenhua secured the runner-up position. Outside the Shandong Sports Center, Zhang Hongfei heard the jubilant shouts of Luoning fans. Zhang Hongfei remarked with a hint of acidity in his tone. What is there to be excited about? It's merely a victory in a single match. The league championship remains unattained. Are you feeling envious, Hongfei? How could I possibly be envious? I am merely speaking the truth. It seems you won't be able to sleep well tonight. Who says that? Holding you, I sleep soundly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoying's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she playfully spat. By the way, I have completed my tasks and shall return to Xinqing tomorrow. What about you? Will you accompany me home to meet my parents? Are you serious? Of course. Why do I feel as though you are merely trying to amuse me? Aren't you still pursuing your studies? Indeed. I will be entering my senior year next semester. I will not accompany you back to Xinqing. I wish to visit my parents. Very well. After you finish visiting your parents, come to Xinqing to find me. Zhao Xiaoying waved her hand, showcasing her large diamond ring, and replied with a radiant smile. Yes, that is a must. I will definitely come to find you in Xinqing. Thus, a blissful night passed. Zhang Hongfei, in the early hours, escorted Zhao Xiaoying to the train station, watching her depart from the charming spring city. Subsequently, he made his way to the airport, boarding a flight back to the bustling city of Shun. This journey not only allowed Zhang Hongfei to achieve his predetermined objectives, successfully winning over Chu Yi, but also gifted him a newfound love, rendering his endeavors remarkably fruitful. Zhang Hongfei has numerous tasks yet to undertake. Zhang Hongfei not only needs to find several opponents for the warm-up matches for the university team, but he must also prepare for the matches against Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian. These two contests are of paramount importance to Zhang Hongfei, demanding his utmost diligence and attention. Zhang Hongfei has already devised a plan for the upcoming match, envisioning that both Chu Yi and Shi Yong will don the Huazhong University of Science and Technology team uniforms as they take to the field. Zhang Hongfei speculated that, given the family background and status of Lu Zihao and Guan Shengtian, it would indeed be entirely plausible for them to enlist a few professional players for assistance. However, Zhang Hongfei was determined not to succumb to defeat. Chapter 30. Returning home upon his return to Xinqing, inhaling the slightly briny air, Zhang Hongfei felt invigorated. The winter chill and summer heat of Quanqing were certainly unsuitable for prolonged residence. On the airplane, Zhang Hongfei refrained from meddling in affairs beyond his own this time. Recovering a girlfriend was sufficient. Anything more would be beyond his capacity to manage. As Zhang Hongfei exited the airport, he was greeted by the sight of a Rolls-Royce Phantom awaiting him at the entrance. Young master, you have returned. It must have been a taxing journey. Uncle Zhang, what brings you here? The master is aware of your arrival today and has specifically dispatched me to escort you home. My father is looking for me? Is there something urgent? The master has heard about your wager with the young masters of the Lu and Guan families and is quite concerned. Hence, he sent me to bring you home to clarify the situation. So that's what it is. My father's meddling knows no bounds. Young master, the master usually refrains from interfering in your affairs. However, this matter pertains to a global opportunity for young elites, which is of great significance to the Zhang family. Thus, he felt it necessary to act with caution. My father just loves to fret. Young master, I must insist that you accompany me home. It puts me in a difficult position. Very well, Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang promptly opened the car door for Zhang Hongfei with great delight. Zhang Hongfei stretched languidly as he settled into the luxurious confines of the Rolls-Royce. The vehicle sped through the streets, swiftly arriving at a quaint, antique courtyard nestled in the heart of Xinqing. The privilege of residing in a standalone villa at the city's core is a testament to the Zhang family's formidable standing. As the Rolls-Royce came to a halt, a middle-aged man, adorned with large black-framed glasses and exuding vitality, emerged from the villa. Uncle Zhang opened the car door, and Zhang Hongfei stepped out, inadvertently encountering the middle-aged man head-on. The middle-aged man reprimanded sharply, Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei promptly replied, Dad. Sure, absolutely. Indeed, you are my wonderful son. You actually spent 10 million to woo a girl, and you've only known her for 2 days. Dad, please listen to me. Yingbao is truly a remarkable young lady. I need not hear it from you. I have already sent people to investigate. The girl is indeed commendable, but her family background. Dad, what era are we living in? Are you still clinging to the notion of social status? Father Zhang delivered a sharp rap to Zhang Hongfei's head. How should one communicate with their father? Zhang Hongfei winced in pain, clutching his head as he pleaded, Dad, I was wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore, it hurts. If you are aware of the pain, then there is still hope. His father replied. As for the matter with Yingbao, since you wish to pursue love freely, I shall not interfere. Ultimately, Whether you lead a good life or not is something only you can determine. Thank you, Dad. Come in with me. All right. In the study of the villa, Father Zhang addressed Zhang Hongfei, "Take a seat." Zhang Hongfei was not one to hesitate. He promptly took a seat. "Hongfei, you enjoy playing football, and I have never hindered you in that regard." "Thank you, Dad. However, this time, your wager against the Liu and Guan families directly concerns the interests of our Zhang clan, and I insist that you emerge victorious." "Dad, what resources do I have to ensure victory? Are you not always boasting about your exceptional football skills? What is it now, when faced with the challenge? Do you wish to feign cowardice?" "Dad, I am competing with the Huazhong University team. I cannot enlist outside help. I suspect Liu Zihao and Guan Xingtian will surely recruit professional players. Then you should seek assistance as well. But that would violate the rules. I have already informed them that I will compete with the Huazhong team. You are merely concerned with pride." "Dad, it is not like that. I did not consider it deeply before. I simply wanted to play a couple of matches earnestly. I am not interested in your reasoning. However, Hongfei, let me be clear. If you fail to secure a victory, I will cut off your allowance. You will have to earn your living on your own from now on." "What?" As the saying goes, severing a person's financial means is akin to killing their parents. Father Zhang's decision to cut off Zhang Hongfei's allowance is akin to wielding a sword against oneself. Zhang Hongfei is certainly determined to prevent his father's self-destructive behavior. "Dad, rest assured, I shall strive for victory. I, too, wish to be among the global youth elites, just once. With ambition." The Liu family's lad has secured a competitive spot for 3 consecutive years. However, regrettably, he is yet to be elected even once. "Hongfei, I have faith in you." "Thank you, Dad. By the way, about your little girlfriend, you could bring her home next time." "Really? You no longer oppose it? Does my opposition hold any significance? Would you heed my words simply because I oppose?" Zhang Hongfei, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and said, "Dad, I acknowledge my mistakes. Hongfei, why not stay home for lunch today? Your mother hasn't seen you in quite a while. All right, let this day be an opportunity for a son to show filial piety." "Nonsense. You think you can simply fulfill your duties while your father begs you?" "Dad, I truly apologize. All you do is utter 'I am sorry.' Hongfei, you are the sole heir of the Zhang family, and the future of our lineage rests upon your shoulders. For goodness sake, occasionally immerse yourself in your studies at school, and perhaps learn the intricacies of business at home. Do not solely indulge in your football pursuits. The sport cannot sustain you for a lifetime." Yes, I understand. Your advice is duly noted, and I shall amend my ways. Do not merely speak. Take action. When you were a freshman, I admonished you. Did you heed my words? You are on the brink of graduation next year, yet you still squander your time on football. Dad, playing football does not detract from my academic commitments. Zhang's father let out a helpless sigh and departed from the study. Observing his father's retreating figure, Zhang Hongfei could not help but exhale in relief. Zhang Hongfei silently reflected. "Father, with the assistance of my system brother, my future in football is boundless. Yet, I cannot reveal the truth to you. Rest assured, I will not let you down." At noon, Zhang's mother returned home. Zhang Hongfei had not seen his mother for half a year. The last time they met was during the spring festival. Upon his return home, Zhang's mother was overwhelmed with joy, grasping his hands and incessantly inquiring about his well-being. A loving mother stitches the thread of care into the garments of her wandering child, fearing his delayed return. Who can express the heart of a humble child in gratitude for the warmth of spring sunshine bestowed by a nurturing mother? Zhang Hongfei, when he read the poem Song of the Wanderer in his youth, never imagined that one day he would evoke such deep concern and longing in his own mother. Zhang Hongfei is filled with remorse for his mother. Zhang Hongfei resolved that whenever he found the time, he would make it a point to visit home more frequently. However, he chose to maintain a respectful distance from his father. Though Zhang's father did not exert much control over Zhang Hongfei, he possessed a penchant for verbosity. Whenever Zhang Hongfei was at home, tranquility was unequivocally elusive. Father Zhang would find various excuses to give Zhang Hongfei lessons, ranging from poetry and songs to the philosophy of life. Chapter 31. Selecting soft persimmons to squeeze during a delightful lunch, the family enjoyed a harmonious and warm atmosphere. The private kitchen of the Zhang family boasts culinary skills that are undoubtedly among the finest in the city of Shanghai. Their local cuisine is truly exceptional. On the dining table, an exquisite arrangement of 8 meat dishes and 8 vegetable dishes is presented with impeccable order. Zhang Hongfei's most cherished delicacies, the 8 treasures duck and the hairy crab, are indispensable. The restaurant's freezer is brimming with Häagen-Dazs ice cream, a beloved treat from Zhang's childhood, offering a delightful array of flavors. On the wine rack of the restaurant, bottles of red wine, vodka, white liquor, and beer are meticulously arranged. Anything that cannot be found on the market can be discovered here. Zhang's mother continually served food to Zhang Hongfei, enveloping him in a profound sense of maternal love. Mom, you should eat too. Hongfei, you have endured hardships outside. Why not move back home? Father Zhang let out a snort, as if he is the one suffering outside. You underestimate our precious son far too much. Zhang Hongfei hastily defended himself. Father, I have endured hardships. I have faced numerous challenges. Every day, I must run. Enough. Playing football is your own choice. No one is forcing you, his father interjected. I know. Alas. Hongfei, father, I'm here. Once you graduate next year, return home. By then, you could purchase a football team and still enjoy the game. Father, playing on the field is an entirely different concept from being part of an elite football team. You do not understand. Look at Boss Zhu. He loves football too. Yet, he does not exert himself on the field like you do. Boss Zhu acquired the Lianqing team and now enjoys football just the same. Father, please do not mention Boss Zhu's Lianqing team. When I visited Quansheng, I specifically went to cheer for Lianqing, and they were defeated by Luning 3-1. It infuriated me. Victory and defeat are commonplace in competition. Father, on the football field, it is a matter of the brave triumph in narrow encounters. Losing means elimination. Hongfei, you have been eliminated for 3 years, and I have yet to see you win. Father, those were mere accidents. Next time, I will surely lead the Huali team to break through Xinqing and reach the national stage. Zhang's father clearly harbored doubts regarding his son's capabilities. He had discreetly consulted numerous experts within the football industry to assess Zhang Hongfei's potential. The experts' opinions were astonishingly uniform. Young Master Zhang had not established a solid foundation in his youth and had missed the optimal age for playing football. He was now ill-suited for the sport. Thus, Zhang's father desperately sought to steer his son back onto the right path. However, Zhang Hongfei obstinately persisted in his pursuits, ultimately leaving home in a huff to live independently. The thought of these matters caused Zhang's father considerable distress. Zhang's mother possesses a remarkable openness. As long as Zhang Hongfei finds joy in his pursuits, she refrains from questioning his choices and offers her unwavering support unconditionally. Zhang Hongfei currently resides in a home meticulously arranged by his mother. After lunch, he bid farewell to his parents. Just before his departure, his mother shed tears once more. Hongfei, why not consider moving back home? Look at your mother. At her age, she sheds tears for you in silence. Her eyes are nearly worn out from crying. Mom, it's all right. I'm fine. Hongfei, as long as you are happy out there, that brings me joy. With a sense of guilt towards his mother, Zhang Hongfei stepped out of the door once again. Uncle Zhang drove a Rolls-Royce, escorting Zhang Hongfei back to his residence. As soon as Zhang Hongfei arrived at his residence, the first thing he did was call his girlfriend. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoying was still on the train. Zhang Hongfei conveyed his father's words to Zhao Xiaoying without alteration. When Zhao Xiaoying arrived in Shuncheng, Zhang Hongfei resolved to take her home. Previously, he had dated numerous girlfriends, yet he had never brought any of them home. This time, however, he was 7 parts earnest. After finishing his call with Zhao Xiaoying, Zhang Hongfei began searching for opponents for the Huali team as warm-up matches. The previous match against Fudan hardly qualified as a legitimate contest. Even the system overseer dismissed such rivals. This time, Zhang Hongfei aimed to accumulate attribute points. Thus, the opponent needed to possess strength, yet it could not be overwhelmingly formidable. Consequently, he set his sights on the youth training teams of various clubs. In 2006, only a handful of clubs focused on youth training. After a thorough search, Zhang Hongfei discovered that these youth teams were utterly unreliable. At that moment, Zhao Yi, aware of Zhang Hongfei's quest for warm-up opponents, thoughtfully gathered information on a dozen contenders and sent it to him. In a critical moment, Yi proved to be quite dependable. This was it. Zhang Hongfei has chosen his first warm-up match opponent to be the Jinbao football base in Shanghai. Established in 2001, the Jinbao football base has been operational for several years. However, it faces considerable challenges in its management. Wealthy families often discourage their children from pursuing football, while those who do aspire to change their destinies through the sport typically come from underprivileged backgrounds. This creates a paradox. Although the football base aims to generate revenue, it consistently operates at a loss. Zhang Hongfei has thoroughly reviewed the basic information about this football base. In truth, he has long been aware of its existence. The players nurtured by this academy are indeed exceptional, with some advancing directly to professional leagues. Yet, the majority do not meet his standards. Consequently, while Zhang Hongfei recruits talent for Huazhong University of Science and Technology each year, he has never sought to poach players from the Jianbao football base. Zhang Hongfei, representing the Huazhong University team, thus determined the first opponent for their warm-up match. Following this decision, he promptly called Zhao Yi, entrusting her with the negotiations. As the captain, Zhang Hongfei certainly would not involve himself in every detail. Zhao Yi proved to be highly efficient. Within half an hour, she returned Zhang Hongfei's call. Two options emerged, the first team or the second team. Indeed, which squad would you prefer to face in the warm-up match? Zhang Hongfei replied without hesitation, the second team. Of course, one must squeeze the right persimmons. However, Zhang Hongfei remained vigilant, for this was the second team of the football academy, which, when compared to the ordinary high school teams, possessed a considerable advantage. The children from the academy underwent systematic football training every single day, and the accumulation of time would inevitably lead to a qualitative transformation. Their foundational skills were remarkably solid. If the Wari school team were to underestimate their opponents, they might very well face defeat against this youthful squad. The average age of the second team at the academy was merely 16, and referring to them as a youthful army was entirely justified. Soon, Zhao Yi finalized the specific match date with the football academy. The match was scheduled for July 18th. Just 2 days later, with the venue set to be the academy itself, Zhang Hongfei resolved to personally convey this news to the players of the Hua Li University team. Zhang Hongfei casually selected a car key from a pile. 20 minutes later, an Aston Martin graced the campus of Huali University. Chapter 32. The internal competition. As the Aston Martin made its entrance, the entire Huali campus erupted with excitement. The university's regulations were stringent, and those daring enough to cruise around in luxury vehicles were invariably the offspring of affluent families, characterized by both height and charm. Among these exceptional individuals, the most distinctive was undoubtedly Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei has a fondness for playing soccer, a well-guarded secret at Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Thanks to his influence, a vibrant soccer culture has flourished on campus. For an extended period, the customary greeting among students has become, "Have you played today?" Zhang Hongfei wandered through the campus, acutely aware of the familiar gazes directed his way. Each time he ventured out, the same few girls appeared, albeit clad in different attire, and Zhang Hongfei had nearly memorized their appearances. Regarding these persistent admirers, his mood was not always benevolent, and he did not feel compelled to offer them gifts on every occasion. This time, he opted to disregard them entirely. In the male dormitory of Wari University, Zhang Hongfei methodically informed each member of the university team to convene for a meeting. As the captain of the Wari team, Zhang Hongfei's words carry more weight than those of the coach, Wang Kong. When it came to the warm-up match, Zhang Hongfei did not inform Wang Tsong immediately. Firstly, Zhang believed that the opponents for this warm-up match were somewhat inferior, being underage players. A victory would be of little significance, while a defeat would be embarrassing. Thus, the fewer people who knew about this match, the better. Only the players of the Wari school team were informed, and outsiders were left uninformed. Secondly, the Wari school team's lineup was not yet complete, as Zhang was still in the process of recruiting players. He intended to wait until the team's roster was fully established before allowing Wang Tsong to conduct thorough training. A friendly match? Against the second team of the football academy? Why not face their first team instead? Indeed, playing against the second team feels rather humiliating, doesn't it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei exclaimed in anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do not underestimate the opponent simply because they're a second-tier team. They have been playing football since childhood and train daily. They are incomparable to us. Although they are merely a group of underage children, we must still give our all. If we lose, you might as well find a block of tofu to knock yourselves out. Rest assured, Brother Fei, we cannot possibly lose. You hardly seem like someone capable of victory. Brother Fei, you must have a little faith in me. Let me state this clearly. If you lose, each of you will have to leave." Yu Bao patted his chest and reassured, "Brother Fei, do not worry. If we lose, I will twist my own head off and offer it to you as a ball to kick." Lu Fei quickly interjected, "Ahem. Brother Fei, that was Yu Bao's own declaration. It has nothing to do with the rest of us. If we lose, you can simply twist Yu Bao's head off and use it as a ball." Yu Bao realized he had been betrayed by his teammates and was left in utter shock. Zhang Hongfei, with a kind heart, Consoled, you bow. It seems your character does not quite measure up to mine as the captain. Fei Go, it's rather harsh to deliver such a blow. Fei Go, is there any reward for winning this match? You are so mundane, only thinking of benefits. Fei Go, ignore him. Last time when bonuses were distributed, you were the most eager. How can you even say that? Fei Go, since we are here, shouldn't we engage in some activity? All right, brothers. Let us partake in an internal match to liven things up. The losing side will receive no reward, while the victorious team gets to enjoy a night out with me. Fei Go, that's unfair. Those on your side will undoubtedly reap the benefits. Exactly. How about this? I want to participate. Fei Go, that would only complicate matters further. We already have a limited number of players on campus. In the dormitory, including Zhang Hongfei, there were a total of 14 individuals. If Zhang Hongfei refrained from playing, one side would undoubtedly be short of players. Zhang Hongfei was merely jesting. As brothers of the same team, how could he possibly show favoritism? Never mind. What I said earlier holds no weight. Regardless of the outcome, I shall take you all out for some fun later. Instantly, the dormitory erupted in a chorus of cheers. Long live Brother Fei. Zhang Hongfei intends to utilize the warm-up match to assess the condition of each player, while also honing the team's synergy. Although Chui resides at a considerable distance, making it inconvenient for him to participate in the match 2 days hence, Shi Yong is able to join the team for preliminary integration. Zhang Hongfei resolved to personally visit Shi Yong's residence after the conclusion of the internal competition to inform him of his participation in the match against the second team of the football base. On the football field of Huali University, 2 teams were fiercely competing. One team was composed of the main players led by Zhang Hongfei, while the other consisted of the substitutes under Lu Fei's guidance. In the Huali University team, among the 4 prominent forwards, 2 had graduated and departed from the team. The remaining forwards were Gao Hongkai, who would be entering his sophomore year next semester, and Yu Qingyun, who would be advancing to his junior year. Zhang Hongfei has currently secured only 1 substitute, Shi Yong, leaving 1 spot available. The midfield of the Huari University team consists of 6 players, including Zhang Hongfei as the captain and 5 additional athletes. Among the midfielders, 2 players have graduated as seniors and departed from the Huari team. The remaining 5 midfielders are Yang Yuqin, Zhan Wushuang, Yi Yunfei, Wu Meng, and Tang Qi. In the defensive line of Huari, together with Yu Bao, there are now 4 players. The other 3 are named Yu Tongfei, Dong Hanhai, and Yin Minkai, all of whom will be juniors when the next semester commences. The Huari team features 2 goalkeepers, the starting goalkeeper, Lu Fei, and the substitute, Mei Cheng. This makes a total of 14 players, perfectly divided into 2 teams. Zhang Hongfei led a team comprising Yu Qingyun, Yang Yuqing, Zhan Wushuang, Yu Bao, Yu Tongfei, and Mei Cheng, totaling 6 members. In contrast, Gao Hongkai, Yi Yunfei, Wu Meng, Tang Qi, Dong Hanhai, Yin Minkai, and Lu Fei formed another team, consisting of 7 players. Wang Tsong, renowned for his expertise in the 4-5-1 formation, found himself amidst a 7v7 match where both teams opted for a 2-3-1 formation. Given the limited number of participants, the game was played on half the field. In accordance with international conventions, the weaker team commenced the match. Lu Fei skillfully tossed the ball to defender Yin Minkai, who subsequently passed it to Dong Hanhai. Dong Hanhai advanced a few steps with the ball before delivering a pass to midfielder Tang Qi. At that moment, Zhang Hongfei's side initiated a vigorous counterpress. Zhang Hongfei directed Yang Yuqin and Zhan Wushuang to advance and seize the ball. Zhang Hongfei currently finds himself in a state of considerable excitement. Although it is merely an internal match of an entertaining nature, the system has surprisingly assigned him a task. Should he emerge victorious, he will be rewarded with a point of stamina. However, the system is certainly not one to suffer losses. It would not deign to issue tasks that are too simplistic. In this contest, Zhang Hongfei must not only win, but also secure a victory by a margin of at least 3 goals to fulfill the task. Chapter 33. The conceded goal under Zhang Hongfei's adept guidance. Yang Yuqin and Zhan Wushuang simultaneously advanced towards Tang Qi. During their usual training sessions, the 3 had frequently faced off against each other. Tang Qi, a substitute for the Huazhong University team, often served as a one-on-one opponent for Yang Yuqin and Zhan Wushuang. Sharing a glance, Yang Yuqin and Zhan Wushuang nodded in agreement. They positioned themselves, one to the left and one to the right, effectively obstructing Tang Qi's path forward. Tang Qi, however, remained calm and promptly halted his dribbling. His teammates, Yi Yunfei and Wu Meng, swiftly rushed over to provide support. The 5 players engaged in a fierce tussle in the midfield. But why were there 5 individuals involved? Zhang Hongfei refrained from advancing to contest the ball, instead opting to remain near the midfield, awaiting its arrival. Zhang Hongfei possesses an inexplicable confidence in his footwork. With a decisive victory over his opponent by 3 goals, he naturally took it upon himself to bear the weight of this responsibility. However, Zhang Hongfei did not remain idle. Yu Chen, to the left. Look to the left. Wu Shuang. The ball is behind you. Sensing the precarious situation, the opposing forward, Gao Hongkai, retreated to the midfield for support. Zhang Hongfei promptly called upon Yu Bao and Yu Tongfei, urging them not to linger in the backfield, but to join in the pursuit of the ball. In such an intra-team match, no one concerns themselves with the minutiae of offside rules. In the midfield, 8 players converged in a chaotic frenzy. The football danced among the feet of these 8 players in a delightful display of teamwork. As soon as Zhang Hongfei touched the ball, the opposing team immediately launched a counterattack. The moment they seized possession, Zhang Hongfei's side would swiftly press forward again. Both teams engaged in a delightful tug-of-war at midfield, relishing the contest. However, Zhang Hongfei, observing from the sidelines, grew increasingly frustrated. How could they secure victory if both sides merely squandered time in the midfield? At this juncture, the 2 defenders from the opposing team, Dong Hanhai and Yin Mintai, also joined the chaotic fray at midfield. The forward Yu Qingyun from Zhang Hongfei's team sensed the precariousness of the situation and joined the fray. 11 players battled fiercely in the midfield, with individuals frequently tumbling to the ground. In the end, amidst the chaos, an unknown individual sent the football soaring out of play, thereby concluding the tumultuous skirmish. You kicked it out. No, it was clearly you who did. Though merely an internal match, both sides were composed of spirited youths, brimming with competitive zeal. Naturally, such antics can be regarded as a form of tradition. Who among us has not resorted to a bit of cheekiness while playing football in our youth? Ultimately, Zhang Hongfei asserted that the ball was kicked out by the opposing team. With the captain's decree, no one dared to voice dissent. The formations of both teams reverted to their initial setup, 2-3-1. Yang Yuqin was entrusted with the responsibility of executing the throw-in. Zhang Hongfei continuously waved at Yang Yuqin, signaling him to pass the ball. After exchanging a confirming glance with Zhang Hongfei, Yang Yuqin decisively passed the ball to him. After Zhang Hongfei took the stage, he finally had the opportunity to touch the ball. Zhang Hongfei shouted, "Here it comes." Upon seeing the captain seize the ball, everyone on the opposing team instinctively recoiled. The players of the Huali University team were well aware of Zhang Hongfei's powerful kick. Zhang Hongfei momentarily paused the ball, then unleashed a powerful kick towards the goal guarded by Lu Fei. This marked the very first shot of the match. The football soared high, carrying Zhang Hongfei's hopes, but ultimately sailed over the crossbar. Alas, Zhang Hongfei could not help but let out a sigh. Aside from himself, no one else was surprised by this outcome. After all, Zhang Hongfei's powerful long shots had become legendary in the collegiate football scene of Shenzhen. Lu Fei jogged over to retrieve the ball. 3 minutes later, Lu Fei executed a goal kick. The ball found its way to Yi Yunfei's feet. At that moment, the opposing forward, Gao Hong, had only just positioned himself near Zhang Hongfei's team's penalty area. Yi Yunfei signaled to Wu Ming and Tang Qi to advance. The 3 of them passed the ball while maintaining their formation as they moved forward. Zhang Hongfei commanded Yang Yuqin and Zhan Wushuang to defend against the other 2 individuals, while he personally took charge of guarding Yi Yunfei. Although Yi Yunfei's strength was rather modest, it was unfortunate that Zhang Hongfei's defense was equally lacking. The 2 were evenly matched in their inadequacies. Zhang Hongfei's defensive attributes of 30 render him akin to a sieve, easily deceived by Yi Yunfei's feints. However, his impressive speed attribute of 66 allows him to continually rectify his missteps. Deceived once, he gives chase. Deceived again, yet he pursues once more. Zhang Hongfei and Yi Yunfei engaged in a fierce tug-of-war. After numerous attempts, Zhang Hongfei finally succeeded in severing Yi Yunfei's ball. Zhang Hongfei's team launched a counterattack. This distance is too far from the goal, beyond Zhang Hongfei's striking range. Zhang Hongfei opted for an assist. Zhang Hongfei skillfully passed the ball to the forward Yu Qingyun. As the primary striker for the university team, Yu Qingyun possessed far superior skills compared to Zhang Hongfei. Confronted by the defensive duo of Dong Hanhai and Yin Minkai, Yu Qingyun effortlessly deceived both with a feint. He surged into the penalty area, directly facing goalkeeper Lu Fei. Witnessing this moment, Zhang Hongfei couldn't help but shout from the backfield, "Score!" It mattered not who found the net. As long as a goal was scored, it was a commendable effort. Yu Qingyun and Lu Fei locked eyes. A mere 0.1 seconds later, Yu Qingyun aimed for the upper left corner of the goal and struck. At that instant, Lu Fei's palms had grown clammy with sweat. Lu Fei reacted, relying on his knowledge of Yu Qingyun to correctly anticipate the direction. However, a second later, as Lu Fei turned to see the ball joyfully spinning within the net, he realized he had once again succumbed to defeat. The goal was scored, witnessing Yu Qingyun's triumph. Zhang Hongfei was the first to leap up in celebration. Zhang Hongfei thought to himself, "This is splendid. Only 2 more goals to go." Zhang Hongfei rushed to Yu Qingyun's side and embraced him tightly. "What a magnificent shot. Brother, Fij, all the credit goes to that exquisite pass you made just now." Although Yu Qingyun was not particularly adept at flattery, having spent considerable time on the university soccer team, he was well aware that Zhang Hongfei relished compliments. Thus, he readily offered kind words. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei indeed burst into hearty laughter. "Ha! Is that so? Truly? To be honest, I merely took a casual kick just now, and I didn't expect it to land perfectly at your feet." The celebration lasted for several minutes. Subsequently, Lu Fei took the goal kick, and the match resumed. The trailing Lu Fei's team began to launch an all-out offensive. The defenders, Dong Hanhai and Yin Mitai, seemingly transformed from their defensive roles into central defenders in an instant. The defensive line of Zhang Hongfei's team immediately tightened. Yu Qingyun remained in the forward position, failing to retreat to the defense. Zhang Hongfei remained stationed in midfield, neglecting to return to the defense. Lu Fei's forward, Gao Hongkai, received a swift pass from Tang Qi and executed a powerful shot from a tight angle. Despite Mei Cheng's utmost efforts, he was unable to thwart Gao Hongkai's forceful strike, leaving him helplessly sprawled in front of the goal, sighing in despair. Suddenly, upon glancing back, he realized that the ball had nestled deep within the net. Witnessing the conceding of the goal, Zhang Hongfei instantly erupted in anger. The directive from the system was to secure a victory by a margin of 3 goals. Having finally managed to score one, he was dismayed to see a goal conceded so swiftly. Zhang Hongfei was exceedingly irate, and the repercussions were grave. Chapter 34, Stalemate. Both parties returned to the same starting line. Gao Hongkai, elated after scoring a goal, was initially filled with exuberance as he sprinted to celebrate. However, upon turning back and witnessing Zhang Hongfei's displeased expression, Gao Hongkai promptly concealed his smile. He approached Zhang Hongfei with respect and called out, "Brother Fei." Zhang Hongfei suppressed his anger and donned a smiling facade, gently patting Gao Hongkai on the shoulder. "Hongkai, splendid. Congratulations on your goal. This is all thanks to Fij's nurturing." Under different circumstances, such words would have been music to Zhang Hongfei's ears. However, in this moment, they struck him as jarring. Zhang Hongfei encouraged Gao Hongkai with a few more words before he approached the goalkeeper, Mei Cheng. "Fei Ge, I sincerely apologize. It is all my fault." Mei Cheng lamented. "It's all right. It was merely a single goal conceded. Keep striving forward." Zhang replied reassuringly. "Thank you, Fei Ge. I shall persevere." Mei Cheng vowed. Zhang Hongfei was filled with a desire to strike Mei Cheng. However, should Mei Cheng be assaulted, Zhang Hongfei would find himself without a goalkeeper to defend the net. Moreover, after conceding a goal, Mei Cheng appeared somewhat anxious. Under duress, Zhang Hongfei could only reluctantly offer encouragement to Mei Cheng. With Zhang Hongfei's support, Mei Cheng gradually regained his composure, and his gaze became resolute once more. The match resumed. Mei Cheng passed the ball to Yu Bao, who then relayed it to Yang Yuchen. As soon as Yang Yuchen received the ball, Wu Ming swiftly approached him in defense. Yang Yuchen, refusing to linger, quickly passed the ball to the other side where Zhan Wushuang awaited. Zhan Wushuang advanced the ball towards the opposing half, with Yi Yunfei immediately in pursuit. Having been rivals for some time within the team, both players were vying for playing opportunities. Zhan Wushuang and Yi Yunfei engaged in a physical contest. As teammates, neither resorted to deceitful tactics or theatrics. They clashed head-on, relying solely on their strength to determine the outcome. The sound of muscles grinding against each other echoed as they collided. In this exchange, Zhan Wushuang gained a slight advantage. After several encounters, he managed to push Yi Yunfei aside. Yi Yunfei stumbled, unable to keep pace with Zhan Wushuang. After crossing the halfway line, Zhan Wushuang passed the ball to Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei thought to himself, "This ball is in the bag." Zhang Hongfei struck the ball with a powerful kick, launching a formidable shot towards the goal. The goalkeeper, Lu Fei, upon witnessing Zhang's attempt, let out a resigned sigh. Zhang Hongfei's kick was executed with remarkable precision. Lu Fei, even with the intention to let it pass, found himself unable to do so. The ball soared directly into Lu Fei's embrace, requiring no movement on his part. Observing his shot being deftly saved by Lu Fei, Zhang Hongfei's expression turned rather peculiar. Lu Fei forcefully tossed the ball to Yan Minkai. It was now Lu Fei's team's turn to initiate the attack. Yan Minkai and Dong Hongfei surged forward simultaneously. Yu Qingyun attempted to intercept, but Yan Minkai and Dong Hongfei executed a clever 2-on-1 maneuver, evading Yu Qingyun effortlessly. Subsequently, both sides once again engaged in a fierce contest for possession in the midfield. On the field, 14 players were present, with 11 clustered near the center. Zhang Hongfei did not partake in the fray. Both goalkeepers remained stationary while the other players engaged in a fierce contest at midfield. The football danced among the players' toes, creating a mesmerizing spectacle that dazzled the spectators. Suddenly, a resounding shout echoed across the field. "Fei Ge, receive the ball." Zhang Hongfei was momentarily taken aback, only to soon realize that the soccer ball was soaring towards the position he occupied. Zhang Hongfei immediately controlled the ball with his chest, and then turned towards the goal guarded by Lu Fei. Lu Fei could not help but tremble once more. In his heart, Lu Fei thought, "Brother Fei, please don't tease me any further. If you come closer to shoot, I might at least let you score a little. But if you attempt another outrageous shot, I shall not take responsibility." Zhang Hongfei appeared to have sensed Lu Fei's unspoken thoughts. This time, he refrained from opting for a long-range shot. Zhang Hongfei dribbled the ball, sprinting towards Lu Fei's team's penalty area. Dong Hongfei and Yan Minkai exchanged a glance before hastily giving chase. However, their running speed was evidently not up to par. Zhang Hongfei and Lu Fei found themselves in a one-on-one situation within the penalty area. Lu Fei gazed at Zhang Hongfei, having already made up his mind. The moment Zhang took his shot, he would dive in the opposite direction, allowing Fei Ge to score and revel in a moment of pride. However, events unfolded in a manner that Lu Fei had not anticipated. Zhang Hongfei poised as if to take a shot, yet little did anyone know, it was merely a feint. Zhang Hongfei swiftly darted in the opposite direction. Consequently, Lu Fei was deceived by Zhang Hongfei's performance and initially lunged in the contrary direction. As fate would have it, Lu Fei inadvertently made contact with Zhang Hongfei's genuine strike on goal. Zhang Hongfei and Lu Fei were both momentarily taken aback. Zhang Hongfei pondered to himself, "Indeed, Lu Fei is remarkable. He has seen through my feigned maneuver. Truly impressive." Meanwhile, Lu Fei thought, "Goodness, Brother Fei, what sort of charade was that? You managed to deceive even me. During our usual training, your feints never fool me. Yet, it seems today was the exception. Brother Fei, you are truly unfortunate today." Zhang Hongfei, disheartened by the missed shot, trudged back to the midfield. Lu Fei, on the other hand, passed the ball to Dong Hongfei, who swiftly relayed it to Tang Qi in the midfield, initiating an offensive maneuver. This time, the midfield remained organized and cohesive. Lu Fei's team commenced a series of passes, diligently searching for openings in Zhang Hongfei's defense. Zhang Hongfei's heart began to race with anxiety. If the internal match concluded with a score of 1-1, his mission would be deemed a failure. The ball found its way to Yi Yunfei of Lu Fei's team. This time, it was Zhan Wushuang who attempted to seize the ball as Yi Yunfei advanced with it. Capitalizing on Zhan Wushuang's lack of lateral mobility, Yi Yunfei faced his opponent's direct defense and executed a lateral pull to change direction. As the two players neared each other, Yi Yunfei deftly maneuvered the ball from the left foot to the inner side of his right foot, then swiftly propelled it forward, accelerating past Zhan Wushuang. In the blink of an eye, Zhan Wushuang found himself trailing behind Yi Yunfei. After having been outpaced, Yi Yunfei finally managed to retaliate. With Zhan Wushuang behind him, Lu Fei's team now had a 3-on-2 advantage in the attacking zone. Yu Bao and Yu Tongfei felt an overwhelming pressure. Yu Bao kept a vigilant eye on Gao Hongkai, while Yu Tongfei focused on marking Tang Qi. Observing Zhan Wushuang being outmaneuvered by Yi Yunfei, Yu Bao immediately shouted to Yu Tongfei, "Get up and defend." Realizing the urgency, Yu Tongfei snapped back to attention and rushed forward, aiming to intercept Yi Yunfei's pass. In an instant, Yi Yunfei sent the ball to Tang Qi, who was positioned behind Yu Tongfei. Tang Qi received the ball and charged into Zhang Hongfei's team's penalty area. Mei Cheng closely monitored the ball at Tang Qi's feet. Having already conceded a goal, Mei Cheng dared not allow any lapse in concentration. Tang Qi assessed the angle, found it favorable, and opted to take a shot. The football soared toward the bottom left corner of the goal. Mei Chung misjudged the trajectory and dove in the wrong direction. In his heart, Mei Chung could only fervently pray, "Please don't go in. Please don't go in." Chapter 35. Stalemate under Mei Cheng's curse. The ball struck the goalpost with a resounding thud before ricocheting out of play. Letting out a sigh of relief, Mei Cheng could no longer contain his emotions. Zhang Hongfei, witnessing Tang Qi's missed shot, finally felt a sense of relief wash over him. Fortunately, the ball did not find the net. Mei Cheng swiftly retrieved the ball and passed it to Yu Bao. Now it was time for Zhang Hongfei's team to launch an offensive. The opposing forward, Gao Hongkai, showed no inclination to press forward. Yu Bao effortlessly advanced the ball towards the midfield and passed it to Yang Yuchen. The moment Yang Yuchen received the ball, Wu Ming and Yi Yunfei immediately converged to challenge him. "Come on, are you two doing this on purpose? Why is it that the moment I get the ball, you both come charging in? There was no other way. Brother Fei always teaches us to pick the right persimmons. Indeed, this is all Brother Fei's wisdom." At that moment, Zhang Hongfei positioned himself not far from Yang Yuchen, beginning to make his run. Yang Yuchen understood that the defenders would not closely mark Zhang Hongfei, so he decisively passed the ball to him. Indeed, as soon as Zhang Hongfei touched the ball, Wu Ming and Yi Yunfei appeared to energetically advance to contest it. But in reality, they were merely allowing him to play. Zhang Hongfei remains indifferent to these matters. As long as he can secure a victory by 3 clear goals, he is willing to accept any means necessary. Zhang Hongfei opted against a long-range shot, instead choosing to weave his way towards the penalty area. Dong Hanhai and Yin Minkai, in perfect synchrony, approached to defend the unmarked Yu Qingyun. "Why are you both fixated on me? I don't even have the ball." Silence. "Haven't you noticed that Fij hasn't scored yet today?" "Exactly. We need to display some awareness. Once Fij finds the back of the net, we can focus on our defense." Yu Qingyun regarded the treachery of Dong Hanhai and Yin Minkai with profound disdain. However, it was of little consequence. Zhang Hongfei skillfully maneuvered the ball, penetrating the penalty area, and found himself in yet another one-on-one situation with Lu Fei. Lu Fei thought to himself, "Come on, Brother Fei. This time, just skip the fancy tricks and take the shot. I'm already giving you leeway." Yet, to his surprise, Zhang Hongfei chose to showcase his flair once more. Zhang Hongfei did not employ any feints this time. Instead, he opted for a delicate lob shot. Faced with this attempt, Lu Fei remained completely still. "Surely, my actions in this instance were not overtly conspicuous?" Unfortunately, Zhang Hongfei's attacking prowess is merely rated at 30, and regrettably, his lob soared high above the target. Before Zhang Hongfei stood Lu Fei, who longed to leap high and catch the football, then deftly slotted into the net behind him. Zhang Hongfei, having failed to score, wore a look of profound disappointment. Lu Fei earnestly addressed him, "Brother Fei, I believe your chances of scoring would be greater if you take the shot directly. Is that so? Very well. I shall give it a try shortly." Zhang Hongfei attentively considered Lu Fei's suggestion. Lu Fei dashed behind the goal to retrieve the football. He then passed the ball to Yin Minkai. The match continued. This modest internal competition attracted numerous alumni from Wari to the sidelines to watch. Among them, Zhang Hongfei's cheerleading squad was the largest. A throng of girls stood at the edge of the field, vociferously rallying support for Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei had grown accustomed to such scenes. Whenever the Wari University team had a match, a throng of his own cheerleaders would invariably appear at the sidelines. Lu Fei's team initiated an attack. The current score on the field stood at 1-1. After several passes, the ball found its way to the feet of forward Gao Hongkai. Zhang Hongfei felt a sudden jolt in his heart as he saw Gao Hongkai receiving the ball. Just moments ago, it was Gao Hongkai who had scored the equalizing goal. Gao Hongkai advanced to the edge of the penalty area, with Yu Bao closely trailing him. Yu Bao understood that Zhang Hongfei was determined not to lose. Thus he exerted himself in defending against Gao Hongkai. Unfortunately, Gao Hongkai was rather stubborn. Having scored a goal, he was eager for a second. Yu Bao diligently defended, denying Gao Hongkai any easy opportunity to shoot. Little did anyone know, today, Gao Hongkai seemed to have embodied the spirits of Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi. Typically, he struggled to even execute a shot under Yu Bao's defense. Yet today he erupted with brilliance, astonishingly maneuvering past Yu Bao with a miraculous cowtail dribble. Faced with goalkeeper Mei Chung, Gao Hongkai opted for a powerful strike. Mei Chung anticipated the ball's trajectory and dove with all his might to save it. Thud. Mei Cheng deflected Zhang Hongfei's fierce shot from outside the penalty area with his fists, sending it out of bounds. Rising to his feet, the triumphant Mei Cheng let out a jubilant roar to the heavens. Ah! Yu Bao gave Mei Cheng a thumbs up, acknowledging the splendid save. Well done, Mei Cheng. Zhang Hongfei could not restrain himself from rushing to Mei Cheng's side to praise him. Well done, Mei Cheng. Thank you, Brother Fei. Mei Cheng replied. What are you thanking me for? This is all the result of your own hard work. Tang Chi dashed to the corner, preparing to take a corner kick. Zhang Hongfei, who had just squandered a scoring opportunity, actively approached Tang Chi to request the ball. After a moment's hesitation, Tang Chi passed the ball to Zhang Hongfei. At that moment, the penalty area was crowded with players. Zhang Hongfei, instead of rushing into the penalty box, dribbled along the outskirts of it. While maneuvering the ball, he kept an eye on Mei Cheng's position. Suddenly, Zhang Hongfei halted, gazing at Tang Chi standing in the corner. Just when everyone thought Zhang Hongfei had abandoned the shot to pass to Tang Chi, he astonishingly took a shot. It was a beautifully executed lob. Unfortunately, it soared just a tad too high, sailing over the crossbar. Goalkeeper Mei Cheng broke out into a cold sweat from the scare, once again missing a golden opportunity. Zhang Hongfei knelt on the ground, striking the surface in frustration, clearly disheartened. Tang Chi approached him to offer comfort. Zhang Hongfei, don't lose heart. The match isn't over yet. I know, but if I don't perform well today, my chances of playing in the future will diminish. Head coach Wang Tsong favored a 4-5-1 formation, and Zhang Hongfei needed to vie with Yu Chengyun for the forward position. However, Zhang Hongfei was unaware that Zhang Hongfei had already tacitly granted this position to Shi Yong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be exerting himself so fervently. Mei Cheng retrieved the ball. The match continued. Mei Cheng passed the ball to Yu Bao. Yu Bao executed a long pass, lofting the ball to the forward Yu Chengyun. Upon receiving the ball, Yu Chengyun returned it to Zhang Hongfei in midfield. Zhang Hongfei, having missed several shots, felt a growing anxiety within him. The daunting task of winning by 3 clear goals loomed over him like an insurmountable mountain. After Yu Chengyun passed the ball to Zhang Hongfei, he made a decisive move to advance. At that moment, Zhang Hongfei chose to temporarily relinquish his own opportunity to score and instead opted to assist his teammate in finding the net. The first goal, indeed, was netted by Yu Chengyun. Zhang Hongfei commenced his advance down the field with the ball, awkwardly, on Lu Fei's team. Despite Yi Yunfei and Wu Ming's efforts to close in for defense, they found themselves perpetually trailing behind Zhang Hongfei, deliberately maintaining a distance from him. Zhang Hongfei was well aware of their thoughts. However, he could no longer concern himself with such matters. Scoring goals was the paramount objective. Chapter 36. Misunderstandings and Leniency. Zhang Hongfei dashed forward with the ball, swiftly arriving at the edge of the penalty area. Meanwhile, Yu Chengyun had also positioned himself near the box, poised to become the decisive finisher. At that moment, the wise counsel of Lu Fei echoed in Zhang Hongfei's mind. Zhang Hongfei hesitated. Zhang Hongfei first glanced at Yu Chengyun, then turned his gaze towards Lu Fei. Lu Fei subtly nodded in affirmation towards Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei immediately comprehended the situation. Zhang Hongfei unleashed a shot at the goal. It was a strike devoid of any embellishment. Given Lu Fei's prowess, he could have easily saved 9 out of 10 such attempts. Alas, this time, it was not among those 9. The ball soared towards Lu Fei's right, yet he deliberately dove in the opposite direction, to his left. The outcome, as one might expect, was one of sheer jubilation. Zhang Hongfei has triumphantly secured his inaugural goal of the match. The players of Lu Fei's team collectively exhaled in relief. Zhang Hongfei has scored, allowing them to engage in the match with earnestness. Poor Zhang Hongfei mistakenly believed that Lu Fei's team would continue to go easy on them, aiding him in securing 3 goals margin. After scoring, Zhang Hongfei refrained from celebrating and instead gestured for Lu Fei to swiftly resume play. Lu Fei, taken aback for a moment, promptly retrieved the ball from the net, preparing to restart the game. Zhang Hongfei's actions caught his teammates, who rushed over to celebrate with him, completely off guard. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand towards his teammates, urging them, "Everyone, return. Everyone, return. The match is not yet over." Zhang Hongfei is now entirely preoccupied with the notion of seizing the moment and swiftly increasing the score. Upon hearing their captain's call to action, Zhang Hongfei's teammates promptly returned to their respective positions, and the match resumed. Lu Fei passed the ball to Yin Minkai. Having resolved to no longer relent, the players of Lu Fei's team commenced their regular maneuvers. The football glided fluidly from one player's feet to another. On Zhang Hongfei's team, He directed his teammates to closely mark their opponents throughout the match, striving to intercept the ball swiftly to create scoring opportunities. The possession of the football began to oscillate between the two teams. On Zhang Hongfei's team, all the players are key members, possessing a slight edge and strength. After intercepting the ball from Tang Qi's feet, Yang Yuchen unleashed a powerful kick. The ball soared into Lu Fei's team's defensive zone. Yu Qingyun and Yin Mintai sprinted with all their might, vying for the unclaimed football. Zhang Hongfei, brimming with confidence in Cheng Yun's prowess, chose to dash towards the opposite side to extend his support to Cheng Yun. Cheng Yun, living up to expectations, successfully secured possession of the ball. Zhang Hongfei, upon witnessing Yu Qingyun seize the ball, immediately raised his hands high and shouted towards you, "Pass me the ball." Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Qingyun promptly delivered the ball directly to Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei turned around, poised to take a shot. To his astonishment, Dong Hanhai unexpectedly did not relent, positioning himself directly in the path of Zhang Hongfei's strike. Zhang Hongfei pondered to himself, "What is this fool trying to accomplish? Is he genuinely intent on opposing me?" Dong Hanhai, however, was not concerned with such thoughts. Following Zhang Hongfei's recent goal, the Lu Fei team had reached a tacit understanding to play earnestly. Dong Hanhai's formidable defense imposed significant pressure on Zhang Hongfei, whose offensive attribute was a mere 30, rendering him quite ineffective. Zhang Hongfei attempted several times to surpass Dong Hanhai, yet each endeavor proved fruitless. Ultimately, seizing a moment of opportunity, Dong Hanhai lunged forward, forcefully snatching the ball from beneath Zhang Hongfei's feet, and then executed a powerful kick that sent the ball soaring into the forward field. Lu Fei's team initiated a counterattack. Gao Hongkai received Dong Hanhai's pass and charged toward the goal defended by Mei Cheng. The goalkeeper, Mei Cheng, was once again confronted with an exceedingly daunting challenge. Fortunately, Yu Bao refused to relent, diligently retracing his steps and successfully entangling Gao Hongkai. With no promising chance to shoot, Gao Hongkai resorted to passing the ball back to the midfielder, Yi Yunfei. Lu Fei's team resumed their methodical passing, in search of a favorable opportunity to strike. As the seconds of the match slipped away, Zhang Hongfei felt an increasing sense of urgency within him. Lu Fei's Tang Qi was in possession of the ball, and without hesitation, Zhang Hongfei executed a flying tackle, striking fiercely. With a resounding thud, Tang Qi collapsed to the ground. In pain, he sat there, cradling his injured foot. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongfei sprang to his feet, seizing the football and launching an offensive. Witnessing this unfold, everyone present was filled with confusion. What on earth was Fei Ge doing? This was not the Fei Ge they knew. What had come over him to treat Tang Qi so harshly? The instigator, Zhang Hongfei, had now stormed right up to Lu Fei. Zhang Hongfei, remembering Lu Fei's teachings, opted for a rather unremarkable shot. Lu Fei effortlessly caught Zhang Hongfei's attempt. Zhang Hongfei was taken aback as Lu Fei intercepted his shot, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "What is happening? Lu Fei, you did that on purpose, didn't you?" At that moment, Tang Qi, limping slightly, managed to rise to his feet. "How are you, Tang Qi? Can you continue playing?" "I'm fine. I don't think I've injured any bones." Zhang Hongfei added, "Fei Ge is truly over the top. We're on the same team. Yet he pulled such a stunt. I can't blame Fei Ge. Perhaps my appearance was too disappointing for the audience, prompting him to assist me in taking a break." With no goal to his name, Zhang Hongfei approached Tang Qi. Zhang Hongfei, aware that his recent tackle was undoubtedly a foul, took the initiative to apologize to Tang Qi, saying, "Tang Qi, I am truly sorry. It was not intentional. I was a bit too eager. I hope you can forgive me. Brother Fei, it's all right. Once the match concludes, treat me to a sumptuous meal. That's absolutely no problem. Are you able to continue playing? I can still manage. Don't push yourself if you can't. Brother Fei, I assure you, I am perfectly fine. You need not worry about me." In Zhang Hongfei's mind, he calculated that if Tang Qi were to be injured and leave the field, his side would gain an advantage of 7 against 6. Unfortunately, Tang Qi proved to be a stubborn individual, refusing to leave the fray despite his minor injury. The match continued. Lu Fei passed the ball to Dong Hanhai, who advanced with it. Lu Fei's team pressed forward once more. This time, it was none other than Mei Cheng's old rival, Gao Hongkai, who attempted a shot. Fortunately, Gao Hongcai's strike hit the goalpost. Mei Cheng managed to secure the football just in time. As time ticked away, the score remained 2-1, and Zhang Hongfei grew increasingly anxious. 2 more goals were needed. This simply would not do. He had to strive even harder. It was once again Zhang Hongfei's team's turn to attack. this time led by Yu Chengyun as he broke through. Yan Min and Dong Hongfei simultaneously closed in on Yu Chengyun. Yu Chengyun passed the ball to Zhang Hongfei beside him. As Zhang Hongfei received the ball, before he could even react, Yan Min and Dong Hongfei lunged at him like wolves starved of flesh, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. Zhang Hongfei, filled with trepidation, swiftly passed the ball back to Yu Chengyun. Upon receiving the ball, Yu Chengyun continued his advance towards the penalty area. Lu Fei had long set his sights on Yu Chengyun, stealthily shifting his feet in his direction. Chapter 37. An inescapable victory. Yan Min and Dong Hongfei, upon witnessing Yu Chengyun dribble the ball, promptly abandoned their pursuit of Zhang Hongfei and turned their attention to chase after Yu Chengyun. Upon extricating himself from predicament, Zhang Hongfei promptly advanced towards the penalty area to provide support. Utilizing his keen intuition, Yu Chengyun abruptly halted the ball, followed by a deft lateral pass, which found its way to Zhang Hongfei's feet. Zhang Hongfei did not hesitate. He unleashed a shot. Lu Fei's focus was entirely on Chengyun, leaving him unprepared for Zhang Hongfei's sudden advance. By the time Lu Fei attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Zhang Hongfei's shot was of mediocre quality, with a rather slow velocity. However, Lu Fei was positioned a bit far from the goal and was facing away, which hindered his reaction. By the time Lu Fei turned to chase back, the football had already found its way into the net. Zhang Hongfei has finally scored his second goal. With a score of 3-1, his team leads Lu Fei's by 2 goals. After scoring, Zhang Hongfei exhibited no signs of excitement, calmly signaling Lu Fei to resume play. One more goal to go. I must strive harder. Zhang Hongfei's composed demeanor has caused everyone to regard him with newfound respect. Although Lu Fei remains unaware of the reasons behind Zhang Hongfei's persistent urging for him to commence the game promptly, today, Lu Fei has come to see Zhang Hongfei in a different light. Zhang Hongfei no longer undermines his teammates as he once did. Refraining from showcasing his long kicks in the midfield, Lu Fei swiftly initiated the play, passing the ball to Dong Hongfei. Trailing by 2 goals, the players on Lu Fei's team felt an immense burden. Everyone pondered the true intention behind Zhang Hongfei's sudden organization of an internal match. In truth, Zhang Hongfei harbored no ulterior motives. Zhang Hongfei's thoughts are quite simple. He merely wishes to play football and break a sweat. For a football enthusiast, the greatest joy lies in the opportunity to step onto the field and engage in a match. Zhang Hongfei observed the expressions of those around him and felt a sense of speculation brewing within. However, he had no intention of revealing the truth. Progress is born from competition. For a team to grow stronger, it requires not only formidable foreign players, but also a healthy internal rivalry. After receiving the ball, Dong Hongfei swiftly passed it to Yan Minkai. After taking a couple of strides, Yan Minkai relayed the ball to the midfielder, Tang Qi. Wu Ming and Yi Yunfei surged forward, one to the left and the other to the right, advancing in unison. With victory tantalizingly close, Zhang Hongfei was determined not to let their efforts go to waste. Zhang Hongfei had already devised a plan. Should his team score another goal, he would shamelessly declare the match concluded. In response to the offensive maneuvers of Lu Fei's team, Zhang Hongfei embraced his role as captain, taking charge and orchestrating on-field strategies. Zhang Hongfei personally took charge of Tang Qi, while Yang Yuqin and Zhang Wushuang were entrusted with the oversight of Wu Ming and Yi Yunfei, respectively. Gao Hongkai assigned responsibility to Yu Bao, who is undoubtedly the strongest defender in the school team. If even Yu Bao cannot contain an opponent, it would be futile for others to attempt. Yu Tongfei positioned himself within the penalty area, ever prepared to intercept any imminent threats. Yu Chengyun remained stationed in the forward position. Zhang Hongfei's team aspires for victory, yet they require the goals of Yu Chengyun. On the field, Tang Qi and Zhang Hongfei are engaged in a one-on-one duel. Moments ago, Zhang Hongfei executed a flying tackle, sending Tang Qi sprawling to the ground. Although Tang Qi dared not harbor thoughts of retaliation against Zhang Hongfei, he was determined to showcase his abilities in front of him. Thus, Tang Qi intentionally entangled himself with Zhang Hongfei, exchanging several moves. Ultimately, Tang Qi's gambit backfired, as the ball was intercepted by Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei, after intercepting the ball, wasted no time and with a powerful kick, passed it to Yu Chengyun in the front line. Zhang Hongfei placed his hopes on Yu Chengyun, and Yu Chengyun did not disappoint him. First, Yu Chengyun leveraged his speed to shake off Yan Minkai. Then, in a dazzling display against Dong Hongfei, he executed a splendid nutmeg that left Dong Hongfei in awe. Finally, confronted by goalkeeper Lu Fei, Yu Chungyun showcased his remarkable skills, opting for a delicate lob shot. The angle of the lob was exceptionally tricky. Despite Liu Fei's best efforts, he could not make contact with the ball, which gracefully nestled into the net. The score stood at 4-1. Zhang Hongfei's team ultimately triumphed over Liu Fei's squad by a margin of 3 goals. Upon witnessing Yu Qingyun's score, Zhang Hongfei shamelessly declared the conclusion of the match. Naturally, the players of Liu Fei's team were incensed. Having conceded 4 goals, their spirits were low, and they yearned for an outlet for their frustration. This situation resembled Zhang Hongfei delivering a beating while forbidding any retaliation. Having gained the upper hand, Zhang Hongfei immediately adopted a conciliatory tone. "Gentlemen, you all played remarkably today. Shortly, I shall take you out for some leisure." Upon hearing about the outing, the players of Liu Fei's team regained a semblance of their spirits. "Fei Ge, how did I perform today?" The double scorer Yu Qingyun approached Zhang Hongfei, seeking praise. "You played well. In the future, will I have a place among the starting lineup?" "I cannot guarantee that. Zhang Hongfei has clandestinely assigned the forward position to Shi Yong." "Feige, could it be that you are once again recruiting someone?" Yu Qingyun immediately considered this possibility. Indeed, Zhang Hongfei did not make any excuses and candidly acknowledged the reality. A fleeting look of disappointment crossed Yu Qingyun's face. "Don't worry, Junior. Next season, there will be opportunities for you to take the field. I am well aware of my own capabilities. If Coach Wang has better options, I am willing to play as a substitute. It is premature to discuss this now. The internal competition has concluded. Let us first celebrate our achievements." Zhang Hongfei grasped Yu Qingyun's hand and made his way into the midst of their teammates, joining them in a jubilant celebration of their hard-earned victory. In the ensuing moments, Zhang Hongfei honored his promise, leading the entire squad on a delightful escapade. Naturally, amidst their revelry, he did not neglect to claim the rewards for his hard work. Zhang Hongfei's current attributes are as follows: stamina 52, spirit 49, speed 63, offense 32, defense 30, luck 66. His stamina has now reached 52, bringing him one step closer to the passing mark. Zhang Hongfei has begun to seriously contemplate whether to engage in daily internal matches to enhance his attributes. However, the system decisively quashed his inclination to take shortcuts. "According to my training regimen, it won't be long before you reach the acceptable standard. No, I am an amateur football player. How can I train during the holidays? I must adhere to my principles." Zhang Hongfei declined the temptations of the system elder. Training was arduous, and life should be enjoyed. After dining with his teammates, Zhang Hongfei bid farewell to everyone. That evening, he returned home, finding himself with nothing to occupy his time. Zhang Hongfei could not help but ponder the essence of life, contemplating what he should do next. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoying called him, having finally returned home safely. She informed Zhang Hongfei of her well-being while expressing her deep feelings of longing. Upon her arrival, Zhao Xiaoying revealed her substantial salary of 10 million, nearly alarming her parents to the brink of a heart attack. Her parents had never encountered such a sum in their entire lives. Under their pressing inquiries, Zhao Xiaoying reluctantly divulged her relationship with Zhang Hongfei. Upon learning that their daughter was dating a wealthy and handsome young man, her parents displayed a look of disbelief. Chapter 38. A call for help from abroad. The following morning, Zhang Hongfei awoke in a sprawling 2,000 square meter bed, surrounded by over 200 beautiful maids. He was suddenly charged at by a cleaning girl, who collided forcefully with him, sending him sprawling. "Ah!" With a scream, Zhang Hongfei jolted awake from his slumber. Zhang Hongfei just tumbled off the bed, the cause of which remains a mystery. Zhang Hongfei, while gently massaging his slender waist, reminisced about the dream he had just experienced. Alas, how painful! What was that dream about? A grand bed, so many beautiful maids. If only dreams could come true. Although the Zhang family is quite affluent, Zhang's father would never consent to his son having a 20,000 square meter bed merely for slumber. The prospect of 200 enchanting maids is surely out of reach. Perhaps 2 could be contemplated. However, that last cleaning girl was exceedingly aggressive. Zhang Hongfei, still trembling with trepidation, instinctively placed his hand upon his chest, as if he had just endured the harrowing experience of having a boulder crushed upon his heart. Zhang Hongfei climbed back into bed, casually sending a greeting message to Zhao Xiaoying, and then drifted off to sleep. Zhang Hongfei's snoring echoed once more. For him, the act of indulging in a morning nap has become a daily ritual. It is now the holiday season, and Zhang Hongfei is liberated from the burdens of classes, examinations, romantic pursuits, and the concerns of his team. Zhang Hongfei can comfortably recline in bed and indulge in a delightful nap. During this reverie, he sleeps soundly and blissfully. Zhang Hongfei dreamt of leading his team to victory in the Collegiate Football League Championship. Zhang Hongfei dreamt of standing triumphantly on the podium, brimming with spirited confidence. Zhang Hongfei dreamt of the familiar melody of Masazumi Ozawa's attraction emanating from his phone. Zhang Hongfei could not contain his anger and exclaimed, "Who is it? Who dares to disturb me with a call at this hour?" Zhang Hongfei impatiently picked up the phone from his bedside. "Hello? Fei Ge. Who are you?" "Fei Ge. It's me." "Who exactly? State your name at once, or I shall hang up." "Fei Ge. I am Xing Shu, your loyal little follower." "Xing Shu?" Zhang Hongfei's mind seemed to momentarily falter as he struggled to recall the identity of the sacred tree. "Fij, it's me. The golden sacred tree. The golden sacred tree. Ah, so it's you, little sapling. Indeed, indeed. I am your little uncle." The golden sacred tree, along with his sister Jean Cayenne, had recently commenced their studies at Hwazhong University of Science and Technology as South Korean exchange students. They began their freshman year last year and have just entered their sophomore year. Jean Cayenne, a devoted admirer of Zhang Hongfei, became infatuated with him after their first encounter, persistently pursuing him ever since. Jean Cayenne is particularly skilled at surprise appearances. Every time Zhang Hongfei lets his guard down, she invariably materializes at the opportune moment, intensifying his sense of alertness. Zhang Hongfei has shown little interest in Jean Cayenne, consistently rebuffing her advances. Consequently, Jean Cayenne enlisted the help of her brother, Jean Xingshu, to win over Zhang Hongfei. Surprisingly, Jean Xingshu also succumbed to Zhang Hongfei's charm and became one of his ardent admirers. "How come you have the time to call me? Didn't you return to your home country?" After the holiday break, both Jean Cayenne and Jean Xingshu made their way back home. Now, the sudden call from Jean Xingshu perplexed Zhang Hongfei. "Haha, our family is coming to Shanghai to negotiate a significant business deal, so I came along for some leisure. Brother Fei, I have wonderful news. I returned with my sister. Somehow, I feel this is not good news." "Jean Cayenne is back too?" "Yes, my sister is here. She has missed you dearly. Brother Fei, how about we meet for lunch later?" "Forget it. I'm busy, I'm hanging up." "Brother Fei, wait. Don't hang up on me." "What is it? Do you have something else to say?" "Actually, I snuck out. My family didn't bring me along. I have nowhere to stay now, Brother Fei. You must help me." "What on earth? What about Jean Cayenne? She didn't sneak out with you, did she?" "Of course not. But Brother Fei, I have some inside information. Our family intends to arrange a marriage for my sister this time. If you have feelings for her, you must lend a hand. At this moment." Zhang Hongfei finally unraveled the situation. Jean Cayenne had been arranged by her family for a match, or perhaps it could be termed as more than a mere match. As the two parties had already come to an agreement, this meeting was merely a formality. Reluctant to accept this predetermined fate, Jean Cayenne secretly orchestrated for her younger brother, Jean Xingshu, to sneak into Shunsheng and seek Zhang Hongfei's assistance. The Jean family, to which both Jean Cayenne and Jean Xingshu belonged, ranked among the top 10 families in South Korea, possessing a degree of influence. However, when compared to the Zhang family, of which Zhang Hongfei was a member, they appeared rather insignificant. "Fij, are you on the line? I have nowhere to stay." All right, come to my place. I have a vacant apartment. You can stay there for now." "Fij, what about my sister? You can't just ignore her. This is a matter for your family. Why drag me into it?" "Fij, my sister has always had feelings for you, but I do not reciprocate those feelings." "Fij, how can you be so heartless? Even if you don't like my sister, a single word from you could make a difference for her. Do my words hold such power?" "Fij, the name of the 3 heroes of Shunsheng is renowned. Who would dare disrespect you in the city? All right, tell me, which family is involved in this union with your sister?" "It's the second son of the Chao family in Shunsheng, Chao Rong." Upon hearing the name Chao Rong, Zhang Hongfei could not restrain his exclamation. "Damn, it's him." "Fij, do you know Chao Rong?" "Of course. How could I not? That wretched Chao Rong. Well, if it were anyone else, I would wish them a harmonious match, a perfect pairing. However, since the groom is Chao Rong, that changes everything. Don't worry, Zia Shuzi. I'll take care of your sister's matter." "Thank you so much, Fij. I appreciate it. All right, I'll leave the keys in the flower pot by the door. When you arrive, just take the keys and let yourself in. I have something to attend to." "Okay, Fij. Thank you. All right, goodbye." After Zhang Hongfei hung up the phone, he began to contemplate how to deal with Chao Rong. Zhang Hongfei harbors a long-standing grudge against Chao Rong. Xiao Rong is one of the loyal sycophants of the imposter prince Lu Zihao. In their multiple encounters, Xiao Rong has consistently failed to play a beneficial role in the confrontations between Zhang Hongfei and Lu Zihao. Chapter 39, System Task, Street Performance. Although Zhang Hongfei harbors a disdain for Jin Kaiyan, he holds an even greater aversion towards Xiao Rong. Zhang Hongfei extends his assistance to Jin Kaiyan, not only liberating her from the predicament of forced matchmaking, but also enacting revenge upon Xiao Rong, while simultaneously causing discomfort to Lu Zihao, a trifecta of benefits. Next month, Zhang Hongfei is set to compete against Lu Zihao's team. The prospect of unsettling Lu Zihao before the match is undoubtedly delightful for Zhang Hongfei, particularly when skilled adversaries engage. Even if I cannot vanquish you, I shall certainly seek to vex you. Upon this thought, Zhang Hongfei casually dialed Zhao Yi's number. Zhang Jia's extensive intelligence network effortlessly acquired the information regarding the upcoming matchmaking event between the Jin and Xiao families. However, Zhao Yi felt a sense of dissatisfaction towards Zhang Hongfei for asking her to inquire about such trivial matters. The Qiao family wields considerable influence in Shenzhen, and if Zhang Hongfei intends to create a disturbance, he must be thoroughly prepared. Today is July 17, 2006. Just one day before the match against the second team of the football base. The matchmaking between Jin Kaiyan and Xiao Rong is scheduled for the evening of July 18th at the Shenzhen Grand Hotel. Zhang Hongfei plans to summon all members of the university team to amplify their presence. Moreover, he has specifically reached out to Huang Lian and Guan Xingtian. Guan Xingtian would never miss an opportunity to vex Lu Zihao. In a certain sense, among the three outstanding figures in the city, Lu Zihao stands unrivaled in both intellect and prowess, which often leads Guan Xingtian and Zhang Hongfei to collaborate to some extent. Of course, while Guan Xingtian and Zhang Hongfei are also rivals, their competition does not reach the intense animosity that characterizes Lu Zihao's relationship with them. Lu Zihao has garnered considerable disdain, and his very presence is imbued with a villainous aura that elicits aversion. Having skipped breakfast and slept through the morning, Zhang Hongfei feels a gnawing hunger in his belly. Zhang Hongfei once again produced an array of car keys, preparing for a meal. Which vehicle to choose? It matters not. I shall simply take one at random. Zhang Hongfei casually drew one from the selection. An Audi R8? It's passable, I suppose. After Zhang Hongfei stepped outside, he first placed the key to his apartment beneath the flower pot at the entrance before proceeding to the underground garage. Yawn. Zhang Hongfei, while stifling yawns, searched for his beloved car. At last, amidst a plethora of luxury vehicles, he spotted the familiar silhouette of an Audi R8. Found it. Here it is. A few minutes later, Zhang Hongfei appeared on the streets of Shenzhen, driving his Audi R8. What shall I have for lunch? Just as he pondered where to eat, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him. Feej. Who is it? It's me. Ah, brother system. Could you refrain from startling me like that? I was contemplating something significant. I merely wish to advise you, Feej, to pay heed to a healthy diet. Why? Such a regimen would facilitate your swifter growth. Brother system. What constitutes a healthy diet? A football player's dietary standards must strictly avoid high-sugar foods, junk food, and brother system. Enough. I am merely an amateur footballer. I need not adhere to those rules, do I? Do you not aspire to grow stronger? Indeed. I dream of it. Then heed my counsel. Embrace a healthy diet, daily. No. I still wish to enjoy playing football. Very well. I knew you would disregard my advice. Now, I present you with a formidable task. Are you assigning me a task now? Brother system, you aren't seeking to exact revenge on me, are you? You could interpret it that way. The task is titled A Man Should Strive for Strength. Feej has chosen to languish, ignoring my sage counsel, and such behavior cannot be tolerated. Thus, I have tailored this mission specifically for you. A man should strive for strength? Isn't that the title of a song? Do not concern yourself with trivial details. What exactly do you intend for me to do? A man should strive for strength is a long-term endeavor. Upon completion, you shall be rewarded with a minute of awe. A minute of awe? What is that? For 1 minute, Feej, you shall transform into the strongest football player on earth. Without exception. Naturally. I shan't grant this reward to you without difficulty. Tell me, what must I do? Ahem. Listen carefully. In every profession, there are those who excel. Feej. Even if you cannot become the best in football, I hope you can at least carve out your own niche, creating a timeless legend. The words of brother system filled Zhang Hongfei with an overwhelming sense of ambition and valor. What man does not yearn to stand tall and make a name for himself? Brother system, speak. How shall I strive for strength? Hee hee. The task is quite simple. For 7 consecutive days, you are to attract attention in a bustling urban area through the art of soccer. What does it mean to attract attention through the art of soccer? Could you elucidate this further, esteemed system? In more straightforward terms, it resembles street performance. What? Street performance? Indeed. Engaging in soccer as a form of street performance. Fly, you need not hold back. Express your thoughts freely. Why am I being compelled to perform on the streets? To be precise, it should be regarded as showcasing soccer skills. This endeavor will bolster your confidence, refine your technique, and simultaneously garner a multitude of admirers. It is indeed a trifecta of benefits. Is there any possibility of declining? A failure to complete the task results in severe consequences. Your dear brother Fly shall be reduced by 10 centimeters. What on earth? Upon hearing this penalty, Zhang Hongfei immediately protested. Esteemed system, this is rather harsh, is it not? A reduction of 10 centimeters? How can I fulfill my duties then? I'm afraid that's beyond my knowledge. Fly, you can only resign yourself to fate. So what say you? Will you accept the task? Should you decline, it shall be considered a failure. How will I know if the task is completed? Simply engage in soccer for 7 consecutive days in the city center. That will suffice. In truth, this task is not arduous. All it requires is a bit of audacity. Never did I, Zhang Hongfei, one of the esteemed 3 heroes of Shenzhen, imagine that I would one day be compelled to perform on the streets. If this were to be revealed, who would believe it? I would. Chapter 40. Soap opera. Upon accepting the daunting task of embodying the spirit of a man must strive for self-improvement, Zhang Hongfei found himself enveloped in an indescribable feeling. The allure of a moment that could stir the heavens and the earth, coupled with the daunting threat of a 10-centimeter loss, left his heart in a state of turmoil. Fortunately, this endeavor merely entailed a slight loss of dignity, sparing Zhang Hongfei from any significant repercussions. He chuckled to himself, realizing that this time, he truly had to embrace the essence of a man must strive for self-improvement. Zhang Hongfei, driving an Audi R8, arrived near Nanjing Road in the vibrant city of Shanghai. He casually selected a secluded spot to park his car and then embarked on foot into the bustling thoroughfare of Nanjing Road. Initially feeling a pang of hunger, the daunting task assigned by the system caused him to momentarily lose his appetite. Zhang Hongfei walked to the century-old establishment, Shindashang, located at 636 East Nanjing Road. It was precisely noon, and the lobby on the first floor of Shindashang was filled with companions who had come to dine. Zhang Hongfei's principle dictates that each meal must exceed a standard of 10,000. However, since Shindashang is considered a snack shop rather than a formal restaurant, Zhang Hongfei need not be overly concerned about the standards for lunch. The restaurant's signature delicacies include crab roast soup, dumplings, and shrimp wontons. Zhang Hongfei ordered a bowl of shrimp wontons, 2 steamer baskets of crab roast soup dumplings, and a bowl of noodles. Zhang Hongfei believed that no further stories would unfold for him this afternoon. However, it is often the case that handsome individuals attract more troubles. Zhang Hongfei possesses an innate beauty that commands attention wherever he appears. Outside Shindashang's establishment, a young couple finds themselves amidst a tumultuous breakup. The young man, with a refined appearance, stands in stark contrast to the youthful and charming young woman by his side. Their dramatic separation quickly draws a crowd of onlookers, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The boy, lacking in resolve, clutches the girl's hand, pleading, "Please, don't go. Don't leave me." The girl, filled with indignation, jerks her hand away, exclaiming, "It's over between us. Stop this. No. Nana, you are my one and only. I love you. I would do anything for you." He implores. "Really?" she retorts, her voice laced with skepticism. "Then get lost. The farther, the better. What's this? Did you not just declare that you would do anything for me? Why do you so quickly go back on your word?" The boy's face pales, and he weakly continues to argue. "Nana, I truly love you." "Humph. I don't want a boyfriend like you." She snaps. "Nana, I know I lack ability and earn little, but I will strive. I promise to work hard to earn more." Upon hearing this, the spectators immediately begin to murmur about the girl named Nana, another materialistic girl. To forsake such a good boy for money. She is utterly heartless. Such a girl deserves retribution. The heavens will surely take her one day. One insightful onlooker could not refrain from reciting, "Alas, since ancient times, infatuation only breeds regret. It is only through cunning that one can win a woman's heart." This sentiment resonates among the gathered crowd, who nod in agreement. The central figures, the boy and girl, cannot help but overhear the surrounding comments. The girl's face contorts with rage. She suddenly points a finger at the boy, declaring loudly, "If you are a man, tell everyone why I am breaking up with you." Because. The boy falters, seemingly grappling with some hidden anguish. Because what? Speak up. Because. Suddenly, a perceptive individual from the crowd steps forward. "Young lady, do not go too far. Your boyfriend may lack wealth, but a man's dignity should never be trampled upon by a materialistic woman." "Excuse me? I'm a materialistic woman? I've been in a relationship with him for 2 years, and you dare call me that? You do not know the truth, so kindly keep your mouth shut." She turns back to the boy. "Now you tell everyone why I am breaking up with you." Because you cheated." The girl publicly revealed the reasons for their breakup, leaving the boy standing there, frozen in disbelief. The onlookers quickly discerned that the girl's words held truth, as it came to light that the boy was indeed leading a double life, which prompted his girlfriend to end their relationship. What a scoundrel! An absolute cad. Are you unaware of the scarcity of good partners in this country? How dare you indulge in 2 relationships simultaneously? Despicable. I even stood up for you moments ago. You are a disgrace among men. A piece of trash. The crowd's sentiment shifted dramatically, turning their ire toward the boy. "Nana, I realize my mistakes. I have completely severed ties with that woman. Please grant me another chance." "Absolutely not. Our relationship has come to a definitive end," the girl stated firmly, attempting to leave the scene. The boy, desperate and relentless, rushed forward and grasped her hand. "Nana, you have given me everything. If you seek another boyfriend now, you will be considered second-hand. Do you believe anyone will love you as I do? No. It is impossible. I am the only one who truly loves you." In a fit of rage, the girl, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, slapped the scoundrel across the face. Stunned, he held his cheek in disbelief and exclaimed, "Nana, you actually struck me." The girl, tears brimming in her eyes, chose silence and turned to leave. However, the scoundrel refused to release her, gripping her hand tightly. What began as a breakup escalated into a chaotic confrontation. Zhang Hongfei, having satiated his hunger, rubbed his full belly and ambled lazily out of Shang. "What is this? What could be the reason for such a large crowd gathered there?" Zhang Hongfei immediately discerned the scene of discord. Curiosity is an inherent trait of humanity, prompting Zhang Hongfei to fervently push his way into the throng. As Zhang Hongfei squeezed his way in, he was met with a man's furious outburst. "You shameless wretch. Just take a look at yourself. Who would want you? A second-hand piece." The girl surveyed her surroundings and immediately fixed her gaze upon the naturally beautiful Zhang Hongfei. Seemingly resolute in her decision, she dashed over to his side, grasping his arm tightly and proclaiming to the boy, "This is my new boyfriend." After uttering those words, she turned her face towards Zhang Hongfei and inquired, "Would you be willing to be my boyfriend?" Zhang Hongfei was certainly reluctant. The girl's appearance was merely ordinary. How could she possibly be worthy of the ethereal beauty of Zhang Hongfei? Yet, in her eyes, there was a profound plea. Zhang Hongfei, feeling a twinge of compassion, casually remarked, "I am willing." Chapter 41. Streetball skills. Upon witnessing this scene, the scoundrel contemplated advancing to deliver a beating to Zhang Hongfei. However, upon encountering the icy gaze of Zhang Hongfei, the rogue immediately recoiled in trepidation. Zhang Hongfei, owing to his involvement in football, possesses a tall and robust physique, towering over his peers with an imposing and formidable presence. Conversely, at their core, scoundrels are merely cowards. Thus, after uttering a couple of harsh words, this scoundrel hastily departed. Zhang Hongfei, witnessing the departure of the scoundrel, coldly addressed the girl. "Well, I have played the role of a shield for you. I have matters to attend to now. Farewell." The girl hastily interjected, "Wait. What's wrong? Do you have something to do? Did you not just agree to be my boyfriend?" He replied, "I only agreed out of pity for your plight. To be blunt, look at yourself. What makes you think you are deserving of me?" The girl, taken aback, exclaimed, "You just leave." Slap. In a moment of misguided kindness, Zhang Hongfei received a resounding slap from the girl. After delivering the blow, she turned away and vanished into the throngs of people. Zhang Hongfei innocently touched his burning cheek, murmuring to himself, why would they resort to violence? After a satisfying meal, he had stepped out with the intent to assist others, only to find himself wronged. He felt utterly aggrieved. The scoundrel retreated to a secluded spot, producing his phone to make a call. "Darling, I've been wronged. You must help me restore my honor. To his surprise, this scoundrel was not only unfaithful, but also a complete pretty boy. Darling, what's the matter? He lamented. My ex-girlfriend has not only found a new boyfriend, but has also publicly humiliated me. You must avenge me. Upon hearing that her unfaithful partner had been bullied by his ex and her paramour, his girlfriend was instantly filled with righteous indignation. Rest assured, my love, I will arrange for someone to take revenge on your behalf. Where are they? On Nanjing Road. Very well. Wait there. I shall dispatch someone to assist you. The scoundrel ended the call, casting a brooding glance at the throng of people. Suddenly, he realized that his ex-girlfriend had vanished, leaving only Zhang Hongfei amidst the crowd. Just moments ago, Zhang Hongfei had brazenly snatched away his girlfriend, fueling the scoundrel's intense hatred towards him. Seeing Zhang Hongfei alone, the scoundrel's heart swelled with malevolence. He smugly thought to himself, soon, I shall make you kneel before me, pitifully begging for mercy. Zhang Hongfei remained oblivious to the malevolent scoundrel lurking around the corner. Zhang Hongfei resolved to showcase his ball skills on the bustling streets of Nanjing Road. Zhang Hongfei returned to the Audi R8, bringing back a soccer ball. This marked his inaugural venture into showcasing his skills on the bustling streets. Zhang Hongfei felt a twinge of unease within his heart. Zhang Hongfei pondered deeply, inadvertently recalling a scene from a certain television drama depicting street performers. Zhang Hongfei steadied his mind and positioned himself in the center of Nanjing Road, ready to commence his performance. Ladies and gentlemen, please pause. Please pause. As the saying goes, one relies on parents at home and friends when venturing out. I find myself in this esteemed place, but alas. The ensuing lines were meant to express a lack of funds, yet Zhang Hongfei felt that his elaborate attire, worth hundreds of thousands, would render such a statement utterly unbelievable. The onlookers had formed concentric circles around him, eagerly awaiting the beginning of his act. Ahem. Zhang Hongfei had yet to finish his words when the surrounding onlookers began to stir with excitement. Hurry and perform. It has been years since we have witnessed street performances. Please commence your act. Zhang Hongfei felt a surge of indignation within him after being ridiculed by the onlookers. Zhang Hongfei held the football in his hands, poised to commence his performance. But how was this a display of football? Wasn't it supposed to be an exhibition of breaking stones with his chest? I had assumed he would showcase martial arts. What is so captivating about kicking a ball? It lacks excitement. Upon realizing that Zhang Hongfei was set to perform a football display, the majority of the onlookers quickly dispersed. However, due to Zhang Hongfei's handsome appearance, a number of young women, wives, adorable girls, strong women, and even grandmothers chose to stay, cheering him on enthusiastically. Acknowledging his newfound status as a friend to women, Zhang Hongfei let out a resigned chuckle. Having some support was certainly better than none. At least today's task had found a resolution. Zhang Hongfei commenced his performance in a methodical manner. Zhang Hongfei, with a determined focus, began to juggle the ball. He effortlessly executed a myriad of juggling techniques, seamlessly transitioning between his left and right foot. Utilizing every part of his body, inner foot, outer foot, thigh, shoulder, chest, and head, he showcased an impressive display of skill. The onlookers, captivated by Zhang Hongfei's graceful and proficient juggling, were utterly mesmerized. Zhang Hongfei, in a rather unrefined manner, somehow acquired a small, shabby bowl, intending to collect funds for support. Ladies, those of you with financial means, please contribute generously. And for those without, your presence and encouragement are equally valued. As soon as Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, he regretted it, for the women surrounding him immediately fixed their gazes upon him with the predatory eyes of hunters surveying their prey. Zhang Hongfei promptly added, "There's no need for flattery here." Just as Zhang Hongfei was collecting the payment, a group of unexpected guests arrived. Upon seeing reinforcements, the scoundrel instantly perked up. No longer hiding in the shadows, he boldly approached Zhang Hongfei, leaping and shouting, "That's him. Strike him down." Zhang Hongfei beheld a throng of individuals wielding clubs before him, instantly realizing that someone was intent on confronting him. As he observed the scoundrel prancing before him like a buffoon, exuding unwarranted excitement, Zhang Hongfei understood that the miscreant was doomed. Zhang Hongfei cast a sympathetic gaze upon the scoundrel. "You wretched fool, what manner of look is that? Are you not aware that your demise is imminent?" Ha ha ha. Zhang Hongfei suddenly burst into laughter, his gaze directed skyward. "What are you laughing at?" He scoffed. "Do you truly believe that these pathetic attempts can compel me to meet my end? Have you overestimated your own worth? Anyone can boast. Come at me. Render him incapacitated." A group of enforcers exchanged glances, each raising their weapons, charging towards Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei stands undaunted, confronting challenges head-on. As a premier scion of wealth, how could he possibly be defenseless? Rumors abound in the city, suggesting that among the trio of esteemed figures, the most formidable is not the cunning Lu Zihao, nor the volatile Guan Xingtian, but rather Zhang Hongfei, who, despite his seemingly innocuous demeanor, strikes with unparalleled ferocity. Countless individuals have attempted to abduct Zhang Hongfei, seeking to extort the Zhang family. Yet, each time, before the police could intervene to rescue him, those unfortunate kidnappers found themselves utterly vanquished by Zhang Hongfei, left to question their very existence. Zhang Hongfei's notorious reputation is truly fearsome. Chapter 42. A convenient pretext. Approaching Zhang Hongfei is a villain armed with a short club. The assailant raises the club high, poised to strike down upon Zhang Hongfei's shoulder. Zhang Hongfei executed a swift and decisive sidekick, effortlessly toppling the assailant to the ground. At that moment, 4 more assailants armed with clubs approached from behind him. Zhang Hongfei promptly tossed the football into the air with a gentle flick of his wrist, then deftly struck the ball towards the fastest assailant charging at him. Thud. The assailant collapsed to the ground in response, while the football rebounded back. Zhang Hongfei seized the moment once more, directing the ball towards his next target. Thud. Another assailant fell to the ground in response. However, this time, the football did not rebound. Zhang Hongfei swiftly advanced 2 paces, seizing the clubs from the hands of the remaining 2 assailants, 1 in each hand. The assailants soon realized that their weapons had become immobile. Curse it! Why can't we move them? Is this fellow even human? Zhang Hongfei's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he exerted force with both hands, effortlessly snapping the fragile sticks into 2 pieces. The 2 assailants, holding the severed halves of the sticks, were left in a state of bewilderment, their minds momentarily short-circuited. Zhang Hongfei seized the opportunity to deliver a punch to each of the 2 assailants' midsections. Consequently, these 2 thugs also succumbed, joining the fallen. At this moment, 3 remaining assailants stood upright in the arena. 2 wielded machetes, while the 3rd brandished a dagger. Zhang Hongfei dashed to the side of the football, delivering a low strike that sent the assailant, brandishing a dagger, sprawling to the ground. Yet, this individual attempted to rise once more, eager to rejoin the fray. However, upon lifting his gaze, he beheld 2 men wielding machetes, being ruthlessly subdued and pummeled by Zhang Hongfei. In a moment of clarity, he wisely chose to feign death, lying motionless on the ground. All 8 assailants were vanquished by Zhang Hongfei alone, without exception. The once lively and boisterous scoundrel now stood frozen in place, his mouth agape in astonishment, as if he could accommodate an ostrich egg. Zhang Hongfei, having dealt with the assailants, sauntered lazily towards the scoundrel. Ah, do not approach. Do not come any closer. When I say do not come closer, I mean it. Who do you think you are? Zhang Hongfei approached the scoundrel, unceremoniously lifting him off the ground. I must inform you, do not overstep your bounds. We reside in a society governed by law, where brute force cannot dictate one's will. Ha! A society governed by law? Pray tell, where did you gather such filth? I do not know them. Ha! Are you insulting my intelligence? Speak. Who sent them? I will confess. It was the young lady of the Chow family, Chow Ying, who dispatched them. I truly have no connection to this matter. Kindly show me mercy and let me go. Once again, the Chow family? Upon hearing this revelation, Zhang Hongfei felt a tumultuous mix of surprise and delight. Tomorrow evening, he intended to make a grand disturbance at the matchmaking event of Chow Rong. Yet today, he had already had a confrontation with Chow Ying. Zhang Hongfei could not help but ponder, is this a fateful entanglement? I have divulged all that I know. Can you release me now? I am entirely innocent. Are you truly innocent? By the heavens, I was merely passing by. Oh, yet just moments ago, you came before me, issuing threats? I merely. The scoundrel found himself at a loss, unable to articulate a suitable explanation for his predicament. Spare your explanations. Depart in peace. You intend to kill me? Kill you? Such an action would only tarnish my hands. Zhang Hongfei casually discarded the scoundrel onto the ground, then delivered a fierce kick to the back of his leg, causing the rogue to instantly faint from the pain. Oomph, what a sheer waste of time. Zhang Hongfei spat disdainfully at the scoundrel on the ground, clutching his football as he swaggered away from Nanjing Road. By the time the police arrived, Zhang Hongfei had long vanished without a trace. The authorities took 8 assailants along with the ne'er-do-well for questioning, Yet the outcome remains a mystery to all. Rest assured, young master, I guarantee that those ruffians will face dire consequences. Even if they do not meet their demise, they shall surely suffer greatly. Upon hearing of the attack on Zhang Hongfei, Zhao Yi immediately heightened her vigilance. Although she harbored a strong dislike for Zhang Hongfei, she understood that should any misfortune befall him, her position as his personal secretary would entail significant responsibility. You need only manage this matter as you see fit. Young master, what about Chowing? Leave the affairs of the Chow family to me. But young master, do not worry, Yi. I have everything under control. For Chowing to send someone to assail me, she must possess an audacity akin to that of a bear and a leopard. However, I was just lamenting the lack of a legitimate reason to pay her a visit tomorrow night, and lo and behold, she has unwittingly provided me with the perfect excuse. This is undoubtedly providence. Zhang Hongfei sought to sabotage the blind date between Chao Rong and Jin Kaiyan, yet he found himself at a loss for a legitimate reason. After much contemplation, he could not devise a suitable justification. To his surprise, Chowing came to his aid, providentially providing him with an excuse just when he needed it most. Zhang Hongfei had resolutely made up his mind. Tomorrow night, he would avenge both old grievances and new ones. The lewd smile etched on his face suggested that Chao Rong's fate the following evening would surely be grim. Thanks to the presence of curious onlookers, young ladies, wives, adorable girls, strong women, and even grandmothers, Zhang Hongfei successfully fulfilled his task of embodying masculine strength today, leaving Nanjing Road behind. He felt quite pleased as he continued to cruise the streets of Shanghai in his Audi R8. What shall I do next? Oh, it has been quite a while since I visited the Oriental Pearl Tower. Perhaps I shall take a stroll there today. Zhang Hongfei, resolute in his intentions, drove to the Oriental Pearl Tower. This iconic edifice of Shanghai has long stood as a landmark of the city. Since its inauguration on May 1, 1995, it has graced the skyline for over 11 years. Whenever Zhang Hongfei found himself with idle time, he would ascend to the pinnacle of the Oriental Pearl Tower to admire the scenery, cultivate his spirit, and, on occasion, engage in flirtation. However, today, Zhang Hongfei encountered a bit of trouble at the tower's summit. As a veritable harbinger of chaos, he invariably brought disorder wherever he roamed. At the peak of the Oriental Pearl Tower, a foreign tourist group had just arrived, a contingent of visitors from Africa. Among this assembly was a tribal chief, essentially a colossal magnate. Yet, concealed within the throng lurked an assassin, poised to strike at this affluent individual. Should the chief meet his demise, the primary heir to his fortune would ascend as the new wealthy figure. The assassin was resolute in his mission. However, Zhang Hongfei's unexpected arrival altered the course of events entirely. Chapter 43. A friendship from distant lands. The assassin stealthily trailed the chief, patiently waiting for the opportune moment to execute his plan. When Zhang Hongfei arrived at the pinnacle of the Oriental Pearl Tower, the assassin was still trailing the wealthy individual. Yet the assassin had yet to find a suitable opportunity to strike. An African-American? Zhang Hongfei could not help but furrow his brow upon seeing the group of African tourists. Although Zhang Hongfei harbored no discriminatory sentiments towards individuals of African descent, he nonetheless felt a twinge of discomfort towards these guests from the far side of the earth. Their incessant chatter atop the Oriental Pearl Tower was somewhat irksome to him. A peculiar unease washed over him. Why did he feel this way? Given Zhang Hongfei's frequent altercations, he was particularly attuned to the subtle undercurrents of hostility. The palpable aura of lethal intent emanating from the assassins nearby struck him as distinctly unusual. Zhang Hongfei's gaze swept across the surroundings, swiftly honing in on the source of the murderous intent. An assassin. Zhang Hongfei has often encountered various malevolent figures in the past. Thus, he is no stranger to the profession of an assassin. Zhang Hongfei noticed the assassin's gaze fixed intently on the group of African tourists. A bold hypothesis formed in his mind. What could this assassin possibly be planning? Could it be that his target lay within that very group? Although Zhang Hongfei was not a paragon of virtue, he could not stand idly by in the face of impending death, especially in a scenario as disgraceful as an assassination occurring at the Oriental Pearl Tower. Such an event would bring shame upon the city of Shanghai. Thus, Zhang Hongfei became increasingly vigilant towards the assassin. The palpable aura of menace emanating from the assassin suggested that the moment to strike was drawing near. Zhang Hongfei was acutely aware that the assassin was poised to strike, and thus he dared not let his guard down for a moment. After leisurely ambling about, The affluent member of the African tourist group was suddenly seized by the urge to relieve himself and hurried to the restroom. Sensing the opportunity, the assassin swiftly followed suit. Like a mantis poised to catch a cicada, with the yellow sparrow lurking behind, Zhang Hongfei promptly followed the assassin into the restroom. Inside, three men engaged in a subtle game of wits. The affluent individual occupied one stall, while the assassin, situated in the adjacent cubicle, commenced preparations for the impending act of murder. With a wire in hand, fate hung in the balance. Zhang Hongfei was pondering strategies in the adjacent compartment of the assassin. Call the police? Such troublesome affairs were never in Zhang Hongfei's nature. He would never trouble the authorities for matters he could resolve on his own. Indeed. Zhang Hongfei deliberately emitted such a sound to distract the assassin. Upon hearing Zhang's voice, the assassin felt a sense of relief. In a mere span of a few seconds, he completed his preparations for the impending assassination. The wealthy individual continued to blow his horn, utterly oblivious to the imminent peril. The assassin stealthily positioned himself atop the toilet, quietly letting the iron wire descend toward the wealthy man's head. Zhang Hongfei had been silently observing the assassin's every move. As the assassin commenced his actions, Zhang Hongfei, too, sprang into motion. The assassin, fully engrossed in his pursuit of the wealthy target, remained utterly oblivious to the fact that Zhang Hongfei was stealthily preparing to strike from behind. Ah! Two chilling screams echoed from the restroom in quick succession. The first scream, unmistakably, was that of the wealthy man. A wire was coiled tightly around his neck. He managed to utter a single cry before it was abruptly silenced, as the wire constricted around his throat, rendering him voiceless. The second scream, of course, belonged to the assassin. Zhang Hongfei descended from the heavens, landing behind the assassin, firmly grasping his throat with a vice-like grip. The assassin had the wealthy man in his clutches, while Zhang Hongfei had the assassin in his. Thus, a delicate equilibrium was established among the three. However, this precarious balance was destined to be shattered swiftly. Would the wealthy man fall victim to the assassin first? Or would the assassin succumb to Zhang Hongfei's might? The outcome would soon be revealed. Alas, it was the assassin who faltered first, rendered unconscious by Zhang Hongfei's relentless hold. Coughing violently, the wealthy man clutched his throat, feeling as if death itself had momentarily waved a scythe in his direction, beckoning him towards the abyss. After dispatching the assassin, Zhang Hongfei rapped on the adjacent stall. To his surprise, the wealthy man began to babble in an incomprehensible tongue, leaving Zhang Hongfei perplexed. Fortunately, the wealthy man's intellect was not lacking. Upon witnessing the unconscious assassin, he realized that Zhang Hongfei had just saved his life. With palpable excitement, he grasped Zhang Hongfei's hand and exited the restroom. The wealthy man whispered a few words to his two bodyguards, prompting one to immediately head to the restroom to address the aftermath. Subsequently, he warmly took Zhang Hongfei's hand and sought out a translator among the tourist group. Within the African tour group were two beautiful translators. "Hello, Mr. Nader has instructed me to convey his utmost gratitude to you." Nader was the name of the wealthy man, signifying generosity. "Please inform Mr. Nader that it was my duty to assist," Zhang Hongfei replied. The translator exchanged a few words in the wealthy man's native tongue. "Sir, Mr. Nader wishes to repay your kindness. May I have your bank account details?" "You should not feel so obliged," Zhang Hongfei insisted. "Allow me to responsibly inform you, sir, that Mr. Nader is a chieftain of a tribe in Africa, and he is quite affluent. Whatever you desire, he will fulfill upon your request." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei merely smiled faintly, refraining from any commentary. Competing in wealth with Zhang Hongfei? Although he was unaware of the extent of the African chieftain's riches, he was certain that financial concerns had never troubled him. "Sir, actually you could. I apologize, but I do not require it." Alas, why does this individual mistake goodwill for insincerity? The beautiful translator helplessly conveyed Zhang Hongfei's words to Mr. Nida. Upon hearing this, the African chieftain's expression was one of sheer astonishment. Zhang Hongfei, having rescued himself, astonishingly asked for no recompense. What spirit is this? Merely based on this singular act, Nada has already regarded Zhang Hongfei as his confidant in life. Who would not cherish a man who is both unready and capable? The African sightseeing tour continued, yet Nada had lost interest in prolonging the revelry. Accompanied by his bodyguards and a subdued assassin, Nada took Zhang Hongfei with him as they departed from the Oriental Pearl Tower. Alongside them was a beautiful translator. The group of 6 returned to the luxurious hotel where Nada was residing. Upon witnessing Nada's accommodation in a five-star presidential suite, Zhang Hongfei couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, a presidential suite? Truly befitting an African chieftain." Chapter 44. The Golden Sacred Tree. Zhang Hongfei conversed with Nada for a considerable duration, their rapport now akin to that of old friends. The camaraderie among men often blossoms with remarkable swiftness. Zhang Hongfei saved Nada's life and, in doing so, earned his friendship. Nada is a South African, a chieftain of a prominent Zulu tribe. Zhang Hongfei and Nada became acquainted through this assassination. Their friendship endured for a considerable time, lasting until the day Nada departed from this world. In the confines of the room, Nada once again expressed his desire to bestow upon Zhang Hongfei $2 million as a token of gratitude, yet Zhang Hongfei politely declined once more. Despite the language barrier, Zhang Hongfei sensed Nada's genuine sincerity. They engaged in extensive conversations on various topics. Nada's visit to Shanghai was not solely for sightseeing. He also sought to negotiate a significant business deal. In recent years, Africa has been vigorously advancing its modernization efforts, and Nada aimed to find a partner in Shanghai to invest in South Africa. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Hongfei subtly recommended the Zhang family from Shenzhen to Nada. For Zhang Hongfei, this presented an excellent opportunity to enhance his family's influence. Moreover, by introducing Nada to the Zhang family, he could also silence Zhang's father. Mr. Zhang frequently looked down upon Zhang Hongfei for not contributing anything to the family, merely spending money day in and day out. When the two engaged in conversation, they would talk until evening. At that moment, he wished to invite Zhang Hongfei to share a dinner together. Zhang Hongfei contemplated for a moment, realizing that he had no pressing engagements for the evening, and thus graciously accepted Nada's invitation. The dinner hosted by Nada was to be enjoyed within the confines of his room. Concerned about potential discomfort from the unfamiliar environment upon arriving in Shenzhen, Nada had thoughtfully brought along a chef from Africa. This culinary expert presented a sumptuous array of the most authentic South African delicacies for both Nada and Zhang Hongfei to relish. As a man of considerable means, Nada's pursuit of quality in life could be described as nothing short of extreme. Every dish served during the dinner was air-freighted directly from South Africa, ensuring utmost freshness. Koeksister, a traditional South African sweet, was delightfully crispy and bore resemblance to a croissant. After sampling it, Zhang Hongfei found the flavor quite agreeable. Vetkoek, a savory meat dish, tasted somewhat akin to a pie, yet its appearance was reminiscent of a crystal bun. After tasting it, Zhang Hongfei expressed his reluctance to indulge a second time. The South African sandwich, reputed to be a source of pride for the locals, is something that many South Africans consume almost daily. Zhang Hongfei observed that aside from its considerable size, it bore similarities to an ordinary sandwich. Babadi, when presented, lacked visual appeal, leaving him somewhat disenchanted. The minced meat and egg dish elicited a similar sentiment. Chakalaka, a unique South African spicy condiment akin to a secret sauce, can be enjoyed atop various dishes but is not meant to be consumed on its own. Zhang Hongfei found it to be a pleasant accompaniment to his meal. Pap, a staple food in South Africa akin to a porridge, received a rather unflattering appraisal from Zhang Hongfei, who succinctly declared it unpalatable. Should he be compelled to elaborate, he would simply add that it was exceedingly distasteful. The South African sausage was the sole dish on the table that Zhang Hongfei deemed to be relatively normal. Crafted from beef and seasoned with unique spices, it offered an intriguing flavor that was enjoyable on occasion. As for South African abalone, Nada, a quintessential South African, remarked that he had never partaken in such a delicacy. In reality, most South Africans do not have a penchant for seafood. Following dinner, Nada, brimming with enthusiasm, expressed his desire for Zhang Hongfei to stay and engage in a candlelit conversation. Zhang Hongfei glanced at the weary yet expectant-eyed beauty of a translator and shook his head. After exchanging contact information with Nada, Zhang Hongfei departed from the hotel, leaving under Nada's reluctant gaze. Not long after Zhang Hongfei left the room, one of the bodyguards approached Nada with urgent news. "Boss, I have conducted a thorough investigation. The young man was merely an incidental presence today and is unrelated to the assassination." "That is reassuring. It seems I can place my trust in this Eastern acquaintance." Nada, being a man of considerable wealth, was not one to easily trust others. While he sought excuses to keep Zhang Hongfei close and foster a semblance of camaraderie, he discreetly instructed his subordinates to delve deeper into the assassination incident. Should the investigation reveal any connection between Zhang Hongfei and the assassination, Nada would not hesitate to issue a command to eliminate him. Fortunately, the results were favorable for all parties involved. Who sent someone to kill me? I have conducted interrogations. It was Saya. Saya, Nada's half-brother, the primary heir to the estate upon Nada's demise. Saya? That wretched scoundrel. He is already coveting my inheritance. Boss, how shall we handle this matter? Let us not make this public just yet. I will address it upon my return to the country. Understood, boss. Zhang Hongfei drove his Audi R8 back home. Upon entering, he was immediately struck by a pungent smell of burning. Oh no, who is setting my house ablaze? Ah, brother-in-law, you have returned. Little tree, is that you? What are you doing? Are you trying to incinerate my home? Zhang Hongfei turned his gaze towards the sound, where a furtive figure was engaged in some unknown activity in the kitchen. The thick smoke billowing from within instilled a sense of dread. Brother-in-law, I am hungry, yet I have no money for a meal. I wish to prepare something for myself. Zhang Hongfei could not restrain his anger and shouted, Get lost! What can you even do? Zhang Hongfei rushed into the kitchen and extinguished the stove. Jin Xingshu, this prodigal son, had squandered the ingredients that Zhang Hongfei had treasured for so long. 2 unfortunate Boston lobsters were charred black, rendering them utterly unappetizing at first glance. Several Australian abalone lay half-cooked on the plate. Eggs worth over 10,000 each had been wasted by Jin Xingshu, with egg whites and yolks scattered all over the floor. Most infuriating of all, Jin Xingshu had used a bottle of 1982 Lafite as cooking wine. Brother-in-law, I am not your brother-in-law. Oh, you? Get out of here. Jin Xingshu replied pitifully, Fij, but what should I do? I'm hungry. Wait outside. Zhang Hongfei expelled Jin Xingshu, and as he gazed upon the chaotic scene in the kitchen, he felt an overwhelming headache. Zhang Hongfei made a call to Zhao Yi, requesting her to send someone to tidy up the aftermath. Subsequently, Zhang Hongfei pulled Jin Xingshu out the door. As Jin Xingshu sat in the car, he expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, Fei Ge, why are we in an Audi R8? Where is your Bugatti Veyron? It's in the garage. Why not take it out? Why are you so full of nonsense? Upon noticing Zhang Hongfei's apparent displeasure, Jin Xingshu wisely chose to silence himself. Zhang Hongfei grasped Jin Xingshu's hand as they arrived at Changli Road in the city of Shun. Brother-in-law, do not call me brother-in-law. Fei Ge, what is it? Fei Ge, I have come all this way, and you are taking me to eat at a street stall? Chapter 45, The Absence of Shi Yong at this hour. What else do you wish to eat? Fei Ge, I crave Arabic grilled meat. Eat your sister. Spicy hot pot, take it or leave it. Fei Ge, indulging in spicy hot pot at midnight will lead to indigestion. Enough with the nonsense. Zhang Hongfei currently harbors a strong discontent towards Jin Xingshu. Whenever Zhang Hongfei reflects upon the squandered materials at the hands of Jin Xingshu, particularly that cherished bottle of 1982 Lafite, which was shamefully repurposed as cooking wine, a surge of fury compels him to contemplate delivering a sound thrashing to Jin Xingshu. At a roadside stall, 2 young men devour spicy skewers with unrestrained zeal. One of them is the illustrious Zhang Hongfei, a prominent heir of the Zhang family, and the other is Jin Xingshu, the primary heir of the esteemed Korean Kim family. Judging by their manner of eating, one would scarcely believe the immense stature of these 2 individuals. However, their attire speaks volumes. Fij, what brings you here? I'm famished. Fij, what's the matter now? 1 bowl isn't sufficient. Are you a pig? Fij, may I have another bowl, please? After Zhang Hongfei cast a disdainful glance at Jin Xingshu, he shouted towards the boss, bring me 2 more bowls of spicy hot pot over here. Fei Ge, you are too kind to me. You actually bought me 2 bowls at once. Xiao Shuzi, do not misunderstand. The other bowl is for me. Zhang Hongfei and Jin Xingshu finished their dinner, and Jin Xingshu, still in a playful spirit, desired to persuade Zhang Hongfei to treat him to a night of entertainment. Zhang Hongfei did not consent. The following day, there was a match against the second team at the football base, and Zhang Hongfei needed to conserve his energy in the evening. Moreover, there was a significant event on the horizon for the night, making it impossible for Zhang Hongfei, both logically and emotionally, to accompany Jin Xingshu on a frivolous outing. Fij, just give me some money, and I will go out and have fun on my own. Absolutely not. Fij, I specifically came out to inform you. You must give me some benefit. I didn't compel you to come and relay the message. It was your sister who pressured you. Fij, my sister is infatuated with you. You ought to at least. I'm sorry, Zaya Shuzi, I already have a girlfriend. Fij, does that even count as a girlfriend? The entire Huala University knows you've never seriously dated anyone. You change girlfriends every month. My sister is different. She genuinely likes you. Zhang, I'm not joking. Just a couple of days ago, I found a girlfriend and plan to take her home to meet my parents soon. What? What about my sister? She is out of luck. Fij, which fortunate young lady has caught your eye? She is not a young lady of high standing. Just an ordinary girl. She must be extraordinarily beautiful. Of course. If she were unattractive, do you think I would choose her? You're so superficial. I bet you 2-1 last long. Shut your ravenous mouth. Upon finishing his words, Zhang Hongfei cast a fierce glare at Jin Shengshu, who immediately startled and covered his mouth with his hand. The familiar melody of Masazumi Ozawa's attraction resonated from Zhang Hongfei's phone. Hello, who is this? Is it Brother Fei? It's me. I am Shuyong. Oh, calling so late. Is there something amiss? Brother Fei, I might not be able to attend tomorrow's match. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei's expression immediately soured. Shuyong, what is it? Are you unwell? No. Brother Fei, my cousin is coming to our house tomorrow, and my mother has asked me to take her out to play, Shuyong replied. Oh, I see. My apologies, Brother Fei. That's all right. Enjoy your time with your cousin tomorrow. Thank you for your understanding, Brother Fei. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hongfei let out a bitter smile. Indeed, it appears that everyone is prone to the allure of the opposite sex, devoid of humanity. Even Shuyong is no exception. The Huali team would not suffer significantly from Shuyong's absence in the upcoming match, as there were still two forwards, Yu Qingyun and Gao Hongkai, on the roster. However, Zhang Hongfei's desire to assess Shuyong's true abilities and practice would have to be postponed until the next game. Brother Fei, who are you talking about? Who lacks humanity in the face of attraction? Is it me? Impossible. I'm still single. Zhang, do not flatter yourself. You possess humanity, but lack romantic prospects. Jin Shengshu retorted with a mournful expression. I would rather be someone who has romantic interests, but lacks humanity. Then you ought to find a girlfriend quickly. Stop wandering aimlessly alone. I wish I could, but I have no opportunities. All the slightly attractive girls at school have been swept away by you, Brother Fei. The leftovers are either unattractive or have already been courted by you. How could I possibly be interested? Stop it. Are you insulting me? Brother Fei, I'm merely speaking the truth. Am I mistaken? Then why don't you seek a girlfriend at another school? Must you remain fixated on one tree? It's no wonder you'll remain single for a lifetime. Zhang Hongfei drove Jin Shengshu back home. Zhao Yi had already arranged for someone to clean Zhang Hongfei's residence. That evening, Jin Shengshu incessantly inquired about the plan to rescue Jin Kaiyan. Brother Fei, please just tell me. Would it be of any use if I did? After all, tomorrow, you won't be the main character. Come on. Brother Fei, she is my biological sister. Rest assured, I won't allow Chao Rong to take advantage of your sister. But Brother Fei, can't you reveal just a little? I need to have some understanding. I have a match to play tomorrow, so I need to sleep early. Brother Fei, sleep. Under Zhang Hongfei's imposing demeanor, Jin Shengshu obediently laid down in bed, refraining from further boasting. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Zhang Hongfei rose early. Xiao Shuzi, wake up. Brother Fei, so early. Let me sleep a little longer. Do you want to save your sister or not? Of course I do. Then get up. Under Zhang Hongfei's urging, Jin Shengshu reluctantly sat up in bed. Xiao Shuzi, hurry up and get dressed. Let's go. Brother Fei, so early, where are we going? Don't ask. Just come with me. Brother Fei, I want to drive the Bugatti Veyron. All right. Fantastic. I'll get dressed right away. Upon hearing about the opportunity to drive the Bugatti Veyron, Jin Shengshu instantly perked up. Although he was the only male heir of the Jin family and usually had ample pocket money, with many sports cars in the garage, the Bugatti Veyron had always eluded him. He had long coveted Zhang Hongfei's Bugatti Veyron. 20 minutes later, on the streets of Shenzhen, Jin Shengshu sat in the driver's seat of the Bugatti Veyron, excitement evident on his face. He turned to ask, Brother Fei, where are we headed now? Chapter 46. Longchang. The football base is located in the southern part of the Dongping National Forest Park in Chongming County, Shenzhen, covering an area of over 70 acres. The friendly match took place at the outdoor sports field of the football base. At 9 in the morning, the bus arranged by Zhao Yi arrived punctually at the entrance of Wari University to pick up the Wari University team. Zhang Hongfei and Jin Shengshu set out early in the morning, yet they did not head directly to the football training ground. Fij, where are we? Do not speak too much. You will soon find out. Zhang Hongfei escorted Jin Shengshu to an abandoned warehouse. As Zhang Hongfei and Jin Shengshu entered the warehouse, they were immediately encircled by a group of individuals. These menacing figures bore fierce expressions, their faces twisted in hostility. brandishing an array of weapons of varying lengths. Speak. Who sent you here? Jin Shengshu, having never encountered such a scene, was nearly paralyzed with fear. Zhang Hongfei remained remarkably composed as he addressed the leader, proclaiming, I am Zhang Hongfei. Summon your brother Chang to speak with me. Zhang Hongfei, the young master of the Zhang family? Indeed, that is I. Bring forth your brother Chang to meet me. Young Master Zhang, my apologies. Brothers, disarm. Upon hearing the command from their leader, all the subordinates sheathed their weapons and stood in a straight line. Young Master Zhang, please come inside. Deep within the abandoned warehouse, a man with a scarred face sat at a table, meticulously polishing a dagger. Who is it? Brother Chang. Young Master Zhang has arrived. Brother Chang immediately leapt from the table and rushed to Zhang Hongfei, embracing him with excitement. Fei Ge, Xiangzi, you all may leave. I have matters to discuss with Fei Ge. Understood, Brother Chang. Noticing that Jin Shengshu had not departed, Brother Chang cast an inquiring glance at Zhang Hongfei. And this is Jin Shengshu, little Shuzi. He is also my good brother. One of our own. Can he be trusted? Absolutely. Furthermore, my visit today is directly related to him. Oh, Jin Shengshu, observing the tattoos adorning Brother Chang's body, timidly suggested, Fei Ge, I feel somewhat apprehensive. Perhaps I should wait outside. Timid fool. Whether we can save your sister tonight rests upon Xiangzi. But a strained smile crept across Brother Chang's face, which only served to enhance his menacing appearance. Brother Chang, mistakenly believing he was being gentle, reassured Jin Shengshu, my dear brother, though I may appear fierce, I assure you I am a good person. Jin Shengshu looked at him with evident disbelief. Enough, little Shuzi. If you are afraid, you may wait outside. However, I advise you not to provoke those outside. Jin Shengshu suddenly recalled that there were many individuals outside who were akin to Brother Chang, and if he stepped out, he too would face an awkward predicament. After some contemplation, he decided it would be best to remain inside. Zhang Hongfei paid no further attention to Jin Shengshu, instead engaging in conversation with Chang Ge. Chang, how have you been lately? What else could it be? Just the same old routine. Feech, did you come to see me for a particular reason today? Did he not inform you? No. Haha. Yi is indeed. Zhao Yi always operates with utmost discretion, leaving Zhang Hongfei feeling both gratified and somewhat speechless. Feech, speak up. Who do you wish to deal with? Chaorong and Chaoing. The Chao family from Xinqing? Precisely. Feech, if this goes awry, it will send ripples throughout Xinqing. Haha. Rest assured, I possess a significant leverage over the Chao family. They will not dare to resist. If they do, at this juncture, a fierce glint flickered across Zhang Hongfei's face. Then let them vanish completely from Xinqing. Since Feej is confident, consider this life of mine pledged to you. Good brother. Long Chang, a retired veteran, had witnessed his parents suffer injuries due to a demolition dispute. In a fit of rage, he sought vengeance, severely wounding the instigator. After which he became the target of relentless pursuit by his enemies. In his moment of desperation, Long Chang fortuitously encountered Zhang Hongfei. The two formed an immediate bond. Recognizing each other as kindred spirits, Zhang Hongfei assisted Long Chang in eliminating his enemies, subsequently providing clandestine sponsorship to establish a private militia loyal to him, aiding in the resolution of matters that could not be addressed overtly. Such private forces are also under the command of Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian. Among the three heroes of Shin City, none are to be underestimated. Zhang Hongfei and Long Chang meticulously devised a plan, preparing for an ambitious endeavor that night. Jin Shishu stood nearby, filled with trepidation. Fei Ge, do you truly believe this approach is wise? What's the matter? Do you doubt my brother's capabilities? No, not at all. I merely harbor some concerns that this might inadvertently involve my sister. Rest assured, my friend, I will exercise discretion. But, if chaos ensues, who will look after my sister? Xiao Shizi, have no fear. I will ensure that the entire Huali team accompanies me. They will take good care of your sister. Yet, Fei Ge, I cannot shake this feeling of unease. Unease or not, we have no other choice. We are up against the Chao family. Fei Ge, it seems to me you have a personal vendetta to settle. Haha, I have quite a few grievances with that scoundrel Chao Rong. This is the perfect opportunity to resolve them. Then, Fei Ge, I entrust my sister to you. And what of you? I shall refrain from joining you tonight. After listening to the scheming of Long Chang and Zhang Hongfei, Jin Shengshu felt as if the evening would turn into a banquet of treachery. One misstep could lead to an explosive confrontation. As the heir of the prestigious Jin Group, Jin Shengshu pondered, if an incident were to befall him in Xinjiang. His relatives in Korea would undoubtedly revel in his misfortune. Jin Xingshu was determined not to allow those petty individuals to find satisfaction in his downfall. Hence, he resolved not to accompany Zhang Hongfei in the rescue of his sister that night. Xiao Shizi, I never imagined you to be the type. Fei Ge. It is my sister who admires you, not I. Thus, the gallant act of heroism is better suited to you. And what will you do? I shall be outside, cheering you on with 666. Get lost. After finalizing their plans with Long Chong, Zhang Hongfei instructed Jin Xingshu to drive them to the football base. When Zhang Hongfei arrived, the players of the Huali school team had already begun their warm-up on the field. Their opponents, the second-string players from the football academy, had also taken to the pitch. Although they were merely a group of minors, Zhang Hongfei could distinctly sense that the prowess of these youngsters was likely on par with that of the Huali school team. The match between the Huali school team and the second-string players of the football academy was about to commence. Chapter 47. The match against the second-string team, Part 1. As soon as Zhang Hongfei appeared, the players of the Huali team immediately gathered around him. Good morning, Feej. Hello. Feej, you've arrived quite late. We've already begun our warm-up. Feej, didn't you say you would bring a new team member? Where are they, Feej? Zhang Hongfei raised his hand, signaling for silence. Everyone, please quiet down. I have a few words to share. First, the player I recruited a couple of days ago has encountered a sudden issue and will not be able to join us today. Therefore, Yu Qingyun and Gao Hongkai, you two should discuss among yourselves who will take to the field first. Second, this evening, I have organized a significant event and I kindly ask that everyone participates. No one is permitted to be absent. Another gathering tonight. Brother Fei will lead the team personally? We are indeed fortunate. In the absence of head coach Wang Tsong, all decisions regarding the team rested with Zhang Hongfei. The starting lineup was swiftly determined. The team's formation remained steadfastly at 4-5-1. The forward position was entrusted to Yu Qingyun, who had netted 2 goals during the internal match, surpassing Gao Hongkai by 1, thus earning his place as the starting forward. The midfield quintet was led by Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by Yang Yuqin, Zhan Wushuang, Yi Yunfei, and Tang Qi. The defensive line was composed of Yu Bao, Dong Hanhai, Yin Minkai, and Yu Tongfei, working in unison to fortify their defense. The goalkeeper was Mei Cheng. Lu Fei, having conceded 4 goals during the internal match, was deemed in need of reflection and was thus left on the sidelines. In the secondary team of the football academy, there were no clear distinctions between starters and substitutes. The most skilled players had ascended to the first team, while those lacking in prowess were relegated to the third team, ensuring that the secondary team was still formidable. The secondary team adopted a classic 4-4-2 formation. Given the youth of the players in the secondary team, they were granted the privilege of starting the match. The match was structured similarly to an official game, with 2 halves of 45 minutes each, devoid of stoppage time. Compared to the internal matches, this contest bore a more formal character. Official referees were appointed, all hailing from the football academy, which was not particularly good news for the Wari school team. Furthermore, a multitude of students from the academy flocked to the sidelines upon hearing of the match, with the referee's whistle piercing the air. The match between the Wari school team and the secondary team of the football academy commenced. The players of the secondary team, emboldened by the presence of their older counterparts from the Wari school team, were filled with fighting spirit. In the very first minute of the match, 2 forwards and a midfielder from the second team, through exquisite passing and coordination, surged towards the goal of the Huali University team. As the game commenced, the defenders of Huali had yet to find their rhythm, granting the second team a golden opportunity at the net. Mei Cheng executed a spectacular save, deflecting the ball away. Following his successful intervention, Mei Cheng, dissatisfied, unleashed his frustration upon his 4 defenders with a vehement shout. Aware of their shortcomings, Yu Bao and the others dared not retort. Hastily averting their gazes from Mei Cheng, the second team prepared for a corner kick. All 2 forwards and 4 midfielders advanced into the penalty area of Huali University, vying for position. 1 defender from the second team approached the corner flag, ready to deliver the kick. The corner taken by the second team soared directly into the penalty area of Huali, resulting in instant chaos. Players from both sides jostled, pushing and shoving, contending for the ball. Just as the players were about to make contact, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Yu Tongfei, a defender from Huali, committed a foul by pulling an opponent just outside the penalty area, prompting the referee to award a prime free kick to the second team. Outrage ensued among Huali's players upon hearing the referee's decision. A throng gathered around the chief referee, clamoring for justice. Alas, the referee remained impervious to their protests, steadfast in his ruling. Meanwhile, the players of the second team huddled together to determine who would take the free kick. On the side of Huali University, preparations for a defensive wall commenced. Yu Bao, accompanied by Zhang Hongfei, Zhang Hongfei, and Yan Minkai, positioned themselves 10 yards away from the penalty spot. Zhang Hongfei enlisted the assistance of Yang Yuqian and Zhan Wushuang to form a human wall for Yu Bao. Mei Cheng, visibly anxious, directed his teammates in their positions. Right from the outset, he executed a remarkable save, which bolstered his confidence. However, as the second team prepared for a free kick attack, Mei Cheng remained on edge. The dynamics of the football pitch are ever-changing, and anything is possible. An attack that appears innocuous can swiftly morph into a goal. The four defenders of the Wari team lined up before Mei Cheng. He gestured fervently, calculating the potential trajectories of the opponent's shot. At a distance of 25 meters from the goal, this was the optimal range for striking. A tall forward from the second team stood poised at the penalty spot, ready to take the free kick. The referee signaled for the kick to commence. The forward took several steps back and began his run-up. Bam! It was a powerful direct free kick. The ball curiously bypassed the wall and nestled into the corner of the goal. Mei Cheng immediately leaped into action for the save. The force of the free kick was formidable, yet the accuracy fell slightly short. The ball grazed the post and flew out of bounds. Although the ball did not find the net, Mei Cheng was drenched in a cold sweat. The forward from the second team, witnessing the ball sail out of play, wore an expression of deep frustration. Surrounding teammates promptly approached to pat him on the shoulder in a gesture of consolation. Observing the missed opportunity, the referee also expressed his disappointment, visibly disheartened. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Hongfei gestured to the crowd to calm their emotions and not to rush. He anticipated that the referee might show favoritism towards the second-string team. Mei Cheng prepared to take a goal kick. Instead of booting the ball downfield, he opted for a more measured approach, passing it to defender Yu Bao. Yu Bao advanced the ball forward. As the defensive line of the Huali University team began to push up collectively, this was part of Zhang Hongfei's strategy set before the match. Offense is always the best defense. Faced with a group of minors, Zhang Hongfei would rather crash headlong into a wall than resort to underhanded tactics. Soon, the Huali University team was presented with a splendid opportunity to score. Zhang Hongfei did not partake in this offensive maneuver. Fortunately, his absence spared us from yet another instance of an awkwardly executed long-range shot. The title of Terminator of Offense bestowed upon Zhang Hongfei is not merely a boast. Upon receiving a swift pass from Yu Qingyun, positioned 30 meters from the goal of the reserve team, he unleashed a sudden strike. A powerful shot. The goalkeeper of the reserve team executed a spectacular, world-class save, leaping high to forcefully deflect the ball beyond the confines of the goal. Witnessing Yu Qingyun's shot being thwarted, the players of the Huali team collectively sighed in disappointment. This moment earned Huali their first corner kick opportunity of the match. Chapter 48. The match against the reserve team, Part 2. Yi Yunfei positioned himself at the corner flag, preparing to take the corner kick. Yu Qingyun, Zhang Hongfei, Zhan Wushuang, Yang Yuqian, and Tang Qi all took their places within the reserve team's penalty area, ready to contest for a header. A corner kick. This was the Huali team's forte. Their opponents were merely minors. In terms of both height and weight, Huali's players held a distinct advantage. Heading the ball would prove to be a vital means of scoring for Huali in this match. Before the match, Zhang Hongfei specifically urged his teammates to focus on contesting for headers. Yi Yunfei delivered a corner kick of exceptional quality, curving elegantly through the air before descending towards the back post of the penalty area. Zhan Wushuang and Tang Qi awaited at the rear post, ready to vie for the aerial ball. Zhan Wushuang, towering and formidable, outmaneuvered the opposing players, seizing the opportunity to head the ball. With a spin, the football soared towards the lower left corner of the goal. The goalkeeper of the opposing team reacted instantly, executing a diving save just in time to thwart Zhan Wushuang's header. A mere stroke of luck stood between Zhan Wushuang and a goal. Before the Huali team could react, the opposing goalkeeper swiftly launched a powerful clearance. The two forwards from the opposing team had already initiated their attack. At that moment, the defensive line of Huali had advanced near the midfield. Noticing the goalkeeper's clearance, Yu Bao and his teammates sensed the impending danger and immediately began to retreat. The distance from the midfield to the goal was merely over 50 meters. With 6 players sprinting at full speed, this distance would be covered in mere seconds. The forwards of the opposing team quickly faced Mei Cheng once more. Mei Cheng was filled with dissatisfaction towards Yu Bao and the others. Just moments ago, during Huali's corner kick, they exhibited a complete lack of awareness, engrossed in watching rather than fulfilling their responsibilities. At that instant, Yu Bao found himself just a position behind the opposing forward. This forward glanced at Mei Cheng's position, which was directly in the center of the goal. If he shot now, it was highly likely that Mei Cheng would parry it away. Time was of the essence. The forward feigned a shot, gently tapping the ball sideways to the 45-degree position in the penalty area. Another forward from the opposing team had long awaited this opportunity. As the ball arrived, he unleashed a powerful strike. Mei Cheng's focus remained unwavering on the ball, undeterred by the feint. Confronted with the close-range shot, Mei Cheng executed a world-class save once more. With a fierce punch, he sent the ball flying out of bounds, granting the opposing team another corner kick. Mei Cheng, well done, exclaimed Yu Bao, unable to contain his admiration for the save. Mei Cheng, slightly irked, retorted, if you all could support better, I wouldn't have to exert myself so fiercely. My apologies. That was our mistake. We will certainly be more vigilant next time. Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by the midfield players, embarked on a considerable journey from the second team's penalty area back to their own. This time, the second team opted against launching a high ball into the area, instead choosing to execute a tactical corner kick. Near the corner flag, 3 players from the second team gathered, engaged in hushed deliberation. Yang Yuchen, Yi Yunfei. You two head to the corner flag to defend. Understood, Fij. Without delay, Yang Yuchen and Yi Yunfei sprinted towards the corner flag area. The second team took the corner kick, which was executed with precision as the ball was swiftly exchanged among the 3 players. Zhang Hongfei's miscalculation led him to assign 2 players to defend against 3, a clear imbalance that rendered the defense inadequate. The football, after several exchanges, was unexpectedly threaded into the penalty area. Chaos erupted within the Wari team's box as a throng of players jostled fiercely for possession. Amidst the flurry of legs and feet, both sides engaged in a spirited contest of lower body prowess. It was evident that the second-string players, having undergone professional training, exhibited superior skills in this arena. After a series of passes, the ball found its way to the feet of a forward from the second team. Without a moment's hesitation, the forward unleashed a shot. Unfortunately, the execution was abysmal, as if Zhang Hongfei's spirit had possessed him. Spectators watched in disbelief as the football traced a high, parabolic arc before dramatically sailing out of sight. Mei Cheng, feeling jubilant, joyfully saying, I send you away, 1,000 miles afar. Do not return. On the sidelines, the audience quickly rushed to retrieve the ball, and the match resumed. Mei Cheng delivered a short pass to Yu Bao. Zhang Hongfei proactively sprinted back to the defensive area to retrieve the ball. Without hesitation, Yu Bao passed the ball to Zhang Hongfei. This marked Zhang Hongfei's first touch of the ball since the commencement of the match. All the players of the Huazhong University team were acutely aware of what was about to unfold. As anticipated, the events transpired exactly as expected. Zhang Hongfei did not disappoint those who held high hopes for him. Zhang Hongfei had just dribbled past the halfway line when he eagerly unleashed his signature move. The 100 steps without missing the target. Zhang Hongfei aimed at the goal of the second team and executed a breathtaking lob shot that soared like a celestial phenomenon. Zhang Hongfei's shot was unexpectedly of remarkable quality. The ball headed directly towards the goal of the reserve team, grazing the crossbar before soaring out of play. The reserve team's goalkeeper was drenched in cold sweat. Likewise, the head coach of the reserve team, observing from the sidelines, was equally startled. The coach remarked that while there have been widespread rumors about Zhang Hongfei's powerful kick being notoriously poor, it is now evident that these are mere fabrications. This shot from Zhang Hongfei undoubtedly reflects years of dedication to the craft. Indeed, this is the undeniable truth. The remarkable tradition of Zhang Hongfei's powerful shots has endured for 7 years, beginning from his middle school days. After years of relentless practice, even a metal rod would eventually show signs akin to that of a needle's tip. Despite not scoring, Zhang Hongfei remains undeterred. The recent shot was merely a test of his accuracy. The next one will be the true highlight. However, this attempt has drawn the attention of the midfielders from the second team, who have now begun to closely monitor him. Beside Zhang Hongfei, a persistent follower appeared, unwaveringly trailing him. Once the soccer ball was retrieved, the match resumed. The goalkeeper of the second team executed a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring into the forward field. The second team mounted another offensive. This time, the engagement featured a 3-on-4 scenario in the front line. The Huali team had 4 defenders participating in the defense, while the second team consisted of 2 forwards and 1 center forward. Fall back. Zhang Hongfei promptly signaled his teammates to retreat defensively. However, the second team advanced with remarkable speed, completing their attack before Zhang Hongfei and his companions could withdraw from midfield. The second team executed a series of intricate combinations in the attacking third. 3 players formed a triangular offensive unit, advancing in unison. The ball was exchanged fluidly among the trio, leaving the defenders of Huali team with no opportunity to intercept. In Chapter 49, during the match against the second team, Mei Cheng, who had made several brilliant saves, finally witnessed his unbeaten streak come to an end. This time, the ball slipped past Mei Cheng's fingertips, rolling into the net without any intimate contact. The second team had scored the first goal of the match. Although Mei Cheng exhibited formidable form today, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught from the second team, ultimately conceding a goal. After the goal, Mei Cheng appeared as if his very soul had been extracted, standing in place in a daze, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. The responsibility for this goal lay squarely on the shoulders of the defenders, Yu Bao, Dong Hanhai, Yin Min, and Yu Tongfei. Zhang Hongfei's expression shifted from bright to overcast in an instant upon witnessing his teammates' blunder. However, the clouds that momentarily obscured his demeanor dissipated just as swiftly. Zhang Hongfei understood that Mei Cheng had exerted his utmost efforts. It was not a matter of our inadequacy, but rather that the adversary was exceedingly cunning. Following the conceded goal, the players from Huali turned their gazes toward Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei understood that at this moment, he must not allow his teammates to lose faith. The players from the second team, having scored a goal, became exceedingly exhilarated. The forward who netted the goal even removed his jersey and sprinted around the pitch in jubilation. Astonishingly, the referee turned a blind eye to this display, failing to issue a yellow card as a warning. The second team unexpectedly took the lead against the Huali University team. In the eyes of the Huali team, the second team appeared to possess greater strength. However, from the perspective of the second team, the Huali team seemed more formidable. After all, the opponents were all adults while their own side comprised minors. Prior to the match, both teams had positioned themselves as the underdogs. This solitary goal could potentially alter the trajectory of the forward's future. Following the concession of the goal, Zhang Hongfei encouraged each of his teammates. In the face of adversity, unity was paramount to overcoming challenges. The celebrations from the second team persisted for nearly 10 minutes before subsiding. Once the second team quieted down, Yu Qingyun and Yang Yuchen of the Huali team positioned themselves at the center circle, ready to resume play. The referee signaled for the match to continue. Yu Qingyun passed the ball to Yang Yuchen, who then returned it to Zhang Hongfei. In the instant Zhang Hongfei received the ball, Yu Qingyun and Yang Yuchen simultaneously infiltrated from both flanks of the reserve team. Meanwhile, midfielders Tang Qi and Zhan Wushuang advanced along the sidelines towards the reserve team's half. Following their goal, the reserve team notably began to tighten their defensive line. A score of 1-0 was deemed sufficient by the players of the reserve team. However, Zhang Hongfei was far from satisfied with such an outcome. The system had bestowed upon him a mission. Securing victory in this match would reward him with an increase of 1 point in offensive attributes and 1 point in defensive attributes. The prospect of receiving 2 attribute points at once sent Zhang Hongfei into a frenzy. According to the system's explanation, the reserve team possessed evident superiority over the Huali University team, which justified the enhanced rewards upon completion of the task. After half an hour of competition, Zhang Hongfei had gained a clear understanding of the reserve team's capabilities. Firstly, the players of the reserve team exhibited superior speed and stamina compared to their counterparts on the Huali University team. This disparity was directly linked to the extensive training the reserve team underwent with the system. After all, within the Huali University team, only half of the players were professionals. The other half were amateurs scattered across various colleges and only convened for training during matches. Following their conceded goal, the Huali University team refrained from launching an all-out offensive, opting instead for a strategy of delay, consuming time until the end of the first half. During this period, neither side managed to mount a significant attack. At halftime, Zhang Hongfei gathered all the players to devise their tactics. Zhang Hongfei began by praising the team. Conceding a goal is not the end of the world for the Huazhong University team. However, Zhang Hongfei's task remains formidable: to secure victory in this match. The Huazhong University team must score 2 goals in the second half. In the second half, Zhang Hongfei made some adjustments to the team's lineup. Goalkeeper Mei Chung was substituted for Liu Fei. Tang Qi, having sustained a minor injury after an accidental kick from Zhang Hongfei during a practice match, was replaced in the second half to rest. Wu Ming took Tang Qi's place on the field. The Huazhong University team continued to adopt a 4-5-1 formation, with Yu Qingyun serving as the sole striker, while substitute forward Gao Hongkai did not receive an opportunity to play. Zhang Hongfei has taken on the role of central defender, with Wu Ming and Yi Yunfei positioned on the left flank, while Yang Yuqin and Zhan Wushuang occupy the right. The defensive line remains unchanged, comprising Yu Bao, Dong Hahai, Yin Minkai, and Yu Tongfei from left to right. Liu Fei, the first-choice goalkeeper for the Huari University team, makes his formal entrance. The second team has made a sweeping substitution, replacing half of their starting lineup. Clearly, the second team does not regard the Huari University squad as a significant threat, as one is a professional team and the other an amateur one. As the second half commences, Huari University kicks off from the center circle. Yu Qingyun and Zhang Hongfei stand together at the center, poised for the start of the second half. During halftime, Zhang Hongfei devised a rather audacious tactic, an aggressive onslaught right from the outset. With the referee's whistle, the second half is underway. Yu Qingyun passes the ball to Zhang Hongfei. Wu Ming, Yi Yunfei, Yang Yuqin, and Zhan Wushuang sprint towards the second team's defensive area. The 4 defenders of the second team, sensing the urgency, immediately adopt a man-to-man marking strategy, closely tracking Wu Ming, Yi Yunfei, Yang Yuqin, and Zhan Wushuang. As the second half has just begun, there is a significant gap in the central area for the second team. Following the kickoff, Yu Qingyun advances directly forward. Zhang Hongfei executed a timely through ball, returning possession to Yu Qingyun. You did not disappoint Zhang. He surged forward from the midfield, embarking on a long and determined run into the reserve team's penalty area. Faced with the goalkeeper, he calmly placed a shot towards the far corner of the net. The reserve team's goalkeeper, caught off guard, sank to the ground in a futile attempt to block the ball with his outstretched leg. Alas, his efforts were in vain, as he could only watch helplessly as the ball rolled silently into his goal. 1-1. Just after the second half commenced, the Huali University team had equalized. After scoring, Yu Qingyun exuberantly dashed about, eager to celebrate. However, Zhang Hongfei quietly retrieved the ball from the net and gestured for the reserve team to resume play promptly. Observing Zhang's lack of celebration, the players of the Huali University team also lost their enthusiasm for revelry. The reserve team's coach was visibly displeased with the conceded goal, standing at the sidelines and vociferously berating the defenders. Soon after, the reserve team faced another setback. They launched an attack, but the forward shot was easily collected by goalkeeper Liu Fei, who quickly initiated play. Liu tossed the ball to Yu Bao, who took a couple of steps before threading a pass to Yi Yunfei. The Huali University team mounted a swift offensive down the left flank, with Yu Qingyun and Zhang Hongfei providing support in the center. Yi Yunfei deftly maneuvered past a reserve team center back and delivered a well-timed lofted cross. Yu Qingyun out-jumped the reserve defender to head the ball towards goal. The shot flew into the upper right corner of the net. The reserve team's goalkeeper, still reeling from the previous goal, was once again caught off guard. The angle of Yu's header was exquisite, rendering it a theoretical dead zone. The score transformed to 2-1. In less than 10 minutes into the second half, the Huali University team had successfully turned the tide. Chapter 50. Seizing the moment in the ensuing moments. The dynamics on the field shifted dramatically. The reserve team, initially focused on a defensive strategy, began to press forward aggressively. Conversely, the Huali University team adopted a classic 10-0-0 formation, retreating into a defensive shell once more. The reserve team's coach, standing on the sidelines, stomped his feet and exclaimed, "How disgraceful! Are you truly the Huali University team, employing such shameless tactics? Don't you have any pride?" Zhang Hongfei, a self-proclaimed loner, admitted no. As long as the task is completed, 2 attribute points will be awarded. If not now, then when? Is integrity truly beneficial? Can integrity be transformed into attribute points? Although the second-string team possessed greater strength than the Huali University team, they found themselves utterly helpless against the shameless 10-0-0 formation, with crosses from the baseline and aerial duels. The second-string team could not match the prowess of the Huali team. Should they attempt ground attacks, a chaotic skirmish would ensue as soon as they neared the penalty area, with disorder being a frequent occurrence. Moreover, the The second-string team could only muster a maximum of 6 players for the offensive, while 4 defenders lingered near the midfield. They were at an undeniable numerical disadvantage. When even Zhang Hongfei ceased his offensive efforts to focus on defense, the Huali team became an impregnable fortress. Their defensive strategy was straightforward. Regardless of who gained possession, they would simply clear the ball with a powerful kick. As time ticked away, the second-string team's hopes of victory dwindled. Observing the grim situation, the head coach made a rather juvenile decision, adopting a 0-0-10 formation, hoping to compensate for the on-field disadvantage with sheer numbers. This delighted Zhang Hongfei. At this moment, Zhang Hongfei made a strategic adjustment, substituting Yu Qingyun, who was exhausted. With Gao Hongkai, the task assigned to Gao Hongkai was unequivocal: to attack. If another goal could be secured at this juncture, the Wari University team would be assured of victory. Once again, a chaotic melee ensued just outside the penalty area. Yu Baofei executed a sliding tackle. Regaining possession of the ball, he quickly sprang to his feet, intending to clear it with a powerful kick. However, his eyes caught sight of Gao Hongkai, making a swift run forward not far ahead. Without hesitation, Yu Bao sent a precise pass directly to him. Gao Hongkai received the ball near the midfield and sprinted towards the second team's goal. There was a slight suspicion of offside on this play. Yet all the referee's attention was captivated by the tumult in front of the penalty area, and no one noticed Gao Hongkai's positioning. The players from the second team pursued him relentlessly from behind. Yet, Gao Hongkai, like a wild stallion that had broken free, was beyond their reach. Before long, he approached the second team's goalkeeper. A one-on-one showdown ensued. The goalkeeper, having already conceded 2 goals, was now in a state of despair. Although the second team had dominated the field, relentlessly attacking the Wari University goal, it was not Wari's goalkeeper Liu Fei who faced the direst challenge, but rather the second team itself. Gao Hongkai executed a feigned shot, not particularly sophisticated, yet it successfully deceived the second team's goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, fully concentrated and tense, instinctively reacted to Gao Hongkai's shooting motion. By the time he realized it was merely a feint, it was too late. The ball, moving at a leisurely pace, was gently nudged into the net by Gao Hongkai. 3-1. Who could have predicted that the Wari University team, trailing by a goal at halftime, would score 3 goals in the second half? Upon witnessing Gao Hongkai's successful solo effort, Zhang Hongfei felt an immense sense of relief. The victory was all but secured. With less than 15 minutes remaining, it was improbable for the second team to score twice, especially against the staunch defense of Wari University. As the final whistle blew, Wari University triumphed with a score of 3-2. The second team managed to score a goal from a free kick, but it was too late. As the match concluded, Zhang Hongfei sensed something unusual within his body. After a grueling 90-minute encounter, he astonishingly felt no fatigue whatsoever. In astonishment, he checked his attributes and discovered that the rewards from the system had been credited to him. Zhang Hongfei's latest attributes are as follows: Stamina 52, Spirit 49, Speed 63, Offense 33, Defense 31, Luck 66. In the previous matches, the intensity was not significant, and thus Zhang Hongfei did not perceive any abnormalities. However, today, facing a second-tier team, his stamina has reached the brink of exhaustion. At this moment, the benefits bestowed by the system become apparent. Once the rewards from the system are granted, Zhang Hongfei's body will automatically restore itself to optimal condition. Zhang Hongfei could not help but exclaim, "What a delightful surprise this is." As the match concluded, he amicably shook hands with the coach of the second team. Under the coach's piercing gaze, reminiscent of a predator, Zhang Hongfei departed the football base with the Wari University team. Zhang Hongfei accompanied his teammates on the bus back to Huazhong University of Science and Technology, while Jin Xingshu drove his Bugatti Veyron, feeling somewhat frustrated as he trailed behind the bus. On board the bus, the team began to request their rewards. "Brother Fei, we won. Surely there must be some form of reward?" "Indeed. Brother Fei, we won our reward." Clearing his throat, he responded, "Ah, reward? There must certainly be one. Tonight, I shall treat you all to a grand feast. And what about now? For now, you all should return to school and take a good rest. If anyone wishes to go out this afternoon, feel free to do so and unwind. But save room for dinner tonight. I assure you, it will be a delightful meal." "Fantastic. Long live Brother Fei." After ensuring everyone was back at school, Zhang Hongfei began to formulate his own plans. This evening marked the date for Chao Rong and Jin Xian's blind date, and for both emotional and logical reasons, He felt compelled to stir up some trouble. Brother Fei, where are we headed now? Xiaoshu, you should head back first. I will go ahead to the hotel and make the necessary arrangements. Shall I accompany you? The Chow family should recognize you, and there are members of your family at the hotel. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to come along. Moreover, if the Chow family sees us together, it could spell trouble. They are well acquainted with me, so it would be best if you stayed behind. The reputation of the three heroes of Shunsheng is illustrious. Any family of note in Shunsheng would ensure that the younger generation is familiar with the profiles of Liu Zihao, Guan Xingtian, and Zhang Hongfei, so they might conduct themselves discreetly and avoid drawing unnecessary attention. In an effort to evade recognition, Zhang Hongfei donned a pair of oversized sunglasses and complemented them with a large mask. However, this particular ensemble, rather than rendering him inconspicuous, only served to draw more attention to him. As Zhang Hongfei stepped into the hotel, all eyes in the lobby were drawn to him. Zhang Hongfei felt a sense of unease as he was scrutinized. Could it be that my flawless disguise has been unveiled? Alas, it appears I have been too naive. Indeed, my essence cannot be concealed by mere sunglasses and a mask. Chapter 51, Jin Kaiyan. Zhang Hongfei steadied his mind and entered the hotel lobby. Within the lobby, a solitary, enchanting female pianist was gracefully playing the piano. Upon noticing Zhang Hongfei's entrance, a vigilant waiter immediately approached him and inquired, "Sir, how may I assist you?" Zhang Hongfei's attire is undeniably unconventional, prompting a sense of caution. "No worries. I can manage on my own. Sir, this is a prestigious hotel, and we do not welcome individuals of uncertain origins." "Ah, I understand now. Therefore, sir, could you kindly present your identification so that we may verify your identity?" Zhang Hongfei, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively and commanded, "Summon your lobby manager at once." "Sir, our lobby manager is quite occupied. I'm afraid that if something goes awry, you won't be able to handle it. It is best to have your lobby manager come here." The waiter gazed at Zhang Hongfei for a moment before ultimately turning to seek out the lobby manager. Before long, a strikingly attractive woman, clad in professional attire with a figure that could be described as devilish and a visage reminiscent of an angel, stood before Zhang Hongfei. "Good day. Sir, may I inquire if you are looking for me?" Zhang Hongfei handed his business card to the lobby manager. Upon glancing at the card, the manager's expression instantly transformed into one of shock and alarm. Zhangda. Zhang Hongfei swiftly took the initiative, covering the lobby manager's mouth. "Shoo. My identity must remain confidential for the time being. Do not divulge it." "Zhang, no? Sir, what brings you here? Is it true that Chow Rong from the Chow family is hosting a dinner here tonight?" "Indeed. Which room?" "The Imperial Hall. Are there several guests from Korea staying at your hotel?" "Yes." "Where are they lodged?" "In the Presidential Suite and the Ambassador Suite." "Very well, that is all. Do not speak of my presence here." "Understood." As Zhang Hongfei departed, the lobby manager, still lingering on the sensation, absent-mindedly touched his lips. Zhang Hongfei's hand had forcefully sealed his mouth, and in that moment, the lobby manager's heart raced uncontrollably, pounding like a frenzied deer. Noticing Zhang Hongfei had walked away, the previous server quietly reminded, "Manager, he has left. Enough. Go attend to your duties." The lobby manager impatiently dismissed the server. Zhang Hongfei exited the hotel and, in a secluded corner outside, retrieved his phone to place a call to Long Chong. Upon receiving Zhang Hongfei's call, Long Chong promptly began to organize his personnel. Zhang Hongfei places great importance on the actions planned for this evening. The fundamental proceedings are expected to unfold as follows. Around 5 p.m., Zhang Hongfei will lead the Wari University team to the hotel for dinner. Disguised among the members of the Wari team, he aims to evade the watchful eyes of the Chow family. Meanwhile, Long Chong will position his personnel in ambush outside the hotel. Zhang Hongfei will seize the opportunity within the confines of the hotel. At that juncture, the private security detail of the Chow family will undoubtedly be stationed at the hotel, safeguarding the family members. As soon as Zhang Hongfei initiates his actions, Long Chong will promptly lead his men into the hotel to subdue the Chow family's private guards. This incident will undoubtedly attract the attention of the police department in Shunqing. However, Zhao Yi will handle the situation adeptly. Zhang Hongfei's mission is to decisively deal with the Chow family in the shortest possible time. Zhang Hongfei had meticulously contemplated the advantages he sought. This time, he arrived well prepared. The assault on Zhang Hongfei by Chao Ying's associates from the Chow family presented a rare and fortuitous opportunity, conveniently delivered to his doorstep. Zhang Hongfei had silently resolved that tonight, Even if he could not completely bring down the Chao family, he would ensure they suffered a significant setback. After completing his reconnaissance, Zhang Hongfei swiftly made his way to a neighboring company, where he lavishly acquired the entire establishment, solely to indulge in a peaceful afternoon nap. Such audacious behavior could only be attributed to Zhang Hongfei, who spent hundreds of thousands merely for the tranquility of a restful slumber. When Zhang Hongfei awoke, the clock had already struck past 4 in the afternoon, leaving merely half an hour until the grand performance of the evening. The familiar melody of Masazumi Ozawa's attraction resonated from his mobile device. "Feej, we are almost there," came Lu Fei's teasing voice from the other end of the line. "Is that so? Have you all gone without lunch, starving yourselves?" "Not at all. We had instant noodles for lunch," in anticipation of the sumptuous dinner Zhang Hongfei had promised. The entire university team had endured a humble meal of instant noodles earlier that day. Now, this group of companions had summoned 5 taxis and were racing towards his location. After ending the call, Zhang Hongfei hurried to the bathroom to splash some water on his face. Zhang Hongfei gazed at his reflection in the mirror, murmuring to himself, "At last, the moment has arrived." As Zhang Hongfei stepped outside, he beheld a group of individuals clad in suits, moving about furtively. He chuckled softly. Zhang Hongfei let out a helpless chuckle. Indeed, Long Chong was formidable, but the subordinates he had gathered were decidedly lacking in sophistication. Some street thugs, even when clad in suits and trousers, could not conceal the roughness that clung to them. Particularly noticeable were the weapons they carried at their waists, which were all too apparent. Zhang Hongfei promptly dialed Long Chong's number. "Feej, I apologize. The recruitment period for these individuals was rather brief, hence. Xiangzi, if it proves unfeasible, withdraw them all. This could raise suspicions. Feej, fret not. Once darkness falls, no one will take notice of them. Is it truly necessary to arrive this early? It is not even 5 o'clock yet. Feej, you must understand. In our line of work, securing a position in advance is essential." "Very well. Xiangzi, do not make any blunders. Tonight is of paramount importance. Rest assured, Feej. I am well aware. I trust you. Xiangzi, we shall meet later, my brother." "Indeed, Feej." After ending the call, Zhang Hongfei hurried to the hotel entrance, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Huali University team. Soon, 5 taxis emerged within his line of sight. "Feej, did I perform well today?" The first to approach Zhang Hongfei to boast was Yu Qingyun, who had scored 2 goals that day. "You played commendably. Tonight, you shall have an extra serving of Buddha jumps over the wall." "Thank you, Feej." "All right, brothers. Soon we shall feast." Zhang Hongfei, blending in with the school team, successfully evaded the watchful eyes of the Chao family and entered the hotel. In the Imperial Hall, a young woman clad in a purple dress sat gracefully at the center. Her expression was devoid of emotion, reflecting a profound indifference to life. Beside her, a middle-aged man, bearing a resemblance to the young woman, addressed her. "Cayenne, for the sake of our family, you must comply this time. No rebelliousness allowed." Chapter 52. The curtain rises. Simultaneously, in the hotel dining hall, the players of the Huali school team indulged in a feast. Zhang Hongfei also found himself amidst the revelry of indulgent feasting and drinking. Zhang Hongfei, having completed his match in the morning, rushed over to scout the location without having lunch, now feeling a gnawing hunger that could consume an entire cow. Jin Shengshu anxiously lingered in the parking lot, awaiting news. He fervently prayed in his heart, "Feej, I implore you. You must rescue my sister." Zhang Hongfei and his teammates raised their glasses in celebration of their victory, reveling in the moment until they reached a pleasant tipsiness. At which point Zhang Hongfei finally decided to pause. Zhang Hongfei glanced at his watch. It was precisely 7 o'clock, the time to attend to serious matters. In the Emperor Hall, Chao Rong wore a foolish grin, his eyes hungrily fixed on Jean Cayenne, who remained icy and indifferent, offering him no kindness. Chao Rong thought to himself, "How dare this little hussy give me such a disdainful look? Humph, just wait until you marry into my family. I shall see how you fare then." Meanwhile, Chao's father and Jin's father engaged in a discussion about business secrets, oblivious to the antics of the 2 young people. According to the elders, matters concerning the youth were best left to them, provided the parents' will and the matchmaker's guidance were honored. The elderly often embody a blend of stubbornness and enlightenment, yet their enlightenment frequently serves to reinforce their obstinacy. For instance, Jin's father permitted Jean Cayenne to study in Shuncheng with ulterior motives, naively believing that her stunning beauty, enhanced by numerous cosmetic procedures, would captivate the entire campus and ensnare Zhang Hongfei. Little did he know that Zhang Hongfei, a seasoned connoisseur of beauty, held no interest in artificially enhanced women. Jin's father was left to seek alternatives, orchestrating a chance encounter between Chao Rong and Jin Kaiyan. This oblivious rich heir, Chao Rong, was instantly entranced by Jin Kaiyan. Yet her heart was solely devoted to Zhang Hongfei, dismissing the advances of other men with disdain. This is a common affliction among women. Having witnessed the exquisite Zhang Hongfei, comparisons rendered all other wealthy suitors as mere dust in the wind. Without comparison, there is no pain. Jin Kaiyan was ensnared by Zhang Hongfei's allure, unable to escape its grasp. Compared to him, Chao Rong was swiftly reduced to insignificance. Despite Chao Rong's persistent attempts to engage Jin Kaiyan with trivial conversations, she regarded him as nothing more than a fleeting breeze. Chao Rong's sister, Chao Ying, was also present in the Emperor Hall. While that scoundrel fortunate enough to be seated in the private room, sometimes a man, if sufficiently unscrupulous, can ascend to the pinnacle of life. Unfortunately, today was destined to become the most tragic day of this rogue's life. Unbeknownst to him, his rival, Zhang Hongfei, was approaching the Emperor Hall. Zhang Hongfei shed his disguise and donned a suit befitting his status. Zhang Hongfei instructed the hotel lobby manager to procure a formal suit at his discretion. The lobby manager, undeterred by personal expense, returned with an exquisite Zegna ensemble for Zhang Hongfei. Upon noticing the Zegna label, a subtle frown crossed Zhang Hongfei's brow. Given the impending confrontation, he intended to don this attire solely for that occasion. Furthermore, he observed the lobby manager's expression, which radiated joy and enchantment. Zhang Hongfei was aware that yet another lovesick moth was foolishly drawn to the flame. "Young Master Zhang, are you pleased with this outfit?" "Indeed. May I assist you in changing?" Upon finishing, the lobby manager gazed up at Zhang Hongfei's visage, his face alight with anticipation. Well, very well. After all, it wasn't the first time Zhang Hongfei had been attended to for a change of clothes. The two joined hands and entered the manager's office. However, this time the change took a while. It was not until half an hour later that Zhang Hongfei emerged from the manager's office, clad in a dashing Zegna suit. The lobby manager followed closely behind, his face flushed with satisfaction. "Hongfei, do take care." "Xia, fret not." "Ha. Who am I? Just a stamp of my foot." And the entire city of Shanghai would tremble. Zhang Hongfei glanced at the clock. It was 7:30. Zhang Hongfei estimated that the negotiations between the two parties were nearly concluded. Before the Imperial Hall, two bodyguards from the Chao family stood vigil at the entrance. "Halt!" Upon noticing Zhang Hongfei approaching the Imperial Hall, the bodyguards swiftly intervened to prevent his advance. Zhang Hongfei disdainfully remarked, "Clear the path. Are you seeking death?" "Humph. Just the two of you?" The two bodyguards exchanged glances, resolved to strike first. Unfortunately for them, Zhang Hongfei had also decided to take the initiative. Before the bodyguards could make a move, he swiftly delivered two devastating kicks, incapacitating them both. The unfortunate bodyguards pitifully clutched their vulnerable areas, beads of sweat pouring down their foreheads. Despicable. Shameless. "Oh, you still have the strength to curse?" Zhang Hongfei swiftly approached to deliver the final blows, landing a kick to each of their chests, and the two bodyguards immediately succumbed to unconsciousness. At last, tranquility was restored to this world. Subsequently, Zhang Hongfei reached into the chests of the two bodyguards. As anticipated, he retrieved two handguns. Zhang Hongfei secretly rejoiced, Now, even the funds for purchasing weaponry have been saved." Zhang Hongfei, armed with a deadly weapon, forcefully kicked open the grand doors of the Emperor Hall. The moment Zhang Hongfei appeared at the entrance, the Imperial Hall was a tapestry of myriad expressions. Jin Kaiyan's face radiated joy, while Jin's father's countenance was etched with astonishment. Chao's father displayed an air of displeasure, and Chao Rong's visage was marked by fury. The scoundrel's face was a portrait of fear, and Chao Ying's expression was one of perplexity. Zhang Hongfei, feigning ignorance, inquired, "Oh, what is the cause of such commotion here? Is there some joyous occasion today?" Chao Rong, rising with indignation, retorted, "Zhang Hongfei, do not overstep your bounds." He bellowed, "You, surnamed Chao, have been Lu Zihao's sycophant for so long that you have gained misplaced confidence." "Have you? What did you say? Am I mistaken? Is it not you who has trailed behind Lu Zihao like a shadow?" Zhang Hongfei replied, "Today marks my formal meeting with the young lady of the Jin family, so kindly refrain from causing disturbances. Can we set aside our grievances for another time?" "You are deluding yourself. Chao Rong, are you truly so naive as to not realize that I have come here expressly to provoke you? Zhang Hongfei, you have gone too far. How have I wronged you? Set your dogs upon me. You. At last, Chao's father could no longer endure the situation and intervened. Zhang family nephew, is this behavior not excessive? The Chao family and your Zhang family have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. You must consider the consequences of your actions today. Bellowing, the old man has emerged to issue threats? Ha ha ha. I would like to inquire, Chao uncle. When your family previously dispatched individuals to assault me, did you not fear inciting the wrath of the Zhang family? Chapter 53. The abandoned pawn Zhang family nephew. Cease your baseless accusations. When did the Chao family ever send someone to attack you? Just yesterday at noon, I was assaulted by your Chao family members on Nanjing Road. Heh, words alone are unsubstantiated. Ha ha, I certainly possess evidence. Those who assaulted me are currently detained at the police station. I have their statements. Moreover, I have a crucial witness. He is right here at this moment. Who? Zhang Hongfei pointed at the scoundrel. At that moment, every gaze in the room converged upon him. The scoundrel's face turned ashen. I. He stammered for what felt like an eternity, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. What? Did I say something wrong? Yesterday, you brought a group of thugs from the Chao family to assault me, and you brazenly declared, you are doomed. Is that not true? The scoundrel, from the instant Zhang Hongfei appeared, felt an ominous dread creep into his heart. In the entire city of Shun, there were scarcely 3 individuals audacious enough to disrupt the Chao family's banquet, namely, Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian. Zhang Hongfei, regardless of who this individual before me may be, the scoundrel understands that his fate is sealed today. He has provoked a force far beyond his reckoning. Mr. Chao immediately interjected with a commanding tone. Chao Ing, did your boyfriend send someone to assault Zhang Hongfei yesterday? Chao Ing, with a visage of innocence, replied, I have no idea. Apeng, is what he said true? Did you indeed send someone to attack Zhang Hongfei yesterday? I didn't know he was Master Zhang. Upon hearing the scoundrel's words, the Chao family felt a wave of turmoil. The scoundrel's statement was tantamount to an implicit admission of the assault on Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei's demeanor is well known throughout the entire city of Shun. To oppose Lu Zihao would lead to financial ruin. To stand against Guan Xingtian could result in devastating loss of life. However, to confront Zhang Hongfei, the outcome remains unpredictable. Zhang Hongfei's personality, to outsiders, is rather elusive. Since this fellow has already admitted it, Uncle Chao, shouldn't your Chao family provide an explanation to the Zhang family? As Zhang Hongfei uttered the words to account, he deliberately emphasized his tone. The expression on Father Chao's face fluctuated between shadows and light. Only the 3 illustrious figures of Xinjiang would dare to speak to him with such audacity. Father Chao began to weigh the merits and demerits in his heart. Regardless of the outcome, the reputation of the Chao family was undeniably tarnished today. It was indeed the Chao family at fault. Should the situation escalate, it would be even more detrimental to them. Moreover, Zhang Hongfei was the sole heir of the Zhang family. If anything were to happen to him, the patriarch of the Zhang family would undoubtedly intervene, a consequence that the Chao family could scarcely bear. Ultimately, Father Chao chose to concede. With this thought, a radiant smile reappeared on his face. Ha, it's all just a misunderstanding. Young Zhang, come sit with Uncle Chao. We can have a good chat. There is nothing to discuss. If the Chao family does not provide me with an explanation of, ahem, young Zhang, I can leave his fate in your hands. Ha, you think you can fool me, Chao? What use is a big man to me? You can turn him into a eunuch and keep him by your side as a servant. Hee, Uncle Chao, you're quite the strategist. Unfortunately, that is not what I desire. Then what do you wish for? I have 3 conditions. Speak. First, Chao Rong must not be with Jin Kaiyan. Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's first condition, Jin Kaiyan could not help but shed tears of gratitude. In her heart, she felt a surge of happiness, thinking that Zhang Hongfei truly cared for her. His first condition was to prevent Chao Rong from being with her. Chao Rong immediately slammed the table, cursing, Zhang Hongfei, you have no right to meddle in my affairs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei's expression darkened. It seemed that the younger generation of the Chao family lacked an understanding of proper decorum. Do you require my assistance in enforcing the family rules? Chao father immediately reprimanded Chao Rong. Chao Rong, go to the side. Dad, I'm leaving. Go. Look at the trouble you 2 siblings have caused me. Get out. Immediately. Chao Rong and Chao Ing exchanged a glance, their faces pale, and prepared to leave the room. However, just as they attempted to push the door open. The entrance to the imperial hall was forcefully kicked open. Long Chong, accompanied by a dozen subordinates, stormed into the hall. Fei Ge, we have arrived. So soon? This ragtag bunch was easily dealt with. Haha, Uncle Chow, it seems your plan to seek reinforcements has hit a dead end. Chow father, who had intended to send Chow Rong and Chowing out for help, was taken aback by Zhang Hongfei's foresight. The moment he saw Long Chong and his men appear, he realized that the Chow family was doomed this time. Such a young age, yet executing plans flawlessly. Truly the offspring of old Zhang. I, Chow Tianhua, am impressed. Speak of your 3 conditions. I shall agree to all. Oh, you agree to all before I even state them? The situation is more powerful than the individual. If I cannot discern this, how could I possibly assume the role of family head? Uncle Chow, indeed a wise man. Please, state your conditions. First, Chow Rong must not be with Jin Kaiyan. Not a problem. Second, I want half of the Chow family's assets. Zhang family nephew, isn't that a bit excessive? My apologies. Uncle Chow, I misspoke. For the second condition, I shall require 60%. Chow Tianhua's expression stiffened as he replied emotionlessly. Fine, 60% it is. Now, state your third condition. Third, I no longer wish to see Chow Rong. He must either leave Shin City or study abroad. Chow Rong could no longer contain himself and shouted, Zhang Hongfei, do not push your luck. You think you can banish me from Shin City? Who do you think you are? Hao Ge. Hao Ge. Very well, I shall give you a chance. Call your Hao Ge now and see if he can come to your rescue. Chow Rong pulled out his phone and, without hesitation, dialed Lu Zihao. Chow father watched Chow Rong's actions with a helpless shake of his head. A few minutes later, Chow Rong hung up the phone, despondent. Lu Zihao, initially spirited about facing Zhang Hongfei, immediately backed down upon learning the full story. Let nature take its course. Lu Zihao left Chow Rong with these 4 words before promptly blocking his number. Seeing himself abandoned by Lu Zihao, Chow Rong's face turned ashen, utterly defeated. Zhang Hongfei feigned concern, yet his expression was laced with mockery as he inquired. So, is Lu Zihao coming to challenge me in an arm wrestling match? Brother Hao said he has no time. Enough nonsense. I have faced Lu Zihao numerous times. He must have blocked your number. How do you know? He is precisely that kind of person. Chapter 54. The matter resolved. Chow Tianhua observed Chow Rong's expression and once again let out a resigned sigh. Nephew of the Zhang family. You. Very well. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, since you have agreed to all 3 conditions, could you kindly settle the bill for me as well? What bill? Of course, the meal expenses. I still need to return and continue dining, so there's no need for you to see me off. Meanwhile, in a VIP room of a bar in Shuncheng, Lu Zihao suddenly, in a fit of rage, hurled his phone to the ground with great force. Fortunately, this phone was custom-made and impervious to damage. One of Lu Zihao's lackeys, perplexed, inquired, Brother Hao, what is the matter? Lu Zihao, shouting at the ceiling of the room, cursed, Zhang Hongfei, you are utterly infuriating. Zhang Hongfei could effortlessly deduce, even with his toes, that Lu Zihao was undoubtedly berating him. Zhang Hongfei intentionally had Chow Rong call Lu Zihao just now. Zhang Hongfei reveled in this sensation, relishing the power of bullying you, leaving you powerless to retaliate. What joy it brought him to not only deal with Chow Rong, but also to provoke Lu Zihao in the process. When it came to competition, he was outmatched. In physical confrontations, he was overpowered, and in terms of connections, he was outclassed. Chow Tianhua, a formidable figure himself, accepted the 3 humiliating conditions proposed by Zhang Hongfei without hesitation. That very night, Chow Rong was arranged by Chow Tianhua to leave the country, never to return for the rest of his life. Chow Ying, having encountered unworthy individuals, was cast out by Chow Tianhua. Meanwhile, the true instigator, the pitiable scoundrel, never witnessed the dawn of the following day. Zhang Hongfei had initially anticipated a fierce battle tonight, but to his surprise, the cunning and shrewd Chow Tianhua managed to endure such a significant loss. Zhang Hongfei couldn't help but cast a glance of admiration at Chow Tianhua. Little did he know that in Chow Tianhua's heart, he had already cursed Zhang Hongfei 1,000 times over. Zhang Hongfei, having reveled in his arrogance, brazenly entered the hotel restaurant accompanied by Long Chong and his band of followers. With someone else footing the bill, he showed no restraint. Waitstaff, he commanded, bring me 3 more tables of the same dishes, and serve the finest wines. Whatever is expensive, bring it all. After Zhang Hongfei departed, Jin Kaiyan promptly followed suit. The members of the Jin family glanced at the desolate Chow family and began to file out. Having lost 60% of their assets, the Chow family was destined for decline. The Jin family had initially hoped to rely on the Chow family to expand their overseas interests. However, they have now completely abandoned that notion. Jin's father is no fool. He immediately discerned that Zhang Hongfei's outburst was motivated by his feelings for Jin Kaiyan, and his mind began to race with possibilities. Undoubtedly, Zhang Hongfei's prowess far surpasses that of Chow Rong. Should Jin Kaiyan marry Zhang Hongfei, the advantages for the Jin family would undoubtedly exceed their expectations. It was only when Jin Xingshu heard that everything was resolved that he dared to rush into the hotel to find Zhang Hongfei. Brother Fei, little Shuzi, I've returned your sister to you, intact. Zhang Hongfei pushed Jin Kaiyan towards Jin Xingshu, and the siblings embraced tightly. Sister, I have accomplished what you entrusted to me. Good brother, you have not disappointed me. While the scene of familial reunion unfolded, the atmosphere in the Emperor Hall was laden with gloom among the Chow family. Master, will this matter be settled just like that? Settled? Swallowing 6/10 of my Chow family's assets, and you think it ends here? Dream on. Then what shall we do? This matter will certainly not be resolved so easily. However, for now, let that little brat revel in his triumph for a few days. The Chow family left the hotel in a dejected manner, the once joyous banquet ending on a sour note. After the members of the university team were satisfied with their meal, Zhang Hongfei did not send them back to school. Instead, he reserved rooms at the hotel, providing each person with their own accommodation. In the end, only Jin Kaiyan and Jin Xingshu were left without a place to stay. Brother Fei, what about us? The presidential suite has been booked by your Jin family. What more room do you seek from me? That is different. I still prefer to stick with you, Brother Fei. Little Shuzi, stop fooling around. Brother Fei, how about this? You take my sister with you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei wore an expression of disdain. Xiao Shuzi, are you resorting to selling your sister for personal gain? Jin Xingshu chuckled ingratiatingly. Indeed. Fei Gu, why not accept my sister? You already have so many in your harem. One more won't make a difference. When have I ever established a harem? Am I that kind of person? Fei Gu, do you not feel the slightest embarrassment uttering such words? Absolutely not. Jin Kaiyan hesitated, her thoughts unspoken, before finally inquiring. Sister, what troubles you? Jin Kaiyan silently gazed at Zhang Hongfei, her fingers fidgeting nervously before her. This peculiar scene persisted for a minute. After much contemplation, Jin Kaiyan finally spoke. Senior, may I stay by your side tonight? Junior, it would be best for you to return. I do not wish to impede your path. Senior, could you not grant me a cherished memory? I do not ask for much. Fei Gu, I entrust my sister to you. Jin Xingshu concluded, giving Jin Kaiyan a gentle push into Zhang Hongfei's arms before hastily fleeing. Hey, Xiao Shuzi, you. Jin Kaiyan, delicate and fragile, nestled against Zhang Hongfei, unable to extricate herself. The trials of receiving such affection from a beauty are indeed formidable. With a moment's hesitation, Zhang Hongfei cradled Jin Kaiyan in his arms and returned to the suite. To his utter astonishment, upon entering, he found himself frozen in place. The hotel's lobby manager, Xiaoya, adorned in an alluring lace nightgown, was seated by the bed, engrossed in the television. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Xiaoya, who had been eagerly anticipating this moment, sprang to her feet, only to feel an awkward jolt upon realizing that Zhang Hongfei had entered the room with a woman in his embrace. Zhang Hongfei, feigning calmness, inquired, "What brings you here?" Xiaoya pointed at Jin Kaiyan and demanded, "Who is she?" "She is my junior," he replied. "I came here today specifically to assist her." "I see, then I am superfluous," she remarked. "Do not depart." "What is it, young Master Zhang? Do you still desire a dragon and 2 phoenixes?" Zhang Hongfei was about to offer an explanation when unexpectedly, Jin Kaiyan interjected, saying, "I don't mind. You, the senior, would never be interested in a woman of your age. You might as well give up." "Who said that?" Ultimately, what transpired that night remains a mystery to all. However, the following morning, Zhang Hongfei emerged from his room, feeling invigorated and refreshed. As Zhang Hongfei stepped outside, he encountered Jin Xingshu. "Brother-in-law, don't call me that. What else should I call you after what you've done with my sister?" "Ha. Feech. I've decided to acknowledge you as my brother-in-law. Little Shuzi." "Oh." Zhang Hongfei delivered a forceful kick to Jin Xingshu's dairy, cursing in irritation. Chapter 55, Chaoxiong. A few minutes later, Jin Xingshu, clutching his backside, made his way to the dining hall for breakfast. Zhang Hongfei stood at the doorway, awaiting for a brief moment. when two women emerged from within the room. The lobby manager, Xiaoya, had donned her alluring office attire, exuding charm and charisma. Jin Kaiyan, on the other hand, had opted for a casual ensemble that accentuated her innocent and adorable demeanor. This outfit was retrieved early in the morning by a server from the presidential suite at Jin Kaiyan's request. Upon hearing that his daughter had sent someone to collect the clothing, Jin's father was filled with joy, naively believing that the intimate connection between Jin Kaiyan and Zhang Hongfei would compel him to take responsibility for her. Zhang Hongfei has always been one to hastily depart after a meal, shouldering at most half of the responsibility, never desiring to bear the full weight of it. For after all, this is a matter of mutual consent. In the hotel restaurant, a large gathering of people is enjoying breakfast. Zhang Hongfei made his entrance accompanied by two young women, causing all present to immediately cease their activities and direct their attention toward the trio. The hotel staff, upon noticing the lobby manager trailing behind Zhang Hongfei, exhibited expressions of astonishment, which swiftly morphed into envy and resentment. The members of the Jin family felt a sense of calm wash over them upon seeing Jin Kaiyan alongside Zhang Hongfei. "Hello, Brother Fei." "Good morning, Brother Fei," exclaimed the members of the Wari school team as they rushed forward to greet him. Despite Zhang Hongfei's fearsome reputation in the circles of Shenqing among his teammates at Wari, he will forever be regarded as the beloved elder brother, the esteemed senior, and the cherished Fei Go. Zhang Hongfei places great importance on brotherhood. Long Chong, accompanied by a cadre of subordinates, stands vigilant, all clad in suits and sunglasses, exuding an imposing presence. "Xiangzi, Feej, do you have any instructions? Let us invite the brothers for a meal. It's all good. I worry that the Chow family may still harbor ill intentions and send someone to ambush Feej. Humph. Even if they were given 1,000 times the audacity, they wouldn't dare to plot against me again. Xiangzi, rest assured. Call the brothers over for breakfast. Feej, this is my command." "Understood. Brothers, breakfast is served." Upon hearing that breakfast was ready, the group of men in black immediately sprang into action, devouring the meal with gusto, swiftly overwhelming the entire dining area. Yet, Long Chong remained steadfast by Zhang Hongfei's side, never straying an inch. "Xiangzi, Feej, my mission is to protect you. I will eat breakfast only after you have departed safely. Xiangzi, you are commendable in many ways, but you are excessively straightforward. It's a habit formed during my military service. It cannot be changed." Zhang Hongfei patted Long Chong on the shoulder and said with a smile, "I truly admire your character. Just say the word, and I, Long Chong, would brave fire and water without hesitation. A true brother." Long Chong steadfastly remained by Zhang Hongfei's side as his bodyguard, and Zhang Hongfei chose not to refuse, allowing Long Chong to take on this role. Zhang Hongfei remained seated, showing no inclination to move. Observing this, Xiaoya pondered thoughtfully, having dined on the hotel's breakfast numerous times. She swiftly prepared a meal for Zhang Hongfei and brought it to him. Not to be outdone, Jin Kaiyan also ventured to present a breakfast for Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei is currently perusing the message sent by Zhao Yi. Zhao Yi has once again identified an exceptional player for Zhang Hongfei, this time a defender. The target is named Ding Peng, a student from the Liaoning Provincial Sports School. Ding Peng. He appears to possess considerable talent. Upon finishing the review of Ding Peng's materials, Zhang Hongfei was about to rise and procure his breakfast when he was suddenly taken aback to find his table already brimming with food. "Oh," Xiaoya immediately cooed, "Hongfei, this is a heartfelt breakfast I prepared just for you. You simply must eat it." Jin Kaiyan, unwilling to be outdone, chimed in, "Senior, this is a loving breakfast I made for you. You absolutely must indulge." Clearing his throat, Zhang Hongfei remarked, "I suddenly find myself not feeling very hungry." "You too should eat." "I." In unison, Xiaoya and Jin Kaiyan exclaimed, "You cannot leave." Zhang Hongfei, already halfway to standing, wore a wry smile and had no choice but to obediently return to his seat, under the watchful gaze of two enchanting ladies. Zhang Hongfei found himself compelled to tackle the two breakfasts laid before him with unwavering resolve. Long Chong, stationed behind Zhang Hongfei, struggled to suppress his laughter, managing to contain his amusement. "Chong, if you wish to laugh, then do not hold back," Zhang Hongfei urged, chuckling. "What is this, my friend? You brought this upon yourself." "Indeed, Feej, I must admit I envy you. Wherever you go, the allure of women seems to follow. What troubles you, Chong? Are you yearning for romance?" Feej, that is not my intention. Chong, should you encounter someone special in the future, pursue her without hesitation. Then you shall no longer need to trail behind me and can lead your own blissful life. Feej, I shall remain by your side for all my days. What nonsense is this? Do you expect me to bear your offspring? Among the 3 unfilial acts, having no descendants is the gravest. Regardless of your feelings, you must seek a woman and have children. Did you hear that? Huh. Spare me your playful jests. I speak with utmost sincerity. Chang, you're my dearest brother, and only your happiness brings me joy. Indeed, Feej, if I meet the right one, I shall not falter. That's the spirit. When you meet a wonderful woman, pursue her boldly. With me as your support, there is no woman you cannot win over. Huh. Just remember, Feej, you must not backtrack when the time comes. After Zhang Hongfei and Long Chong exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken understanding lingered in the air. Once breakfast had concluded, Xiaoyao realized that Zhang Hongfei was about to depart, and that it was likely they would not meet again. Zhang Hongfei seemed to have glimpsed into Xiaoyao's thoughts. Thank you, Xiaoya. I had a wonderful day yesterday. You won't come looking for me again, will you? Xiaoya, feel free to express your desires. Whatever you wish for, I will certainly strive to fulfill. You can speak without hesitation. No matter what you say, my temper will remain unruffled. Then may I request this hotel? Of course, without a doubt. Zhang Hongfei promptly extracted his mobile phone and dialed Zhaoyi. A 5-star hotel had thus changed ownership. However, after forcibly seizing 60% of the Chow family's assets, a mere 5-star hotel was well within Zhang Hongfei's means. Once he had fulfilled Xiaoya's request, he turned his attention to Jin Kaiyan. Dear Junior, what is it that you desire? A kiss from you every day. Is that too much to ask? I don't reside on campus. No matter. I can wait for you downstairs at your home every day. Xiaoya stood nearby, observing Zhang Hongfei and Jin Kaiyan whispering to each other, her face filled with envy. Reflecting on the outrageous events of the previous night, Xiaoya gritted her teeth and made a resolute decision. After Zhang Hongfei and Jin Kaiyan reached an agreement, they stood up to depart. At that moment, Xiaoya suddenly approached and began to whisper in Jin Kaiyan's ear. As Zhang Hongfei stepped out of the hotel, 2 members of the Chow family approached him without delay. Young Master Zhang, greetings. I am Chao Xiong, the elder brother of Chao Rong. It is a pleasure to meet you. Chapter 56. Stories always unfold on the airplane. Chao Xiong, the future helmsman of the Chow family? Young Master Zhang. Here is the list of 60% of the Chow family's assets that we organized overnight, along with Chao Rong's documentation for traveling abroad. Please take a look. Zhang Hongfei casually glanced over the document, and with a dismissive air, declared, that will suffice. Young Master Zhang, there is also. Zhang Hongfei, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively and declared, let us dispense with the pleasantries. You may leave. The grievances between the Chow family and myself end here. However, should you choose to seek vengeance against me, be prepared for the certainty of vanishing from the city of Shun. After Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, he scrutinized Chao Xiong with a piercing gaze. Chao Xiong immediately felt as if a thorn was embedded in his back, beads of cold sweat streaming down his body. Dare he? Absolutely not. Had they consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard to even consider retaliating against young Master Zhang? Whether to dare or not, let the facts speak for themselves. You may leave now. Zhang Hongfei's formidable presence had thoroughly subdued Chao Xiong, who timidly replied, yes. Yes. I shall leave at once. Chao Xiong hurried back to his vehicle, his mind only slightly settling. Indeed, none of the 3 talents of Xincheng were to be trifled with. Although Zhang Hongfei was the youngest, his meticulous approach to matters revealed immense potential. His father's intention to oppose Zhang Hongfei was, without a doubt, a path leading to ruin. Perhaps, should I consider an alternative route? Zhang Hongfei's assertiveness has greatly stimulated Chao Xiong. The decline of the Chow family has become an undeniable reality. Previously, due to his personal shortcomings, Chao Xiong had always been overshadowed by Chao Rong within the family hierarchy. However, with Chao Rong now exiled abroad for life, Chao Xiong has found an opportunity to rise once more. Despite his lack of ambition and a tendency to fear for his own safety, along with a notable absence of cunning, one might say he possesses little of value. Yet, Chao Xiong understands a fundamental truth. A wise bird chooses the right tree to perch upon, and a capable minister selects the right master to serve. He believes that by aligning himself with Zhang Hongfei, he will surely achieve greatness in the future. Chao Xiong holds this conviction with unwavering certainty. The disintegration of the Chow family is on the verge of becoming a reality. The members of the Huali University team once again gathered to take a taxi back to campus. Long Chong also returned to the warehouse where he resided. Accompanied by his subordinates, Jin Shushu drove over in a Bugatti Veyron. Fij, are we heading home or back to school? To the airport. Huh? I have an urgent business trip that cannot be delayed. Where to? That's none of your concern. Fij, do you want me to accompany you? I can be your secretary. Better not. I don't want to be misunderstood as having an inappropriate relationship. Fij, where can you find a handsome man like me? Get lost. With a handsome guy like me around, your looks are irrelevant. I could serve you tea and water. No, not needed. Jin Shengshu wore a disappointed expression. Indeed. Fij prioritizes romantic interests over friendships. What about your sister? Has she returned to the country? No. My sister is staying in Shuncheng and isn't going back. Why? How would I know? She said she wants to stay in Shuncheng to take care of you. Huh? Take care of me? Just now. I saw my sister holding hands with another woman as they left. I have no idea what they were up to. Oh, a woman. Fij. Go. To the airport. At Shuncheng International Airport, Zhang Hongfei once again arrived at the VIP lounge. Familiar faces greeted him, along with the well-worn routines. I need nothing at all, thank you. Please allow me a moment of quiet to rest. Zhang Hongfei succinctly closed off all possibilities with a single statement. Unlike Shi Yong and Chui, Ding Peng hailed from a well-off family, making it rather impractical to entice him to join Huali with promises of profit. Moreover, Zhao Yi's intelligence report clearly indicated that Ding Peng is a person of strong loyalty and deep familial ties. Thus, he is more inclined to continue playing football within Liaoning province. A person with such emotional depth. This presents a perfect avenue to explore. Zhang Hongfei swiftly grasped the crux of the matter. It now appears that Ding Peng is seemingly unable to escape the clutches of Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei glanced at the time. There remained an hour until the flight's departure. Zhang Hongfei recalled that he had yet to call Zhao Xiaoying the previous evening and resolved to rectify this oversight immediately. After indulging in a moment of affection, he extended an invitation for her to accompany him to Shuncheng. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Xiaoying accepted his proposal. Once the call ended, Zhang Hongfei retrieved his mobile device, returning to his contemplation of strategies to entice Ding Peng. Half an hour later, he boarded a flight from Shuncheng to Shenzhen, once again seated in first class. The appearance of Zhang Hongfei sent the flight attendants into a frenzy. While handsome and affluent men are not uncommon, one as exceptional as Zhang Hongfei is truly a rarity. The attendants deliberately flitted around him, striking poses and attempting to capture his attention. Zhang Hongfei has long become accustomed to such scenes, finding them neither strange nor remarkable. Zhang Hongfei retrieved today's newspaper and began to read. Zhang Hongfei initially believed that this journey would be yet another unremarkable expedition. However, he possesses an aura of a protagonist. Even if he refrains from seeking trouble, it will invariably seek him out. Just as the aircraft had traversed half of its journey, the flight attendant's announcement resonated through the cabin. We have a passenger aboard experiencing a medical emergency. If there are any doctors or nurses present, please contact the cabin crew immediately. Before long, Zhang Hongfei observed an elderly gentleman being carried into the first-class cabin. Zhang Hongfei frowned slightly, a sense of displeasure brewing within him, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts. Zhang Hongfei will not stoop to engage in trivialities with a patient. Zhang Hongfei silently gazed at the newspaper when a man with a fierce countenance approached. Move aside, he commanded. Why should I? Zhang retorted, my father is ill. Your father is ill? What gives you the right to demand I leave? I intend to rest here. The man sneered. Hey kid, step aside quickly. Don't seek trouble. Zhang Hongfei let out a cold snicker, on the verge of erupting. At that moment, a flight attendant hurried over to mediate the situation. Dear guest, might you kindly vacate your seat? This will facilitate his care for the patient. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei cast a fierce glance at the man. Under the pleading gaze of the flight attendant, he restrained himself. Zhang Hongfei rose from his seat, yielding it graciously. At that moment, a flight attendant entered the first-class cabin, accompanied by a young, attractive girl with short hair. The attendant called out urgently, declaring that the girl was a nurse and needed to examine the patient immediately. The short-haired girl approached the elderly man and began to assess his condition. The man who had just displaced Zhang Hongfei from his seat, upon seeing the girl, was immediately captivated, his eyes gleaming with desire. Unbeknownst to her, he stealthily approached from behind and attempted to extend his inappropriate advances. The girl furrowed her brow, yet chose not to react. Zhang Hongfei observed the entire scene unfold before him. Zhang Hongfei thought to himself, what a scoundrel. Chapter 57. An unexpected encounter with an ex-girlfriend. The short-haired girl expertly conducted a thorough examination of the elderly man. How is he? There's nothing seriously wrong, so please do not worry. It may simply be that this is his first flight, and he is experiencing some adverse effects from the prolonged exposure to high altitudes. Is this your father's first flight? The man suddenly seized the short-haired girl's hand, holding on tightly. Yes, yes, yes. The nurse's words resonate so well. The short-haired girl attempted several times to free herself, but to no avail. Observing her lack of further resistance, the man's inappropriate advances grew increasingly frequent. Zhang Hongfei sat beside, observing the scene with a detached gaze. Zhang Hongfei contemplated that as soon as the girl cried for help, he would immediately intervene and incapacitate that scoundrel. Unfortunately, in the face of the man's harassment, the short-haired girl opted to endure in silence, unwilling to voice her distress. This left Zhang Hongfei with a sense of helplessness, feeling the urge to act against the villain, yet powerless to alter the course of events. Zhang Hongfei can only lament his misfortune and feel indignant at his lack of resolve. Zhang Hongfei mused to himself, a woman who can endure being mistreated in silence deserves to be taken advantage of by men. Zhang Hongfei was unaware that the short-haired girl, as a nurse, often found herself taken advantage of by predatory male doctors in the hospital. Consequently, over time, she developed a submissive disposition. Zhang Hongfei felt somewhat intrusive, so he simply closed his eyes to rest, choosing to ignore his surroundings. The airplane swiftly arrived at Xinqiang Airport, and Zhang Hongfei was the first to disembark from the cabin. This time, no one was there to greet him. Zhang Hongfei arrived in the urban district of Xinqiang by taxi. This marked his inaugural visit to the city. The northern air still exuded an unsettling quality. As soon as he stepped out of the airport, he could not help but express such sentiments. Zhang Hongfei had previously visited the capital several times, and he was profoundly struck by the murky air that enveloped the city. Zhang Hongfei's current objective is the Liaoning Provincial Sports School. Through the information gathered from Zhao Yi, he has acquired some understanding of this institution. The Liaoning Provincial Sports School is notably exclusive, rarely exporting players to other provinces. Only exceptional talents are allocated to teams within the province. In 2006, Liaoning boasted 3 teams competing in the midfield, marking a remarkably illustrious year. The Liaoning team, Jinda team, and Shirda team occupied positions on the league table that reflected a sense of detachment from ambition. In Zhang Hongfei's view, there is no issue that cannot be resolved with sufficient financial resources. If money fails to sway an opponent, it undoubtedly indicates that the investment is insufficient. Ding Peng hails from Tiling, a major city in Liaoning province. Both of his parents are civil servants, ensuring a comfortable living for the family. Ding Peng's passion for football is largely influenced by his father, who has harbored a love for the sport since childhood. Inspired by Liaoning's reputation as a powerhouse in athletics, his father, unable to fulfill his own dream of becoming a football player, has inadvertently imposed this aspiration upon Ding Peng. Fortunately, Ding Peng has exhibited a keen interest in football from a young age. Through relentless training, his skills have flourished, ultimately leading him to the Liaoning Provincial Sports School for advanced studies. Now, Ding Peng stands at a crucial crossroads in his life. He must choose to join one of the 3 teams, the Liaoning team, the Jinda team, or the Shirda team, officially embarking on his journey as a professional player. Alternatively, he could opt to pursue further education at a university. Zhang Hongfei arrived under the pretense of persuading Ding Peng to further his studies at a university. Huazhong University of Science and Technology, though not the most renowned, holds a respectable reputation within the nation. Zhang Hongfei intended to leverage the university's prestige to entice Ding Peng. However, prior to this endeavor, Zhang Hongfei had another matter to attend to. As Zhang Hongfei flew from Shanghai to Xinqiang, Zhao Xiaoying also set off from her home. Heading towards Xinqiang, Zhang Hongfei casually selected a 5-star hotel for his stay and subsequently slumbered until the afternoon. That evening, he departed in the hotel's luxurious vehicle to retrieve Zhao Xiaoying from Xinqiang Airport. After a few days apart, Zhao Xiaoying appeared even more radiant than before. Upon meeting, Zhang Hongfei candidly remarked, "Ying Bao, you have become even more beautiful. In my absence over the past few days, have you behaved yourself?" Zhang Hongfei, with an unwavering demeanor, firmly denied, "Absolutely not. How could you believe that? Where are we heading now? Let us return to the hotel. What about going straight to dinner? I'm quite fatigued." It is precisely when one is weary that a hearty meal becomes even more essential. With Zhang Hongfei's insistence, The two found themselves at a renowned Korean restaurant in Shuncheng, engaging in conversation as they dined. What brings you to Shuncheng all of a sudden? I'm here to recruit talent. Oh, why venture so far to scout players? There's no alternative. This place is home to exceptional athletes. I am currently in desperate need of talent. Is that truly the case? Or are you here chasing after beautiful girls? This is my first visit to Shuncheng. I don't know a soul here. As soon as Zhang Hongfei's voice faded, he heard someone greeting him. Oh, is that not Zhang Hongfei? Zhang Hongfei looked up and was astonished to see an old acquaintance. Li Jiao, what brings you here? Don't you remember that my home is in Shin City? Zhang Hongfei shrugged, seemingly indifferent. What brings you here? Of course, I'm here to dine. Alone? With my boyfriend. You found a new boyfriend? Humph. What? You thought after you dumped me, I would never find another? Certainly not. Jiejia, who is this? At that moment, a bespectacled gentleman appeared behind Li Jiejia. This is my university classmate. Oh. The gentleman scrutinized Zhang Hongfei with a wary gaze. Is it appropriate for you to regard me with such suspicion? What of it? Are you suggesting I am unworthy of scrutiny? You would do well to keep your mouth shut. Noticing the displeasure on Zhang Hongfei's face, Li Jiejia quickly grabbed the gentleman. Let us go. Why do you seem so familiar with him? Nothing much. I hardly know him at all. Then why the urgency to leave? Enough chatter. Come with me. Li Jiejia forcibly pulled the gentleman away. Weren't you just saying this is your first time in Shuncheng? How do you have classmates here? Ahem. Jiejia. She is my ex-girlfriend. Your ex-girlfriend seems to be quite numerous. Not many, really. About a dozen or so. Zhang Hongfei. I'm sorry. I had no idea she would be dining here. But Ying Bao, as you can see, she now has a boyfriend, and I am no longer involved. Humph. I don't believe it. The two of you were exchanging glances just moments ago. Chapter 58. Serving the dishes. Zhang Hongfei exerted considerable effort to soothe Zhao Xiaoying. Initially, it seemed that the matter would simply fade away. However, peril once again loomed over Zhang Hongfei. After finishing their meal, the two departed from the restaurant. Not far from the establishment, a group of thuggish individuals wielding clubs suddenly appeared, their expressions menacing. Zhang Hongfei's peripheral vision caught sight of this unexpected group of guests. Zhang Hongfei's intuition informed him that this group was undoubtedly targeting him. Ying Bao, please wait for me in the car, he instructed. What about you? She inquired, her expression laden with concern. I have a matter to attend to. I will join you shortly. Zhao Xiaoying raised her head, looking at Zhang Hongfei with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. You must return to the car. I will be there in no time. You cannot leave me alone. She protested. Indeed, how could I ever bear to abandon you? He reassured her. Go ahead. I shall be there momentarily. Please, do hurry. She urged. I promise. He replied. Zhang Hongfei watched as Zhao Xiaoying departed alone before he returned to the car. Zhang Hongfei let out a cold laugh, remarking, The virtuous do not approach. And those who approach are seldom virtuous. I am rather curious to see who, upon my arrival in Shuncheng, has the audacity to seek trouble with me. Zhang Hongfei boldly approached the group of thuggish individuals wielding weapons. Brother, how is he coming over here? Brother, have we been discovered? Brother, what should we do? You bunch of cowards, what are you afraid of? He is but one man. Can he really turn the tide? Are the weapons in your hands merely sticks for kindling? Indeed, they are nothing but sticks. Get out of my way. We have been paid for this job, and we must execute it flawlessly. Otherwise, young Master Lin will not spare us. At the mere mention of young Master Lin, a shiver ran through all the thugs. His influence in Shuncheng was evidently formidable. Just as the thugs deliberated their strategy, Zhang Hongfei had already arrived before them. Zhang Hongfei straightforwardly inquired, Who sent you to deal with me? Upon hearing his words, the leader was momentarily taken aback, and then retorted, Why should I divulge that information to you? Have you not considered whom you might have offended? Zhang Hongfei pondered deeply. It appeared that the only person he had offended was Li Jia's boyfriend. Could it be that the seemingly refined gentleman held a position of considerable stature? Zhang Hongfei was taken aback to discover that Li Jia's boyfriend was not the esteemed Lin Deshao himself. At that moment, the refined gentleman was using a sedative to incapacitate Li Jia, subsequently delivering her to Lin Deshao's chamber. Lin Deshao, while caressing Li Jia's delicate features, provocatively remarked to her boyfriend, Wu Qing, you truly are impressive. You are willing to offer your girlfriend to me. With a face full of indignation, Wu Qing retorted, Lin Deshao, I once believed Li Jia to be a pure girl, yet it appears she is nothing but a wanton. Just moments ago, I witnessed her flirting with her ex-boyfriend right in front of me. So, you decided to hand her over to me? Lin Xiao inquired. I merely wish to request a small favor from you, Lin Xiao. What favor? Could you assist me in teaching Li Jia's ex-boyfriend a lesson? Lin Xiao fell silent for a moment. Noticing his silence, Wu Qing sensed a glimmer of hope. As long as Lin Xiao consented to avenge him, he could readily send Li Jia to him whenever he wished. Very well. Describe his appearance to me, and I shall have my subordinates take care of it. Thank you. Lin Xiao. Moments later, Wu Qing exited the room, filled with elation. Lin Xiao, gazing at the motionless Li Jia on the bed, her face adorned with allure, felt an inexplicable fury surging within him. Ha! Since this is your boyfriend's goodwill, I shall graciously accept. With that, Lin Xiao lunged towards Li Jia. Meanwhile, Zhang Hongfei had already engaged in a scuffle with a group of ruffians. The sounds of the brawl echoed with a cacophony of impacts. Bang, thud, crash. And the cries of ah and oh filled the air. Zhang Hongfei moved through the crowd with an ethereal grace, darting left and right, his presence barely leaving a trace. Light as a swallow, he dispatched a group of thuggish miscreants with ease. Goodness, is this fellow even human? He is more formidable than our boss. A true force to be reckoned with. Moments later, the ground was strewn with the groaning forms of the defeated ruffians. Zhang Hongfei brushed off the dust from his attire and casually inquired, How is it? Do you still require my guidance? It is young Master Lin who sent us. Which young Master Lin? The foremost scion of Shenqing, the heir of the Lin family. Why has he dispatched you to confront me? I truly do not know. Esteemed sir, I genuinely have no knowledge of the reason. Had I foreseen your formidable prowess, I would have summoned the courage of a bear and the audacity of a tiger, and dared not to provoke you. Where can I find this young Master Lin? He resides long-term in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. Does he not have a home? The 5-star hotel is a property of the Lin family. Thus he considers it akin to his own home. Oh, I see. Quickly tell me the location of that 5-star hotel. I must pay a visit to this young Master Lin. It would be discourteous not to reciprocate. Esteemed sir, I advise against it. The influence of young Master Lin is beyond your imagination. I have never feared anyone. If you do not speak, I shall render you incapable. I shall speak. I shall speak. Zhang Hongfei extracted the desired intelligence from the gang leader. Subsequently, he surveyed the scattered group of small-time thugs, contemplating how to deal with these miscreants. As he observed the flickering intensity in his eyes, an ominous sense of foreboding enveloped the hearts of the thugs. Please, sir, spare us. We were compelled to come. They pleaded in unison. Indeed. Spare us, sir. We shall never dare again. The small-time ruffians were adept at bending with the wind when the tide turned against them. They readily resorted to kowtowing and begging for mercy, a routine affair for them. What if you were to follow me? He proposed. No, absolutely not. You have offended young Master Lin. Following you would surely lead to our demise. Zhang scoffed. Do you naively presume that offending me would spare you from death? Let me assure you, I possess a darker heart and a more ruthless hand than that young Master Lin you speak of. Sir, have mercy on us. Treat us as inconsequential as we are. We cannot afford to offend the celestial beings clashing above. They lamented. Now you realize the gravity of your missteps? When you struck earlier, you showed no courtesy towards me. Ultimately, under the dual influence of Zhang Hongfei's proverbial carrot-and-stick approach, the group of thugs acquiesced to align themselves with him. Once matters were settled, Zhang returned to his vehicle to find Zhao Xiaoying. Ingbao, I have some pressing matters to attend to tonight. You may return to the hotel on your own. What are you planning to do? She inquired. There are some bothersome flies that require my attention, he replied. Chapter 59, A Reckoning at the Door. Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by a group of newly recruited followers, marched with great momentum into the territory of young Master Lin, while Zhang Hongfei maintained an air of calm composure. Each of his companions bore a countenance marked by worry and distress. Zhang Hongfei is indeed a formidable figure, yet when confronted with Lin Xiao, a local tyrant, what can he truly accomplish? Does he not comprehend the adage that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake? What are you all afraid of? Summon the fervor you displayed when you besieged me earlier. Soon, let us ascend and deliver him a sound thrashing. Feej, please spare us. If we offend Lin Xiao, we are certain not to see the dawn of another day. Today, I shall allow you to witness what it means to be surpassed, to realize that there are greater powers beyond your own. Feej, we have absolute faith in your prowess. However, Lin Xiao is no trivial adversary. He commands a formidable entourage. Formidable entourage. Perfect. You shall record the encounter, and I will promptly notify the authorities." Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's intention to call the police, the group of young subordinates wore expressions of despair. "Look at your cowardice. This is truly a disgrace when out in public. Fij, you are a big shot. While we are merely a band of miscreants without any backing. If we were to be eliminated, not a soul would mourn our passing. Sigh. Utterly disappointing. Truly disappointing. Do you not aspire to rise above your current station? We are incapable of such ascent, with just a handful of us wielding mere sticks. One misstep could lead to our utter annihilation. Very well. Tonight, learn from me. I assure you that after this evening, you shall stride confidently through the streets of Shin City." The group of young subordinates regarded Zhang Hongfei with skepticism. "Do you believe I am merely boasting? Not a chance. Enough. Follow me. Let our strength speak for itself." Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by a group of individuals, made a direct assault on the presidential suite. The hotel security, naturally, would not allow them to pass without resistance, resulting in a series of confrontations. One side was armed, while the other was merely flesh and blood. The outcome of the skirmish was evident. The hotel security personnel were swiftly subdued. This gang of ruffians found themselves outmatched by a formidable figure like Zhang Hongfei. Yet against the security staff, they were akin to wolves encountering sheep. One would expect the security of a five-star hotel to be formidable. However, due to the generous provisions provided by young Master Lin, these guards had grown accustomed to a life of comfort, significantly diminishing their combat prowess and dulling their once fiery spirit. In stark contrast, the gang lived a life on the edge, constantly battling for survival. Each confrontation a struggle between life and death. After overpowering the entire security team, Zhuang rushed over to Zhang Hongfei to report their success. "Brother Fei, it's done." Zhuang, the leader of this gang, possessed a somewhat rustic name that belied his imposing physique and strength, making him well suited for frontline engagements during skirmishes. In the recent brawl with the security, Zhuang had effectively utilized his strengths, absorbing much of the damage dealt. Zhang Hongfei sincerely praised, "Well done. Thank you for the compliment." "Brother Fei," replied Zhuang, "when you encounter young Master Lin later, I hope you won't falter." Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's words, Zhuang immediately donned a woeful expression. "Brother Fei, please do not put me in a difficult position. I truly cannot do it. Whether you believe you can or not, you must rise to the occasion. Just follow my lead when the time comes. Brother Fei, it is already too late for you to reconsider your allegiance to me. Remember, one either advances or retreats. If you hesitate later, there will be no escape." Outside the presidential suite on the top floor, a group of individuals clad in black stood vigilantly guard. As Zhang Hongfei and his subordinates made their entrance, they were immediately met with hostility. A figure clad in black, upon noticing Zhang Hongfei's approach, shouted vehemently, "Get lost! This is not a place for scum like you." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Hongfei's expression immediately darkened. "Do you imply that I am worthless? Humph. If not worthless, then what am I?" "Very well." Zhang Hongfei, with a cold smile gracing his lips, slowly approached the insolent individual. "You seek death." The man in black swung a fist towards Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei neither evaded nor retreated. Instead, he met the challenge head-on with a powerful strike. The clash of their fists resonated through the air, yet it failed to stir any ripples. Following the exchange, both Zhang Hongfei and the cloaked figure retreated 3 paces, massaging their fists. "Not bad, young one. Quite resilient. Let us go again. Once more." They engaged in a bout of fists. In their initial encounter, both had merely gauged each other's strength. However, this time, they unleashed their full might. The cloaked figure staggered back 7 steps, while Zhang Hongfei remained steadfast, motionless. The outcome was unmistakably clear. "You, Zhang Hongfei," borrowing the words of the men in black, retorted, "Trash. Scoundrel, I shall fight you to the bitter end." Enraged, the man in black clenched his fists and lunged once more at Zhang Hongfei. Oh, still unconvinced? This time, Zhang Hongfei showed no restraint. He transformed his fist into an open palm and delivered a heavy strike to the wrist of the man in black. Crack! The man's wrist was instantly fractured. He immediately clutched his hand, howling in agony. Zhang Hongfei, seizing the opportunity, delivered a precise side kick that struck the black-clad man's calf. The impact sent the man tumbling to the ground. Zhang Hongfei commanded his subordinates, "Everyone, charge." Instantly, a fierce battle erupted in the corridor. Upon receiving Zhang Hongfei's orders, Zhuang promptly led his comrades into the fray. Zhang Hongfei did not remain a mere spectator. He joined the fray. The strength of this group of individuals clad in black was evidently superior to that of the hotel security. Zhang Hongfei's subordinates soon bore the marks of battle. Yet, their spirits remained unyielding. Minor injuries did not deter their resolve. With blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, they would wipe their arms and press on into the fray. The sole exception was Zhang Hongfei himself. Zhang Hongfei fought fiercely from beginning to end, emerging unscathed. However, at least half of the black-clad individuals were brought down by his own hand. Zhang Hongfei's prowess is truly terrifying. Following the conclusion of the battle, Zhuang promptly rushed to Zhang Hongfei's side, showering him with flattery. "Fei Ge, you are truly remarkable. How about that? I told you there would be no issues." "Fei Ge is indeed impressive. From now on, I shall follow you unconditionally. Shall I let you deal with Lin Dasha later? I would brave fire and water for you." With a resounding thud, after incapacitating all the men in black and binding them, Zhang Hongfei kicked open the door to the presidential suite. "Which fool?" Lin Dasha, engaged in his own affairs, grumbled irritably towards the entrance. "Lin Dasha, it's been a while." Upon seeing Zhang Hongfei for the first time, Lin Dasha wore a puzzled expression. "Who are you? How did you get in here?" "I am Zhang Hongfei." "What? Your name is Zhang Hongfei?" Lin Dasha's expression shifted dramatically. At that moment, Zhang Hongfei caught sight of Li Jia on the bed, his expression equally transformed. "Bastard! Scum!" The first encounter between Zhang Hongfei and Lin Dasha has commenced. Chapter 60, no longer impressive. "How dare you label me a scoundrel? Are you not aware that in Xinjiang, crossing me leads to a certain demise?" "Humph! Scoundrel! To call you a scoundrel is to show restraint. Lin, have you grown so audacious in Xinjiang that you no longer recognize your own insignificance?" "You, Zhuang. Boss, I am here. Let me take him down." "Yes, Zhuang. Did I not instruct you to deal with Zhang Hongfei? What on earth are you doing?" Lin Dashao sees this. Although Zhuang may be a brute, he understands the wisdom of choosing the right tree to perch upon. Clearly, Zhang Dashao is a person of great consequence. Hence I have chosen to abandon the darkness for the light. "You treacherous ingrate. I swear I will ruin you." In a fit of rage, Lin Dashao sought to unleash his fury upon Zhuang. However, Lin Dashao, being a true young master, typically required the assistance of his minions to subdue his opponents. Engaging Zhuang in a one-on-one confrontation, Lin Dashao was destined for tragedy. Zhuang wasted no time, swiftly pinning Lin Dashao to the ground and delivering a relentless beating. "To hell with the young master of the Lin family. You never regard us brothers as human beings. You always send us to face the brunt of danger. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me?" Poor Lin Dashao, who has been pampered since childhood, has never endured such a brutal thrashing before. Zhang Hongfei harbored concerns that Zhuang's prolonged assault might lead to Lin the young master's downfall. Thus he intervened at the opportune moment. "Enough. That's sufficient," exclaimed Feech. "This feels incredibly satisfying." These typically haughty young masters, who usually tower above others, reveal themselves to be far more cowardly than the average person when faced with a beating. Just moments ago, Zhuang had merely thrown a few casual punches, and Lin the young master was already begging for mercy. Truly, he exemplified the essence of a privileged heir. Even his pleas for mercy were uniquely flamboyant. "How dare you strike me? You've crossed a line. Stop this at once. I implore you to cease. Did you not hear me? I beg you, do not continue this assault. I acknowledge my wrongs. I truly understand my mistakes. Please, spare me. Father, save me. Grandfather, hurry and rescue me. Mother." Zhang Hongfei reclined on the sofa, observing the scene of young Master Lin being pummeled. While his mind wandered into a vivid reverie, he envisioned Lu Zihao being subdued and mercilessly beaten by him. What a fanciful illusion, he mused. Lu Zihao, after all, was no novice in the art of karate, and it had been quite some time since they last sparred. He wondered about Lu's current proficiency level. The world of affluent heirs is diverse. While many are indeed wastrels, there exists a substantial number of elites as well. The triumvirate of Xinjiang epitomizes such elite figures. Lu Zihao, having practiced taekwondo since childhood, had honed his skills for self-defense. Guan Xingtian, on the other hand, was trained in judo. Yet, Zhang Hongfei's prowess was unparalleled, as he mastered Jeet Kune Do, a martial art famously founded by Bruce Lee. Jeet Kune Do, as it is well known, transcends mere forms and embodies a mature philosophy. Its essence is akin to water, fluidly adapting to attack and counterattack, rendering all conflicts intangible. The quintessence of Jeet Kune Do lies in the concept of interception, striking the opponent's assault before it fully manifests. Just moments ago, outside the presidential suite, Zhang Hongfei had employed Jeet Kune Do to intercept the black-clad assailant's blows before they could reach him. This martial art lacks overt techniques, relying solely on intuition and insight. Zhang Hongfei possesses an innate intelligence that harmonizes remarkably with the principles of Jeet Kune Do. Armed with this formidable martial art, the young Zhang Hongfei has carved out a fearsome reputation on the streets of Shanghai. In one-on-one confrontations, neither Liu Zihao nor Guan Shengtian dares to engage with him. Liu Zihao once faced Zhang in a duel, an encounter that left him with a lasting psychological scar. Prior to Zhang Hongfei's emergence, Liu Zihao had considered himself a prominent figure among the younger generation in Shanghai. However, after being decisively defeated by Zhang in a solitary bout, Liu's confidence suffered a devastating blow. His delusions of grandeur, believing himself to be the unrivaled champion, were ruthlessly shattered by Zhang. In the ensuing period, Liu Zihao frequently found himself subdued by Zhang, enduring humiliation. Now, before us, the once proud young Master Lin, reduced to a pitiful state, has cast aside his dignity to kneel before Zhang Hongfei, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. Please, have mercy. Young Master Lin, were you not so formidable just moments ago? What has become of your bravado? Zhang, I was mistaken. You are indeed impressive. I am not. At this moment, Lin harbors an intense hatred for Zhang Hongfei. Should the tables turn, he vows to exact a brutal revenge upon Zhang, vowing to dismantle him piece by piece. Zhang Hongfei was acutely aware that individuals like young Master Lin would never concede easily. He realized that if he were to let Lin go now, the troubles he would face in the future would be insurmountable. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Zhang Hongfei's eyes as he contemplated this. Young Master Lin, who had been meticulously observing Zhang Hongfei's every move, felt all his defenses collapse in an instant upon sensing Zhang's murderous intent. Faced with the stark choice between life and death, particularly as a promising heir of immense wealth, Lin had no desire to meet his demise before achieving his ambitions. Young Master Zhang, I was wrong. Please, do not kill me. How do you know I intend to kill you? Young Master Zhang, this was all orchestrated by nefarious individuals, which compel me to send someone to deal with you. I am innocent. Is that so? Absolutely certain? Indeed. However, regardless of the circumstances, you did send someone to attack me. Should you not offer some form of recompense? How about this? Name a price for your life. 1 million. I will give you 1 million. Ha ha ha. Is the life of the esteemed young Master Lin truly worth a mere million? Enough of your prattle. I shall give you 1 million now, and then cripple you. No. Please. 10 million. I will offer 10 million for my life. 10 million? Very well. I shall accept 10 million. Your life will then belong to me. What? Young Master Lin, unaware of Zhang Hongfei's true capabilities, initially thought that 10 million would suffice. However, the strength of Zhang Hongfei exceeded Lin's imagination. It dawned on young Master Lin that he had unwittingly kicked a far more formidable iron plate than himself. Young Master Lin, why are you silent? Will you truly allow me to purchase your life for 10 million? After a long pause, young Master Lin gritted his teeth and declared, 100 million. I will offer 100 million for my life. Enough. It appears young Master Lin lacks sincerity. I will give you 200 million for your life. Rest easy in your demise. No. Young Master Zhang, I was wrong. Spare me this once. Sincerity. If you can demonstrate sincerity, we can discuss anything. Young Master Zhang, please do not mock me. What is it that you truly desire? I will grant you anything within my power. You harbor a deep-seated hatred for me. Young Master Lin, if I were to let you go, it would be akin to releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Tell me, what should I do now? Chapter 61. Reaching an agreement. I swear, I will never seek revenge against you, young Master Zhang. Do you think I would believe you? Young Master Zhang, I can provide you with a written guarantee. Huh? Lin, are you toying with me? Do you genuinely believe such a guarantee would hold any legal weight? Are you not thinking that if I accept your guarantee, it would merely provide you with leverage against me later? Young Master Lin's true intentions were exposed, and his expression immediately turned somewhat awkward. Of course not. Young Master Zhang, you are overthinking. Enough. Young Master Lin, we are cut from the same cloth. Your trivial schemes are merely remnants of my past endeavors. Do refrain from showcasing such pettiness before me. Can we not engage in something more substantial? I have heard that individuals from the Northeast are known for their boldness. Yet, Lin, you seem to behave like a woman. Is this not a disgrace to the men of your region? Speak up. What do you intend to use to captivate my interest? Zhang Hongfei sat on the sofa with a smile, observing Lin Daxiao sprawled helplessly on the floor. After a few minutes of silence, Lin Daxiao could no longer contain himself and bellowed at Zhang Hongfei. Enough. State your terms. Zhang Hongfei was met with scorn, his expression shifting slightly. Upon witnessing this, Zhuang wasted no time and delivered 2 resounding slaps to Lin Daxia. Damn it. This is what you get for being arrogant. How dare you speak to Brother Fei in such a manner? I see you still need a lesson. Lin Daxia, with tears welling in his eyes, covered his cheek and pleaded, I was wrong. Please, guide me towards a brighter path. Thank you. At that moment, Zhang Hongfei's phone rang. Sister Yi, what is the situation? Young Master Zhang, you truly have a penchant for creating trouble. The Lin family is a wealthy and powerful clan in Shenzhen. Offending them this time was exceedingly unwise. Sister Yi, it's not as if I intended to provoke the Lin family. It was that Lin Daxia who sent someone to ambush me first. You always have a point. You troublesome fellow. Sister Yi, can you manage this for me? I've already spoken to your father. What? You reported me to my father? Of course. With such a significant matter at hand, how could I possibly handle it alone? Naturally, I had to involve your father to mediate. Sister Yi, you're ruthless. What did my father say? Previously, your strategic maneuvers allowed you to gain 60% of the Chao family's assets, which had your father quite excited. However, now that you've offended the Lin family of Shenzhen, the Zhang family's losses are considerable. What a joke. It is the Lin family that has offended me. What losses does the Zhang family face? Do you think we are unaware of your actions here? What actions? You went to the hotel to stir trouble with Lin Daxia, thinking it would go unnoticed? Ridiculous. I openly sought revenge, all right? I never intended to hide my intentions, but you cannot be so ostentatious. With such a commotion, do you think the Lin family would remain oblivious? Rest assured, Sister Yi, I am fully aware. Before the Lin family comes to retaliate against me, I will certainly reach an understanding with my dear Lin Daxia. 1ti, my beloved Lin Daxia? Lin Daxia, lying on the ground, hurriedly pledged his loyalty. Yes. 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 I am absolutely willing to cooperate with young Master Zhang. Let us reach an understanding. Sister Yi, did you hear that? Lin Daxia is quite sincere. All right. You may continue your antics. We have already resolved the other matters. Just ensure you handle Lin Daxia. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Hongfei rose from the sofa, a broad smile gracing his face as he approached Lin Daxia. Lin Daxia, did you hear? Now, aside from your family, there is no one else to save you. Young Master Zhang, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. I am willing to compensate 200 million. 200 million? Alas, it seems Lin Daxia still lacks sincerity. What do you truly want? Just tell me. I want this hotel. That is impossible. Zhuang. Brother Fei, I'm here. Please reason with young Master Lin for me. I believe he would enjoy a discussion with you. Not a problem. Leave it to me. Brother Fei. Zhuang eagerly approached young Master Lin once more. Soon, the discourse concluded. Young Master Lin, in a feeble tone, pleaded no. I concede. I accept your terms. Young Master Zhang, please spare me. Ah, excellent. 200 million, along with this hotel. What? Zhuang. How did you present the argument? Did you fail to clarify? I apologize, Brother Fei. I was mistaken. I shall reason with this fellow again. No. Please. I agree. I concede to you. Haha, that's more like it. Had I known it would come to this, why was there any need for the initial conflict? Since you have consented, let us proceed to sign the contract. What contract? Of course, the transfer contract for the hotel. Do you take me for a fool with mere empty words? In the end, young Master Lin begrudgingly signed the agreement. Once the terms were settled, he finally exhaled in relief. I have signed. Can you now allow us to leave? To his surprise, young Master Lin's hopes were dashed. Do you think too highly of yourself? This hotel now belongs to me, and you currently reside in my presidential suite. It would be inappropriate for you to ask me to evict you. Zhang, you are exceedingly unreasonable. Zhuang. Brother Fei understood. Zhuang signaled to his subordinates. And without further ado, they unceremoniously escorted young Master Lin out. Brother Fei, we are leaving. Please enjoy at your leisure. Zhang Hongfei scolded with irritation. Enjoying? Nonsense. Yes. What Brother Fei says is always right. Brothers, let us step outside. Zhuang. You and the rest of the brothers should find a few rooms in the hotel to settle in for now. Thank you, Brother Fei. Zhang Hongfei handed the transfer contract signed by Lin Daxiao to Zhuang. after which he relinquished his involvement in the ensuing events. Once everyone had departed, only two individuals remained in the room, Zhang Hongfei and Li Jia. Observing Li Jia reclined on the bed, Zhang Hongfei let out a resigned sigh. Alas! Li Jia, filled with frustration, inquired, "Why did you not eliminate that scoundrel when you had the chance? Now that you are awake, why do you continue to feign slumber? Answer me. Why did you spare that wretch? He does not deserve to live." In a fit of anger, Li Jia seized a pillow and hurled it at Zhang Hongfei. "I misjudged you. You are no better than the rest." Zhang Hongfei effortlessly caught the pillow. "Li Jia, shall I escort you home? Or would you prefer your boyfriend to come and fetch you?" Upon hearing the mention of her boyfriend, Li Jia's emotions spiraled out of control. "Don't you dare mention that scoundrel. It was he who brought me here. I never wish to lay eyes on him again." Chapter 62. Entangled fate. After the Lin family's heir, battered and bruised, was taken away, they did not contemplate retaliation. It appears that Father Zhang and the Lin family have reached some sort of agreement, allowing the matter to be swept under the rug. However, Lin Xiao, the party involved, certainly would not easily swallow this indignity. In the solitude of his chamber, Lin Xiao unleashed a venomous curse, cursing Zhang Hongfei. "I shall ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death. Master, shall we simply let this go? What else can we do? This ungrateful wretch. He has made a grave mistake, not only failing to clean up his own mess, but also allowing others to seize the upper hand. He lacks the ability to deal with this predicament and refuses to seek assistance from the family. The agreement is signed. What do you expect me to do? But look at our precious son, reduced to such a pitiful state. As his father, do you not feel any concern?" Lin Xiao's father felt a pang of anguish deep within. His son had been beaten to a pulp, yet he could not avenge him. The Lin and Zhang families had already established a clandestine pact, leaving Lin Xiao's father to silently endure this tremendous loss. What do you, a mere woman, understand? Let the youth have their fun. We, as elders, should not meddle. Fun. Your son has been made to look like a pig, and you remain indifferent. You shall sleep in the hall tonight." With that, Lin's mother swept away in a huff. Bang. After her departure, Lin's father struck the coffee table with a fierce punch. "Damn you, Zhang Hongfei." The following morning, Zhang Hongfei, bearing the scars of last night's altercation, made his way into the hotel dining room. Wherever Zhang Hongfei goes, all the hotel staff bow respectfully and exclaim, "Good day, boss." He chuckles, "Hello, everyone." Zhang Hongfei feels as though he is a professional robber. Every time he encounters a robbery, he finds himself striking it rich. Zhang Hongfei felt a subtle anticipation within him. If young Master Lin remained oblivious and continued to send people to trouble him, could he not seize the opportunity to amass a fortune? Indeed, as the saying goes, a horse cannot thrive without the night. One cannot become wealthy without unexpected gains. The mere thought of enriching himself through such means elicited a sly smile upon Zhang Hongfei's face. Just as he was lost in his musings, a sudden sharp pain jolted him, prompting a cry of anguish. "Li Jia, why are you pinching me? I detest the way you looked just now. You appeared as odious as one could be." "I was merely laughing. I did not offend you," he protested. "You caused me to be bullied by that scoundrel. Can you honestly claim no responsibility?" Li Jia retorted vehemently. "But I have avenged you. That ruffian who tormented you has had his face thoroughly beaten. You ought to have flayed him alive, dismembered him piece by piece. Even turning him into a human pig would not be excessive." Upon hearing Li Jia's fierce words, Zhang Hongfei could not help but shudder involuntarily. Zhang Hongfei pondered, "Indeed, women are the most formidable creatures. Are you secretly speaking ill of me?" "Certainly not. I would never dare." "Humph. I am in a foul mood. You must accompany me today." "That may not be convenient, as my girlfriend is still waiting for me." "I am your ex-girlfriend. I am well aware. One only sees the joy of the new, while the sorrow of the old remains unheard." Upon finishing her words, Li Jia wiped away her tears. Sigh. Observing Li Jia's tear-streaked visage, Zhang Hongfei found himself unable to bear her distress. Zhang Hongfei unfortunately embodies all the characteristics of a cat: handsome in appearance, adept at sweet talk, skilled in crafting romance, and possessing a soft heart. Although Zhang Hongfei perceives that Li Jia is merely a victim of her boyfriend and feels no personal connection, as Li Jia's former lover, he believes it is his duty to offer some solace. Thus, Zhang Hongfei made a call to Zhao Xiaoying to elucidate Li Jia's predicament. Women often exhibit an overflowing sense of compassion. Upon hearing of Li Jia's unfortunate circumstances, Zhao Xiaoying not only refrained from reproaching Zhang Hongfei, but also insisted that he take good care of Li Jia, assuring him not to worry about her. Consequently, after breakfast, Zhang Hongfei, armed with a sense of purpose, set out to accompany Li Jia for a day of leisure. On the streets of Xinqing, Li Jia linked her arm with Zhang Hongfei's, an image reminiscent of times past. 6 months prior, on Nanjing Road in Shuncheng, Li Jia had also entwined her arm with his, strolling together in joyful harmony. At that time, she was adorned with long, flowing hair and an expression of pure happiness. Half a year later, Zhang Hongfei remained unchanged. Yet Li Jia had shed her long locks and bore a few more marks of life's trials on her face. Zhang Hongfei, why did you agree to be my boyfriend back then? I felt sorry for you. You pursued me for such a long time, and my heart softened. So I consented to be your boyfriend. So you merely pitied me? Not entirely. I did harbor a slight affection for you. Only a slight affection? Nothing more could be afforded. Li Jia fixed Zhang Hongfei with a piercing gaze. Truly, nothing more. Was I too naive? Of course. With your status, how could you possibly take an interest in someone like me, a Cinderella? Actually, I believe your pursuit of me was not misplaced. What do you mean? With my good looks, wealth, and my considerate and understanding nature, how could you not find me appealing? Who else could you possibly like? Narcissistic. This day was destined to be unforgettable for both Zhang Hongfei and Li Jia. Ding Peng was the target of Zhang Hongfei's current ruse. After having torn his sneakers during yesterday's practice, Ding Peng enlisted the help of 2 teammates to venture into the city of Shuncheng to purchase new shoes. Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng unexpectedly crossed paths in Shuncheng. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Lin, bearing the marks of a brutal beating, spent a sleepless night consumed by fury. The more he reflected upon the incident, the more his anger intensified. As the illustrious heir of Shuncheng, renowned as the foremost prince of the city, he had never before endured such humiliation. At the break of dawn, Lin made several calls, plotting his revenge against Zhang Hongfei. Lin's father, always vigilant, had dispatched individuals to monitor his son, and thus was promptly informed of the vengeful scheme. In response, Lin's father chose to turn a blind eye. Zhang Hongfei has bullied his beloved son, and as a father, how could Lin's father possibly endure such indignation? Although Lin's father assures that he will not take matters into his own hands, he cannot guarantee that the young master Lin himself will refrain from action. It is only natural that debts should be repaid and lives accounted for. The young master Lin now seeks to avenge his grievances, and the Zhang family will undoubtedly have no valid counterarguments. However, Lin's father remains oblivious to the fact that this journey undertaken by the young master Lin is destined to culminate in yet another tragedy. If Zhang Hongfei were aware that Lin Daxiao would seek revenge upon him, he would surely find himself laughing in his dreams at night. Lin Daxiao is akin to a harbinger of wealth, destined to bestow upon Zhang Hongfei a stroke of fortune. On the streets of Shun City, an ominous threat suddenly materializes. Zhang Hongfei strolled hand in hand with Li Jia, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Meanwhile, Ding Peng and 2 of his teammates were also on the streets, searching for a shoe store. Chapter 63. Ding Peng takes action. Zhang Hongfei's hands were occupied, laden with an assortment of bags. Li Jia, have you calmed down? He inquired. About halfway, she replied. After purchasing so many items, that's all the progress? You should know my spending habits by now. Seeing as you are not new to being my boyfriend. I am aware. Then what is there to complain about? This is merely the beginning. But I lack the capacity to carry any more. After all this time I've invested in you, you still cannot shoulder the responsibility. Li Jia, you are taking this personally. I quit. I'm going back. I dare you. Li Jia's furious shout instantly made Zhang Hongfei relent. I surrender. You carry on. Zhang Hongfei had no choice but to maintain a grim expression as he trailed behind Li Jia, assuming the role of the transportation team leader. Within a shopping mall, Zhang Hongfei and Li Jia were selecting garments on the 2nd floor, while Ding Peng and his 2 companions were on the 3rd floor, shopping for athletic shoes. As midday approached, Lin Daxiao's associates finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Zhang Hongfei and Li Jia's whereabouts had long been discreetly reported to young Master Lin. Despite the hotel changing ownership, many individuals within remained loyal to young Master Lin, granting him intimate knowledge of Zhang Hongfei and Li Jia's movements. This time, young Master Lin spared no expense in his efforts to confront Zhang Hongfei, summoning the fiercest enforcers from the city. He vowed to transform Zhang Hongfei into a pitiful sight, compelling him to kneel before him in supplication. Reclining upon his grand bed, his body swathed in bandages, young Master Lin held a martini in hand. Before him, 3 enchanting dancers twirled gracefully. In a moment of exhilaration, he momentarily forgot his pain, slapping his thigh in approval, exclaiming, "Splendid! Marvelous!" Yet, joy turned to sorrow as the searing pain from his thigh returned, leaving him drenched in sweat. "Damn you, Zhang Hongfei!" he cried out. Meanwhile, in the fitting room, Li Jia was trying on clothes, granting Zhang Hongfei a rare moment to catch his breath. Zhang Hongfei placed all his bags on the ground and rubbed his aching wrists. Indeed, women are formidable beings, capable of such extensive shopping. As Zhang took a moment to rest, a group of armed individuals burst into the mall. The leader inquired of a beady-eyed man, "Where is he?" "On the second floor." He asked, sitting next to the fitting rooms, that tall, skinny man. He asked, wearing a white t-shirt, easily recognizable. "All right, you've done your part. Now leave quickly." The beady-eyed man hurriedly exited the scene. The leader addressed his comrades, "Brothers, the time to achieve glory has arrived. Follow me and deal with that brat. The wealth promised by young Master Lin shall soon be ours." The younger members enthusiastically raised their weapons, shouting in unison, "Yes." "Xiao Er, take 2 men and guard the staircase. If you spot the target, eliminate him on the spot." "Understood, Brother Da." "Xiao San, take 2 men to guard the elevator. If you see the target, do the same." "Got it, Brother Da." The remaining brothers grabbed their weapons and charged up to the second floor with fervent shouts. Ding Pong. "Look, a large group of thugs has entered the mall. When did the security in Shin City become so poor? In broad daylight, a gang dares to act so brazenly. Ding Pong, we should leave quickly. They seem fierce, and we cannot afford to provoke them. What is there to fear? We are in the right and stand tall. Why should we be afraid of them?" "Ah." Ding Pong, filled with righteous fervor, felt compelled to step forward upon witnessing the oppression of the weak. Zhang Hongfei was seated on a chair, enjoying a moment of respite, when he was suddenly stirred by a commotion emanating from downstairs. Zhang Hongfei, filled with curiosity, wondered what was transpiring downstairs. Just as he grappled with his bewilderment, he beheld a group of individuals wielding weapons, ascending directly to the second floor via the escalator. Zhang Hongfei immediately realized that these individuals could pose a threat to him. "Lin, it seems your nefarious intentions remain unquenched. Very well. This time it will not merely be a matter of extracting 200 million from you." Zhang Hongfei crossed his hands and began to stretch his wrists, followed by a gentle twist of his hips and waist, engaging in warm-up exercises. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Has 6 individuals arrived? How flattering. Zhang Hongfei first made a call to Zhuang, urging him to bring reinforcements immediately. Subsequently, with a smile gracing his lips, Zhang Hongfei approached the 6 adversaries. "Dege, why is he walking towards us?" "Dege, he appears utterly unafraid. Could it be a ruse? You bunch of cowards. He is but 1 man, and we are 6. What are you afraid of? Let us advance together and deal with him. Then we shall present him before young Master Lin to claim our reward." With Dege leading the charge, the remaining 5 ruffians rallied their spirits, and together, the 6 brandished their weapons as they surged towards Zhang Hongfei. The foremost thug swung his club downwards. As Zhang Hongfei was about to evade, unexpectedly, a figure emerged from the side, delivering a swift kick that sent the thug's club flying. "What?" Both De Gu and Zhang Hongfei exclaimed in astonishment. "You insolent brat. Meddling in affairs that do not concern you. Humph. When witnessing injustice, one must draw their sword to assist. You scoundrels, daring to act so brazenly in broad daylight, are utterly devoid of humanity." "Huh. Oh, look, a hero has emerged," Ding Peng declared. "Brothers, let us show him no mercy." Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng stood back to back, ready to confront the challenge ahead. With a curious expression, Zhang Hongfei inquired, "My dear brother, you truly are?" Ding Peng, exuding generosity, replied, "There is no need to thank me. I am willingly assisting you. Hee, my dear brother, in truth. You need not intervene on my behalf. These mere trifles cannot inflict upon me even the slightest harm. Nonetheless, I still wish to express my gratitude." "Oh, it seems I may have misread the situation. I shall accept your kindness. May I ask how you are addressed?" "Ding Peng." "Ding Peng. You claim your name is Ding Peng?" "Indeed. What of it? Is there an issue? You are from the Liaoning Provincial Sports School, are you not?" "Yes. How did you come to know that?" "Ha ha ha. What a delightful coincidence, dear brother Ding Peng. Oh, you are acquainted with me?" "Indeed. I journeyed all the way from the city of Shun to seek you out. And how shall I refer to you, esteemed elder brother?" "I shall not alter my name nor my surname. I am Zhang Hongfei." Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng engaged in their conversation, utterly disregarding the 6 ruffians surrounding them, which infuriated Brother Da. How dare you two ignore us? Brothers, let us show them what we're made of. Brother Ding, let us deal with these scoundrels before we continue our discussion. All right. Chapter 64. The Bonds Forged Through Conflict, Part 1. Zhang Hongfei single-handedly confronted 4 individuals, while Ding Peng was tasked with dealing with 2. Zhang Hongfei's first target was Dage. Among the throngs of petty thugs, Dage's imposing stature stood out distinctly, marking him as a natural leader, a true figure of authority. To capture a thief, one must first seize the king. To strike a man, one must first target his steed. Zhang Hongfei resolved to bring De Gu down first. Upon witnessing Zhang Hongfei charging towards him, De Gu harbored a ruthless disdain in his heart, scoffing to himself, "Ah, the audacity of youth, unafraid of the fierce. When I roamed the streets, you were merely an exemplary student. Today, I shall put an end to your bravado." With that, De Gu raised the axe in his hand, swinging it menacingly towards Zhang Hongfei's right arm. Oh, is he truly serious? Zhang Hongfei slipped momentarily, effortlessly evading Dage's assault just before the axe descended. The chilling edge of the axe grazed past Zhang Hongfei's visage, leaving a faint trickle of blood upon his face. Dare to injure me? Ha ha ha. Zhang Hongfei erupted into laughter, leaving De Gu momentarily bewildered, halting his actions. In the next instant, with a swift motion, Zhang Hongfei delivered a powerful chop with his right hand aimed directly at De Ji's hand that grasped the axe. Crack, accompanied by a sharp sound of bone breaking. De Ji's hand was incapacitated in the blink of an eye. Clang. The axe clattered to the ground, producing a resounding echo. De Gu, gripping his fractured hand tightly with the other, sought to alleviate the agony. How is this possible? You managed to shatter my wrist with a single blow. Aha. What? Is it permissible for you to wield the axe arrogantly while I am not allowed to retaliate? This information is erroneous. Young Master Lin described you as nothing but a useless heir, relying solely on your subordinates for protection. Is that what young Master Lin said about me? Indeed. He must have been referring to himself. Oh, you dare to bring young Master Lin into this. Realizing his blunder, De Gu promptly sealed his lips, choosing silence thereafter. Zhang Hongfei, devoid of any sympathy for the disabled De Gu, unleashed a relentless barrage of 3 consecutive strikes, ultimately rendering De Gu unconscious. Zhang Hongfei now faces 3 adversaries. However, upon witnessing the formidable strength of Brother Da, these 3 ruffians were swiftly subdued by Zhang Hongfei, leaving them utterly devoid of fighting spirit. When Zhang Hongfei's icy gaze swept across them, the trio, stricken with fear, immediately discarded their weapons and fled in desperation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ding Peng, with his agile movements and resilient physique, managed to overpower 2 of the thugs. As for the henchmen stationed by the staircase and elevator below, Zhang Hongfei remained oblivious to their presence, and even if he were aware, he had no intention of acknowledging them. As long as Zhang Hongfei has De Gu by his side, he need not fear that he cannot extract a sizable morsel from Lin Deshao's lips. Brother Ding, your skills are quite impressive. Haha. Brother Zhang, your prowess is commendable as well. Come, let us indulge in a couple of drinks. I share the same sentiment. Hey, are you really going to leave me all alone? At this moment, Zhang Hongfei recalled that he had Li Jia by his side. Earlier, Li Jia had been in the changing room, changing clothes, and upon witnessing the scuffle outside, she was too frightened to emerge. Only after seeing Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng defeat the ruffians did she muster the courage to step out of the changing room. Are you planning to abandon me? No. How could I dare? Well, I've already called someone, and they will arrive shortly. And what about you? I intend to go out for drinks with Ding Peng. What did your girlfriend say this morning? She told me to take good care of you. Have you fulfilled that promise? Zhang Hongfei, you are an absolute scoundrel. If you were lured away by another woman, I could accept that. But now, you have been seduced away by a man. You have truly disappointed me. Li Jia, it's not what you think. Please, let me explain. Slap. Li Jia struck Zhang Hongfei across the face. I do not wish to hear your explanations, nor do I want to see you again. Zhang Hongfei, with swift reflexes, promptly seized Li Jia's hand. Li Jia, there is danger outside. You cannot venture out alone. Let go of me. Brother Zhang, since you have personal matters to attend to, let us reconvene another time. Ding Ping. Halt. Do not leave. I will resolve this matter shortly. Zhang Hongfei, after much effort, finally encountered Ding Peng. How could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? Li Jia, I implore you, just this once, do not make a fuss. I am aware of what I owe you, and I assure you that in the future, Whatever you request of me, I will not utter a single word of dissent. Really? Truly. It is a promise. Seeing that Li Jia had ceased her insistence, Zhang Hongfei felt a sense of relief. 20 minutes later, Zhuang arrived at the mall with his companions. Fij, we are late. We have caused you distress. Oh, is that not the renowned Degu, known as the Invincible in Shenzhen? Why is he sprawled on the ground? Zhang Hongfei pointed at Li Jia and said, Zhuang, ensure her safety. If she gets even a scratch, I will hold you accountable. Rest assured, Brother Fei, as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow a single hair on this young lady's head to be harmed. Zhang Hongfei nodded in satisfaction, then pointed at the man on the ground, saying, yes. Also, take this fellow back without interrogation. Just throw him there. Later, I shall personally interrogate him. Zhuang, upon hearing this, displayed a troubled expression and said, Fij, this. What is the issue? Is there something troubling you? Degi is a big shot in the underworld. Now that we have captured him, I fear his subordinates might revolt. You need not worry about that. I have my arrangements. All right, then I have no objections. After Zhuang and others escorted Li Jia away, Zhang Hongfei made another phone call to Zhao Yi. There are matters for the secretary to handle. I understand this well. Young Master Zhang, you truly are a troublemaker. You just beat up young Master Lin last night, and today you've captured Degi from Shenzhen. Do you intend to turn Shenzhen upside down? If they continue to provoke me, I wouldn't mind seeing Shenzhen in a new light. Sigh. If you have any advantageous evidence, send it my way. Indeed, Degi admitted himself that young Master Lin sent him. Oh, what do you think? Can we strike a significant blow against the Lin family? You think too highly of it. I need to report this to your father. This matter is beyond my resolution. Then I must entrust this to you, Sister Yi. My life and fortune depend entirely on you. Young Master Zhang, don't you feel embarrassed saying that? Every time you were kidnapped, the ones who ultimately reported to the police were the kidnappers. Who would dare provoke a calamity like you? Yet young Master Lin insists on provoking me. I imagine he must be regretting it deeply now. Zhao Yi was not mistaken. The news of Degi's capture soon reached young Master Lin's ears. Not only young Master Lin, but even Lin's father had become aware. After all, it was impossible to conceal a public brawl with a dozen subordinates in a bustling marketplace. However, what the Lin father and son did not expect was that Zhang Hongfei had actually dealt with Degi. The thought of Zhang Hongfei possibly demanding a hefty price filled young Master Lin with dread. Dad, it's over. It's over. That useless Degi couldn't even handle Zhang Hongfei. Lin's father comforted him. No worries, my son. When the time comes, we'll simply deny everything. I refuse to believe that brat from the Zhang family has evidence proving Degi was sent by you. Chapter 65. The Bonds Forged in Battle. Part 2. Seeing that the situation had calmed, Ding Peng's two teammates finally rushed down from upstairs. Ding Peng, are you all right? Who are these two? Brother Zhang. They are my teammates from the sports academy. They specially accompanied me today to buy sneakers. Oh, why didn't they come down with you just now? Haha, they were afraid of getting hurt, so they didn't come down with me. I, unafraid of death. Charge down. Upon hearing Ding Peng's words, Zhang Hongfei's impression of Ding Peng's two teammates instantly diminished a notch. Zhang Hongfei subtly remarked, indeed, they are splendid teammates. Ding Peng defended his companions, saying, Brother Zhang, we cannot place the blame solely on them. After all, who wouldn't feel fear when confronted by a gang of ruffians? And you? Are you not afraid? Of course I am. I fear that if I hesitate, you might be harmed by those villains. Haha, Ding Peng, let us go. It is time to indulge in some libations. Brother Zhang, as Northeasterners, we cherish camaraderie. We do not engage in frivolities. Once we partake in drink, our bonds will deepen. Agreed. Agreed. We shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. Zhang Hongfei grasped Ding Peng's hand and departed from the shopping mall. Ding Peng's two teammates exchanged glances and followed closely behind Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng as they exited. Zhang Hongfei originally contemplated ways to win over Ding Peng. However, the situation has reversed as Ding Peng has taken the initiative to forge a closer bond with Zhang Hongfei. The profound camaraderie shared between men is forged through shared struggles. Having fought together, studied side by side, and faced adversity hand in hand, Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng, having once engaged in a brawl, have forged a profound friendship. After a hearty lunch accompanied by wine, Zhang Hongfei began to contemplate the matter concerning young Master Lin. Having missed his initial strike, it was evident that young Master Lin would not relinquish his pursuit so easily. Further schemes were undoubtedly in the offing. Although Degu was currently in Zhang Hongfei's grasp, He was acutely aware that Degu had likely been forsaken by young Master Lin. Degu, while in Zhang Hongfei's possession, proved to be of limited utility. Therefore, Zhang Hongfei resolved to make use of Degu, orchestrating a cunning plot of deception. Zhang Hongfei deliberately shared a room with Dage. Yet he refrained from asking any questions or uttering a single word. After an hour had elapsed, Zhang instructed someone to release Dage. As Dage walked away, he issued a veiled threat, declaring, "Do not presume that I will be grateful for my release. I shall return to settle the score with you." Zhang Hongfei calmly remarked, "I do not seek your gratitude. However, I shall offer you a piece of advice. Young Master Lin is not a magnanimous individual, should he discover your betrayal. You are well aware of the consequences that await you. I did not betray young Master Lin. Your denial holds no weight. I possess recordings in which you have acknowledged young Master Lin as the mastermind behind this. That is merely your deception. The validity of my actions is inconsequential. What truly matters is whether young Master Lin believes it." Degu fell into silence upon hearing this. As Zhang Hongfei articulated, young Master Lin would never tolerate betrayal from his subordinates. Although Degu had some notoriety within the underworld, he remained insignificant compared to the formidable Lin family. Young Master Lin could easily eliminate Degu at any moment. Moreover, with Deji's failure on this mission, even if he had not betrayed young Master Lin, he would certainly face dire consequences upon his return. Contemplating this, Degu halted in his tracks. "What is it? Why do you not proceed?" I have nowhere to go. You have finally come to your senses." Degu knelt before Zhang Hongfei, bowing deeply, and pleaded for Zhang to show him a path to survival. "Haha, fear not. A path exists, but it depends on your willingness to comply. I, Fang De, from this day forth, am devoted to following your lead, Zhang De. Excellent. Since you are willing to accompany me, I shall ensure your future filled with wealth and glory. However, Zhang De, please speak plainly. I require your loyalty oath." "What kind of loyalty oath do you seek, Zhang De? Young Master Lin has dispatched individuals to conspire against me. I must settle this score. Zhang De, command me as you wish. I, Fang De, will not refuse." "Very well. I need you to assist me in staging a performance." "A performance?" "Indeed, a performance." "What sort of performance?" "Inviting the gentleman into the trap." Young Master Lin, recuperating in his bed at home, suddenly received a call from Fang De. "Young Master Lin." "Fang De? You worthless fool. How dare you call me? Give me a straightforward account. After Zhang Hongfei captured you, did you betray me?" "Young Master Lin. How can you say such a thing? I have splendid news for you." "Splendid news? What news?" "I have captured Zhang Hongfei." "What? I heard you were easily subdued by Zhang Hongfei. How could you possibly capture him?" "Zhang Hongfei came to interrogate me personally. To my surprise, he became overly confident, allowing me to exploit a weakness and seize him instead." "What? You captured Zhang Hongfei?" "Indeed, young Master Lin. Zhang Hongfei is currently in my possession." "Excellent. Where are you now?" "I am in the presidential suite of the hotel, the very place where young Master Lin previously resided." "Splendid. Are there any others with you?" "No, it is just me." "Young Master Lin, I am utterly afraid to venture outside. The streets are filled with Zhang Hongfei's subordinates. Ade, you must ensure the door remains secure. I will swiftly bring reinforcements. I implore you, young Master Lin. Please hurry. I fear I cannot hold out much longer. They have begun to batter the door." The sound of thudding echoed from the phone. "Ade, you must hold firm. I shall arrive shortly." After young Master Lin hung up the phone, he immediately rallied a group of his subordinates and headed towards the hotel where Zhang Hongfei was located. On the other end of the line, Fang De respectfully addressed Zhang Hongfei, saying, "Brother Fei, I have followed your instructions. Young Master Lin is undoubtedly on his way with a contingent." "Well done, Degu. What shall I do next, Brother Fei?" "Invite young Master Lin into the trap. Let him willingly walk into our grasp." "But Brother Fei, what about the men young Master Lin brings?" "Do not worry. I plan to stage a little performance for them." "How shall we execute this?" "You need not concern yourself with the details. When young Master Lin arrives, merely allow him entry alone. The subordinates surrounding him will be your responsibility. Rest assured, Brother Fei, I will handle everything." "Indeed, I have faith in you. Now, please go and summon Zhuang for me." "Yes, Brother Fei." Fang De exited and called for Zhuang to come in. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand at Fang De, saying, "Degu, please step outside." "Yes." Fang De replied and exited the room. Once Fang De left, Zhang Hongfei began to secretly plot with Zhuang. Chapter 66. Delivered to your doorstep half an hour later. young Master Lin stormed into Zhang Hongfei's hotel with his subordinates, exuding an intimidating presence. Lin's lackeys boisterously proclaimed ahead. The young master of the Lin family has arrived. Those with sense will make way. The hotel staff, well acquainted with young Master Lin, promptly chose to retreat upon witnessing his menacing entrance. The security personnel, having previously been subdued by Zhang Hongfei's group, harbored resentment and eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Young Master Lin made his way unimpeded to the top floor. Why is there not a soul in sight along the way? Upon reaching the presidential suite, he felt a twinge of suspicion. Although young Master Lin delighted in stirring up trouble, he was typically cautious. However, after facing repeated setbacks against Zhang Hongfei, he sensed something amiss. Is it so simple to bring down someone like De Ge? At that moment, the door to the presidential suite creaked open, and Fang De cautiously peeked out. Young Master Lin, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for ages. Fang De, where are the people in the corridor? Haha. Fear not, young Master Lin. My subordinates have already chased them off. Just a ragtag bunch. How could Zhuang and his few lackeys possibly contend with me? Fang De. I see. Young Master Lin believed Fang De's words to a considerable extent. Fang De's reputation for strength in Shuncheng was well known, and few dared to provoke him. Come in quickly. That rascal Zhang Hongfei has already been tied up and tossed to the floor, just waiting for you to deal with him. Splendid, Zhang Hongfei. You never imagined you'd fall into my hands so soon. Haha. Young Master Lin, without a moment's hesitation, dashed into the presidential suite. Crash. The moment young Master Lin entered, Fang De swiftly shut the door of the suite, leaving Lin's lackeys outside. Let them in as well. Young Master Lin, feeling timid and insecure without a few companions by his side. There's no need for that. With me, Fang De, here to protect you. What do you require those insignificant fellows for? That's a fair point. And where is Zhang Hongfei? I've left him in the study. Upon hearing this, Lin Daxiao immediately dashed towards the study. In the center of the room, Zhang Hongfei sat with his back turned. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Daxiao charged at him. Consumed by a burning desire for revenge, oblivious to the fact that behind the door stood his nemesis from the previous night, Zhuang. Excitedly, Lin Daxiao approached Zhang Hongfei, intent on delivering a severe beating. However, to his astonishment, with a swift kick, Zhang Hongfei effortlessly sent him crashing to the ground. Zhang Hongfei, you managed to free yourself from the ropes? Lin Daxiao, has your mind gone awry? Which of your eyes saw me bound? As Lin Daxiao focused, he realized that Zhang Hongfei bore no traces of ropes. His limbs were unharmed, appearing unscathed as if he had never been assaulted. In that moment, enlightenment struck Lin Daxiao, revealing a terrifying truth. Furious, he roared, Fang De, you scoundrel! How dare you betray me? I will make you pay. Zhang Hongfei gazed at young Master Lin with a mocking expression, beckoning towards the door. Dege, someone here has threatened your life. Perhaps you should make a show of it? Fang De entered the study with an air of righteousness, respectfully bowing to Zhang Hongfei. Fei Ge. Fang De, you treacherous wretch. May you meet a most untimely demise. With no hesitation, Fang De delivered a kick to young Master Lin. You were the one who acted unjustly first. Do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. How have I acted unjustly? Young Master Lin retorted. You once claimed that Fei Ge was merely a decorative figure, devoid of any real strength. But what is the reality now? How was I to know that Zhang Hongfei possessed such prowess? You led me astray first. I am merely abandoning the shadows for the light. To hell with your abandonment of shadows. Fang De exclaimed, you treacherous wretch. I curse you to an ill fate. Whether I meet an ill fate or not remains uncertain. However, I do know, young Master Lin, that you are about to face some hardships. Upon hearing this, young Master Lin involuntarily shivered. Zhang Hongfei, you cannot treat me this way. I have already given you a hotel and 2 billion yesterday. Indeed, you should release me at once. Young Master Lin, you were quite clear earlier. That was yesterday's matter. Today is a different story. Zhang Hongfei, you scoundrel. Haha. Young Master Lin, did I summon you to seek me out? Do you not realize why you find yourself here? Yesterday was a hotel plus 2 billion. Consider what is required today. I have no money left. Zhang Hongfei rose to his feet and strode towards the door. Just before stepping outside, he sighed. De Ge, please engage him in a reasonable discussion. Moreover, we are all civilized individuals, so remember to exercise restraint. Rest assured, everything is under my control. Upon noticing Fang De's menacing approach, Lin Daxiao's heart raced with terror. He shouted towards Zhang Hongfei, No. Zhang Hongfei, feel free to state your price. I will agree to anything. I promise you everything. Zhuang. Fei Ge. Which area in Shin City boasts the highest land value? Qingyan Street. Excellent. Lin Daxiao. How about gifting me a parcel of land on Qingyan Street? Absolutely not. Zhang Hongfei, with a playful grin, attempted to enlighten young Master Lin, saying, "Oh, young Master Lin. Just ponder this for a moment. If you agree now, not only will you gain my friendship, but you will also avoid any discussions with Brother Da. However, if you decline, I shall disregard you entirely. Furthermore, Brother Da will certainly engage you in discourse. Reflect upon what would be the most prudent course of action." Young Master Lin retorted, "Zhang Hongfei, you are blatantly engaging in extortion. I shall report you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei's expression changed dramatically. The warm smile vanished, replaced by a visage of icy composure. "Brother Da, he is entrusted to you. Employ whatever means necessary to secure his agreement to relinquish the land. In return, I shall grant you a 10% share." The moment Brother Da learned of the 10% stake, his resolve intensified immensely. "Brother Fei, I shall brave the flames for you without hesitation. Indeed, I seek only the outcome, not the means. Handle it as you see fit." After Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, he departed the study with Zhuang. "Young Master Lin, let us engage in a meaningful discussion now. Do not come any closer. Do not approach." Some indescribable events transpired within the study. Chapter 67. Preparing to deceive. 20 minutes later, Fong De emerged from the study with a contented expression and made his way to the living room. "Fei Ge, that young man has relented." "Oh? Has he agreed to cede the land to me?" "Not quite." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei furrowed his brow. "Then how did you manage to come out?" he inquired. "The value of the land is immense. That young lad cannot make decisions on his own and needs to consult his father." "So you agreed?" "Certainly not. This matter is beyond my authority, which is precisely why I sought your counsel, Brother Fei, on how to proceed." "He intends to call his father?" "Indeed. Our young Master Lin is quite the strategist, isn't he? The news of his predicament remains a secret within Shin City. And now is the opportune moment to leverage this situation. Brother Fei, what shall we do now?" "Dege, please investigate what assets our young Master Lin possesses." "Understood." After a short while, Fong De emerged holding a sheet of paper. "Brother Fei, here are the details of young Master Lin's personal assets." "Is that all?" "I heard that young Master Lin recently invested in a project, pouring all his funds into it." "Oh, what project?" "I am unaware." "How could you handle such a significant matter without inquiring further?" "Please, Brother Fei, allow me to ask." "Soon." The sounds of punches and kicks along with cries of distress echoed from the study. After a while, Fong De returned. "Brother Fei, I have clarified the situation. On November 18th of this year, the construction of the subway line 2 in Shun City will officially commence. Young Master Lin began gradually investing all his assets along the subway route over 6 months ago." "Oh, this young Master Lin is rather astute." "Brother Fei, what shall we do next?" "Undoubtedly, we must compel him to divulge the information. I shall confront him personally." Zhang Hongfei, upon capturing Lin Daxiao, promptly dialed Zhao Yi's number. The agreement reached just last night had already been breached by the Lin family, and once again, Lin Daxiao found himself in Zhang Hongfei's grasp. Upon hearing the splendid news, Father Zhang was as jubilant as a cunning old fox, laughing in his dreams and unable to close his mouth in delight. In the study, Zhang Hongfei once again faced off with the young Master Lin. "Young Master Lin, I have returned." The young Master Lin, appearing even more foolish than yesterday, gritted his teeth and retorted, "Zhang Hongfei, you devil, thank you for the compliment. I am never lenient with adversaries. I cannot possibly acquiesce to your demands. Have I yet spoken, and you already know my intentions? I will never relinquish my assets to you." Zhang Hongfei gently patted Lin Daxiao on the shoulder and said, "Rest assured, I shall not demand too much from you." "Impossible," Lin Daxiao retorted. "Do not be so heartless. We have known each other for ages." Zhang Hongfei, "Stop dreaming. Even if you were to beat me to death, I would never betray the interests of the Lin family." "Very well, since you are so resolute. I shall not hold back." "De Ge, Zhuang." Fong De and Zhuang promptly rushed in. "Fei Ge, we are here." Zhang Hongfei pointed at Lin Daxiao and exclaimed, "Well, let us just kill him." Fong De and Zhuang looked on in bewilderment. "What?" Lin Daxiao was equally taken aback. "Huh? Brother Fei, are we really going to kill him?" Zhang Hongfei, with a sense of ennui, spread his hands and lamented that it was his own request. "Alas, I have never encountered such a foolish demand in my lifetime. No, young Master Zhang. I was wrong. I do not wish to die." "Do you then agree to the transfer?" It seems there is still a lack of sincerity. Dispose of him. No, no, no. I was wrong. Young Master Zhang, I truly understand my mistake. Have you agreed? I have agreed. Young Master Lin, it would have been better had you done so from the beginning. Clearly, you are but a coward. Why feign such bravado before me? Young Master Lin's expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot, while Zhang Hongfei nodded with satisfaction. The two parties swiftly reached a friendly consensus. As young Master Lin departed the hotel with a murderous glare, Zhang Hongfei erupted into laughter within the confines of the room. De Gu, Fei Gu, as previously agreed, I shall give you 10. I did not anticipate that young Master Lin had amassed such a considerable amount of property. Fei Gu, I will follow you henceforth. There is no need for such wealth. No, no. Brothers are brothers, and money is money. Even blood brothers must keep accounts clear. Must they not? Moreover, without you, I would not have reaped such benefits. I shall share 10 with you, and I hope De Gu will not find it insufficient. Fang De immediately knelt before Zhang Hongfei. Fei Gu, you are the best elder brother I have ever encountered. Zhang Hongfei patted Fang De's shoulder and exclaimed, Ha! It has been many years since I last played the role of the elder brother. Feej, Zhuang, from now on, you shall follow Dege and carry out your duties under his guidance. Yes, Feej. Dege, I entrust Zhuang to your care. Rest assured, Feej, I will ensure that brother Zhuang is treated with the utmost respect. All right, with matters settled, it is time for me to take my leave. Zhang Hongfei had not forgotten that his beloved Ying Bao had been waiting for him at the hotel for an entire day. Meanwhile, when Lin Dasha returned home, rather than receiving solace from his father, he was met with a furious beating from Mr. Lin. Brandishing a cane, Mr. Lin chased his son around the house. You wasteful fool. Last night you lost an entire hotel, and while I do not blame you for underestimating your opponent, today, you dare to deliver it to me? Are you a fool? Dad, this time it's truly not my fault. That scoundrel Fang De tricked me. He called and deceived me into going there. Is your brain filled with mush? Did you not bother to investigate your adversary? You lost once last night, yet you still fail to learn from your mistakes. Do you not understand that knowing yourself and your enemy guarantees victory in 100 battles? Dad, please stop. I'm covered in wounds. I truly wish to beat some sense into you, ungrateful child. With a heavy sigh, Mr. Lin glanced at his son, bloodied and battered, before departing. On the other side, Zhang Hongfei returned to the hotel where he had previously stayed and was reunited with the long-missed Zhao Xiaoying. After offering her some comforting words, Zhang Hongfei began to formulate a plan for his own affairs. Ding Peng was a man deeply devoted to his emotions. Zhang Hongfei understood that it would be exceedingly difficult to sway someone like Ding Peng with material possessions. It seems I must focus my efforts more on appealing to Ding Peng's parents. Zhang Hongfei swiftly arrived at his conclusion. After a single altercation, both Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng felt an instant camaraderie, leading Zhang to propose a meeting the following day at noon. The next day, Zhang Hongfei meticulously prepared a new pair of sneakers for his rendezvous with Ding Peng. Chapter 68. An impromptu match. Ding Peng arrived accompanied by 2 teammates. Although Zhang Hongfei held a certain disdain for Ding's companions, Ding was fiercely loyal, and Zhang felt unable to voice his discontent, particularly since his intentions were not entirely pure. My brother Ding, I sincerely apologize for not allowing you to purchase those sneakers yesterday. Don't worry about it, Fei. It was merely a trifling matter. In an effort to convey his remorse, Zhang Hongfei had thoughtfully selected a pair of sneakers for Ding, hoping he would not find them lacking. After finishing his words, Zhang Hongfei produced a pair of sneakers he had prepared in advance. Oh, Brother Fei, what is this? Give them a try. If they don't fit, we can quickly exchange them. Ding Peng glanced at the shoes, which turned out to be a limited edition of Adidas sneakers, quite pricey indeed. Immediately, Ding Peng shook his head in refusal. Brother Fei, these shoes are far too valuable. I cannot accept them. Oh, come now, Ding Peng. They are merely a pair of shoes. As the saying goes, a fine sword is gifted to a hero, and good shoes deserve a national player. Only a football talent like you, my brother, would ensure these shoes remain unblemished. Haha, Brother Fei, you flatter me. Try them on. If they don't fit, we shall exchange them at once. Aware of Zhang Hongfei's earnestness, Ding Peng decided not to be overly polite and slipped on the sneakers. So how do they fit? Too big or too small? Just right. As a football player, Ding Peng had an exceptional fondness for footwear, akin to a calligrapher encountering the works of a master, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Brother Fei, thank you so much. I adore these shoes. I am glad you like them. Brother Fei, do you enjoy playing football? Absolutely. Football is my greatest passion. Upon hearing this, Ding Peng was filled with joy. Brother Fei, I never imagined we shared the same interest. What a remarkable coincidence. Indeed, meeting you yesterday must surely be a divine arrangement. Brother Fei, I do not believe in God. Then what do you believe in? Brotherhood. Ha ha ha. Perfect. I too believe in brotherhood. At noon, the two shared a drink, and the bond between Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng deepened significantly. After a hearty meal, they left the restaurant, arms around each other's shoulders. Old Ding, do you have any plans for the afternoon? No, Brother Fei. Do you have something in mind? How about we play a match together? In ancient times, friends met through martial arts. Today, let us bond over football. Bonding through football? A match? Yes, a match. But Brother Fei, you are alone. How can we have a game? Ha ha ha. Old Ding, you are wise yet sometimes naive. The streets are filled with people. Surely we can find 20 to play with. Ha ha. You are right, Brother Fei. I was being foolish. When shall we play? There is no time like the present. Let us do it today. I want to try these new shoes. Excellent. Where is the nearest stadium? How about the home ground of the Shun Chungjinda team? The Wuli Jinda Stadium? After conversing at length with Zhang Hongfei, Ding Peng realized that his companion's identity was quite extraordinary. Renting the Wuli Stadium for an amateur match was undoubtedly an act of sheer audacity. However, Ding Peng harbors a dream of playing a match at the Wuli Stadium. On October 7, 2001, the national football team successfully advanced to the World Cup finals at this very venue in Shenzhen, making Wuli Stadium a coveted place for all aspiring players. Ding Peng is no exception. All right, today we shall play at Wuli Stadium. Let us first gather our companions. You may summon your teammates, and we shall all revel together. Certainly, they have long yearned to play a match at Wuli Stadium, but have yet to find the opportunity. Let us each call our friends. We shall meet at Wuli Stadium in 1 hour. Agreed. With that, Ding Peng promptly set off to rally his friends. Zhang Hongfei began his recruitment efforts on the bustling streets. However, prior to this, he reached out to Zhao Yi with a phone call. As for matters concerning the stadium, there was no need for Zhang Hongfei to negotiate in person. As long as the funding was secured, everything else could be arranged. The Wuli Stadium, renowned for hosting a variety of competitions, boasted extensive experience. Upon hearing of a wealthy patron brandishing a significant amount of cash, ready to organize a friendly match at Wuli Stadium, there was no reason for the venue to decline. The agreement was swiftly reached, requiring little time. Concurrently, Zhang Hongfei commenced his search for teammates on the most vibrant street of Shenzhen, calling out to anyone interested in playing at Wuli Stadium. He was in need of 10 teammates. Zhang Hongfei truly began to call out to people directly on the street. Liaoning Province, as the sole province in the Chinese Super League with 3 teams, boasts a vibrant football atmosphere in Shenzhen. Furthermore, the national team's previous qualification in Shenzhen has elevated football to a prominent emblem of the city. In every corner of Shenzhen, one can witness groups of men, women, and children joyfully playing football. Not long after Zhang Hongfei called out, a crowd gathered around him. Is what you said true? Are we really going to play football at Walihua Stadium? Indeed. I am currently in need of 10 teammates. Are you any good? Haha. Don't ask if a man is capable. Only those who try will know. Count me in. I want to go too. I used to frequent Walihua Stadium to watch matches. I've always dreamed of playing a football game there. Include me as well. The enthusiastic individuals surrounding him eagerly signed up, and soon, a temporary football team of 18 members was organized by Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei, in selecting his teammates, had no particular criteria. He simply chose individuals who caught his eye. The number of people eager to play at the Wuli Stadium was overwhelming, and Zhang Hongfei, unable to resist the fervent enthusiasm, ultimately selected a few individuals at random to participate. Subsequently, he hailed several taxis and set off for the Wuli Stadium. Meanwhile, many eager spectators decided to spontaneously make their way to the stadium to witness this friendly match. At the same time, Ding Peng returned to the Liaoning Provincial Sports School to rally participants. Upon hearing of the opportunity to compete at Wuli Stadium, excitement erupted among the students. Ultimately, the school's teachers displayed their acumen by calling out, "Let us all go together." The school quickly organized dozens of individuals to head to the stadium for the friendly match. Ding Peng felt somewhat exasperated by the situation. "Coach, surely we don't need so many people for a single match? It can't just end after one game, right? Once you're finished, we can continue using the field." However, his words held little weight. His sole responsibility was to gather players for the match. Chapter 69. the Lin family intervenes again. Ding Peng's persuasion proved largely ineffective. Before long, the sports school had arranged 2 large buses to make their way to Woolly Stadium in Shenzhen. When the school group arrived, Zhang Hongfei had yet to bring his players. As the enthusiastic group from the school approached the pitch, they were halted by the stadium staff. "I'm sorry, but Woolly Stadium has been booked for the day and is not open to the public." The coach turned to Ding Peng, signaling him to assist in the conversation. Reluctantly, Ding Peng stepped forward to explain, "We are here to compete." "Oh, are you young Master Zhang Hongfei? He is my good friend, and we agreed to meet here for the match. Do you have any proof of your identity?" Ding Peng stammered, "I have Fiji's phone number." "Would that suffice? How do I know whether you speak the truth or not?" "Perhaps we should wait for young Master Zhang to arrive to clarify everything." "But," Ding Peng protested, "I'm sorry, but it is our duty. We have been instructed to ensure that young Master Zhang does not feel displeased." Thus, the large group from the sports school had no choice but to remain patiently at the entrance of Woolly Stadium, awaiting Zhang Hongfei's arrival. At the same time, the news of the impending match between Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng reached the ears of Lin's father. The venue of this football match was exceedingly conspicuous, Woolly Stadium. For a seemingly ordinary friendly match to be held in such a grand location was quite extravagant. A brief inquiry would reveal that this Zhang Hongfei was indeed capable of playing football. Upon receiving this news, Lin's father felt a profound astonishment. The intelligence he had gathered contained only basic information about Zhang Hongfei, neglecting to mention that he was a football enthusiast. Due to Zhang Hongfei's subpar skills on the field, those who sought information overlooked this particular aspect of his abilities. Equally informed was the injured Lin Xiao, who lay recuperating in bed. Upon hearing that Zhang Hongfei was to participate in a football match at Woolly Stadium, Lin Xiao's restless heart began to stir once more. After a prolonged period of hesitation, he finally pulled out his phone, intending to inform someone. However, before he could finish dialing, the door swung open. "Get out. Don't bother me. How dare you speak to your father like that?" "Ah, Dad, what brings you here?" "I came to check on you. How is your injury?" "After being pummeled by Zhang Hongfei for 2 consecutive days, it seems you have yet to learn your lesson." "Dad, I cannot swallow this humiliation." "What do you intend to do? Send someone to confront him again?" "I advise you to reconsider. Zhang Hongfei is not someone to be trifled with. I heard that Fang De was completely subdued by him in just 1 day." "Who is Fang De?" "A powerful figure in Shenzhen. A mere stomp of his foot can cause tremors. Yet, he willingly serves Zhang Hongfei now." "Dad, I just refuse to accept this. I am no less capable than Zhang Hongfei." "Enough. You simply lack a worthy opponent. You have grown too accustomed to being the prince in Shenzhen." "Have you even reviewed Zhang Hongfei's dossier?" "No. I have told you countless times. Before undertaking any endeavor, one must know both oneself and one's adversary. This Zhang Hongfei is reputed as one of the 3 heroes of Shenzhen, and he employs ruthless tactics. You have already fallen victim to him twice. Consider it a valuable experience." "Dad, are we to let this matter rest?" "Of course not. You must have heard that Zhang Hongfei is organizing a football match at Woolly Stadium." "I have. I was just planning to send someone to ambush Zhang Hongfei." Upon hearing this, Lin's father's expression shifted dramatically as he raised his hand as if to strike Lin Xiao. "Fool, how did I end up with such a dim-witted son?" "Dad, please don't say that. I am your beloved child. Do you truly believe that if you send someone for a 3rd time, Zhang Hongfei would not realize you are orchestrating it from behind the scenes? Moreover, let me be frank with you. Zhang Hongfei is a master of Jeet Kune Do. Unless you can summon a genuine martial arts expert, do not expect to defeat him. I have heard that even Fang De could not withstand 3 moves against him." "Dad, how then do I seek revenge?" "Use your brain." "Dad, do you have a plan?" "This Zhang Hongfei has caused enough turmoil in Shenzhen. I cannot allow him to continue. I intend to challenge him to a wager." "A wager?" "Father, you just mentioned that Zhang Hongfei possesses remarkable skills, and that an ordinary person cannot hope to match him. Must a wager necessarily involve physical confrontation?" "Ah, I comprehend now. Father, do you wish to challenge Zhang Hongfei to a game of football?" "Indeed. However, we are unaware of Zhang Hongfei's proficiency in the sport." "Quite right. It is essential to apply knowledge practically. Zhang Hongfei's profile does not indicate any prowess in football. I suspect his abilities are likely quite modest, perhaps merely amateur. So, Father, what shall we do?" "I have already dispatched someone to investigate. The Jinda team has a match at their home ground in Shenzhen tomorrow evening. Currently, the players of the Jinda team are resting in Shenzhen. Yet, the main players of the Jinda team will not be present for the match tomorrow, will they? Haha. The main players may be absent, but surely the substitute players will have time to participate? I refuse to believe that Zhang Hongfei could triumph over the substitute players of the Jinda team. Excellent. Father, this idea is splendid. I have decided to wager the land on Youth Street against the property you lost to Zhang Hongfei yesterday. Father, fear not. This wager is one we are certain to win. Unlike you, I do not engage in uncertain battles. But will that scoundrel Zhang Hongfei even agree to the wager? Therefore, I require you to confront Zhang Hongfei on our behalf. Father, why must I be the one to approach him? Because Zhang Hongfei perceives you as a fool, he will undoubtedly underestimate you. Thus, if you propose the wager, he will likely accept without hesitation. But father, I am reluctant to go. For the sake of the Lin family's honor and your own dignity, you must attend this time. I harbor psychological scars from my encounters with Zhang Hongfei. Do not worry. I shall assign a few trustworthy individuals to protect you. Father, having been beaten into a pulp by Zhang Hongfei for 2 consecutive days, young Master Lin truly dreads facing him again. This is my command. Whether you wish to or not, you must go. With a sorrowful expression, young Master Lin reluctantly rose from his bed to head to Woolleaf Stadium to confront Zhang Hongfei. Chapter 70. A wager at Woolleaf Stadium. An extraordinary match is unfolding. Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by a team of amateur players comprised of fervent fans, is currently facing off against the football team of Liaoning Provincial Sports School. This match is characterized by a stark disparity in skill levels. Merely 20 minutes into the game, the Liaoning Provincial Sports School football team has already secured 3 goals. Zhang Hongfei's choice of goalkeeper was nothing short of a calamity. A quintessential butterfingered player who allowed every shot, regardless of its nature, to slip into the net. Fear not the formidable opponent, but rather the teammate who performs like a swine. It became evident that these fervent fans were more suited to showcasing their passion from the stands rather than flaunting their skills on the pitch. However, Zhang Hongfei found solace in the fact that the system did not assign him any tasks. Despite the loss in this match, he felt no sorrow whatsoever. Moreover, it afforded him the opportunity to closely observe Ding Peng's football prowess. As a defender, Ding Peng exhibited a broad vision, proactive positioning, and solid defensive techniques, embodying the ideal player Zhang Hongfei had long desired. After witnessing Ding Peng's performance, Zhang Hongfei's resolve to persuade him to join the Wari school team was further solidified. In the blink of an eye, the first half concluded with a score of 4-0, with Ding Peng Sports School's football team leading Zhang Hongfei's hastily assembled fan team by a considerable margin. Despite the score, Zhang Hongfei felt no dismay. During the halftime break, he made a point to seek out Ding Peng for a conversation. Just as they were engrossed in their discussion, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the Woolleaf Sports Stadium. Leading the pack was Zhang Hongfei's old rival from Shunqing, Lin Dasha. Lin Dasha had been thoroughly pummeled by Zhang Hongfei for 2 consecutive days, and the swelling on his face had yet to subside completely. Oh, who could it be? Oh, it's the benevolent Lin Dasha. What do you bring for me today? Zhang Hongfei teased with a playful grin, inciting Lin Dasha's ire. Zhang Hongfei, do not push your luck. Lin Dasha seethed. A man may be killed, but never humiliated. And yet, I have humiliated you. What can you do about it? You might as well perish. In truth, you are merely a cowardly wretch. Lin Dasha bristled with rage at these words. Speak, Lin Dasha, what brings you here? I wish to challenge you to a wager. You? On what grounds? Indeed, on my own merit. What shall we wager? Let us engage in a friendly football match. A meeting of camaraderie through football. And what shall be the stakes? If I triumph, you shall return the property I lost to you yesterday. Oh, and if I emerge victorious? Then our family shall graciously offer you the land on Youth Street. Zhang Hongfei was acutely aware that Lin, the young master, had come well prepared. However, for Zhang Hongfei, this presented a splendid opportunity. The properties that Lin lost to him, although of considerable value, were entirely inconsequential to someone like Zhang, who was not in need of money. In stark contrast, the land on Youth Avenue was a different matter entirely. Once in his possession, Zhang could erect buildings according to his whims, constructing whatever he desired. Moreover, for him, this venture was devoid of any financial risk. Whether it was the properties along the subway line or the land on Youth Avenue, both belonged to the Lin family. By wagering Lin's assets against him, Zhang stood to lose nothing and potentially gain a substantial profit. After much contemplation, Zhang made his final decision. I accept your challenge. When shall we commence the match? There's no better day than today. Oh, have you already assembled a football team? Of course. Haha. The young Master Lin is indeed well prepared. Are you frightened? You just promised me, and I've recorded it. If you back out now, you must return all the properties you seized from me yesterday. Am I afraid of you? Young Master Lin, you are overestimating yourself. Then let us compete right now. No. If we do not compete, you will be deemed the loser. I just played a half match and need to rest. Fine. Regardless, you are playing in today's match. Haha. Young Master Lin, do you truly believe you have me at a disadvantage today? Absolutely. This is Shuncheng, the realm of the Lin family, not a place where Zhang Hongfei can act recklessly. Is that so? Then who was it that I thoroughly subdued the night before last and yesterday afternoon, begging for mercy on their knees? Would you like me to release the footage of your groveling for all of Shuncheng to see? You. How dare you? You'd better delete that video immediately, or else I will not let this matter rest. Young Master Lin, such threats are futile against me. From the moment you sent your men to attack me, our relationship has been one of perpetual enmity. I will show no mercy to my foes. The tale of striking a snake without killing it, only to be bitten in return, is one I have heard far too often. Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's words, Lin could not help but shudder. What do you intend to do? Let me warn you. I am here solely for a fair contest. At that moment, Ding Peng suddenly pointed towards a figure in the distance, exclaiming, "Isn't that Brother Hui from the Jinda team?" Zhang Hongfei furrowed his brow and inquired, "Huigo? Who is Huigo?" Huigo is a senior of mine from the sports academy, who just departed last year to join the Jinda team. Oh, is he a key player for Jinda? No, he is a substitute. I see. No wonder Lin, that fellow, took the initiative to provoke me today. It seems he has enlisted a professional player to bolster his side. It appears I have underestimated him. Zhang Hongfei turned to glance at Brother Hui and his group, his demeanor unfriendly. What's the matter, Zhang Hongfei? Have you lost your courage? It's quite all right. As long as you return everything you stole from me yesterday, I shall not hold it against you. Humph. Am I afraid of you? Give me half an hour to rest, and then we shall begin the competition. Haha. It matters not how long you rest. You are certain to lose to me. Thank you, young Master Lin, for your assistance. Let us commence our contest tonight at 7:30. Ah, why is that? You yourself stated that the duration of my rest was inconsequential. I have decided to take a little more time. No. That is not what I meant. Apologies. But I have already recorded our conversation. We shall meet again tonight at 7:30. After Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, he greeted Ding Peng and then departed alone from the Woolly River Sports Stadium. You possess a cunning strategy, while I have my own means. Are the substitutes of the Jinda team truly formidable? Very well. I shall provide you with an equally matched adversary. Tomorrow evening, the Jinda team will face off against the Chang'an International team. Zhang Hongfei decided to enlist the substitute players from Chang'an International to serve as opponents for the reserve players of the Jinda team. Chapter 71. A daunting task. After leaving the Woolly Sports Stadium, Zhang Hongfei promptly called Zhao Yi. Naturally, he would not personally approach the players for such matters. Zhao Yi demonstrated remarkable efficiency, managing to secure the substitute players for the international team in less than half an hour. Lured by the promise of financial reward, the substitutes of the international team made the same choice as those from the Jinda team. Victory in the match would yield each player a staggering 100,000 yuan as appearance fees. However, should they lose, each would receive merely half, amounting to 50,000 yuan. For a substitute player, 100,000 yuan equates to a significant portion of their income over the span of 6 months. Yet, in the realm of competition, certainty is elusive. No one can guarantee a victorious outcome, for football is unpredictable, its circular nature rife with uncertainty. Zhao Yi enlisted 7 substitutes from the international team, leaving Zhang Hongfei to devise a solution for the remaining 4 players. After expressing his gratitude to Zhao Yi, Zhang Hongfei set about searching for the final 3 players. Zhang Hongfei is undoubtedly determined to take the field. For him, this match holds little significance. The stakes of the game pertain solely to the Lin family's possessions. A victory would be a delightful surprise, while a defeat would not weigh heavily on his heart. Ultimately, Zhang Hongfei is more eager to witness the expression of dismay on the face of the young Master Lin than the outcome of the match itself. Zhang Hongfei has never been a person of broad-mindedness. Lin Deshao has caused him trouble on 2 occasions, an unprecedented experience for Zhang Hongfei. In his recollection, apart from Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian, no one has ever dared to provoke him. The issue lies in the fact that Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian are elite competitors, whereas Lin Deshao is merely a superficial player. It is precisely because Lin Dashao lacks substance that Zhang Hongfei cannot afford to lose this evening's match. At 7:30 p.m., Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by the substitute players from the international team and 3 students from the sports academy, made his timely appearance at the Woolly River Sports Stadium. Lin Dashao had already arrived with the substitute players from the Jinda team, waiting in anticipation. In the stands, a multitude of employees from the Lin group gathered, and even Lin's father personally attended the match to witness the event. For the Lin family, this match represented a significant gamble, risking half of their family's fortune. Should they lose, the Lin family could very well descend to the status of a second-rate family in Shenzhen. Lin's father, wary of the stakes, had already devised nefarious tactics. If the first half ended with a deficit, he would not hesitate to employ underhanded methods against Zhang Hongfei's players during the halftime break. Zhang Hongfei is truly formidable, an opponent one cannot defeat. However, ordinary players are bound to suffer his wrath. On the court, upon seeing the players brought by Zhang Hongfei, Lin Dashao initially regarded them with disdain, his expression betraying his indifference. Yet, the substitute players from the Jinda team beside him recognized several familiar faces among them. Aren't those the substitutes from the Chang'an international team? Upon hearing this, Lin Dashao's countenance shifted to one of shock. What? Those individuals are substitutes for the international team? Indeed. Lin Dashao, are you certain? Absolutely. We are set to compete against the international team tomorrow night. How could we possibly fail to recognize our opponents? Damn Zhang Hongfei, playing such tricks on me. At that moment, Lin Dashao realized he had fallen into Zhang Hongfei's cunning trap. Zhang Hongfei had never intended to engage in a fair match with the fan team. Zhang Hongfei felt an inexplicable sense of exhilaration upon witnessing the flustered expression of young Master Lin. Zhang Hongfei approached Lin Dashao with a teasing demeanor and remarked, "So, Lin Dashao, how do you feel now? Do you still believe you have me at your mercy?" Lin Dashao replied, "Since we are both professional players, I refuse to believe you possess an unwavering confidence in victory." Zhang Hongfei responded, "Likewise, I have no qualms. After all, the stakes are merely possessions of the Lin family. Should I win, I profit. Should I lose, it merely returns to its rightful owner. Moreover, I have already bested you twice and seized 2 billion along with a hotel. In any light, I have undeniably come out ahead." Zhang Hongfei's words further incited Lin Dashao's fury. Zhang Hongfei finds great pleasure in this sensation. Zhang Hongfei chuckled as he addressed Lin Dashao. "Lin Dashao, the more furious you become, the more delighted I feel. I truly relish witnessing your exasperation, rendered powerless against me." Lin Dashao retorted, "Zhang Hongfei, do not be too smug. Fortune ebbs and flows. There will come a day when you find yourself in my grasp." Zhang Hongfei replied, "It appears, Lin Dashao, that you have yet to learn your lesson." Zhang Hongfei and Lin Dasha engaged in a fierce verbal sparring match that lasted until they were parched, leaving Lin Dasha with a look of frustration etched upon his face. Lin Dasha's unwavering desire to vanquish Zhang Hongfei remained steadfast through the ages. In the interest of fairness, Lin's father summoned 3 referees, who would officiate the international team and Jinda team match the following evening. Tonight, however, served as a preliminary clash between the substitutes of both teams at the Woolly Sports Stadium. Which team would ultimately prove superior? With the sharp blast of the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Lin Dasha's team took the initial kickoff. "Go, Jinda team!" The cheers for Jinda team resounded throughout the sky. This was Zhang Hongfei's inaugural experience of the atmosphere of an away game. In previous competitions, the enthusiastic supporters had rallied for him, making it feel akin to a home game. Observing Zhang Hongfei's unusual demeanor, Ding Peng approached him with concern. "Brother Fei, what troubles you?" "Nothing much. I simply find the noise a bit overwhelming," Zhang replied. "Indeed, this is my first encounter with such grandeur. So many people cheering for the opposing team. It feels just like an away match." Sighing, he lamented, "Alas, I was not adequately prepared. I completely forgot to arrange for a cheerleading squad." "No need to worry, Brother Fei. We have our own cheerleaders," Ding Peng exclaimed, gesturing towards the direction of the sports school. Dozens of students from the sports academy were on the sidelines, waving flags and vociferously supporting Zhang Hongfei's team. Zhang Hongfei was deeply inspired upon witnessing this scene. He had not anticipated that there were still people cheering for them. "Fei Gu, the ball is coming." "Got it. Ding Peng, give it your all." "Fei Gu, you too. Put in your best effort." Zhang Hongfei returned to his position to commence defense. At that moment, the long-awaited system brother unexpectedly bestowed upon him a delightful surprise. Previously, Zhang had received a task entitled "A True Man Stands Strong," but after only a day's effort, it was temporarily suspended due to his need to win over Ding Peng. Now, confronted by the formidable substitutes of the Jinda team, System Brother once again extended a boon to Zhang. The task was named Create a Miracle. Zhang was required to lead the international team's substitutes to triumph over the Jinda substitutes. Upon completion, he would be rewarded with 10 attribute points, while failure would result in a random deduction of 10 attribute points. During the task, Zhang would receive a temporary enhancement of 30 offensive attribute points. Judging by the task assigned by System Brother, it was evident that he harbored little faith in the international team's substitutes achieving victory in this match. Indeed, the historical records indicated that in the upcoming game, the Jinda team had triumphed over the international team with a score of 2-1. Chapter 72, Conceding a Goal. As the match commenced, Lin Dasha's team unleashed a relentless assault on Zhang Hongfei's goal. The lineup arranged by Zhang Hongfei remains in a 4-5-1 formation. Zhang Hongfei recruited 7 international substitute players, comprising 1 goalkeeper, 2 defenders, 3 midfielders, and 1 forward. However, Lin Dashao proved to be even more ruthless, directly acquiring 11 substitute players from the Jinda team. Lacking knowledge of football, Lin Dashao also bundled in the assistant coach from Jinda. The formation Lin Dashao deployed was a classic 4-4-2. Analyzing the strengths on paper, the disparity between the two sides is stark. Although both teams consist of substitutes, each player's attributes have already reached the standards of professional players, with all attributes attaining a score of 60. In Zhang Hongfei's team, 4 players have hindered the progress of the squad. Even among the 3 athletes from the sports school, there remains a considerable gap to the level of professional players. As for Zhang Hongfei himself, there is no need to elaborate. However, after receiving a temporary boost from the system, Zhang Hongfei's current attributes are as follows: Stamina 52, Spirit 49, Speed 63, Offense 63, Defense 31, Luck 66. These attributes do not qualify him as a competent midfielder, but they could just barely designate him as a satisfactory forward. Zhang Hongfei promptly communicated with the team's forward to exchange positions. Initially, the forward was somewhat reluctant, but upon realizing it was Zhang Hongfei himself making the request, he acquiesced. After all, Zhang Hongfei is currently the esteemed benefactor of them all, and one cannot afford to offend him. Zhang Hongfei stood alone at the forefront of the team. Zhang Hongfei, currently playing as a forward, enjoys the significant advantage of not having to retreat to his own half for defense, thereby conserving a considerable amount of energy. However, there is a downside. He has had no opportunity to showcase his pride and joy, his powerful long-range shots. Zhang Hongfei lingered near the goal of the Lin Dasha team, poised for an opportune moment to strike. The Lin Dasha team had received an uncompromising mandate from the Lin family prior to the match. Victory was the only acceptable outcome. Moreover, the more goals they scored, the greater their financial reward post-match. Driven by the allure of wealth, the players of the Jinda team were consumed by fervor. Each one was imbued with a newfound vigor, their abilities heightened by at least 10%. This was a key reason behind the substantial rewards issued by the system for this particular mission. Despite an increase of 30 points in attacking prowess, Zhang Hongfei found himself challenged by the Jinda team's defense. While he possessed 60 points in offensive attributes, his opponents matched him with an equal 60 points in defense. However, absolutes do not exist in this realm. Although Zhang Hongfei and the opposing defenders boasted identical attributes, the course of the match was not solely dictated by the numerical superiority of those attributes. Are high attributes beneficial? Indeed. Yet, reaching a pinnacle of 99 does not guarantee a flawless scoring record. The dynamics of the pitch shift in an instant. A forward's success often hinges on a moment of inspiration in the attacking phase. Alas, before Zhang Hongfei could seize such a moment of brilliance, his team faced an early setback. Within less than 10 minutes of the match's commencement, 2 forwards from the Lin Dasha team had already found the back of the net. Among the 4 defenders of Zhang Hongfei's team, 2 are students from a sports school. Their prowess is evidently inferior to that of the 2 forwards from Lin Dashao's team, who easily outpaced them with their speed. Despite Ding Peng's utmost efforts in defense, the disparity in skill and experience between him and his opponents is starkly apparent. The forwards of Lin Dashao's team executed a precise shot from a tight angle, sending the ball directly into the far corner of the net. The goalkeeper of Zhang Hongfei's team could only watch helplessly as the ball soared past him. The score shifted to 0-1. Falling behind so early in the match weighed heavily on Zhang Hongfei's mind. The opposing team's overall strength was evidently superior to his own. Furthermore, with the daunting task assigned by the system, victory was the only option. Defeat would result in a deduction of 10 attribute points, equivalent to Zhang Hongfei having to endure the futility of playing 10 matches in vain. Zhang Hongfei's mind began to race with thoughts of potential strategies to break the deadlock. However, after contemplating for an extended period, he found himself at a loss for a coherent solution. If both sides were evenly matched, Zhang Hongfei would not be overly concerned about his team's chances of defeat. Yet, the current situation on the field was decidedly unfavorable for Zhang Hongfei's squad. Once Zhang Hongfei's team gains possession of the ball, they find it exceedingly challenging to advance the ball beyond the midfield. Although Zhang Hongfei was anxious, he found himself without a suitable solution for the time being. On the sidelines, Lin Daxiao, exhilarated by his team's lead, danced with glee. Overwhelmed by the joy of the goal, Lin Daxiao brazenly shouted towards Zhang Hongfei on the field. "Do you see this, Zhang Hongfei? This is the prowess of our team. You are bound to lose tonight." Lin Daxiao, who had previously been bested by Zhang Hongfei on 2 occasions, still dared to flaunt himself. Initially at a loss for a strategy, Zhang Hongfei suddenly had a spark of inspiration upon witnessing Lin Daxiao's arrogance. Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's words, Lin Daxiao instinctively felt a twinge of pain on his face. Covering his cheek, he seethed inwardly. "Damn you, Zhang Hongfei. Once the match concludes, I will make you regurgitate everything you've consumed." Following the goal conceded, Zhang Hongfei's team returned to the center to resume play. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Hongfei gathered all his teammates to strategize. "What? I disagree. I also disagree. Young Master Zhang, such actions will render us the subject of ridicule." Zhang Hongfei once again employed the legendary tortoiseshell formation. However, unlike in previous instances, this time he utilized a 9-0-1 formation. Zhang Hongfei positioned himself in the forefront, while the rest of the team retreated to defend in front of the penalty area. Zhang Hongfei, imbued with an enigmatic confidence regarding his offensive prowess rated at 63, simultaneously harbored no such faith in his defensive abilities, which stood at a mere 31. Consequently, he positioned himself alone in the front line, wagering on his attacking capabilities. When dissent was voiced, Zhang Hongfei impatiently waved his hand, asserting that while being ridiculed was trivial, losing face was of paramount importance. "This is a matter between myself and Lin. You need only obey my commands and refrain from unnecessary worries. Follow my instructions, and even if we lose the match, I shall compensate you fully." However, one of the players from the international team interjected, "But Master Zhang, if you are the sole player in front, I fear." The gazes of the international players were unmistakably laden with skepticism towards Zhang Hongfei. "I am aware of your doubts regarding my ability to score. Yet fret not. Your sole duty is to maintain a solid defense. I shall shoulder the responsibility for the offense." Though the players of the international team felt a sense of discontent, none dared to voice further objections. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Upon resuming play, Zhang Hongfei advanced with the ball, while his teammates retreated to fortify their defense in their half of the field. Chapter 73. Cheating Zhang Hongfei, undeterred and resolute, sprinted towards the opposing goal with the ball at his feet. The players of Lin Daxiao's team, having received covert instructions from their captain prior to the match, were determined to target Zhang with aggressive tactics, aiming to exploit every opportunity to foul him. Furthermore, all 3 referees had been discreetly bribed by Lin Daxiao before the game, ensuring that no infractions by his team would be called. In such a dire situation, Zhang Hongfei faced immense challenges. Had it not been for a sudden surge in his attacking prowess, elevating his attributes above 60, allowing him to evade the oncoming tackles, he might well have been carried off the field by now. Nevertheless, Zhang was still seething with indignation at the despicable tactics employed by Lin Daxiao's team. Zhang Hongfei inwardly cursed, feeling exasperated that his opponent dared not confront him openly, resorting instead to such underhanded tactics. How utterly despicable! "Lin, the young master, you shall await your reckoning. Once this match concludes, I shall ensure you experience the true despair of being ruthlessly defeated." Meanwhile, Lin, the young master, who was energetically bouncing on the sidelines, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, involuntarily shivering. What is this sudden coldness? On the field, Zhang Hongfei had just narrowly evaded a savage sliding tackle from a defender, yet he lost possession of the ball. Alone in the front line, Zhang Hongfei lacked the extraordinary dribbling finesse of Zidane and the speed of Ronaldo, making it inevitable that he would lose the ball, surrounded by 4 opposing defenders. Upon regaining possession, Lin's team immediately launched a counterattack. However, as they approached the edge of Zhang Hongfei's penalty area, they were taken aback. Zhang Hongfei's 9 players had formed a circle around the goal, effectively guarding it. Seeing this formation, Lin could not help but exclaim in disbelief. What kind of football is this? Although Lin was not particularly knowledgeable about the sport, he recognized the shamelessness of such a strategy. His team found themselves utterly helpless against Zhang Hongfei's impenetrable defense, unable to approach the penalty area. No matter who received the ball, 2 defenders would swiftly move in to intercept, either reclaiming the ball or clearing it with a powerful kick. Initially, Lin had worried that Zhang Hongfei's defensive setup might alter the course of the match. However, he soon realized that despite the effectiveness of Zhang's defense, only Zhang himself was actively participating in the attack. This revelation brought Lin a sense of relief. The score remained at 1-0. As long as Lin's team could maintain this lead, victory was assured. Zhang Hongfei exhibited a certain impatience. Whenever a long pass was made from the backfield, he would eagerly rush to contest for the ball. However, it is often said that one fist cannot withstand the blows of many. And as soon as Zhang received the ball, he would immediately be besieged by the opposing defenders, who would bring him down to the ground with a flurry of tackles. Moreover, the referee in this match appeared to favor Lin Dashao's team, turning a blind eye to their brutal fouls. After enduring several malicious fouls, Zhang Hongfei's anger finally erupted. Zhang Hongfei lodged a protest against the referee. However, his objections bore little fruit. Aware of his own shortcomings, the referee refrained from issuing a yellow card, opting instead for a mere verbal admonition. Goodness, can we even play properly? Zhang exclaimed. System, please lend me your assistance. Fei, are you faltering already? Didn't I just enhance your offensive attributes by 30 points? 30 points are of no consequence. Did you not witness the relentless fouls from the opposition? He retorted. Why don't you evade them? With the ball at my feet, how could I possibly escape? There are at least 4 opponents relentlessly pursuing me. I'm at my wit's end. Is there any possibility of canceling this task? Once a task is accepted, it cannot be rescinded. Perhaps we could consider an additional reward? That would be futile. No matter how great the reward, if I cannot secure victory, it is all for naught. What do you propose then? System, grant me additional offensive attributes, or endow me with the skill to evade defenders. How about I temporarily provide you with 2 skill cards? What skill cards? The first is Fox in the Box, which significantly enhances your success rate of evading defenders within the penalty area. The second is Step Over, which greatly improves your effectiveness in executing step-over dribbles. Excellent. Shall we proceed with the task? Indeed. With the newfound confidence bestowed by the 2 skill cards, Zhang Hongfei felt invigorated once more. Zhang Hongfei vividly recalls the moment when he first received assistance from the system, marked by a powerful free kick that found the back of the net. His faith in the capabilities of the system is unwavering. Armed with 2 skill cards, he is certain of victory in this match. Lin Dashao, prepare yourself for a thorough reckoning. On the sidelines, Lin Dashao noticed a sudden shift in Zhang Hongfei's demeanor, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. After conceding a goal, Zhang Hongfei had displayed visible frustration, exacerbated by the relentless, aggressive tackles from Lin Dashao's defenders, igniting his temper. Yet now, he appeared to regain his composure, a hint of confidence gracing his features. What on earth is Zhang Hongfei plotting? Could he truly orchestrate a comeback under such circumstances? Confronted with this unsettling possibility, Lin Dashao leapt to his feet and shouted from the sidelines, urging his team to intensify their efforts. Keep pressing him. Take him down hard. Whoever manages to incapacitate him will receive a 10-fold reward. At Lin Dashao's words, Zhang Hongfei's anger flared. Shameless. If you're so capable, why don't you step onto the field yourself? I'll take you down, he declared. I dare you to challenge me. I shall not let you succeed. This ground belongs to Zhang Hongfei. Those words sounded more appealing than they truly were. Did he really believe that merely adopting a defensive formation would suffice to overcome my team? We shall see. Once again, Lin Dashao's offensive efforts were thwarted by Zhang Hongfei's defense. Ding Peng launched a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring toward the awaiting Zhang Hongfei in the front line. Zhang Hongfei skillfully controlled the ball with his chest, pivoted, and charged towards the goal. The 2 midfielders and 4 defenders from Lin Dashao's team swiftly converged upon him. However, this time, Zhang Hongfei was not easily dispossessed. Zhang Hongfei ceaselessly executed his bicycle dribbles, evading 1, 2, 3 for opponents. Zhang Hongfei skillfully dribbled the ball, effortlessly penetrating into the penalty area of the Lin Dasha team. With the advantage of being the fox in the box, Zhang Hongfei successfully evaded the last two defenders' attempts to thwart him, finding himself in a one-on-one situation with the goalkeeper. Bang! Zhang Hongfei faced the goalkeeper, unleashing a powerful shot. The football soared towards the upper left corner of the goal. Despite the goalkeeper's desperate attempt to save it, the ball slipped through his fingertips and found its way into the net. Chapter 74, Second Half. The goal is scored. Fei Ge has found the back of the net. How could Zhang Hongfei possibly score? What just transpired? A remarkable maneuver past 6 defenders? Can he truly not play football? My heavens! What did I just witness? How is this even conceivable? Zhang Hongfei's goal created quite a sensation at the Walihua Sports Stadium. The members of Zhang Hongfei's team were initially taken aback, but soon, all of them rushed towards Zhang Hongfei in a frenzy. They encircled him and, in unison, lifted him high into the air. Ding Peng led the cheer, shouting, "Long live Brother Fei! Long live Brother Fei! Long live Brother Fei!" Zhang Hongfei was tossed repeatedly, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Zhang Hongfei exclaimed, "Stop throwing. My head is spinning." Unfortunately, the exhilarated players disregarded Zhang Hongfei's plea. Zhang Hongfei has repeatedly ascended to the pinnacle of his career, lifted by the unwavering support of his teammates. It was only when he was on the verge of fainting that they finally set him down. The international players, who had previously harbored doubts about Zhang's abilities, now regard him with newfound respect. Just moments ago, he received the ball near the center circle and skillfully maneuvered past 6 defenders before executing a flawless shot that found the back of the net. The assistant coach of the Jinda team couldn't help but applaud Zhang's remarkable goal. Impressive. Lin, who is this forward? His talent is extraordinary. If he were to join Jinda, we could certainly contend for a top 4 finish this season. Lin, visibly irritated, retorted, "That's that rascal Zhang Hongfei. Do not cheer for him. He is the same one you mentioned before the match, the one you wanted to cripple. Yes, that very scoundrel. Lin, I am unaware of the grievances between you and Zhang Hongfei, but if such a gifted player were to be ruined on our watch, my conscience would be troubled. I shall instruct the players to cease any malicious fouling." Lin furiously replied, "You dare? If you attempt that, I will deal with you first." This is no longer a mere personal feud. It has escalated to a conflict between the Lin and Zhang families. If we lose this match, none of you will escape unscathed. With the score now tied at 1-1, Lin was seething with anger. Although Zhang's team had yet to take the lead, Lin felt a growing unease after witnessing Zhang's extraordinary goal. He wished to vocally reprimand his father for claiming Zhang was lacking in skill. In the stands, Lin's father was equally astonished by Zhang's performance. At his age, he contemplated matters more deeply than Lin. With such remarkable talent remaining unnoticed, Zhang Hongfei was indeed an enigma. Sigh. Compared to Zhang, our boy falls woefully short. One ought to aspire to be like Zhang Hongfei. Lin's father had formed a prediction regarding the outcome of the match. Given the prowess Zhang had just displayed, it seemed inevitable that Lin's team would face defeat. He began to ponder how to mend relations with Zhang Hongfei post-match. If his wayward son could forge a friendship with such an accomplished young man, the future of the Lin family would be secure. Should this match conclude with a loss, the Lin family would relinquish half of their fortune to Zhang Hongfei. However, Lin's father feels a sense of joy. As a prominent figure of his time, he possesses the wisdom to both acquire and relinquish. Wealth, in his view, is merely a transient asset. For someone of his age, the joy of entrepreneurship far surpasses that of mere financial preservation. This defeat, for the Lin family, may indeed be a blessing in disguise. Regrettably, young Master Lin has succumbed to hatred, clouding his judgment. He has already begun to devise a plan to rally a group of individuals after the conclusion of this match, seeking a secluded location to confront Zhang Hongfei. Young Master Lin has never harbored such animosity towards anyone throughout his life. As the match resumes, Lin's team prepares to kick off from the midfield. The Zhang Hongfei team continues to steadfastly employ the turtle shell formation. After enduring a nightmarish 2 minutes, the Lin Dashao team dares not launch a frenzied assault on the goal of the Zhang Hongfei team. Zhang Hongfei stood alone in the opponent's half, patiently awaiting an opportunity to strike. With past experiences in mind, the opposing 4 defenders were wary, refusing to allow him the luxury of an easy reception. These 4, positioned strategically around him, executed a comprehensive and rigorous marking. Yet, was it truly effective? The 2 forwards and 4 midfielders from Lin Dasha's team orchestrated wave after wave of attacks, but against a 10-0-0 formation, They could only retreat in vain time and again. Nevertheless, Zhang Hongfei found himself bereft of favorable chances as well. These four rascals were like four sticky toffees, resolutely denying him any opportunity to seize the ball. Zhang Hongfei ran back and forth multiple times, yet he could not shake off the defense of the four defenders. The first half of the match concluded with a score of 1-1. The forwards on both sides found themselves helpless against each other's defenses. During halftime, Zhang Hongfei devised a strategy. Since one forward was insufficient, he decided to deploy an additional forward to lead the attack. Coincidentally, the forward from the international team had been yearning for an opportunity to shine, but had been unable to do so. Consequently, in the second half, Zhang Hongfei's formation transformed into an 8-0-2. Meanwhile, Lin's father summoned Lin Daxiao to his side during the intermission. What? Surrender? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Father, I will never concede to that scoundrel Zhang Hongfei, regardless of whether you wish to acknowledge it. The truth remains that Zhang Hongfei is indeed superior to you. This match is bound to end in his victory. I have just realized that from beginning to end. You were at fault. If we seize this opportunity to establish a cooperative relationship with the Zhang family in Xinjiang, it would greatly benefit our Lin family. You should spend more time learning from Zhang Hongfei instead of continuing to be a useless playboy, a second-generation heir. Dad, I refuse to accept this. Sighing, Lin's father replied. You have had too smooth a life thus far, without experiencing any hardships. This time, let it serve as a lesson. From now on, do not seek trouble with Zhang Hongfei again. After their conversation concluded, Lin Daxiao left the stands with a sullen expression, observing his son's demeanor. Lin's father could only sigh deeply, envious of Zhang's father for having such a commendable son. The second half commenced with Zhang Hongfei's team taking the kickoff. Zhang Hongfei seized this opportunity, skillfully utilizing the bicycle and fox-in-the-box skill cards to execute a successful ambush, thereby reversing the score to 2-1. His team achieved a flawless start to the second half. Zhang Hongfei is on the brink of accomplishing his mission. Chapter 75, The Conclusion. Witnessing his team concede yet another goal, Lin, already teetering on the edge of emotional turmoil, dashed onto the field, eager to challenge Zhang Hongfei to a one-on-one duel. Zhang Hongfei, undeterred, engaged in a fierce altercation with young Master Lin before the watchful eyes of the crowd. As anticipated, Zhang Hongfei delivered a resounding defeat to young Master Lin, leading to an inevitable pause in the match. In the stands, Lin's father felt a pang of discontent witnessing his son's humiliation. However, it was evident to all in the Woolly Sports Stadium that this time, young Master Lin had instigated the confrontation. Even if Lin's father wished to shield his son from embarrassment, it was an impossible endeavor. Once again, young Master Lin was left battered and was carried off the field in a pitiful state. What now? Will the match continue? Zhang Hongfei cast an inquiring glance toward the assistant coach of the Jinda team. Of course, they must persist. This match marked the assistant coach's inaugural experience of independently directing a game, and he was reluctant to forfeit such a splendid opportunity. However, Zhang Hongfei's team consistently employed a defensive strategy, leaving the assistant coach of Jinda in a state of helplessness. Should the team surge forward now? With Zhang Hongfei's demonstrated individual prowess, effortlessly breaching their own defense appeared imminent, and conceding a goal seemed merely a matter of moments. The assistant coach of Jinda paced nervously along the sidelines, visibly at a loss, uncertain of the directives to issue in order to counter Zhang Hongfei's defensive formation. Although Lin Daxiao had been carried off the field, the match continued undeterred. The players of Lin Daxiao's team remained resolute, refusing to surrender this contest. Particularly, the two forwards from Lin Daxiao's team tirelessly endeavored, time and again, to penetrate Zhang Hongfei's penalty area, yet they were met with failure at every turn. The 8 members of Zhang Hongfei's team huddled tightly in front of the penalty area, denying the opposing forwards any opportunity to exploit. The score remained steadfast at 2-1. As time ticked away, Zhang Hongfei felt a growing sense of urgency in his heart. Zhang Hongfei, having painstakingly acquired 2 skill cards to showcase his prowess, how could the match conclude with merely 2 goals? Zhang Hongfei aspires to score more goals. While he does not possess a direct comprehension of the impact of being a fox in the box, he has certainly experienced the effectiveness of the step-over maneuver. In the past, Zhang has employed this technique numerous times, yet he has never attained the level of proficiency he exhibits now. The step-over can be categorized into 3 types. The small step-over, consisting of fewer than 3 repetitions, the ordinary step-over, comprising 4 to 6 repetitions, and the long step-over. which involves 7 or more repetitions. Among the most renowned practitioners of the stepover is Robinho, who famously executed 8 consecutive stepovers to outmaneuver his opponents. Zhang Hongfei's cycling is of the ordinary variety, typically centered around 4 attempts. The competition persists. Once again, Ding Peng seized the ball from the opposing forward's feet and executed a precise long pass, delivering the football flawlessly to Zhang Hongfei's feet in the front line. Zhang Hongfei and another forward, after exchanging a knowing glance, sprinted towards either side of the goal. Zhang Hongfei dribbled the ball towards the left side of the goal, while another forward sprinted towards the right side. After exchanging glances, the 4 defenders opposite him coordinated their efforts, with 3 of them joining forces to mark Zhang Hongfei, while the remaining defender focused on tracking the unmarked forward. However, Zhang Hongfei showed no signs of panic whatsoever. Zhang Hongfei advanced with the ball, skillfully employing a bicycle kick maneuver to deftly evade 3 defenders, one after another. Zhang Hongfei once again surged into the penalty area, confronting the goalkeeper directly. The sole defender, abandoning his marked opponent, rushed over to challenge Zhang Hongfei. Just when everyone anticipated that Zhang Hongfei would take the shot himself, he executed a surprising maneuver that left everyone astounded. Zhang Hongfei gently nudged the ball, sending it to the feet of a teammate on the opposite side. The forward seized the opportunity, catching the opposing goalkeeper off guard, and deftly struck the ball into the empty net. 3-1. With this forward's goal, the match was virtually declared over. The assistant coach of the Jinda team, witnessing yet another goal conceded, helplessly shook his head and returned to his seat. The scoring player radiated exhilaration. This substitute forward for the national team, having had scant opportunities to play this season and failing to score in the league, jubilantly sprinted across the field after his goal. The quality of the match between the substitutes of the national team and Jinda was commendable, and to score in such a contest filled this forward with immense joy. Zhang Hongfei appeared remarkably composed. The score of 3-1 indicated that the 10 attribute points awarded by the system were almost certainly his. In the stands, Lin's father had vanished from sight. By the time Zhang Hongfei scored his second goal, Lin's father had already departed alongside the young Master Lin. After suffering a severe beating from Zhang Hongfei, the young Master Lin was promptly sent to the hospital. Previously, Zhang Hongfei had refrained from taking action, which had left the young Master Lin with some distance from the hospital bed. However, this time, fortune did not favor him, as he was directly admitted to the hospital. Lying on his hospital bed, the young Master Lin remained preoccupied with the match. Upon hearing that Zhang Hongfei's team had scored a third goal, he furiously hurled his phone to the ground. "Curse you, Zhang Hongfei. I shall not let you go unscathed." The young Master Lin's animosity towards Zhang Hongfei only intensified, unmitigated by his father's counsel. Outside the hospital room, Lin's father also learned of the match's outcome. As he exited the Walihua Stadium, he had anticipated such a result and felt no surprise. Although the match was still underway, Lin's father had already instructed his subordinates to prepare the property deeds and transfer arrangements. He held Zhang Hongfei in the highest regard, believing that Zhang was feigning ignorance of the game, deliberately orchestrating this trap to ensnare him. Lin's father fancied himself to possess a deeper understanding of Zhang Hongfei. Within the confines of Walihua Stadium, the final whistle blew, and the score was firmly set at 3-1. Zhang Hongfei exhaled deeply. The 10 attribute points awarded by the system had finally been secured, and he had never felt such immense pressure before. It was not until the conclusion of the match that a profound sense of relief washed over him. With 2 goals and 1 assist, Zhang Hongfei's performance was impeccable. The coach from the sports school, having witnessed Zhang's outstanding display, hurried to his side the moment the match ended, eager to recruit him. The assistant coach of the Jinda team exhibited a similar eagerness. Zhang Hongfei could only chuckle at the misguided affections of the 2 coaches. Nevertheless, he did not forget the primary purpose of his visit, to win over Ding Peng. Chapter 76. A visit after the match concluded. Zhang Hongfei invited Ding Peng to join him in a celebration, to which Ding Peng readily acquiesced. However, to Zhang Hongfei's surprise, he was intercepted by the chief steward of the Lin family as soon as he exited the Walihua Sports Stadium. "Young Master Zhang, please hold on. Who are you?" "I am the chief steward of the Lin family, Lin Zhong. What business do you have with me?" "I have come at the behest of the master to handle the transfer matters. Here are all the documents regarding the land on Youth Street. All you need to do is sign, and these lands will belong to you from this day forth." "Huh, this is merely a jest. Did Uncle Lin take it seriously?" "What? Lin Zhong, is it?" "Yes. What further instructions do you have, young Master Zhang?" "Take them back." "Ah," I said, Take these land deeds back. Young Master Zhang, before I departed, the master repeatedly instructed me to ensure these deeds were safely delivered into your hands. Without these lands, how much of the Lin family's fortune would remain? You have already taken a considerable portion of our family's assets. If we lose these lands as well, our holdings will dwindle to less than 50% of their original value. Enough of this fuss. I am not like your Lin family. I will not seek to annihilate you. Take these deeds back. I have no need for them. But, young Master Zhang, Uncle Lin Zhong, please return with these items and convey a message to the old master. This time, it is I, Zhang Hongfei, who has offended him. However, the root of this matter lies in the fact that Lin Xiao bullied my friend first and then sent people to attack me. My actions were merely acts of self-defense. I hope the old master does not take offense. Young Master Zhang, you truly possess a profound sense of justice. I am in awe of your integrity. What you may not know is that our young master has been coddled since childhood, accustomed to arrogance and tyranny, unaware that there are always greater forces at play in this world. On behalf of the young master, I offer my sincerest apologies. It is of no consequence. Let us consider this matter settled. In the future, I hope your Lin family refrains from allowing Lin Xiao to trouble me again. How does that sound? Certainly. I shall return and inform the master to impose strict discipline on Lin Xiao, ensuring he does not provoke young Master Zhang again. Then I must trouble you. Uncle Lin Zhong. Zhang Hongfei gestured towards Lin Zhong and then departed with Ding Peng. Lin Zhong, observing Zhang Hongfei's retreating figure, shook his head and sighed, remarking on the impressive demeanor, magnanimity, and tolerance of young Master Zhang, which far surpassed that of young Master Lin by several streets. Young Master Lin mused that it would be far more meaningful to befriend young Master Zhang rather than to consider him an adversary. As for the events that followed, they were beyond Zhang Hongfei's concern. Zhang Hongfei took Ding Peng to a bar, where they indulged in revelry. Ding Peng's teammates, witnessing Zhang Hongfei escorting him away, were filled with envy and resentment. Zhang Hongfei did not hasten to express his intentions of courting Ding Peng. Instead, he merely engaged in nostalgic reminiscence with him. Upon returning home, Lin Zhong conveyed Zhang Hongfei's words to his father, who was deeply moved by this benevolent gesture. Lin's father presumed that Zhang Hongfei would undoubtedly accept the land deed. However, he was taken aback when Zhang Hongfei directly declined it. To refuse such a substantial temptation is an act that ordinary individuals could scarcely accomplish. On his sickbed, the young Master Lin remained preoccupied with thoughts of Zhang Hongfei. Nevertheless, after Lin's father administered a stern reprimand, the young Master Lin conceded defeat entirely. He had not anticipated that after his victory, Zhang Hongfei would relinquish his claim to the wager. The young Master Lin recognized that had he emerged victorious, he would never have forsaken such a bet, which was worth billions. At the moment the competition concluded, the 10 attribute points bestowed by the system arrived promptly. Zhang Hongfei, however, felt a twinge of regret as 2 skill cards, Bicycle and Fox in the Box, were confiscated by the system. Nonetheless, the triumph in the match left Zhang Hongfei feeling immensely gratified. Zhang Hongfei allocated all 10 attribute points to his stamina. Zhang Hongfei's latest attributes have been updated to Stamina 62, Spirit 49, Speed 63, Offense 33, Defense 31, Luck 66. The following morning, Zhang Hongfei, accompanied by Zhao Xiaoying, set off for Ding Peng's hometown. Both of Ding Peng's parents are civil servants, thus affording the family a comfortable living condition. Ding Peng's father is an ardent football enthusiast, and if Zhang Hongfei wishes to win over Ding Peng, he must first appeal to his father's passion for the sport. When Zhang Hongfei arrived at Ding Peng's home, it was July 22, 2006, a Saturday, and Ding Peng's parents were both at home, enjoying a leisurely day of rest. The unexpected arrival of Zhang Hongfei left Ding Peng's parents in a state of astonishment. "Are you a teammate of Ding Peng?" they inquired. "No," he replied. "Then who are you?" "I am a close friend of Ding Peng." "If Ding Peng is at school, what brings you here?" "I am aware that Ding Peng is at school. I participated in a competition with him last night. So, what is your purpose in coming here?" "I hope to persuade Ding Peng to join the football team at Huazhong University of Science and Technology." "Huazhong? A professional team?" "No, it is a university team. Ding Peng needs to play in professional matches. A university team is not suitable for him. Moreover, Huazhong is not a university in Liaoning province, is it?" "Indeed. Huazhong is located in Shanghai. That is far too distant." "Absolutely not. Uncle, please do not hastily refuse. Our university possesses a modest yet notable reputation within the academic circles of Shanghai. I cannot allow Ding Peng to play football out of the province. However, this presents a remarkable opportunity for Ding Peng. He can enter university without taking any entrance examinations. Ding Peng's dream is to become a professional player, and my aspiration for him is the same. Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng's father engaged in an extensive dialogue, yet ultimately, neither was able to persuade the other, resulting in an unamicable parting. Ding Peng's father exhibited considerable stubbornness, his affection for his homeland surpassing Zhang Hongfei's wildest expectations. Zhang Hongfei had no inkling that the outcome would unfold in such a manner. Zhang Hongfei departed from Ding Peng's residence, expressing his lament. Alas, what a futile visit. Had I known, I would have directly targeted Ding Peng. Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng share an unbreakable bond, akin to that of brothers, allowing for candid conversations without reservation. While Zhang Hongfei stood lost in thought, Zhao Xiaoying roused him from his reverie. The stingy young master, shouldn't we be on our way? She inquired. Huh, where to? He responded, seemingly puzzled. Have you forgotten what you promised? Zhao Xiaoying recalled Zhang Hongfei's earlier vow to take her home to meet his parents. Oh, but I have unfinished business. I need to persuade Ding Peng to join the Huali University team. Chapter 77. Ding Peng's choice. On the afternoon of July 22nd, Zhang Hongfei returned to Shuncheng with Zhao Xiaoying. Zhang Hongfei's 3 betrayals of Lin Dasha have become legendary within the affluent circles of Shuncheng. The pain from Zhang Hongfei's blows has left Lin Dasha's face sore and bruised. However, Lin's father has issued a strict decree forbidding Lin Dasha from seeking revenge against Zhang Hongfei, compelling him to endure this humiliation in silence. Out of gratitude towards Zhang Hongfei, Lin's father proactively reached out to the Zhang family in Shuncheng to pursue business collaboration. This unexpected move took Zhang's father by surprise, as he had never anticipated that Zhang Hongfei would resolutely forego such a substantial fortune. While most individuals struggle to exercise restraint in the face of desire, Zhang Hongfei has remarkably achieved this. Zhang Hongfei's decision has greatly benefited the Zhang family. In this world, there are no eternal adversaries. Former foes may transform into allies, while erstwhile friends can easily become enemies. With the support of Zhang Hongfei, the Lin family and the Zhang family have forged a steadfast alliance. With the Lin family backing him, Zhang Hongfei can act with impunity in the city of Shun. Naturally, Zhang Hongfei is not one to squander his time on the frivolities typically associated with the idle rich. Upon his return to Shin City, he eagerly sought out Ding Peng, seizing the moment to strike while the iron is hot. Zhang Hongfei's relationship with Ding Peng is currently at its most optimal state. Although Zhang Hongfei possesses little confidence, he knows that unless he attempts, he will never find closure. That evening, Zhang Hongfei once again invited Ding Peng out for dinner. Fei Ge, you treat me to dinner every day. It feels quite embarrassing. Although Ding Peng had received a phone call from his father, informing him of an unexpected visitor at home, Zhang Hongfei had not revealed his name at that moment. Therefore, Ding Peng remained unaware that the person his father referred to was, in fact, both distant and close at hand. What does it matter? We are good brothers, after all. After Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, he filled a glass of beer for Ding Peng. Cheers. With a hearty gulp, both Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng's faces radiated a sense of satisfaction. Fei Ge, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Have you discovered something? Fei Ge, if you have something to say, just come out with it. Ding Peng, have you ever considered attending university? Fei Ge, do not jest with me. As a sports student, pursuing a university education, I would surely fail to graduate. Ding Peng, fret not. With my assistance, you will undoubtedly graduate successfully. Fei Ge, I truly lack interest. All I desire is to play football. Ding Peng, you can still play football in university. There's the Collegiate Football League. My dream is to compete professionally. You are still young. After completing your studies, it is not too late to pursue professional play. That would take at least 4 more years, wouldn't it? At the very least, you could obtain a university diploma. Fei Ge, as a football player, what use do I have for a university diploma? You cannot play football for a lifetime, can you? With a diploma, securing a job later will be much easier. I plan to retire and become a physical education teacher. That also requires a diploma. Moreover, our school boasts many beautiful women. I could introduce you. Just think. Attending university allows you to study, play football, and even take care of lifelong matters. Triple benefits. Fei Ge, why are you so insistent that I play football at university? Haha. Because I play football at university. To be candid, I traveled all the way from Shuncheng to Shuncheng just to invite you to join our Huali football team. Fei Ge, you are placing too much esteem upon me. Ding Peng, what do you say? Will you join our Huali football team? I am truly grateful for your consideration, but I have no intention of playing outside the province. My father has always hoped I would join a football team in Liao province. Ding Peng, do not be so narrow-minded. The environment in Shunxing is far superior to that of Liao province. The benefits in Shunxing are also significantly better. If you move to Shunxing, your future will undoubtedly flourish. Fei Gu, I am quite attached to my home. I do not wish to be too far away. Therefore, I must apologize. Ding Peng. Fei Gu, if it were any other matter, I would undoubtedly agree, but on this issue, I cannot acquiesce. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Very well. I shall refrain from mentioning it again. Let us drink. Indeed, Zhang Hongfei and Ding Peng indulged in a night of excessive revelry once more. On the evening of July 22nd, the Jinda team triumphed over the international team with a score of 2-1 in a Chinese Super League match held at their home ground, Wooly Sports Stadium. The substitute players of the international team couldn't help but reminisce about the previous night, when they had secured a 3-1 victory against Jinda's reserve lineup. This bolstered their confidence significantly. On the morning of July 23, 2006, Zhang Hongfei lay in bed, indulging in a leisurely slumber. "Get up, you lazybones," Zhao Xiaoying exclaimed, pinching Zhang Hongfei's nose to prevent him from breathing. Zhang Hongfei was abruptly awakened. "Yingbao, what are you doing? Are you plotting to murder your husband? Shall we return to Shunxing today? The matter concerning Ding Peng remains unresolved, and I am reluctant to head back so soon." "But didn't you mention yesterday that Ding Peng does not wish to join Huali? That is precisely why I am seeking a solution. We met his parents just yesterday. Did we not?" "Indeed. Yet, you were not successful. I believe it would be wise for you to relinquish your efforts. Would it not be better for us to return to Shunxing today?" "Yingbao, what scheme are you concocting now?" "I merely wish to meet your parents." "No, something feels amiss." "Nonsense. I simply wish to leave." Zhang Hongfei gazed at Zhao Xiaoying with a look of skepticism. Zhao Xiaoying hastily concocted a flimsy excuse and hurried to the restroom. Zhang Hongfei shook his head, pondering how to persuade Ding Peng to join the university team. Just as he was deep in thought, the doorbell rang. "You. What brings you here?" As Zhang Hongfei opened the door, he was met by a woman, none other than his old acquaintance, Li Jia. "Have you forgotten about me after not visiting yesterday?" she inquired. "I have a girlfriend now," he declared. "But until you're married, it doesn't count. We are about to obtain our marriage certificate." Zhang Hongfei insisted. "Are you serious?" Li Jia asked, incredulity evident in her voice. "You've never mentioned wanting to marry anyone before." "This time, I am sincere," Zhang Hongfei affirmed. Biting her lip, Li Jia begrudgingly offered, "Well, I wish you both happiness." With that, she turned and hurried towards the elevator. Just as the elevator doors opened, Ding Peng stepped out, colliding with Li Jia. The moment Ding Peng laid eyes on her, his cheeks flushed instantly, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He couldn't help but think to himself, what a beautiful girl. Chapter 78. A hero's struggle with the beauty's barrier. The unfolding of events is always so unexpectedly captivating. Zhang Hongfei exerted considerable effort, yet was unable to persuade Ding Peng. However, Ding Peng found himself enchanted by Li Jia and proactively approached Zhang Hongfei with the desire to attend Huali University in pursuit of his romantic aspirations. It has been proven that when love arrives, even the most stubborn of stones may yield. Zhang Hongfei was delighted to act as a matchmaker, hoping to bring together Li Jia and Ding Peng. This way, Li Jia would cease her persistent affections towards him, and Ding Peng would steadfastly remain in the university football team at Huali. A twofold success. Although Ding Peng and Li Jia had only met once and were still strangers, Ding Peng had already resolved in his heart that he could marry no one else but Li Jia in this lifetime. As Ding Peng stumbled out of Zhang Hongfei's room, a cordial agreement had been reached between them. Ding Peng would officially enroll at Huali University in the upcoming semester and, in tandem, join the university's football team. With Ding Peng's matters settled, Zhang Hongfei felt an immense wave of relief wash over him. With the addition of Shi Yong, Chu Yi, and Ding Peng, Zhang Hongfei's summer recruitment plan was nearing completion. In the time that follows, Zhang Hongfei must prepare for two impending matches, one against Lu Zihao and the other against Guanxing Tian. These contests are of paramount importance to Zhang Hongfei, for they are two battles he cannot afford to lose. A defeat may seem trivial, yet the blow to his pride is monumental. Furthermore, the outcomes of these matches are intricately linked to Zhang Hongfei's future. Zhang Hongfei, Lu Zihao, and Guanxing Tian have engaged in a fierce rivalry for many years, possessing an intrinsic understanding of one another. Zhang Hongfei was acutely aware that Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian had undoubtedly prepared a trap, eagerly awaiting his descent into it. However, this time, Zhang Hongfei could not afford to waver. Zhang's father issued an unequivocal command to Zhang Hongfei. Victory is imperative. Should Zhang Hongfei lose the competition, he would be cast out by his father, compelled to forge his own path. Thus, Zhang Hongfei found himself with no alternative but to strive wholeheartedly for triumph. On the airplane, Zhang Hongfei kept his eyes closed, resting in silence, while Zhao Xiaoying sat quietly beside him, absorbed in her music through her headphones. In the afternoon, their flights safely landed at Shunqing International Airport, where Uncle Zhang awaited their arrival at the terminal exit. Two servants from the Zhang family promptly took the luggage from Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying. "Young master, you have finally returned safely. You cannot imagine how worried Madam has been about you these past few days. Uncle Zhang, I apologize for my recklessness this time. I have always believed in my capabilities." "Not a problem." "Haha. Thank you, Uncle Zhang." "Young master, who is this young lady accompanying you?" "My girlfriend, Zhao Xiaoying. I intend to introduce her to my parents. I believe the master and madam will be delighted." Previously, Zhang's father and mother had urged Zhang Hongfei on multiple occasions to bring a girlfriend home, but he had not complied due to frequently changing partners. However, this time, Zhang Hongfei was sincere in his intentions, bringing Zhao Xiaoying home to meet his parents. In the parking lot, the familiar sight of the pure gold Rolls-Royce awaited them, the only one of its kind in the entire Shunqing. They sped off, the Rolls-Royce swiftly arriving at an ancient courtyard in the heart of the city. "Ing Bao, we have arrived home." Zhao Xiaoying fell silent upon seeing Zhang Hongfei's residence. "Ing Bao, what is the matter? I feel I should not be with you. Why do you say that all of a sudden? Your circumstances are simply too favorable. I feel unworthy of you." "Haha, that hardly sounds like you. Aren't you always calling me the stingy young master?" "You are not stingy. Eh? At least not stingy with me." "Ing Bao, what kind of life do you desire?" "I wish to work diligently, ensuring my parents can enjoy a happy old age." "Well, you have already achieved that. With an annual salary of 10 million, your parents can certainly live comfortably. That is not income one can claim as my own. I will not spend it. That is indeed your earnings. After all, are you not my secretary? You were merely joking at that time, and I understand. Why take it so seriously? You are my girlfriend. It is perfectly fine for you to spend the money I give you. Why overthink it? But I do not wish to be just a decorative vase by your side." "All right. Did you not mention wanting to become a star last time?" "Yes. Do you still wish for that?" "Absolutely. Then allow me to help you devise a plan." In 2006, two immensely popular television dramas were in production. One was New Shanghai Beach, and the other was Struggle. Zhang Hongfei resolved to assist Zhao Xiaoying in gaining entry into the film crew. Zhang Hongfei firmly believes that in the entertainment industry, no problem is insurmountable with sufficient financial resources. If 10 million cannot resolve an issue, simply add another zero. If that still proves inadequate, add yet another zero. This time, it was unusual for Zhang's father not to greet Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying at the door. As the head of the family, he chose to uphold the dignity of his household by remaining seated at home, awaiting their arrival. Mother Zhang also remained at home, awaiting the arrival of her daughter-in-law. Zhao Xiaoying felt a sense of anxiety, while both Father Zhang and Mother Zhang shared her unease. Zhang Hongfei quietly brought his girlfriend home, an unprecedented occurrence. Knowing their son Zhang Hongfei's character, Zhang's parents understood that he would never bring Zhao Xiaoying home unless he was genuinely contemplating marriage. Therefore, they did not dare to take this lightly and prepared themselves with utmost seriousness. Zhang's parents had already memorized Zhao Xiaoying's family background and information thoroughly. As Zhang Hongfei stepped through the door, he eagerly began his introductions. "Ing Bao, the elderly gentleman seated in the middle, is my father, and the stunning beauty beside him is my mother." Upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's introduction, Zhao Xiaoying was taken aback, at a loss for words. How outrageous. Is this truly how one introduces their father? "Dad, am I not being polite enough? You've stirred up such a significant commotion in Shunqing and now expect me to clean up your mess. Yet you still have the audacity to act as if I owe you courtesy? Not even a simple thank you? Dad, don't you dare be sly with me. I have relinquished a substantial fortune from the Lin family, and they will undoubtedly make amends to our Zhang family in other ways. If my intuition serves me well, our Zhang family is already poised to enter the Shunqing market, correct? You certainly have a knack for guessing. Of course, just look at who my father is." Zhang's mother had grown accustomed to their daily banter, characterized by a playful exchange of barbs between mother and son. Zhang's mother gently grasped Zhao Xiaoying's hand and guided her to the sofa. Greetings, my dear. I apologize for the awkwardness. These two are often rather unreliable. Well, my dear, feel free to address me as mother. She continued. If my son is bringing you home to meet us, it surely signifies his intent to marry you. So there is no need for formalities between us. Zhao Xiaoying was taken aback. She had not anticipated such forthrightness from the Zhang family, who, upon their first meeting, urged her to call them father and mother. Chapter 79. The father-son pact. Zhang Hongfei comforted Zhao Xiaoying, saying, "It's all right, go ahead and call them. Don't be shy with our parents." Zhao Xiaoying shot him a disapproving glance, internally scoffing at him, thinking, who calls the parents of their boyfriend so casually on the first visit? Zhang's mother clasped Zhao Xiaoying's hand tightly, her enthusiasm reminiscent of that of a close-knit family. Zhao Xiaoying, blushing, sat there, bashfully calling out, "Mom." Mother Zhang immediately broke into a beaming smile. "Xiaoying, that's the spirit. This is what it means to be a family. From now on, I shall be your mother." "Thank you, Mom." With her first experience, Zhao Xiaoying felt no pressure in her subsequent calls. "You little rascal, at last, you've accomplished something that pleases me." "Dad, your words wound me. During this trip to Shan City, I significantly helped expand our family business. You caused all this trouble. It's only right for you to provide some recompense to the family." "Dad, that's unfair. I was truly the victim this time. It was the Lin family who sent people to trouble me first. I do not wish to hear it. Hongfei, from now on, you have a fiancé. You must exercise restraint in your actions. Do not always seek your own pleasure." "Yes, I understand." Upon hearing the term fiancé, Zhao Xiaoying couldn't help but blush. Zhang Hongfei teasingly inquired, "My dear fiancé, will you be spending the night with your fiancé?" "In your dreams," Zhao Xiaoying retorted playfully, sticking her tongue out at Zhang Hongfei. Upon witnessing the scene, Father Zhang addressed Zhang Hongfei. "Hongfei, allow the two ladies to converse. Come with me." The father and son returned to the study. However, as soon as they entered the room, the previously benevolent and amiable Father Zhang's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Now confess honestly, how many romantic entanglements have you been involved in outside?" "None. I currently have only Yingbao as my girlfriend." "Nonsense. A few days ago, a pair of siblings came to our home to lodge a complaint, claiming you have abandoned them without responsibility." "Siblings?" "Jin Shengshu and Jin Kaiyan. You cannot possibly tell me you are unfamiliar with them." "Little Shuzi? Of course I know him. He is my little follower at school. Jin Kaiyan is his sister." "Since you are acquainted, then what Jin Shishu said must be the truth. What did little Shuzi say about me? That you were cohabitating with Jin Kaiyan?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei could not suppress a mouthful of blood from escaping. "Hongfei, why are you spitting blood? Were you injured in Shenzhen?" "Dad, I'm fine." "How can you be fine after spitting blood?" "Soon, I will have Uncle Zhang drive you to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup. You are the sole heir of the Zhang family. We cannot afford any mishap." "Dad, I assure you, I am truly fine. I was merely startled by your earlier statement." "Which statement?" "I am cohabitating with Jin Kaiyan. Are you not living together?" "My relationship with Jin Kaiyan is merely that of good friends. How could we possibly be cohabitating?" Father Zhang, with a look of skepticism, retorted, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed it is. Jin Kaiyan currently resides in the hotel previously owned by the Chow family." "Hongfei." "Yes, you now have a formal girlfriend. Refrain from indulging in romantic escapades elsewhere." "Father, am I truly that kind of person?" "You rascal. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your actions. Over the past 3 years in university, how many girlfriends have you had? Must I enumerate them for you?" "Father, you had someone investigate me." "Nonsense. I merely wish to ascertain what sort of woman would eventually hold the reins of our grand Zhang family legacy. Fortunately, you have not disappointed me." "Of course not. After all, who is your son? My discerning eye for selecting a partner is surely not inferior to yours. A few compliments, and you believe you have ascended to the heavens." "Father, regarding this trip to Shenzhen, I am quite pleased with your performance this time. You even voluntarily relinquished the land on Youth Street, a decision I could not have made myself. The younger generation shall surpass the elder. The future of the Zhang family rests upon your shoulders, Hongfei." "Father, I possess little interest in inheriting the family business. My true passion lies in football." "Football? Football? Can football sustain you?" "Father, football is my sole passion and my greatest joy at present. That is why I have indulged you. If it were Lu Zihao or Guan Shintian's fathers, they might have long since broken their legs for such aspirations." "Still thinking of playing football?" "Father, you must not speak so. Liu Zihao enjoys racing, and Guan Shitian finds pleasure in fishing. They too have their own hobbies. Racing? Fishing? How much time can those pursuits consume? But, no buts. Hongfei, your father is not getting any younger. It is high time you return home to assist me. Father, could you grant me a few more years? At the very least, allow me to complete my graduate studies. Am I unaware of your little schemes? Another 3 years for football? No, I am truly focused on my studies. Football is merely my pastime. Father Zhang cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Hongfei. Do you truly believe I would trust you? With that mind of yours, do you even need to study hard? Dad, one learns as long as one lives. Surely, I must obtain a graduate degree. Fine. You ungrateful child. I shall grant you 3 more years. After 3 years, regardless of the outcome, you must return to inherit the family business. It is settled. When Zhang Hongfei re-entered the hall, he found his mother and Zhao Xiaoying beaming with joy, engrossed in conversation. Ingbao, what were you and Mom discussing? You both seem so radiant. What's wrong? Can I smile? Do you wish for me to weep every day? That's not it. Did you finish your discussion with your father? I did. He didn't hit you? Why would he? This time in Shenzhen, I performed exceptionally well. He is rewarding me, not punishing me. Before you returned, your father was incessantly reminding me that when you came back, he would thrash you. At this, Zhao Xiaoying couldn't help but laugh. Your fiancé is about to be beaten to a pulp, and you still find it amusing. It would be best if he were beaten. You are a calamity. I am wronged. While the Zhang family was basking in their warmth, Ding Peng returned home on leave. What? You wish to study in Shenzhen? Ding Peng's father was taken aback to learn that Ding Peng had voluntarily requested to attend university there. He had previously claimed he would never play football outside the province. Yes, but why the sudden desire to pursue a degree? Weren't you always aspiring to be a professional player? I believe having a university diploma is quite significant. It will ease my future job search. Ding Peng refrained from revealing his true intentions. Chapter 80. The Art of Selling, continued. Ding Peng's father attempted to subtly probe for information, but found no valuable insights from Ding Peng, who remained steadfast in his decision to study at Huali University. Seeing that persuasion bore no fruit, Ding's father relented and chose to support his son's decision. Son, once you arrive in Shenzhen, be cautious, and don't give up on football. Dad, rest assured, everything is already arranged. I will join the Huali University team and participate in the National College Football League. If I perform well, I can secure a position with a good team after graduation. Will you not return to Liaoning to play football? Of course I will. After all, this is my home. Sighing, Ding's father lamented. Oh, my son has grown up. He cannot be held back. With that, he tightly embraced Ding Peng, tears glistening in his eyes. Dad, please don't be like this. I'm going to study. It's a good thing. It's not as if I want to return for a lifetime. When my son achieves success, I will purchase a home in Shenzhen and bring both you and mother to live with us. Very well. Father eagerly awaits that day. After spending a day at home, Ding Peng returned to the sports school to complete the necessary formalities. Zhang Hongfei exhibited remarkable efficiency, promptly assisting Ding Peng with his enrollment procedures in mere moments. He arranged for the delivery of Ding Peng's admission letter via air courier, ensuring it reached him on the very same day. On the morning of July 24, 2006, Zhang Hongfei rose early. Despite the enchanting presence of beautiful women around him, he remained focused on the significant tasks that still lay ahead. A man must strive for self-improvement. Thus far, he had only accomplished 1/7 of the mission entrusted to him by the system's overseer. Zhang Hongfei is required to showcase his ball skills on the streets for 7 consecutive days. Zhang Hongfei is still 6 days away from completing the task. Zhang Hongfei gently kissed Zhao Xiaoying on the forehead before stepping out with a football in hand. As for breakfast, Jin Xingshu had long since prepared a sumptuous meal for Zhang Hongfei. Jin Xingshu's actions were, of course, motivated by a desire to please. Zhang Hongfei's limited edition Bugatti Veyron is currently still in the possession of Jin Xingshu. After borrowing the Bugatti Veyron, Jin Xingshu had no intention of returning it. However, fearing that Zhang Hongfei might demand the car back, Jin Xingshu has been visiting Zhang Hongfei's residence with unusual frequency. Unfortunately, Zhang Hongfei has not been in the city recently, resulting in the two of them never crossing paths. One morning, Jin Xingshu once again arrived at Zhang Hongfei's home, bearing a heartfelt breakfast as a gesture of goodwill. Zhang Hongfei had just risen from his slumber, preoccupied with thoughts of breakfast, when unexpectedly, little Shuzi thoughtfully delivered a heartfelt morning meal. Fly brother, how do you like it? Aren't I good to you? I brought you a loving breakfast first thing in the morning. Humph. You just want to avoid returning the car, don't you? What are you pretending for? You've seen right through me, fly brother. Anyway, I have plenty of cars. You can take that one for your use. Thank you so much, fly brother. Thank you. However, what? If there's a car accident, the expenses are on you. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Fly brother. Is there more? What about my sister? Isn't she staying comfortably at the hotel? My sister has been getting particularly close to the female manager of that hotel lately, and she doesn't even speak to me anymore. Isn't that a good thing? Not at all. She completely ignores me. Then aren't you free now? You can do as you please. Fly brother. But I have no money. Does your family not support you? If they did, would I be this poor? Then what about this breakfast? I specially went to my sister's hotel to mooch. I've been eating and drinking there these past few days. Otherwise, I would have starved by now. Zhang Hongfei placed his breakfast into a thermos box, grasping 2 fried dough sticks in one hand while cradling a soccer ball in the other as he stepped outside. This time, he opted not to drive himself. At the entrance of the community, a discreet Mercedes S600 stood quietly. The chauffeur, upon noticing Zhang Hongfei emerging from the premises, promptly approached him with a warm greeting. Good morning, Brother Fei. You're quite early, Xiaozhang. When Brother Fei has a request, I naturally arrive ahead of time. Indeed. Xiaozhang enthusiastically opened the car door for Zhang Hongfei. Where are we heading? Nanjing Road. July 24th fell on a Monday, and the office workers had already departed from their homes, embarking on their daily journey. Zhang Hongfei appeared on the bustling streets of Nanjing Road, clutching a soccer ball. Due to the early hour, the thoroughfare was relatively devoid of the usual throngs of pedestrians. Zhang Hongfei had previously experienced the art of performance, so this time it felt like a familiar journey. Moreover, he was not alone in his endeavors. At this moment, the driver, Xiaozhang, stood beside Zhang Hongfei, proudly holding a sign that boldly proclaimed, "Performing arts, not selling one's body." Zhang Hongfei confidently tossed the football high into the air, and as it began its descent, he elegantly flicked it with his right foot, guiding it to the crown of his head to commence his display of juggling. Unfortunately, at that moment, no one had the leisure to pause and appreciate Zhang Hongfei's street performance. Nevertheless, he harbored no expectations of earning money from his artistry on the streets. He merely needed to endure for 6 more days to successfully fulfill his mission. Zhang Hongfei's performance lasted throughout the morning. As noon approached, he finally concluded his act. Only 5 days remain. As Zhang Hongfei concluded his stall, he received a notification from the system indicating that the tasks for the following day had been completed. Amidst the peculiar gazes of the surrounding crowd, Zhang Hongfei departed with Xiaozhang, maintaining an air of calm and composure. As Zhang Hongfei stepped into his home, he was immediately enveloped by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. How exquisite it smelled! Was someone preparing a meal? Ingbao. Zhang Hongfei immediately rushed to the kitchen to investigate. Zhao Xiaoying, adorned in an apron, was standing there, skillfully chopping vegetables. Zhang Hongfei refrained from disturbing Zhao Xiaoying. Instead, he quietly lingered at the doorway, observing Ingbao as she busily flitted about. A warm sensation enveloped Zhang Hongfei's heart. At an indeterminate moment, Zhao Xiaoying abruptly turned around and noticed Zhang Hongfei, who stood dazed at the doorway. Oh, when did you return? I've been back for quite some time. So you've just been standing there, watching me work? I didn't want to disturb you. I feared I might hinder your efforts. You can't possibly be incapable of cooking, can you? Who says that? I have a few signature dishes, such as stir-fried tomatoes with eggs. And what else? Stir-fried cucumbers with eggs. Anything beyond that? Stir-fried chives with eggs. Is your culinary repertoire limited to merely egg dishes? I can also boil eggs, fry eggs, and steam eggs. Very well. It seems your expertise is confined to eggs. Don't say that. I can also cook rice. Chapter 81. Purchasing a home after a hearty lunch. Zhang Hongfei felt utterly stuffed. As the saying goes, children from impoverished families mature early. Zhao Xiaoying, having come from a humble background, had developed remarkable culinary skills from a young age. Zhang Hongfei had savored countless delicacies in the past, yet he could not help but applaud Zhao Xiaoying's culinary skills. Delicious, he exclaimed. Is that all you have to say? Just delicious? I toiled for over 2 hours to prepare this. She replied, seeking some form of acknowledgement. All right then, what reward do you desire? He inquired. However, after much contemplation, Zhao Xiaoying found herself at a loss for what reward to ask for. Zhang Hongfei has been exceedingly kind to Zhao Xiaoying, Apart from the celestial stars and the moon, he has selflessly bestowed upon her everything within his capacity. Why the silence? What more do you desire? Zhao Xiaoying lowered her head in silence, quietly consuming her meal. Zhang Hongfei gazed at Zhao Xiaoying's blushing visage, his mind awash with contemplation. Yingbao, how about I gift you a set of apartments? After all, you intend to reside in this city for the long haul. Is it not permissible for me to stay here? This has always been my solitary abode, devoid of any feminine charm. It would be better to acquire a new place for you to inhabit. Will you also join me there? Of course. Very well, I consent to this arrangement. Once we finish our meal, we shall proceed to purchase a property. Indeed. After lunch, Zhang Hongfei randomly selected a car key from a multitude of options. This time, he was to drive a Ferrari Enzo. Damn, it's just like the dilapidated vehicle Liu Zihao drives. What a disgrace. Zhang Hongfei appears to harbor a profound resentment towards the Ferrari Enzo. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoying couldn't help but scoff, exclaiming, with so many sports cars at your disposal, how can you still feel embarrassed? How are we, the less fortunate, supposed to cope? Yingbao, you speak so thoughtlessly. He retorted, what I possess is indeed yours. I have bestowed all of this upon you. After Zhang Hongfei concluded his words, he tossed a large handful of car keys to Zhao Xiaoying. She played with the keys momentarily before returning them all to him. I don't want that. I wish to earn my own money to buy a car. Why are you being so insistent? You are my fiancée. I am not a materialistic girl. I aspire to be self-reliant and work hard. Ah, please don't sigh. I am still young. I have no desire to be confined at home raising children so soon. Grant me a few years to venture out. I have a 3-year agreement with my father, so I can offer you 3 years as well. What do you think? Just 3 years? That is far too brief. How many years do you wish for? At least 10. Yingbao, do not be greedy. Are you truly planning to make me wait for a decade? Do you not fear I might lose interest? If you dare to stray him, I shall report you to our mother and let her deal with you. Besides, I merely said I want to work for 10 years, not that I wouldn't marry you. Oh, it seems I was overthinking it. If you are uneasy, we can marry next year. Why not this year? I am only 19 this year. I am not of marrying age. Then let us marry next year. What? Are you afraid? So eager to wed me? Yes. Afraid that you might run away. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoying felt a sweetness in her heart. Unable to contain herself, she took Zhang Hongfei's hand and, with utmost sincerity, declared, rest assured, I shall always be your little woman. Zhang Hongfei seized the moment to lift Zhao Xiaoying into his arms. Let's go. We're off to purchase a new home. What? Without further ado, Zhang Hongfei promptly embraced Zhao Xiaoying and descended the stairs. Before them appeared a pristine white Ferrari Enzo, a sight to behold. Indeed, it was the only white Ferrari Enzo in the entire city of Shun. If you like it, I shall gift it to you, he declared. No, thank you, she replied. Why not? He inquired. Did I not just mention that I wish to earn my own money to purchase a car? She asserted. Very well, he conceded. Zhang Hongfei no longer dwells on the issue of purchasing a vehicle. Matters such as buying a house, which he previously delegated to Zhao Yi, now require his personal attention. Although Zhang Hongfei has never engaged in real estate transactions before, he perceives no inherent difficulty in the process, as long as the funds are sufficient. He believes that nothing is insurmountable. Zhang Hongfei drove, accompanied by Zhao Xiaoying, to a newly developed residential complex in Lujiazui, Pudong New District of Shanghai, nestled near the river. With convenient transportation, it undoubtedly stands as the most desirable living location in Shanghai's future. This under-construction development boasts an average height exceeding 30 stories, with prices that are unparalleled in the city. In the sales center, a line of youthful and alluring sales representatives awaited their arrival. As soon as Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying made their appearance, they were immediately encircled by the sales representatives. The pristine white Ferrari Enzo parked at the entrance served as a testament to Zhang Hongfei's prowess, undoubtedly marking him as a prospective major client. Observing the throng of women swirling around Zhang Hongfei, Zhao Xiaoying unmistakably felt a surge of rivalry. Zhang Hongfei noticed the displeasure on Zhao Xiaoying's face and promptly pushed aside the throngs of admirers. What is the size of your largest residence here? 400 square meters. Yingbao, do you think that is sufficient? It is ample. Very well. Then as Zhang Hongfei was poised to make a remarkable statement, a corpulent middle-aged wealthy man entered the sales hall, accompanied by 2 alluring young women. Upon entering, the middle-aged tycoon immediately laid eyes on Zhao Xiaoying. Although the saleswomen in the hall were of decent quality, the adage holds true, comparisons reveal the truth. When juxtaposed with Zhao Xiaoying, the other saleswomen were clearly of a lesser caliber. Hey there, young lady. Would you consider becoming the companion of a wealthy man? I promise you a life of luxury and indulgence. The two enchanting young women beside the tycoon, while displeased with his brazen proposition, restrained their irritation and spoke in his favor. Indeed, dear sister, just by joining us, you could instantly acquire a home and a car. Think of how many years of struggle you could spare. At your tender age, you could easily spend 5 or 6 years at the side of this gentleman. And by then, you would possess everything you desire. Upon hearing the words of the three scoundrels, Zhang Hongfei's countenance darkened instantaneously. In the city of Shun, it has always been Zhang Hongfei who undermines others, who would dare to encroach upon his domain. Moreover, this was his betrothed, the woman he held dear. Just based on this fact alone, this middle-aged tycoon was destined for an unfortunate fate today. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly stumbled into a grave predicament. As for that dandy over there, he ought to distance himself. Such a beautiful woman is far beyond your worth. Zhang Hongfei, upon hearing this, could not help but let out a cold laugh. Huh, am I unworthy of her? Do you believe you are worthy? Have you even looked in the mirror? With such an appearance, who granted you the audacity to show off before me? Chapter 82. Not a great loss. Zhang Hongfei's words were remarkably piercing, delivering a sweeping blow that offended both a man and two women simultaneously. The middle-aged tycoon, pointing a finger at Zhang Hongfei in a menacing manner, threatened, "You wait and see. I will find someone to deal with you. Soon, you shall beg for mercy on your knees." He then retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. The two vixens beside the middle-aged man instantly adopted an air of superiority, as if the world were theirs to command. Do you see this, young one? Society is indeed this ruthless. Lacking in personal prowess, yet seeking a beautiful girlfriend is nothing short of a transgression. You can't even protect your own partner. Exactly. If you don't kneel and apologize right now, perhaps out of whimsy, my brother might grant you a trivial reward. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei's expression grew increasingly somber. Ing Bao, do you think I stepped out today without consulting the calendar, which led me to encounter these imbeciles? Zhao Xiaoying, standing beside Zhang Hongfei, stifled a laugh and replied, "It's possible." She held no concern for Zhang Hongfei being bullied, firmly believing in his capabilities. Moreover, she thought, if a man cannot even protect the woman he cherishes, then he is better left unregarded. Meanwhile, the middle-aged tycoon, while issuing threats, lounged on the sofa, casually lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. Observing this behavior, the saleswomen in the showroom instinctively recoiled in distaste. Yet, the tycoon remained oblivious to his lack of self-awareness. What is the matter with you? I am here to purchase a property. Aren't you going to introduce yourselves to me? Let me inform you, I am a significant client. After declaring this, he waved his hand, prompting two women to eagerly rush to his side, engaging in flattery and flirtation. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Xiaoying turned her head in disdain. TCH, what pretense? Just wait until your boyfriend is gone. Let us see what you have left to boast about. Men are drawn to beautiful women, and women equally admire handsome men. The middle-aged tycoon regarded Zhang Hongfei with disdain, while the two women beside him cast similar looks of contempt towards Zhao Xiaoying. Before long, several jesters hurried over to their impending doom, circling around the tycoon and respectfully greeting him. "Jiangu, we have arrived. Why so late?" "Jiangu, we have rushed over as swiftly as possible." "Very well. Take care of that pretty boy for me." The tycoon languidly gestured towards Zhang Hongfei. "Brothers, go." The surrounding saleswomen witnessed this and promptly chose to withdraw. However, surprisingly, none opted to call the authorities. Not even a call to the police. I must say, I feel pity for you. Zhang Hongfei cast a sympathetic glance at the unexpected intruders. "Call the police? If we do that, how shall we deal with you? Indeed, have you lost your wits in fear?" Zhang Hongfei laughed heartily, exclaiming, I am only looking out for your best interests. Since you fail to recognize a kind heart, let it be as if I never spoke. Come forth." After Zhang Hongfei finished speaking, he beckoned provocatively to a group of jesters. The jesters exchanged glances and lunged toward Zhang Hongfei in unison. "Ing Bao, step back a little, it will be over soon." Zhang Hongfei, concerned that Ing Bao might worry, offered her a few words of comfort before casually stepping aside to shield her. With courage, he boldly advanced towards the group of jesters. Zhang Hongfei's actions exuded a remarkable sense of masculinity, instantly capturing the attention of the saleswomen. As anticipated by Zhang, chaos ensued. "Call the police. Help! I was wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore. Hurry, summon an ambulance. On the ground lay a multitude of individuals, each nursing significant injuries and moaning in pain. How could this young man possess such formidable strength? The middle-aged tycoon, witnessing Zhang single-handedly subdue all the men he had brought, was filled with astonishment, his countenance transforming dramatically. Zhang Hongfei did not halt his advance. Rather, he continued towards the affluent middle-aged man. The man immediately raised his hands and shouted, "You, don't come any closer. Why can't I approach you? Are you frightened of me? Me afraid of you? Dream on. Then why are you trembling? I am merely a bit cold." As Zhang Hongfei drew nearer, the wealthy man, suddenly struck with fear, turned and fled. Thinking of escaping, Zhang Hongfei advanced swiftly, positioning himself firmly at the entrance of the sales hall, confronting the middle-aged tycoon. You have hurled insults, provoked me, and even fought. Now you wish to flee? Such notions are rather fanciful, wouldn't you agree? What do you intend to do? Without any form of recompense, how could I possibly allow your departure? My men lie defeated at your hands, and I have not demanded medical expenses from you. Yet you dare to seek compensation from me? Is this not entirely your fault? These individuals were summoned by you, and their decision to refrain from reporting the incident was equally yours. Now that they are vanquished, you suddenly discern right from wrong. I have no money. Oh, just moments ago you boasted about your financial abundance when discussing property purchases. I truly possess no funds. Yet you maintain 2 mistresses? Those 2 are my goddaughters. Do you expect me to believe such a tale? Sir, I was mistaken. My judgment was clouded by desire for your woman. I kneel before you. Please, spare me this once. The middle-aged tycoon, overwhelmed with desperation, sank to his knees before Zhang Hongfei, repeatedly bowing in supplication. His demeanor was profoundly pitiful, yet Zhang Hongfei, accustomed to such displays of feigned poverty, coldly remarked, "If you wish for my clemency, you must part with some traveling expenses. You are brazenly extorting me. And you, just moments ago, were openly engaging in a brawl. Why deny it now? I was merely. Should you wish to depart, you have 2 options. Either I break your legs, or you compensate me." With a pained expression, the middle-aged tycoon extracted 20,000 yuan from his handbag. Here, 20,000. Is this not sufficient? 20,000. Are you attempting to placate a beggar? I suggest you count your blessings. As a student, 20,000 is quite a sum. I shall not make it difficult for you. Simply reimburse me half the value of my vehicle. Half the value of your vehicle? You own a car? Of course. Very well. The middle-aged tycoon naively assumed that Zhang Hongfei's vehicle was merely a bicycle or, at most, a modest QQ car. However, the next moment, he was left aghast. Zhang Hongfei calmly approached his pristine white Ferrari Enzo, opened the door, and leaned against it with a smile directed at the middle-aged tycoon. Is that Ferrari yours? Would you like to take it for a test drive? No. The Ferrari Enzo, released in 2002, had a market price of $600,000. However, being a limited edition, with only 399 units produced globally, its domestic market value soared above 20 million. Acquiring a Ferrari Enzo was no simple feat. One must be a member of Ferrari and possess at least 3 Ferraris in one's household to qualify for purchase. Additionally, one must patiently queue, for the Ferrari Enzo is a limited edition with an exceedingly scarce annual production. Zhang Hongfei's pristine white Ferrari Enzo, embellished with a plethora of optional accessories, boasts an unparalleled price that eclipses its competitors in the same price range by several streets. The affluent may wish to acquire it, yet it remains unattainable, for Zhang Hongfei has no intention of parting with it. How much are you willing to compensate me? Would 1 million suffice? Just 1 million? Don't you find that rather inadequate? 1 million barely covers the cost of 2 of my car's wheels. Then, what sum do you desire? Did we not agree upon half the car's value? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged tycoon could not suppress a gulp, struggling to swallow. What is the price of your vehicle? It is not exorbitant, merely 20 million. Upon hearing the figure of 20 million, the middle-aged tycoon spat blood in shock. Despite his ostentatious wealth, his entire fortune barely totals a few tens of millions. The prospect of immediately disbursing 10 million as compensation to Zhang Hongfei was indeed a painful reality for him. Alas, comparison breeds discontent. The middle-aged tycoon was willing to offer 10 million, yet Zhang Hongfei regarded it with disdain. Given Zhang Hongfei's immense wealth, his casual spending is calculated in the hundreds of millions. A mere 10 million is hardly worth his attention. Just as the negotiation reached a stalemate, Justice descended from the heavens. A group of righteous individuals arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Zhang Hongfei, they were instantly rendered speechless. The photographs of Zhang Hongfei, along with those of Liu Zihao and Guan Shantian, have long circulated throughout the realm of justice in the city of Shun. It has been repeatedly emphasized that whenever one encounters these three formidable figures, regardless of the circumstances, one must adhere to their wishes. Failure to do so will result in dire consequences. The leader of the group promptly approached Zhang Hongfei, inquiring with utmost respect, "Young Master Zhang, it is truly a pleasure to meet you. How may I be of service?" Upon observing the demeanor of his counterpart, Zhang Hongfei realized that today's matter would be easily resolved. "You may leave now. There is nothing for you here." "Yes, young Master Zhang. Should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to call me." The leader, having spoken, produced a business card and extended it to Zhang Hongfei with both hands. Such a splendid opportunity for forging connections must not be overlooked. Zhang Hongfei casually accepted the business card, barely glancing at it before slipping it into his pocket. "All right. If that day ever comes, I shall certainly give you a call." The sales hall fell into a tranquil silence once more. In stark contrast to Zhang Hongfei's demeanor, the middle-aged tycoon, having called the police, felt a chill run down his spine as he witnessed the visitor being swiftly dismissed by Zhang with just a few words. As the man departed, Zhang Hongfei shut the car door and approached the middle-aged tycoon with a friendly inquiry. "Now, what do you have to say? Can we settle for a lesser compensation? 10 million isn't excessive, is it? Aren't you a man of wealth? Young Master Zhang, please show mercy and let me off this time. You know who I am now, the esteemed young master of the Zhang family, one of the three giants of Shenzhen. How could I possibly fail to recognize you?" Initially, the middle-aged tycoon hadn't identified Zhang Hongfei's true identity. But recalling the respectful demeanor of the person who had led earlier, coupled with the surname Zhang and the ownership of a limited edition Ferrari Enzo, Zhang Hongfei's status became glaringly evident. In all of Shenzhen, only he could embody those three attributes simultaneously. "Now that you recognize me, why are you still wasting words? Do you wish to provoke my ire? And no, I will compensate." Seeing Zhang Hongfei's anger, the middle-aged tycoon turned pale with fear. Across Shenzhen, few knew what it meant to witness Zhang Hongfei's wrath, for those who had encountered his fury seemed to have vanished before the dawn of the following day. Money is indeed valuable, but life is worth even more. I'll pay. Under the oppressive aura of Zhang Hongfei, the middle-aged tycoon capitulated. Zhang Hongfei successfully received a compensation of 10 million. However, the subsequent scene left the middle-aged tycoon utterly astonished. Zhang Hongfei shouted directly at the few fools groaning on the ground, "You lot, get up now and give this guy a good beating, and you will earn 10 million. Young Master Zhang, what are you doing?" Upon hearing the promise of 10 million, the fools on the ground immediately scrambled to their feet, their expressions fierce as they glared at the middle-aged tycoon. Just moments ago, the tycoon had offered them 1 million to beat up Zhang Hongfei. Now, Zhang Hongfei had raised the stakes tenfold. Greed drives men to folly, and hunger leads birds to their demise. Zhang Hongfei, being quite generous, paid up front before attending to the matter at hand. Upon seeing the funds credited, a heart-wrenching scream echoed as a rotund figure was dragged out by a group of individuals. Zhang Hongfei, reveling in the misfortune of the middle-aged tycoon being dragged away, subsequently returned to the sales hall. Yawning, Zhao Xiaoying approached him. "You are truly tedious. This delay has hindered my home purchase. It is not I who am tedious. It is that obstinate oaf who refuses to cooperate with me. After much negotiation for compensation, he simply refuses to provide it. You are not seeking compensation. I saw it all. This is simply you repaying his misdeeds in kind, teaching him a lesson with his own money. I witnessed your mischief. You are quite cruel. He has already compensated you, yet you still do not relent. Anyone who covets my woman deserves a thrashing. He got off too easily. Is this how tyrannical you are? Absolutely. Now, let us proceed to purchase a home." Following the earlier incident, the saleswomen recognized Zhang Hongfei as a formidable figure not to be trifled with. A group of eager saleswomen surrounded Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying, enthusiastically presenting the properties. However, with a dismissive wave of his hand, Zhang Hongfei rejected their fervent pitches. Curiously, Zhao Xiaoying inquired, "What are you doing?" "No need for their introductions. I shall take the entire building at the far end." As soon as Zhang Hongfei's words fell, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted in the sales hall. "What? Did I hear that correctly? This is simply too extravagant." "You heard me right. I intend to purchase the entire building. Let's proceed with the transaction. Zhang Hongfei, after finishing his words, produced his bank card. Isn't this a bit extravagant? How can purchasing a new home for us be considered wasteful? Why do you need an entire building? Think about it. Once we are married, your parents will need a residence, won't they? And your relatives should each have a unit as well. What are you thinking? Nothing much. I'm merely considering your interests. Chapter 84. Training. In the end, Zhang Hongfei acquired the entire building. As for the units that had already been sold, he generously offered double the market price as compensation. Those who agreed were pleased, while those who did not receive his patience or reasoning. Instead, Zhang Hongfei made a call to Zhao Yi, entrusting her with the matter. Delegating tasks to a secretary is indeed the way forward. Zhao Xiaoying remained silent throughout the proceedings, merely enjoying the spectacle before fading into the background. However, she bore no grievances, for upon signing, the entire building was bestowed solely upon her. Though aware of Zhang Hongfei's wealth and capriciousness, she was profoundly moved. Who says affluent men are miserly? Zhang Hongfei stands as a notable exception. A building worth hundreds of millions, given away without a moment's hesitation. Any woman would be captivated. A pristine white Ferrari Enzo was driven by Zhang Hongfei to a secluded corner by the Huangpu River. In moments of deep affection, the intertwining of soul and body becomes inevitable. In the afternoon, Zhang Hongfei returned Zhao Xiaoying to her home before making his way back to the campus of Huali University. The enrollment procedures for Shi Yong and Chu Yi had been completed by Zhao Yi, allowing both to join the university's training sessions at any time. The upcoming season would mark Zhang Hongfei's final attempt to seize the championship in the collegiate league, thus adhering to the principle of strictness towards others yet leniency towards oneself. He initiated a summer training program for the Huali team members. Ding Ping's enrollment was still in progress, requiring him a couple more days before arriving at school. Zhang Hongfei has not forgotten the reason why Ding Peng chose to study at Huali University. Zhang Hongfei made a special phone call to Li Jia, seeking assistance. Zhang Hongfei, after making a slight sacrifice of his own allure, ultimately succeeded in persuading Li Jia. Although it was still vacation time, Li Jia resolved to return to school ahead of schedule. The conditions proposed by Zhang Hongfei were indeed exceedingly generous, leaving Li Jia with no choice but to acquiesce. Although Li Jia harbored reservations regarding Zhang Hongfei's arrangement for her to date Ding Peng, Zhang Hongfei extolled Ding Peng's virtues to an extravagant degree, portraying him as a paragon of manhood. Given Li Jia's familiarity with Zhang Hongfei, she reasoned that if Ding Peng were not truly exceptional, Zhang Hongfei would not have spoken so highly of him. Zhang Hongfei's words successfully piqued Li Jia's curiosity. When a woman begins to harbor curiosity about a man, the seeds of love may soon take root. Ding Peng arrived in the city by train, while Li Jia traveled by plane. The disparity in their family backgrounds was glaringly apparent. However, Zhang Hongfei would certainly ensure that Ding Peng did not lose face. There remains a day until Ding Peng's arrival. Zhang Hongfei had made comprehensive arrangements for Ding Peng's clothing, food, accommodation, and transportation in advance through Zhao Yi. On the afternoon of July 24th, Zhang Hongfei gathered once more with his teammates at the football field of Huazhong University of Science and Technology. Zhang Hongfei issued training instructions, and his teammates naturally dared not disregard them. Each individual diligently arrived at the football field to partake in their daily exercises. Head coach Wang Tsong also appeared on the pitch with utmost seriousness, intermittently guiding the players in their drills. Within the entire Huali football team, apart from Zhang Hongfei, Wang Tsong harbored the greatest desire to secure the championship. Run just a bit faster. Stay focused while passing. Strike with greater power. Wang Tsong's fervor surpassed even Zhang Hongfei's imagination. Zhang Hongfei could not help but approach with a teasing remark. Brother Tsong, you appear to be brimming with enthusiasm today. Fei Ge, you've arrived. Yes, I just got here a short while ago. These youngsters indulge in lavish feasts daily, and they are putting on weight. If they do not train harder, they won't be able to compete next semester. Indeed, I entrust you with their training, Brother Tsong. Fei Ge, what brings you to the school today? Would you not consider training a bit before departing? Haha, as for training, I think I shall pass. I merely came to observe whether they are slacking. With your command in place, they certainly wouldn't dare to be lazy. Yet, it seems you are the one indulging in idleness. Haha, just pretend you did not see me. Fei Ge, next semester is your final opportunity. Should you fail to secure the championship in the National College Student League, you shall graduate with regrets. I am aware. Hence, I have brought along Shi Yong, Chu Yi, and Ding Peng, with the sole aim of clinching the championship. Shi Yong and Chu Yi possess commendable skills and can undoubtedly take on starting positions. But Ding Peng is not quite there yet. Ding Peng will arrive tomorrow. I assure you, he will not disappoint. I have faith in your discerning eye, Fei Go. Brother Tsong, starting today, the team must train daily. Oh, is there a significant competition approaching? There are 2 crucial matches next month. Against whom? Against Lu Zihao and Guan Shintian's team. Lu Zihao? Guan Shintian? The 3 heroes of Xinjiang? Yes, those 2 jesters. Fei Ge. It seems you are the only one in Xinjiang daring enough to address them thus. Haha, Brother Tsong, jesters deserve the proper nomenclature. We must not be timid. I dare not. If they were to learn that I referred to them so behind their backs, I would surely be thrown into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. Brother Tsong, do you have any plans for the upcoming season? Of course, it will be the same as always. We shall continue with the 4-5-1 formation. However, now that we have Shi Yong, the 1 is secured. The other positions require further observation. And what of my position? Naturally, you shall remain in the midfield. Actually, I believe my position could be slightly advanced. You wish to play as a forward? No, I mean as an attacking midfielder or a winger. That is certainly worth considering. However, can your skills accommodate this? Brother Tsong, are you underestimating me? I have undergone a transformation. I am no longer the same person I was last year. Fei Ge, I believe this statement. Ever since I witnessed your astonishing direct free kick goal a couple of days ago, I realized you had been concealing your talents in previous years. Let us seize this final season together and claim the championship, standing atop the nation. Agreed, Brother Tsong. Together we shall conquer the nation. Zhang Hongfei and Wang Tsongyan embraced tightly. In the ensuing moments, Wang Tsong continued to train the players of the university basketball team, while Zhang Hongfei blissfully slipped away. Zhang Hongfei, entrusted with a significant mission, is on his way to the airport to greet a distinguished guest. Ding Peng, traveling by train, will arrive a day later than Li Jia, who is taking a flight, and is thus expected to reach Xinjiang this afternoon. In pursuit of Ding Peng's personal happiness and the forthcoming national championship in the next season, Zhang Hongfei finds himself obliged to scurry about like a devoted servant. Chapter 85. A gathering of 6 at the Xinjiang International Airport. Li Jia is adorned in an alluring black gown, complemented by striking red high heels, capturing the attention of all who behold her. Zhang Hongfei navigated through the throngs of people and arrived before Li Jia. You truly are a nuisance, dressed like this. Do you not fear encountering nefarious individuals on your way, who might lay hands upon you? But you have me here, do you not? If you fail to safeguard me, your new junior will have no hope. Haha, he is far more formidable than I. At that time, when I was encircled by a group of ruffians, it was Ding Peng who bravely stepped forward and rescued me. In order to emphasize Ding Peng, Zhang Hongfei naturally portrayed himself as a mere underachiever. However, having spent a considerable amount of time with Zhang Hongfei, how could Li Jia possibly be unaware of his capabilities? Regarding Zhang Hongfei's statement, she believed only a fraction of it. Go ahead and boast. If this remarkable Ding Peng, whom you have lauded so highly, turns out to be nothing more than a useless lump, I shall relish the moment when you must fabricate excuses for him. Rest assured, Li Jia, when have I ever let you down? And you dare claim you have never wronged me? The past is bygone. Why must you linger on it? Humph. I have no intention of forgiving you in this lifetime. Alas, I seem to have offended you again. You know what I mean. Very well. I shall refrain from discussing this matter further. Will you be staying at school, or shall you return to my home? May I stay at your place? There is an empty room. However, if you prefer to stay at a hotel, I can arrange that too. When did you become so accommodating? I have always been this way. Did you not realize? When is that Ding Peng you mentioned arriving? He hails from outside Xinjiang, so he will arrive a day later than you. Zhang Hongfei, fearing disdain from Li Jia, refrained from explicitly stating that Ding Peng would be arriving in the city by train. Then let us go to welcome him together tomorrow. No need. You can simply stay at home and wait. Which home? Perhaps I should purchase a set of houses for both of you? That would be splendid. As a gift from young Master Zhang, we would certainly accept it graciously. You are quite unreserved. Isn't it all the rage to challenge the wealthy nowadays? With a tycoon like young Master Zhang, it would be a missed opportunity not to partake. Haha, very well. Let us proceed directly to purchase a house. Sounds great. Zhang Hongfei, without a moment's hesitation, pulled Li Jia into the pristine white Ferrari Enzo. Oh my, I never imagined you would take this car out. If I recall correctly, you once mentioned that Lu Zihao also drives this very vehicle. You still remember that? Of course. I distinctly recall you never taking this car out before, claiming its taste was rather lacking. Did I ever say that? The Ferrari Enzo, after all, limited to only 399 units worldwide. You certainly did say it. But let us not dwell on such trivial details. Zhang Hongfei would naturally not undermine his own reputation. With a burst of laughter and jest, he deftly brushed the matter aside. Zhang Hongfei, generous in spirit, promptly invested millions to purchase a fully furnished luxury apartment for Li Jia and Ding Peng. Subsequently, he employed individuals to meticulously clean both the interior and exterior of their new home. While the cleaning was underway, Zhang Hongfei took Li Jia out for a delightful dinner. Zhang Hongfei made a phone call, requesting Jin Shengshu to drive and pick up Zhao Xiaoying. Zhao Xiaoying had previously met Li Jia in Shenzhen, and Zhang Hongfei was apprehensive that dining alone with Li Jia might lead to complications, although Zhang Hongfei felt at ease in his conscience. Shenzhen was a place rife with controversies, where various factions intertwined in complexity, making it difficult to ensure that no unscrupulous individuals were lurking in the shadows to cause trouble. Zhang Hongfei's engagement has been widely publicized by his parents, resulting in Zhao Xiaoying becoming the common target of disdain among all the affluent young women in the city. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Xiaoying has unwittingly risen to fame. Jin Shengshu, flamboyantly driving his Bugatti Veyron, arrives at Zhang Hongfei's residence to pick up his sister-in-law. Zhao Xiaoying has grown somewhat accustomed to Jin Shengshu's exuberant personality, as he affectionately refers to her as sister-in-law repeatedly, causing her heart to flutter with joy. In a premier restaurant in the city, 6 individuals gather together. Zhang Hongfei, Zhao Xiaoying, Li Jia, Jin Shengshu, Jin Kaiyan, and Xiaoya were seated together. Who were those two? Driven by her intuition, Zhao Xiaoying cast a wary glance at Jin Kaiyan and Xiaoya. Jin Shengshu promptly introduced them with enthusiasm, stating, "This is my sister, Jin Kaiyan. And she is my sister's good friend, Xiaoya." "Oh, why do they seem so familiar with Zhang Hongfei?" Zhao Xiaoying inquired. "My sister has pursued Brother Fei for quite some time, so they are old acquaintances." Jin Shengshu certainly refrained from disclosing the details of the brief affair between Jin Kaiyan and Zhang Hongfei. Even with her gentle temperament, Zhao Xiaoying would not tolerate Zhang Hongfei's indiscretions. Li Jia, sitting nearby, reveled in the situation. She took delight in Zhang Hongfei's predicament. As a former girlfriend who knew him well, in her mind, Li Jia mused that Jin Kaiyan and Xiaoya were undoubtedly entangled with Zhang Hongfei. Today promises to be entertaining. Haha. Despite Jin Shengshu's explanation, Zhao Xiaoying remained vigilant, her intuition warning her against Jin Kaiyan and Xiaoya. Observing Zhao Xiaoying's apprehensive demeanor directed at his sister and Xiaoya, Jin Shengshu inwardly lamented. Being a man who sought to elevate his status through his sister, he certainly did not wish for Zhao Xiaoying to eliminate his sister from the equation. Hastily, Jin Shengshu interjected, "Sister-in-law, please don't overthink it. My sister is here in Shanghai for a blind date." "A blind date?" Zhao Xiaoying queried. "Yes, with the second son of the Chao family, Chao Rong." Unaware of the events that transpired between Zhang Hongfei and Chao Rong, Zhao Xiaoying felt her guard lower upon hearing that Jin Kaiyan was here for matchmaking. Turning to Xiaoya, Zhao Xiaoying asked, "What about her?" Unfortunately for Xiaoya, Jin Shengshu remained silent on her behalf. With an innocent expression, he replied, "I really don't know." Xiaoya appeared somewhat lost. Her hands tightly clasped together, lips subtly bitten. She harbored a faint hope that Zhang Hongfei would speak up for her. Regrettably, Zhang Hongfei pretended not to notice, engrossed in conversation with Li Jia. Seeing this, Jin Kaiyan interjected to alleviate the tension, stating, "She is my close friend." To Jin Shengshu's astonishment, his sister Jin Kaiyan took the initiative to speak up for Xiaoya. The first dinner unfolded amidst an atmosphere laden with awkwardness. 2 men and 4 women, each more captivating than the last, foretold that an extraordinary tale was destined to transpire that evening. Midway through dinner, Jin Kaiyan and Xiaoya excused themselves to the restroom for a touch-up. This seemingly innocuous act attracted a veritable throng of onlookers in quick succession. Chapter 86. I don't recognize these 2 characters. As Jin Kaiyan and Xiaoya emerged from the restroom, they immediately caught the attention of 2 rotund men. "Second brother, those 2 girls look absolutely stunning. Indeed, we must promptly report back to the boss. Hold on, let us first follow them and see which private room they enter." "Smart thinking, third brother. Let us proceed with that plan." A few minutes later, outside Zhang Hongfei's room, "Third brother, those 2 girls have entered that room." "Second brother, you stay here and keep watch while I report back to the boss." Third brother, you should remain here while I go back to report. Enough of this. Your abilities surpass mine. Should any unexpected situation arise, you would surely manage it well. Let me handle this trivial task. With that, third brother offered no opportunity for second brother to retort and dashed away. Third brother, that scoundrel, always eager to claim the credit. Second brother grumbled, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the private room where Zhang Hongfei resided. Both second and third brothers were notorious ruffians in the city, while their elder brother was none other than Zhang Hongfei's old acquaintance, Chao Rong. However, after Chao Rong was banished abroad, these two swiftly altered their allegiances, aligning themselves with Chao Rong's elder brother, Chao Xiong. At this moment, Chao Xiong was basking in the glory of his success. Zhang Hongfei took decisive action, rendering Chao Rong incapacitated, leaving only Chao Xiong as the sole survivor among the third generation of the Chao family. Astonishingly, Chao Xiong harbored no resentment towards Zhang Hongfei. On the contrary, he felt a profound gratitude towards him. Should Zhang Hongfei extend an opportunity, Chao Xiong would eagerly seek to ingratiate himself. It is well understood that aligning oneself with the trio of prominent figures in Shunsheng is the most expedient route to prominence within the city. Previously, in the hotel, Zhang Hongfei had shown little regard for Chao Xiong. The entire Shunsheng was familiar only with Chao Rong of the Chao family, while Chao Xiong remained largely unknown. However, the tides have shifted, and Chao Xiong has gradually begun to penetrate the mainstream circles of Shunsheng. Yet, due to the current decline of the Chao family, Chao Xiong finds himself subjected to disdain within these circles, which has left him profoundly dissatisfied. Consequently, he is now fervently striving to win the favor of Zhang Hongfei. Ever since the Chao family transferred the five-star hotel to Zhang Hongfei, Chao Xiong has taken it upon himself to host all the esteemed guests of the Chao family's business at this hotel, thus seeking to curry favor with Xiaoya. Zhang Hongfei acquired the hotel from the Chao family and, without hesitation, transferred it directly to Xiaoya. It is evident to even the most naive observer that there is undoubtedly an issue between the two. Chao Xiong sought out Zhang Hongfei, but the outcome was predictably dismissal. Thus, he opted for a more circuitous approach, aiming to ingratiate himself with Xiaoya. Particularly, the frequent appearances of Jin Kaiyan and Xiaoya together at the hotel only served to bolster Chao Xiong's unwavering belief in Xiaoya's significant status. Zhang Hongfei, in his pursuit of Jin Kaiyan, decisively dealt with the Chao family, leaving a profound impression on Chao Xiong. Presently, with Jin Kaiyan and Xiaoya appearing inseparably together, Chao Xiong is undoubtedly analyzing the underlying circumstances. Ultimately, he concludes that he must win over Xiaoya, subsequently curry favor with Jin Kaiyan, and finally, through her, establish himself as a loyal subordinate to Zhang Hongfei. At this moment, Chao Xiong finds himself in a private room, reveling with friends over drinks. Suddenly, Lao Sen stumbles into the room, exclaiming, Brother Chao? Brother Chao? I've made a monumental discovery. My brother Heir and I have just found two incredibly stunning ladies. They are simply exquisite. Chao Xiong remains composed, retorting, Lao San, you're spouting nonsense again. With your and Heir's discerning eyes, I am quite skeptical of the beauties you claim to have encountered. Brother Chao, I swear on Heir's life and fortune, these two are undoubtedly genuine beauties. Oh, Brother Chao, just come with me for a moment to witness these extraordinary ladies for yourself. I assure you, my words are not hollow. Very well, lead the way. In the end, Chao Xiong is ultimately defeated by his own desires and follows Lao San. The others in the room, understanding the unspoken dynamics, discreetly follow behind him, eager to join the fray. If they cannot savor the feast, at least they can enjoy the broth. Upon reaching the entrance of the private room, Heir immediately approaches Chao Xiong and Lao San, saying, Brother Chao, it's right here. They have been inside this whole time and haven't come out. Chao Xiong calls out to Lao San, who promptly steps forward and kicks open the door to the room. With a resounding thud, the door bursts open, revealing a myriad of expressions. Seated at the head of the table, Zhang Hongfei bears a grim countenance. Despite his extensive experience in Shin City, it is the first time someone has dared to brazenly kick open his door. A flicker of menace flashes in Zhang Hongfei's eyes. Whatever transpires next, it is destined that someone will face dire consequences today. Jin Xingshu's face initially flickers with displeasure, but upon seeing Chao Xiong, his expression brightens instantly. He thinks to himself, it seems there will be some excitement to behold. Chao Xiong frequently seeks to ingratiate himself with Jin Kaiyan, which has cultivated animosity in Jin Xingshu towards him. Now, As Chao Xiong unwittingly walks into a trap, Jin Shengshu revels in the opportunity to stoke the flames of chaos, eager to witness the unfolding drama. He promptly addresses Zhang Hongfei, saying, "Brother Fei, it appears some individuals cannot stand to see you well and have come knocking to trouble you. You've often boasted about your prowess in Shin City. Could it be all mere bluster?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei cast a fierce glare at Jin Shengshu, who immediately fell silent, frightened. As an honest and reliable bystander, Jin Shengshu chose to quietly observe the unfolding drama. Li Jia, Jin Kaiyan, and Xiaoya, upon noticing a throng of uninvited guests at the door, were devoid of any trepidation, instead exhibiting a sense of pity. The three women discerned from Zhang Hongfei's expression that these intruders were destined for misfortune. Zhao Xiaoying, Zhang Hongfei's fiancée, maintained an air of calm amidst the chaos. While the others were preoccupied with the unexpected arrivals, she continued to savor her meal. Meanwhile, upon kicking open the door, the third man felt a surge of delight. To his astonishment, he discovered two stunning beauties within the room. Today, Brother Chao truly was blessed with good fortune. The second man concurred. Indeed, Brother Chao was exceptionally fortunate to be accompanied by 4 beautiful women. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that Chao Xiong's complexion had turned ashen. The sight of Jin Kaiyan and Xiaoya startled Chao Xiong, but upon seeing Zhao Xiaoying, he was engulfed by despair. Zhao Xiaoying's photograph circulated widely in the social circles of the entire city, and he instantly recognized her as Zhang Hongfei's legitimate fiancée. Then, his gaze fell upon the individual seated at the head of the room, none other than Zhang Hongfei himself. At that moment, a murderous intent flickered in Chao Xiong's heart. After toiling relentlessly to curry favor with Zhang Hongfei, he now found himself brazenly provoking him. What was the difference between this and courting death? A decisive thought gripped Chao Xiong. "Fij, I merely happened to pass by. I do not know these two individuals." Chapter 87. The merchant seeks glory upon hearing Chao Xiong's words. The second and third men were taken aback. "Brother Chao, what do you mean by that?" They implored. "Brother Chao, we did this for you." Silence. "I do not recognize either of you." "Guards, seize them both." Chao Xiong knew that if he did not perform admirably at this moment, only a grim fate awaited him. He could not help but recall his unfortunate brother, who had previously fled abroad in a state of despair. Chao Xiong envisioned his brother, Chao Rong, smiling and beckoning to him, as if summoning him closer. Suddenly, an inexplicable fear gripped Chao Xiong. No, no, no. I refuse to share my brother's fate." He fumed inwardly. "These two wretched fools. Hurry, capture them both." Upon receiving Chao Xiong's command, 2 bodyguards promptly seized the second and third men without hesitation. "Chao Xiong, you scoundrel. I sought beautiful women for you, and this is how you repay us, hoarding them for yourself? You are despicable. Yes, Chao Xiong, you are indeed a despicable creature." "Silence. Do you even know who they are? You truly have the audacity of a bear and the heart of a leopard. Even the women associated with Brother Fei are not exempt from your covetous gaze. Drag them away and execute them. What kind of Brother Fei are you? Your lust for women is evident. Do not attempt to disguise it with such despicable excuses. It truly repulses me. Indeed, who do you think you are? Engaging in a black market of treachery?" Chao Xiong cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Hongfei, noticing the latter's expression was dark as thunder. Chao Xiong dared not prolong the argument. He quickly gestured to his subordinates to drag the second and third away. The second and third men cursed loudly, unleashing a torrent of foul language that left Chao Xiong feeling humiliated. However, when weighing his own dignity against Zhang Hongfei's wrath, he knew well which held greater significance. Once the second and third were removed, Chao Xiong steeled himself and entered the private room. He bowed respectfully to Zhang Hongfei and inquired, "Brother Fei, do you have any further instructions?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei could not help but scoff. "Heh, Brother Fei, I truly do not deserve such an honor. Before you, Brother Chao, where do I have the face to be called Fei?" Chao Xiong, upon hearing this, felt a cold sweat break out on his back, soaking him entirely. "Brother Fei, you jest. What merit or capability do I possess to be compared to you? Who were those 2 rascals just now?" Chao Xiong pondered for a moment and decided to speak the truth. "The 2 men are Lu Da and Lu Er, notorious local thugs." "Oh, how do you know them?" "It's a misunderstanding, Brother Fei. I merely crossed paths with them and cannot claim to know them." "Oh, is that truly the case? Those scoundrels dare to covet Brother Fei's woman. They are indeed deserving of death. Rest assured, Brother Fei, I shall ensure they do not see the light of tomorrow." Chao Xiong, Do not think that such words will absolve you of your past transgressions. At this, Chao Xiong immediately knelt down with a thud. Brother Fei, I acknowledge my mistakes. However, I truly have no connection to this matter. It was all the doing of those two rascals. Is that so? Then why did you follow them here? I initially had no intention of coming. Brother Fei, I am here today to discuss a collaboration with friends. And what of Lu De and Lu Er? The land we are discussing has too many stubborn holdouts, so we needed Lu De and Lu Er's assistance. Is it also your suggestion that they seek women? Chao Xiong hurriedly waved his hands. No. It was absolutely not my suggestion. I swear, this matter has nothing to do with me. Humph. Brother Fei, I am willing to make any compensation. Haha. Chao Xiong, do you believe there is anything your Chao family possesses that would merit my attention? Brother Fei, I am willing to merge the entire Chao family under your banner. Chao Xiong gritted his teeth and made a significant decision. Oh, are you truly able to make that decision? The entire Chao family will belong to me in the future. I can make this call. Are you certain you wish to entrust the entire Chao family to my hands? Yes, Brother Fei. From this day forward, I shall follow you unwaveringly. Zhang Hongfei scrutinized Chao Xiong. Previously, he had never regarded Chao Xiong with any significance. However, the latter's recent decision prompted Zhang to view him with newfound respect. Chao Xiong, I shall ask you once more. Are you certain you wish to follow me from this moment onward? Yes. With a single affirmation, Chao Xiong entrusted the entire future of the Chao family into Zhang Hongfei's hands. Nevertheless, Chao Xiong would not come to regret his decision made today, as the benefits he would eventually reap far surpassed the costs incurred. Once their agreement was settled, Chao Xiong departed with his entourage, leaving the room enveloped in silence once more. Zhao Xiaoying, perplexed, inquired, "You are simply going to let him go? What else would you have me do? Shall I take his life? That would serve no purpose." Jin Shengshu grumbled, "Yet he has disturbed our appetite." Zhang Hongfei scoffed, "Huh? You were the one who just indulged the most, and yet you have the audacity to complain about my appetite interfering with your meal? Fei Gu, your words wound me. Little Shuzi, you seem to squander your days idly. How about joining me in some significant endeavors?" "What kind of significant endeavors?" "Assist me in managing the Chao family's enterprises." "What? Are you serious? How do you envision this? Do you possess the confidence to help me oversee the Chao family's affairs? I see you lounging about daily. You ought to apply yourself and acquire more skills. Fei Gu, isn't that why you're here? You're the one who supports me." Zhang Hongfei shot a glare at Jin Shengshu and barked, "Get lost." Jin Kaiyan, standing nearby, felt her cheeks flush. "Brother, could you not show a bit of ambition?" She chided. "Sister, isn't this for your sake? Just trying to get a taste of what it feels like to be a brother-in-law." Zhao Xiaoying's expression shifted at these words. Zhang Hongfei observed a change in Yingbao's expression and promptly clarified, "Yingbao, they are merely jesting. Please do not take offense." Zhao Xiaoying maintained a silent smile. "Brother, if you continue with your nonsense, I shall call home and have them send someone to bring you back. Please, sister, I am doing just fine here. You cannot betray your dear brother." "Oomph. Xiaoshu, refrain from such jesting in front of your elder sister-in-law in the future, or we shall sever our ties." The once boastful Jin Shengshu, upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's warning, instantly subdued his demeanor. "Feej, I was in the wrong. I shall never make such jokes again." After speaking, Jin Shengshu cast a furtive glance at Zhao Xiaoying. Chapter 88. A touching minute regarding the jest made by Jin Shengshu. Zhao Xiaoying paid it no heed. As an astute woman, she would certainly not indulge in jealousy for no reason. Just moments ago, on their way to the restaurant, Zhao Xiaoying had learned from Jin Shengshu about her current status. She was the happiest fiancée in the entire city, without exception. To be the object of Zhang Hongfei's affection left Zhao Xiaoying both astonished and delighted. For her, it was entirely akin to a fairy tale. A once ugly duckling, fortunate enough to ascend and transform into a phoenix. Indeed, the most esteemed among all the phoenixes. Following the brief interlude involving Chao Xiong, the meal continued. Chao Xiong, being quite perceptive, promptly greeted the restaurant owner upon exiting and took it upon himself to cover all expenses for Zhang Hongfei's private room. Zhang Hongfei had long been aware of Chao Xiong's intentions. If Chao Xiong lacked even this modest insight, Zhang Hongfei would certainly not grant him the opportunity to serve. Although Chao Xiong had, with a few words, effectively surrendered the future of the entire Chao family to Zhang Hongfei, to him, this represented a remarkable opportunity for ascendance. Among the three distinguished figures of Shenxing, only Zhang Hongfei was accustomed to operating independently, never having recruited any subordinates. Now, with Chao Xiong becoming the first, this would undoubtedly serve as a point of pride for him in the future. Moreover, Zhang Hongfei, being the youngest and most capable among the trio, promised a bright future for Chao Xiong by aligning himself with such a formidable leader. After dinner, Zhang Hongfei departed with Zhao Xiaoying. Jin Xingshu took on the role of driver, escorting Li Jia, Jin Kaiyan, and Xiaoya back to their respective residences. Li Jia, having recently purchased a new home in Shenzhen, felt a surge of excitement. She harbored a flicker of hope regarding Ding Peng. After all, Zhang Hongfei had invested considerable effort to promote Ding Peng. It was hard to believe that Ding Peng possessed no talent whatsoever. Zhang Hongfei, being someone who only acts with tangible benefits in mind, would not make such grand gestures for a stranger without reason. The following morning, Zhang Hongfei first went to Nanjing Road to showcase his skills before driving to pick up Ding Peng. Ding Peng traveled by train from Shenzhen to Shenzhen, enduring hours of bumpy transit. This was Ding Peng's inaugural visit to Shenzhen. The train station, bustling at any time, welcomed him as he emerged, dragging a wheeled suitcase and wearing a look of bewilderment. Zhang Hongfei awaited eagerly at the exit. The moment Ding Peng appeared, Zhang rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Ding Peng, it feels like an eternity since I last saw you. Fei Gu, I hope I haven't caused you any trouble. Not at all. In fact, I have a delightful surprise for you. What surprise? I purchased a house for you and Li Jia yesterday. Once the school year begins, you can move off campus. I've already arranged everything. I never expected to hear such wonderful news upon my arrival in Shanghai. How do you feel? Excited? Fei Gu, did that girl agree to date me? She said she would give you a chance. Whether it blossoms into something more depends on your own efforts. Fei Gu, thank you. This kindness is something I, Ding Peng, will remember for a lifetime. Haha, it's a small matter. After all, you traveled such a long distance to study in Shanghai for my sake. We're even now? No, one matter does not negate another. Fei Gu, your immense help will be something I am eternally grateful for. Zhang Hongfei is indeed burdened with guilt. Li Jia is his former girlfriend, and Ding Peng is his close friend. Introducing his ex-girlfriend to his good friend is, by any measure, an ungracious act. However, Zhang Hongfei is unable to dwell on such considerations. In his quest to secure Ding Peng's place on the university basketball team, he has cast aside his own pride. Zhang Hongfei originally intended to treat Ding Peng to a meal. However, Ding Peng, whose affections lay elsewhere, was preoccupied with thoughts of Li Jia. Consequently, Zhang Hongfei had no choice but to escort Ding Peng directly back to his residence. Fei Gu, thank you so much. It's merely a trifling matter, a mere house. And the title is under Li Jia's name. If you fail to comport yourself well and end up being ousted, that is not my concern. I have sung your praises to Li Jia. Rest assured, Fei Gu, I will not bring you shame. Good brother, I have great faith in you. In the days that followed, Zhang Hongfei refrained from intruding upon the lives of Li Jia and Ding Peng, granting them the liberty to explore their relationship. As for whether the two had become a couple, Zhang Hongfei chose not to delve further into the matter. Every morning, Zhang Hongfei consistently made his way to Nanjing Road, showcasing his football skills on the bustling streets. This routine persisted for 6 days, culminating in Zhang Hongfei successfully accomplishing his task. His prolonged stint as a street performer bestowed upon him a newfound appreciation for his own abilities. The reward from the system was a miraculous minute, a moment in which Zhang Hongfei would transform into the most formidable football player on the planet, without exception. With this extraordinary minute at his disposal, Zhang Hongfei wielded a powerful ace. Though a minute may seem fleeting for Zhang Hongfei, it was ample time to alter the course of everything. The international standard football field measures 110 meters in length, and within a minute, an average athlete can cover at least 400 meters, providing enough time to sprint from one end of the pitch to the other. Zhang Hongfei, akin to a miser, concealed the rewards bestowed upon him by the system's elder brother with utmost secrecy. Such a precious boon, undoubtedly, was to be utilized at a pivotal moment. However, he himself had not anticipated that this reward would remain hidden for 4 long years. It was not until the final of the South African World Cup 4 years later, prompted by a reminder from the system's elder brother, that Zhang Hongfei recalled the existence of this formidable trump card that had yet to be employed. Time swiftly progressed to July 30th, 2006, leaving merely 4 days until the match against Liu Ziheo's team. Over the past week, Zhang Hongfei had been living in a state of carefree indulgence. Each morning, he ventured to Nanjing Road to fulfill his tasks, returned home for lunch prepared by Zhao Xiaoying, and spent the afternoons exploring the city with her. On the early morning of July 30th, Zhang Hongfei finally remembered to seek out Ding Peng. When Zhang Hongfei arrived, he happened to see Ding Peng stepping out of his home with an expression of pure joy. "Oh, Ding Peng, what brings you out so early? Oh, Feech, what brings you here at such an early hour? I was worried about you. It's been several days since we last met, and I thought I would come here to check on you. So how did it go? Did you manage to resolve things with Li Jia?" "Indeed. Thanks to you, Feech. It's all settled." "Really settled?" "Absolutely settled." Zhang Hongfei cast a dubious glance towards Ding Peng. Zhang Hongfei harbored considerable confidence in Ding Peng's abilities. However, he mused that he ought to at least provide himself with some form of narrative. To his surprise, it was Ding Peng who resolved the issue independently, diverging from the script Zhang had envisioned. Chapter 89. An unexpected encounter with Lu Zihao. Nonetheless, Zhang Hongfei found solace in Ding Peng's self-sufficiency. After all, as an outsider, it was rather inappropriate for him to intervene in the romantic affairs of others. "Having spent some time in the city, have you considered visiting the school? You have yet to meet your teammates from the university team, I presume?" "I have been to the school. Jia took me there. However, I have not met the team members yet. I still need you, Brother Fei, to introduce me." "Absolutely. We will all be part of the same team moving forward. We shall strive together." "Yes, Brother Fei. I will certainly give it my all. What are you heading out for now?" "To buy breakfast." "Haha, what a good man. Jia is not skilled in the kitchen, so it falls upon me to procure our meals." "You can't cook either?" "I can. But Jia doesn't allow me in the kitchen." "Oh, not only does she prevent me from cooking, but she insists on doing it herself. That I cannot tolerate." In the end, we both agreed that it would be best to dine out. Haha, is Li Jia's culinary skill truly that dismal? At this, Ding Peng couldn't help but shudder. "Brother Fei, her cooking is even worse than mine. It is the first time in my life I have encountered such a skill." "Ding Peng, what is your culinary level?" "My cooking skills are akin to that of scrambling eggs with tomatoes, or perhaps tomatoes with scrambled eggs." "Oh, quite commendable." Zhang Hongfei, upon hearing that Ding Peng's culinary skills were inferior to his own, allowed a satisfied smile to grace his face. "Brother Fei, have you had your meal yet?" "I have already dined." "You are still impressive, Brother Fei. It is not my prowess. Rather, it is your sister-in-law's remarkable skills." Zhao Xiaoying's culinary talents far surpass those of Zhang Hongfei. With her exceptional abilities, she has firmly captured Zhang Hongfei's heart. However, it has become evident that winning a man's heart through his stomach bears little relation to a blissful marriage. Indeed, those women who have managed to captivate a man's appetite still find themselves facing divorce or separation when the time comes. For the fare prepared in restaurants invariably surpasses that made at home. As Ding Peng and Li Jia enjoyed their meal, Zhang Hongfei wisely refrained from intruding to partake. Zhang Hongfei meandered aimlessly beneath the building of Ding Peng and Li Jia. Suddenly, a figure appeared ahead, causing Zhang Hongfei's spirits to lift. "Lu Zihao? What brings him here so early instead of staying at home?" Lu Zihao was one of the two individuals Zhang Hongfei disliked the most, yet when they crossed paths, he felt compelled to greet him with a smile. Lu Zihao reciprocated the gesture, masking his disdain for Zhang Hongfei with a facade of warmth and amiability. Two men, both harboring concealed animosity, encountered each other once more. Whenever Zhang Hongfei appeared, Lu Zihao instinctively felt a surge of aversion. The dynamic between these two exceptional men rendered mutual attraction implausible, sealing their fates of coexisting in discord. A sudden tightness gripped Lu Zihao's chest, and as he turned, he caught sight of Zhang Hongfei not far away. Exclaiming in surprise, "By Zhang Fei?" Zhang Hongfei replied with a beaming smile, "Imposter royal uncle, what brings you here?" "That question should be directed at you. What are you doing here?" "Hee hee, I can go wherever I please. Is it necessary for me to explain myself to you?" "Hee hee. I find myself in the same position. I can go wherever I wish. Do I need to inform you?" Zhang Hongfei and Lu Zihao exchanged smiles after their conversation. Having known each other for many years, both were well acquainted with each other's habits and quirks. Zhang Hongfei is impervious to persuasion, impenetrable as a fortress, while Lu Zihao is equally resistant to both soft and hard approaches. The insincere dialogue that ensues between the two upon their meeting leaves all who overhear it in a state of admiration. "It appears you are unwilling to divulge any truths to me? Ha ha ha, as if you have ever been forthcoming with me. It seems our conversation cannot proceed in a pleasant manner. Fortunately, Guan Xingtian is absent. Otherwise, I would have compelled him to join in my disdain for you. Step aside. Here comes the yellow-faced Guan heir, and I still have my scorn to bestow upon him. Imposter of an imperial uncle, how prepared is your team? Naturally, we are fully prepared. Is there any need for me to make special arrangements to face an amateur team like Huali? Lu Zihao exhibits a strategic disdain for the enemy while tactically respecting them. He dares not underestimate Zhang Hongfei's capabilities. In this world, the ones who truly understand you are not your friends, but your foes. Lu Zihao is undoubtedly the person who comprehends Zhang Hongfei the most intimately. From Zhang Hongfei's hobbies to his dietary preferences, Lu Zihao knows every detail. Likewise, Zhang Hongfei possesses an equal understanding of Lu Zihao. Zhang Hongfei and Lu Zihao engaged in a fleeting exchange of pleasantries before Lu Zihao withdrew. Under Zhang Hongfei's curious gaze, Lu Zihao departed in a luxurious vehicle. It appears that the counterfeit royal uncle has been indulging in clandestine affairs here. Evidently, my intelligence gathering on the faux royal uncle has proven insufficient. Zhang Hongfei observed a strikingly beautiful young woman seated beside Lu Zihao. As Lu Zihao drove past, he cast a shadowy glance at Zhang Hongfei's retreating figure, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Lu Zihao's driver, perplexed, inquired, "Young master, what troubles you?" I cannot afford to underestimate Zhang Hongfei. He is not a trifling opponent. The orders from home regarding this upcoming football match are clear. Victory is the only acceptable outcome. But young master, have you not enlisted the main players from the Shenhua team to assist? Are we truly concerned about a mere university team from Huali? Fool, are you not aware of the events that transpired a few days ago? Zhang Hongfei led the substitutes of the international team to triumph over the substitutes of the Jinda team. Moreover, his squad included several students from sports academies. Is it true that he scored? We must not underestimate an adversary of this caliber. A moment's carelessness could lead us into an irretrievable abyss. Perhaps our previous understanding of Zhang Hongfei was fraught with misconceptions. In that match, he not only scored 2 goals, but also provided an assist. He is far from being a mere liability. I never anticipated that Zhang Hongfei could conceal his prowess so adeptly. What does it matter how deeply he hides? He is exposed now. When the time comes, I shall ensure that he is closely monitored, leaving him with no opportunity to receive the ball. Zhang Hongfei exhaled a sigh of relief upon witnessing Lu Zihao's departure. As he prepared for the upcoming competition, Zhang Hongfei was resolute in his determination to succeed. Being a player backed by a formidable mentor, he would not entertain any outcome other than victory. Zhang Hongfei waited for over half an hour before Ding Peng finally arrived. Tardily, "Fei Go, I'm here. Where's Li Jia? Isn't she joining you for school? She has plans to go shopping with her friends." "All right then, let us set off for school." Chapter 90. Pre-match training at the Wari football field. Head coach Wang Tsong was leading the team in physical training. "Run faster. Lu Fei, I'm talking to you. Do you wish to run a few extra laps after training?" No way." Lu Fei immediately quickened his pace, sprinting ahead for dozens of meters. Observing his teammates diligently training, a radiant smile blossomed on Zhang Hongfei's face. With only 4 days remaining until the match against Lu Zihao's team, a little extra training each day would enhance their chances of victory. Having gained experience from the match against the Jinda team, Zhang Hongfei now possessed a clear understanding of professional players' capabilities. Although professional players exhibit elevated attributes, such attributes do not dictate the entirety of the game. The dynamics on the field are intricate. Each offensive move from both sides is an independent event. Just as Zhang Hongfei had deployed a 9-0-1 formation during the match at Woolly Sports Stadium, his team's attributes were undoubtedly at a disadvantage. Yet, the final score was 3-1, and Zhang Hongfei emerged victorious. He still longed for the 2 skill cards that the system had temporarily bestowed upon him during the last match. Nevertheless, the system was not easily swayed. Despite Zhang Hongfei's eloquent persuasion and various forms of coercion, he could not persuade the system to generously grant him another skill card. However, Zhang Hongfei remained undeterred. After all, there is a saying, there is always tomorrow. As long as the system continued to be linked to him, Zhang Hongfei would relentlessly pursue his goal of persuasion until the moment hope arrived. Eventually, the system was moved by Zhang Hongfei's persistence and decided to respond. Normally, the system would silence Zhang Hongfei's statements, rendering his attempts at persuasion unheard. Yet, unbeknownst to Zhang Hongfei, he continued his relentless efforts day after day. At the edge of the Wari football field, Zhang Hongfei introduced Ding Peng to Wang Tsong. "Fei Ge, you've come. Who is this?" Wang Tsong immediately noticed Ding Peng beside Zhang Hongfei. "Ding Peng, my good brother, He has specially traveled from Liaoning to play football at Wari. Hello, Ding Peng. I am Wang Tsong, the head coach of the Wari team. Welcome to Wari. Trust me, this year's Wari team is the strongest in history. Hello, coach. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei immediately reprimanded Ding Peng, exclaiming, "What nonsense! From now on, refer to him as Brother Tsong. Everyone in our team addresses him as such." Brother Tsong? Is that really appropriate? Ding Peng questioned. What is inappropriate about it? We are all one big family. Do you understand? Indeed, one family. From now on, just call me Brother Tsong. Well then, Brother Tsong, greetings. I am Ding Peng. I look forward to your guidance. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Ding Peng. What position do you play? I am a defender. Ah, a defender. Fei Go. The players you have recruited this time are truly professional. We have forwards, midfielders, and defenders all covered. Of course, you should know who I am. Fei Go. I have no doubt that we will clinch the championship in this year's University League. Absolutely. This year's Huali team is undoubtedly the strongest in history. Curiously, Ding Peng inquired, why is that? Zhang Hongfei, with an air of self-satisfaction, proclaimed, of course. It is because of me. Coughing lightly, he continued, Brother Fei, had you made such a statement last year, I would have surely doubted you. Yet now, for reasons unbeknownst to me, I find myself believing your words to be the truth. So, could you please have a bit of faith in me? After all, we have worked together for so many years. He assured, rest assured, this year, I will fulfill your dream of winning the championship. Of course, it is also to realize my own dream of victory. Upon hearing this, Wang Tsong, unable to contain his emotions, rushed to Zhang Hongfei and embraced him tightly, exclaiming with heartfelt fervor, Brother Fei. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Hongfei was left with goosebumps all over. Zhang Hongfei, with an expression of disdain, pushed Wang Tsong aside and exclaimed loudly, Tsong brother, how many times must I repeat myself? I am not into that. If you wish to indulge, go seek out Lu Fei. He is more inclined that way. At that moment, Lu Fei, who was engaged in a long-distance run, stumbled and nearly fell to the ground upon hearing Zhang Hongfei's words. Defiantly, he shouted back at Zhang Hongfei, what the heck? Fei brother, your words are exceptionally harsh. When have you ever seen me engage in such activities? The last time I visited the dormitory, were you not singing Conquer in the Nude? Indeed. And what of it? Zhang Hongfei retorted, I have heard it said that you have always been a perennial bachelor. How could you suddenly lose your mind and sing Conquer in the dormitory? The only explanation is that you must have developed romantic feelings, fallen in love. However, upon further reflection, if you truly had a girlfriend, your roommates would surely be aware of it, yet I have not heard them mention anything. Thus, the only conclusion is that you are not a straight man. You are bent. Come on, Fei brother, can you not be so ruthless? I merely sang a couple of lines from Conquer in a moment of good cheer, and you concoct such an elaborate tale. If one day I were to sing love songs loudly in the dormitory, would you send me to the heavens? Sure, I can arrange that. You Bao, come here and clarify the situation. What on earth happened that day? Lu Fei's roommate, Yu Bao, upon hearing his call, sprinted to Lu Fei's side at lightning speed. What is going on? What is the matter? Fei brother wrongfully accuses me of not being straight. You must help me explain. Is it really such a trivial matter? This is a significant issue. Quite serious. If Fei brother spreads such rumors around the school, I will certainly struggle to find a partner before graduation. Fei brother, I vouch that Lu Fei in the dormitory is undeniably, certainly, absolutely, and must be bent. After uttering this, Yu Bao swiftly fled, leaving Lu Fei in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? What is going on? Ha! Lu Fei, what do you have to say now? Cough cough. Fei brother, I concede to your fabrications about Lu Fei, but do not involve me. I am straight. I am still hoping to find a girlfriend and marry. Just as one wave of chaos subsided, another arose. Wang Tsong, one of the parties involved, began to clear his name as well. Zhang Hongfei noticed Wang Tsong and Lu Fei casting unfriendly glances in his direction, causing a sudden tightness in his chest. Brother Tsong, let us converse another time. I entrust Ding Ping to your care. It has come to my mind that I have pressing matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave. Zhang Hongfei, having spoken, hastily departed from the training ground. Chapter 91. Wang Tsong's new tactics upon witnessing Zhang Hongfei's swift exit. A sly smile flickered across Wang Tsong's face. Lu Fei, glaring at Zhang Hongfei's retreating figure, muttered with resentment, daring to scheme against me. This is what you get. Someone, reveling in the misfortune, inquired, what do you mean by that? Lu Fei made a gesture across his throat, exclaiming, "You know what I mean. Ha ha ha. If Fij were to discover your arrogance, he would surely return to teach you a lesson." Yu Bao, the one who had just falsely accused him, had the audacity to approach. Upon seeing Lu Fei's furious expression, Yu Bao promptly made his escape. Of course, Lu Fei would not let Yu Bao off so easily. The two engaged in a frantic chase, one fleeing and the other pursuing. Wang Tsong watched the spectacle with a broad grin, observing the amusing dynamics of the chase. Ding Ping, puzzled, asked, "Brother Tsong, what are you laughing at?" Wang Tsong replied, "This is a good thing. During training, those two are the champions of slacking off. Now, they'll have to make up for all the laziness they've indulged in. Fij is truly remarkable. Just by making his presence known once, he has solved a problem for me." Ding Pong, upon hearing this, secretly scoffed, thinking, it seems Brother Tsong is not quite fit for the role of coach. In a sports school, anyone caught slacking off would be subjected to rigorous training. Ding Ping's disdain was not without merit. Although Wang Tsong was the head coach of the school team, his authority within the team paled in comparison to that of Zhang Hongfei. Moreover, this was merely a university team, not a professional football club, which naturally led to a more relaxed management style. Were it not for Zhang Hongfei's unwavering dedication to securing a national championship, tirelessly recruiting talent each semester, this team might have long since fallen into disarray. Through Zhang Hongfei's relentless efforts, this year's Huali University football team had finally assembled its strongest lineup in history. In the forward position, the team boasted Shi Yong, Gao Hongkai, and Yu Chengyun. Although the number of forwards was somewhat limited, Wang Tsong favored the 4-5-1 formation, meaning that Shi Yong, Gao Hongkai, and Yu Chengyun would need to compete for the singular starting spot. The midfield was bustling with talent. Zhang Hongfei firmly secured one starting position, unshakable in his role. The fierce competition for the remaining 4 starting spots was between Chu Yi, Yang Yuchen, Zhan Wushuang, Yi Yunfei, Wu Ming, and Tang Qi, totaling 6 contenders. In defense, aside from Yu Bao, who was guaranteed a starting position in every match, the remaining 3 starting spots would be contested by Yu Tongfei, Dong Hanhai, Yin Minkai, and the newly joined Ding Peng. As for the goalkeeper position, it was undoubtedly Lu Fei who remained the starter, complemented by the backup goalkeeper Mei Cheng. Thus, this constituted the lineup for the Huali University football team this year. However, this was merely the beginning. As the next semester commences, there will be like-minded individuals eager to join the Huazhong University football team. At that juncture, Wang Tsong will select some exceptional talents to incorporate into the squad. Though he may appear to lack prowess on the surface, he is diligently studying advanced football philosophies and refining his tactical system in private. Utilizing the 4-5-1 formation, he can adapt various tactical styles depending on the match situation. The fundamental offensive strategy within this formation is to adopt a defensive counterattack, gathering a formidable presence in the back line to establish a strong defense, and relying on the sudden brilliance of the forwards to secure goals. Moreover, within the variations of the 4-5-1 formation, there exists a purely offensive adaptation, wherein all 5 midfielders advance into the attacking zone, thereby enhancing control over the midfield and solidifying the team's dominance. However, given Wang Tsong's temperament, he is unlikely to take excessive risks. After reviewing numerous classic match recordings and engaging in collective brainstorming, he has developed a novel application of the 4-5-1 formation. The lone striker will retreat to his own half, creating the illusion that the team has entirely relinquished its offensive ambitions. Meanwhile, 2 midfield players, lying in wait on the flanks, will stealthily advance into the opponent's half at opportune moments to launch surprise attacks. Wang Tsong perceives this strategy as a clever and potent weapon, resolving to unleash it during critical moments of future matches. He has, however, habitually overlooked the team's intrinsic strength. Although the Huazhong University team is formidable, the opposing teams are certainly not mere bystanders. In adverse match situations, employing such a tactic could easily jeopardize the team's performance. Nevertheless, Wang Tsong, currently basking in his success, has given little thought to these concerns, fixated solely on magnifying his secret weapon and striving for a moment of glory. Prior to this, Zhang Hongfei had merely informed Wang Tsong that there was a competition in a few days, yet he did not disclose the true strength of their forthcoming opponents. Zhang Hongfei, through his extensive network of intelligence, learned that Lu Zihao had successfully recruited a significant number of key players from the Shenhua team to join his own squad. Meanwhile, Guan Xingtian, not to be outdone, also managed to attract a considerable contingent of principal players from the Lianxing team to bolster his team. Zhang Hongfei acted too late. The talented players had already been snatched away by Lu Zihao and Guan Xingtian. As for the remaining players, Zhang Hongfei deemed them less reliable than Lu Fei, Shi Yong, Chu Yi, and Ding Peng. In the following days of training, Wang Song began to have the players practice repeatedly using the modified 4-5-1 formation according to his vision. Every morning, Zhang Hongfei consistently took Ding Peng to school for team training. As for Zhang Hongfei himself, I need to conserve my energy, so I shall refrain from training with you. During his school days, Zhang Hongfei was always the most enthusiastic during team practices. However, this summer vacation, he transformed from his usual diligent self, becoming elusive and playing hide-and-seek. The veteran players of the Huali team were utterly perplexed by Zhang Hongfei's enigmatic behavior. Could it be that Feech was secretly undergoing special training alone? Perhaps. I still vividly remember that breathtaking free kick he executed last time. Truly, Feech has a trump card. He can endure for so long without revealing it. The admiration the players of the Huali team felt for Zhang Hongfei was akin to the relentless flow of a mighty river. In reality, however, Zhang Hongfei was merely slacking off. Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying are currently seated upon a luxurious yacht, having escaped to the East China Sea for a delightful retreat. The sea breeze, the bikinis, exquisite wines, the warm sunshine, and the vast ocean. Everything is simply idyllic. Yingbao, where shall we venture today? Aren't you supposed to be preparing for a competition in a couple of days? Is it truly appropriate for you to be out here with me every day? The dilemma of whether the competition or my beloved holds greater significance has long plagued my thoughts. However, the moment I laid eyes on you, the answer became abundantly clear. My wife is far more important than any competition. You do have a way with words. She chuckled. Haha, Yingbao, I've noticed that your figure seems to have changed a bit. Have you perhaps indulged a touch too much in the past few days? Upon finishing his statement, Zhang Hongfei gazed hungrily at the bikini adorning Zhao Xiaoying, his expression betraying an insatiable desire, with drool uncontrollably trickling down the corner of his mouth. Chapter 92. Encountering Danger. Zhang Hongfei's chosen time for setting sail was impeccable. The previous typhoon had just passed, and a new one had yet to form. The sea lay tranquil, its surface undisturbed, while the sky stretched endlessly, unmarred by clouds. A magnificent panorama where sea and sky melded into one. For Zhang Hongfei, embarking on a yacht for a vacation was a familiar endeavor. However, for Zhao Xiaoying, it marked a momentous first in her life. Aboard the opulent two-deck yacht, there were merely Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying. Zhang Hongfei moonlighted as a driver. Naturally, for the sake of personal safety, 2 additional yachts were anchored not far from the luxurious vessel, each manned by 5 bodyguards, ever ready to spring into action. Should Zhang Hongfei find himself in peril, they would be swift to offer their assistance. Yingbao, how utterly bored you must be. We've journeyed all this way to the sea for leisure, and you sit there watching Korean dramas? Zhao Xiaoying exclaimed, perched on the sofa in the lounge, her eyes glued to the screen. It's captivating, she retorted. Boring. Having come all this way for a vacation, we ought to relish life to the fullest. Zhao Xiaoying shot Zhang Hongfei a look of disdain and shifted back slightly. Beast. Yet still, that's preferable to being beneath a beast. In the North Pacific, near the East China Sea, approximately 400 meters beneath the surface, a massive giant squid was hastening towards Zhang Hongfei's location. This creature bore the marks of grievous injuries, with several long tentacles mutilated and pitifully damaged. Previously, this battle-scarred giant squid had been discovered by a ruthless fishing fleet in the deep sea. After enduring a fierce battle, it had managed to evade capture, but was now at the brink of exhaustion. Now, the giant squid swam westward, seeking a tranquil place to meet its end. Unfortunately, the opulent yacht of Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying lay directly in the path of this beleaguered creature. An hour later, Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying, hand in hand, lazily strolled onto the deck of the luxurious yacht to bask in the sun. Yingbao, I truly wish that such days could last for eternity. Zhang Hongfei spoke while his hands fidgeted restlessly. Indeed, as long as you desire, I can accompany you every day to the sea to witness the sunrise and bask in the sun. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongfei shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his demeanor. Alas, it is not yet the right time. I am still young. There are matters to attend to, responsibilities to shoulder. I fail to see what responsibilities you bear. That is because I have never revealed my vulnerable side in front of others. I do not wish for anyone to witness my moments of weakness. Why? You may interpret it as a matter of pride. Humph. Is your pride truly that significant? A man can sacrifice many things for the sake of his dignity. Ingbao, you have yet to reach that level. Thus you do not comprehend the importance of pride. I have no desire to understand. It merely sounds like a tedious affair. As noon approached, Zhang Hongfei reclined on a sun lounger, basking in the sunlight. Zhao Xiaoying hurried to the kitchen of the cabin, beginning to prepare an array of delectable dishes. The freshly caught sea fish served as the main ingredient. Under Zhao Xiaoying's meticulous cooking, the luxurious yacht soon became infused with an enticing aroma. Zhang Hongfei reclined with his legs crossed, engrossed in playing a PSP. Suddenly, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the cabin, causing his stomach to grumble audibly. Zhang Hongfei rubbed his slightly protruding belly and lamented to himself, alas. It is truly a torment to find a wife who can cook deliciously. Even losing weight has become a challenge. Soon, Zhao Xiaoying presented 3 dishes and a soup outside. You lazy bum. All you know how to do is lie there playing games. Yet you don't even come to lend a hand. When I want to fry an egg, you complain I'm in the way. I wouldn't dare meddle when it comes to fish. Just admit you lack sincerity. If you don't want to help, just say so instead of concocting all these flimsy excuses. I'm truly not making excuses. I fear that my assistance will only complicate matters. And now that it's time to eat, why are you coming over? Aren't you afraid of making things more troublesome? Go away, go away. You're simply irritating to look at. Wait, Ingbao, I merely came over to keep you company during your meal, fearing that dining alone would be too lonely for you. Do you think I actually treasure your cooking? Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaoying instantly became furious and tossed Zhang Hongfei's bowl into the sea. I am not lonely at all. I have rain to keep me company. Goodness, Ingbao, have I now become less significant in your eyes than a foreign star? Zhao Xiaoying shot Zhang Hongfei a glance and replied languidly, there is no comparison. Just as Zhang Hongfei felt a pang of disappointment, Zhao Xiaoying suddenly burst into laughter. Silly. Of course, there is no comparison. In my eyes, you will always be a unique presence, unmatched by anyone. Humph. Flattering words come too late. I'm already upset. Such a petty young master. Upon hearing Zhao Xiaoying's playful title, Zhang Hongfei couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. This was the very name she had used to address him when they first met. Zhang Hongfei felt a stirring in his heart as he pulled Zhao Xiaoying into his embrace. Shall we dine first? He suggested. Unfortunately, Zhang Hongfei did not afford Zhao Xiaoying the opportunity to respond, as he assertively captured her lips with his own. What transpired next was all too predictable. However, fate played a cruel jest on Zhang Hongfei. At that pivotal moment, a severely injured giant squid happened to surface beneath his luxurious yacht. Initially, the squid was merely passing by, but Zhang Hongfei's audacious actions seemed to provoke the heavens. Thus, on a whim, the giant squid decided to breach the surface for a breath of air, revealing itself. With a resounding crash, the colossal creature collided with the opulent yacht, producing a deafening sound. Zhang Hongfei exclaimed in astonishment, "What on earth is happening?" The luxurious yacht was shaking violently. Zhao Xiaoying, frightened, clutched Zhang Hongfei tightly. "What is going on?" "I have no idea," she replied. "Ah, look over there. What is that?" A tentacle of a colossal squid suddenly emerged from the water. "No way. What is this? A sea monster?" Just recently, on July 7th, the latest installment of Pirates of the Caribbean had premiered, and Zhang Hongfei had just watched it in the cinema. Zhang Hongfei's initial reaction upon seeing the enormous tentacle was that the sea monster from Pirates of the Caribbean, Dead Man's Chest, had arrived. The colossal squid swiftly enveloped the luxurious yacht within its powerful suckers. Witnessing the large suckers on the tentacles of the giant squid, Zhao Xiaoying couldn't help but exclaim, "How disgusting!" Zhang Hongfei could not help but silently lament his misfortune. Did I not consult the almanac before venturing out today? To think I would truly encounter a sea monster. Chapter 93. A close call. The two yachts trailing closely behind Zhang Hongfei also sensed the anomaly. However, in this moment, they dared not act recklessly. If their adversary had been human, they would have undoubtedly charged forward without hesitation. Yet now, they were confronted by a colossal giant squid. Humanity instinctively harbors a deep-seated fear of the unknown. The first reaction of these bodyguards was, surprisingly, to call for help. Yet, amidst the vastness of the ocean, where could they find a signal for their phones? They could only watch helplessly as Zhang Hongfei's luxurious yacht was dragged into the depths of the sea by the giant squid. Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying's fates remain uncertain. Before Zhang Hongfei fell into unconsciousness, He lamented in his heart, "Is this truly how my story ends? My dreams, my aspiration for the championship. I am under the protection of my esteemed system brother. How could I possibly meet my demise in such a manner?" Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying were seized by the mighty giant squid, who led them to the shore. Ultimately, the colossal cephalopod, exhausted and grievously wounded, collapsed upon the sandy beach, awaiting its demise in silence. When Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying awoke, they found themselves on an unfamiliar beach. Although it was summer, Zhang Hongfei was clad only in a pair of shorts, causing him to shiver uncontrollably in the chilly sea breeze. "How cold it is!" Zhang Hongfei cast a glance at Zhao Xiaoying, who was curled up beside him. "Where are we? It matters not. Our immediate concern is to kindle a fire, otherwise we risk succumbing to the cold." Zhang Hongfei wandered near the beach, but found nothing suitable to kindle a fire. Zhang Hongfei noticed a small grove not far away. Without hesitation, he picked up Zhao Xiaoying and headed toward the grove. Only firewood is present, yet there is no flame. Am I to resort to friction for fire? What a desolate place this is, devoid of any souls. Yet, how is it that such a beautiful beach exists here? Zhang Hongfei gathered numerous dry branches, yet he struggled to find a spark to ignite them. Meanwhile, the news of Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying's disappearance sent a wave of panic among all the bodyguards. Zhang's father was immediately struck by this tragic news and contacted numerous individuals to search for Zhang Hongfei's whereabouts at sea. Yet, how could they possibly find him? As a day and night passed, the hope of locating Zhang Hongfei grew increasingly dim. In the Zhang household, a profound sorrow enveloped the atmosphere. In stark contrast, the Liu and Guan families reveled in a sense of schadenfreude. Particularly, Liu Zihao, upon hearing of Zhang Hongfei's demise at sea, was momentarily overwhelmed with excitement and proclaimed loudly in a nightclub, "Tonight, all expenses are on me." However, Liu Zihao soon experienced the bitter irony of excessive joy, as he squandered over $1 million in a single night. Watching his bank account dwindle by a tenth, he felt a deep pang of regret. Fortunately, Zhang Fei had perished. Otherwise, spending such a fortune tonight would have been truly tragic. Unlike Liu Zihao, Guan Xingtian sighed deeply upon receiving the news of Zhang Hongfei's passing. "Heaven, how unjust you are! Zhang Hongfei has departed, and where shall I find such a worthy opponent again?" Zhang Hongfei had been missing for a day and a night, and the Zhang family could no longer maintain their silence. The Liu and Guan families, under the pretense of offering condolences, sent people daily to the Zhang residence bearing gifts, nearly overwhelming Zhang's father and mother with their grief. Nevertheless, there were those who firmly believed that Zhang Hongfei was still alive. Upon hearing the news of Zhang Hongfei's disappearance at sea, Long Chong, a devoted brother, spared no expense and exhausted his entire fortune to organize a search party in pursuit of Zhang Hongfei's whereabouts. However, this noble endeavor lasted merely 2 days, as financial constraints compelled them to cease their efforts. Nevertheless, Long Chong remained undeterred in his quest. With the scant resources he had left, he rented a fishing vessel and bravely ventured once more into the East China Sea, resolutely continuing his search for Zhang Hongfei. At this moment, Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying find themselves on an unnamed isle in the East China Sea, entwined in a warm embrace, sharing solace amidst their tribulations. The harrowing ordeal they have endured has undeniably altered their psyches. Will we be rescued? Surely, we must be. It has already been a day and a night. Not a single soul has graced our sight. They are surely still searching for us. They simply have yet to locate us. I am filled with trepidation. Ingbao, I am sorry. I understand this is not your fault. The beast was simply too terrifying. In truth, that creature has been relatively kind to us. Without it, we would undoubtedly have perished from hunger by now. Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying have survived these past few days solely by feasting on the giant squid. The nameless island boasts trees, flowers, grasses, and wild fruits. However, Zhang Hongfei refrains from consuming them, fearing the peril of poisoning. There is no emergency service available here. Though they lack fire, the summer sun warms the entire beach as soon as it rises. During the chilly nights, Zhang Hongfei gathers a thick mound of leaves, using it as a makeshift blanket. Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying spent 2 days living in a manner reminiscent of wild beings. After this brief interlude, a new typhoon approached. Long Chong, having rented a fishing boat, was repeatedly urged by the captain to return to shore. However, Long Chong remained resolute in his determination to locate Zhang Hongfei and refused to heed the advice to turn back. Consequently, The fishing vessel encountered the tempest at sea, but fortune smiled upon them, as the storm ultimately guided them to the very island where Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying resided. Zhang Hongfei was not idle on the island. Since departure was not an option for the time being, he took the initiative to excavate a small cave for the two of them to reside in. When the typhoon struck, he realized profoundly how astute his decision had been. After the torrential rain, the island returned to tranquility. A rainbow appeared in the sky, seemingly heralding a vibrant and colorful future. Zhang Hongfei and Yingbao emerged from the cavern, inhaling the fresh air outside. "Ah, Yingbao, what is it?" "There's a boat. Look, there is a vessel. Truly, we are saved." Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying, disregarding their own appearances, rushed excitedly towards the fishing boat. "Oh, is that Xiangzi?" Zhang Hongfei immediately recognized Long Chong's silhouette. After being caught in a typhoon, the ill-fated captain of the fishing vessel tragically fell into the sea and vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Long Chong clung tightly to the railing of the boat, managing to avoid the fate of drowning. Ultimately, Long Chong was swept along with the fishing boat and washed ashore on an unnamed island. At the sound of that long-lost voice calling to him, he opened his eyes in excitement. Upon seeing Zhang Hongfei's familiar visage, Long Chong could not contain his emotions, tears streaming down his face. "Fei, brother Fei, am I in heaven? I can't believe I've met you. Heaven, my foot. I'm not dead yet. And neither are you. Brother Fei, you're alive. This is wonderful. Do you know that the city of Shun has descended into chaos? I am aware. Humph. It must be that scoundrel Lu Zihao and Guan Shengtian scheming behind the scenes. Once I return to Shun, I will settle the score with them one by one." Chapter 94, The Match Begins. August 2nd, 2006. Was the day of the match between the Huali University team and Lu Zihao's squad. This day had finally arrived. Although Zhang Hongfei was missing, Lu Zihao still led the Shenhua team to Huali's sports field. Lu Zihao had invested heavily in this match and was determined not to let it slip away easily. Furthermore, despite the rampant rumors of Zhang Hongfei's demise at sea, Lu Zihao felt an unsettling sense of anxiety. Only with a victory in this match could he finally ease his troubled mind. With Zhang Hongfei absent, the Huali team was now under the leadership of Wang Kong. Upon seeing Lu Zihao's team, Wang Tsong was momentarily stunned. Goodness, is this not the main lineup of the Shenhua team? Is there even a point in playing this match? Although he privately scorned Lu Zihao's team, Wang Tsong still approached with enthusiasm, greeting Lu Zihao. "Hello, I am Wang Tsong, the head coach of the Huali team." Lu Zihao merely sneered dismissively at Wang Tsong, offering no more than a curt acknowledgement. Lu Zihao's arrogant demeanor irked Wang Tsong, yet he dared not voice any objections. Recognizing Lu Zihao as a formidable figure in Shanghai, Wang Tsong thought to himself, "I cannot provoke him. He is indeed a big shot. I shall keep my head down and remain low-key." Wang Tsong has once again deployed a 4-5-1 formation. The sole starting forward for the Huali team is the newly recruited Shi Yong. The 5 starting midfielders are Chu Yi, Yang Yuchen, Zhan Wushuang, Yi Yunfei, and Wu Meng. The 4 starting defenders are Yu Bao, Ding Peng, Yu Tongfei, and Dong Hanhai. The starting goalkeeper for Huali is Lu Fei. This lineup can be regarded as Huali's strongest configuration at present, crafted by Wang Tsong himself. In the absence of Zhang Hongfei, Wang Tsong has had to position Wu Meng in his stead. As for whether this formation can triumph over the Shenhua team, Wang Tsong has long since formulated his answer in his mind. What sort of team is Shenhua? They are the Ivy League of the football realm in Shin City. Should Huali manage to conquer Shenhua, it would signify that they are not destined to go 3 consecutive years without claiming the championship in the University League. The assistant coach of Shenhua, who is also the head coach of Lu Zihao's team, has arrived at the venue to oversee the match. "Lu Deshao, how do we approach this game? What do you think? Having received such considerable funding, how should we play? Naturally, we must secure a victory." "Haha, indeed. If you lose, you should be aware of the consequences." "Haha, Lu Deshao, you jest. If we cannot even defeat a mere university team, what is the point of our professional matches? I boldly assert that today, we shall undoubtedly win. Moreover, we shall play in a manner that pleases Lu Deshao. We shall fully cooperate with Lu Deshao." Lu Zihao waved his hand, signaling the head coach to be silent. "I wish to know how many goals we will score." "Lu Deshao, isn't that contingent upon your mood? The more, the better." "Absolutely no problem. Once the match commences, we will launch a full-scale offensive, teaching those student players the harsh realities of professional football. You better deliver on your promises, otherwise, you know the consequences." This match is of paramount importance to me. Rest assured, Lu Dashao, I guarantee victory without doubt. Inform them that for every goal scored, I will reward an additional 300,000. Understood. The head coach immediately rushed to the sidelines to convene a meeting with the players. Lu Zihao has shifted the pressure onto the head coach, who in turn has transferred the weight onto the shoulders of his players. With money to be earned, the pressure must also be shared. A confident key player remarked. Do not worry, they are merely a few kids. How could we possibly lose? Exactly. If we cannot triumph over a university team, what is the point of our inflated salaries? We might as well return home to farm. Rest assured, we are all people of pride. If we lose this match, what face will we have to continue playing for Shenhua? The head coach observed the players brimming with enthusiasm and unleashed his final bombshell. All right, I can confidently entrust the game to you. Lu Dashao had previously issued a command for them to play with utmost vigor. Furthermore, he shared some splendid news. During the match, for every goal you score, you shall be rewarded an additional 300,000. Cheers erupted. Long live Lu Dashao. Long live Lu Dashao. With this, their morale soared even higher. Witnessing the players' radiating confidence, the coach returned to the sidelines, reassured. How is it? Rest assured, Lu Dashao. Everything is under control. A triumphant smile graced Lu Zihao's face. Should Zhang Hongfei catch sight of this, he would undoubtedly confront Lu Zihao with fervor. For this very smile was what Zhang Hongfei detested most. As per the customary practice, Lu Zihao's team initiated the kickoff. The trio of referees were supposed to be arranged by both Zhang Hongfei and Lu Zihao. However, with Zhang Hongfei currently untraceable, all three referees had been sourced by Lu Zihao. Given Lu Zihao's tendency, it was unequivocal that these referees would favor his team. Lu Zihao's team adopted a classic 4-4-2 formation. Confronted with the evidently weaker Huali University team, they launched a vigorous offensive right from the start. The two forwards, following the kickoff, executed a simple 1-2 combination, surging towards the Huali goal. However, being adults, who would dare challenge whom? On Huali's side, Chu Yi led the charge, flanked by Yang Yuqin and Zhan Wushuang, as the trio advanced to encircle and defend against the two unmarked forwards from Lu Zihao's team. Upon seeing the three Huali players converge, a flicker of disdain crossed the faces of the two forwards. Huh, are we being underestimated? How dare they come to defend us? One forward, without the slightest hesitation, charged forward with the ball. Yang Yuqin and Zhan Wushuang attempted to intercept, but were sent sprawling by the impact. Foul. That was a foul. Yang Yuqin and Zhan Wushuang protested from the ground, directing their grievances towards the referee. Yet, the referee, who had been compromised by Lu Zihao, remained unfazed. With an impassive expression, he waved his hand, signaling for the match to continue. A biased referee. In the hearts of Yang Yuqin and Zhan Wushuang, these two words suddenly sprang forth. However, despite their awareness, both Yang Yuqin and Zhan Wushuang found themselves powerless against the chief referee. Chapter 95. The return of Zhang Hongfei under the deliberate protection of the referee. Two forwards from Lu Zihao's team charged recklessly, penetrating deep into Zhang Hongfei's team's penalty area. At this moment, Lu Fei was drenched in sweat, his palms thoroughly soaked. Confronted by the formidable main players of the Shenhua team, Lu Fei felt a profound lack of confidence in preventing any goals. He fully understood the significance of this match. Although Zhang Hongfei usually presents a jovial demeanor, he assumes a serious expression when confronted with significant issues. In this match, he was determined not to face defeat. The members of the Huazhong University team had united with a shared purpose, eager to impress Zhang Hongfei. However, fate took an unexpected turn. After a brief excursion to the sea, Zhang Hongfei suddenly vanished without a trace. This disappearance dealt a severe blow to the morale of the Huazhong team. Ultimately, the team was essentially an extension of Zhang Hongfei. Without him, the players felt adrift, lacking their guiding force. This was particularly true for Shi Yong, Chu Yi, and Ding Peng, who had recently been recruited by Zhang Hongfei and were now engulfed in uncertainty regarding their futures within the team. With Zhang Hongfei absent, the promises he had made now hung in the balance, shrouded in doubt. Shi Yong, Chu Yi, and Ding Peng were preoccupied with their thoughts, appearing distracted on the field. In truth, it wasn't just these three. The other Huazhong players shared their sentiment of distraction. This was due not only to Zhang Hongfei's disappearance, but also to the formidable strength of their opponents. Many of the main players on the Shenhua team were idols for the Huazhong players. while the prospect of competing alongside their idols should have been exhilarating. The glaring 4-0 scoreline on the display, the numerous rough fouls committed by Shenhua players, and the blatant bias of the referee left the Huazhong players feeling both enraged and powerless. The halftime score settled at 4-0, with Huazhong trailing the Shenhua team by 4 goals on their home turf. Under normal circumstances, such a score would not be disgraceful. However, Liu Zihao was vocally expressing his dissatisfaction towards the head coach. To him, the Huazhong team was comparable to the Maldivian national team. Was it not humiliating to have conceded 4 goals to such a team by halftime? This scoreline was a result of Wang Tsong's timely adjustments. Having closely observed Zhang Hongfei, he had not mastered much else, but had certainly learned the 10-0-0 formation. After conceding the first goal, Wang Tsong decisively abandoned any offensive strategy and implemented the 10-0-0 formation. Unfortunately, the Shenhua players were too skilled. Even with this defensive arrangement, Huazhong still succumbed to 3 more goals. The halftime score was firmly established at 4-0. Everyone, both inside and outside the field, recognized that Huazhong's chances in this match were dwindling rapidly, unless a miracle were to occur. During the halftime break, the Huazhong team returned to their locker room, a space that had been constructed through Zhang Hongfei's insistence. After all, not every university boasts the luxurious amenities of a changing room within its football field. The players of the university team wore expressions of utter fatigue, including their head coach, Wang Kong. With a desire to uplift the spirits of his team, Wang Tsong found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the encouragement he longed to convey. In this dire situation, he himself had already resigned to defeat. How could a coach, who could not persuade himself, possibly inspire his players? What are you all doing? You look utterly dispirited. What kind of appearance is this? A familiar voice suddenly pierced through the air, reaching every ear. Fei Ge. Fei Ge. It was the voice of Fei Ge. Could it be that I was hallucinating? Hallucinating my foot. Liu Fei, can you not even recognize my voice? After a few days of absence, have you grown restless? The team turned their gaze towards the entrance of the changing room, where Zhang Hongfei stood, clad in the university team's uniform, his face marked with numerous scars, and his arms and legs similarly adorned. Fei Ge. The changing room erupted in a cacophony of excitement. Everyone rushed towards Zhang Hongfei, as if devout followers had once again encountered their revered faith, their fervor moving all present. Fei Ge, I missed you so much. Woo-woo. Fei Ge, you have finally returned. Woo-woo. Fei Ge, I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Woo-woo. Fei Ge, I never want to part from you again. Get lost. You bow, spare me your sentiments. Even in death, I will not part from you. No. Fei Ge, I am sincere in my affection for you. Even the solemn Wang Tsong could not resist joining the embrace. Song Ge, please don't. Stop your affection. It's utterly nauseating. Fei Ge, I truly missed you. If you dare to disappear again, I swear I will haunt you. No, no, no. Song Ge, please, do not take such drastic measures. I would not dare encounter a ghost as ugly as you. Amidst the jubilant reunion for Zhang Hongfei, it seemed they had forgotten the first half of the match. Yet, Zhang Hongfei had not forgotten. Today's game bore the weight of personal grievances between Zhang Hongfei and Liu Zihao. He could not afford to lose. Zhang Hongfei swiftly gestured for everyone in the locker room to calm down. Enough. We shall discuss celebrations once the match concludes. Let us redirect our focus onto the game. Brother Fei, I apologize. I failed to lead the team to victory. I feel utterly incompetent. I am truly sorry. Wang Tsong declared, lowering his head in shame. Brother Fei, this is not Song's fault. The head coach evidently favors those from Shenhua. They knock us down, and the referee fails to call fouls. The moment we merely touch them, they theatrically fall to the ground, feigning injury, and the referee penalizes us instead. This is utterly intolerable. Enough. We cannot dwell on external factors. The team is trailing. And as the head coach, I bear the ultimate responsibility. Brother Fei, if you must assign blame, let it rest solely upon my shoulders. Zhang Hongfei waved his hand, signaling Wang Tsong to be quiet. Then, Zhang Hongfei delivered the most impassioned speech of his life. All right, Brother Tsong, I acknowledge your efforts today. I bear no grudge against you. Liu Zihao and his group come with ill intentions. Everyone knows that the Shenhua team is a formidable force in the Chinese Super League, certainly stronger than us who play in the University League. However, I, Zhang Hongfei, refuse to succumb to such superstition. We are all equipped with 2 shoulders and a single head. Why should they be able to defeat us? We are both 11 against 11. Why must we inevitably lose? Brothers, let's muster some confidence. In the second half, we shall leave them in awe. Let them witness the spirit and tenacity of our Hawaii University team. Regardless of who our opponent is, we shall not be intimidated. In the second half, we will overturn the score and seize victory. Everyone, let us give it our all. Chapter 96. The system's grand gesture. As soon as Zhang Hongfei's words echoed in the locker room, an immediate hush enveloped the space. Under normal circumstances, the players of the Hawaii University team would have surged forward with fervor, but at this moment, an air of trepidation swept over them, leaving no one willing to respond to Zhang Hongfei. Although they refrained from vocalizing their thoughts, an undercurrent of dissent coursed through their minds regarding his statements. Trailing by 4 goals in the first half, especially against a formidable opponent like Shenhua, there seemed to be no angle from which one could argue against the inevitability of Hawaii's defeat. Zhang Hongfei noticed the silence among his teammates and immediately realized that they were concerned about the possibility of losing the game. Zhang Hongfei understood that to restore everyone's confidence, it was imperative to let strength speak for itself. Rest assured, in the second half, I shall take to the field. We will no longer adopt the 10-0-0 formation. We will engage in a genuine contest against Lu Ziheo's team. We shall match their offensive prowess. Upon hearing this, Wang Tsung immediately expressed his concerns. Brother Fei, we have already conceded 4 goals in the first half despite our desperate defense. If we engage in an offensive exchange, will we not suffer an even greater defeat? Brother Tsung, may I pose a question to you? Of course, ask away. Is there any fundamental difference between a score of 4-0 and 8-0? There is no difference. And what about 4-0 versus 4-1? Is there a distinction? Certainly, there is a difference. What is that difference? We scored a goal. And what else? What else? What more is there? Zhang Hongfei shook his head in resignation and sighed. Brother Tsung, the disparity between a score of 4-0 and 4-1 is quite significant. In what way? If the score remains 4-0, the opposing team will undoubtedly press us relentlessly without any reservations. However, if we manage to score even a single goal, they will surely tighten their defense and cease their unbridled assault on our goal. Upon hearing this, Wang Tsung's eyes lit up. Fei Ge, your reasoning is indeed sound. Therefore, in the second half, we must strive to score as swiftly as possible. But as you say, it is easier said than done. By what means shall we achieve a goal? Zhang Hongfei confidently declared, of course, it is up to me. As long as I am here, we will undoubtedly score. The team that will ultimately triumph in this match will be our Hawaii University squad. However, we are currently trailing by 4 goals. There are still 45 minutes left. What is there to fear? What has happened to you all? If our opponents can score 4 goals in 45 minutes, can we not also return the favor and net 4 goals in the same time frame? Zhang Hongfei, after concluding his words, cast a knowing glance towards Wang Kang. In such moments, aside from Zhang Hongfei himself, the coach's words carry the utmost authority. Upon noticing Zhang Hongfei's gesture, Wang Tsung immediately grasped the intent. Fei Ge is right. The second half is our time to shine. We must make it clear to the opposing team that we are certainly not to be underestimated. Song Ge, who would believe such words from you? Was it not you who instructed us to adopt the 10-0-0 formation in the first half? Yet we conceded 4 goals. That was then, and this is now. With Fei Ge leading us, we shall shift our strategy. In the second half, Fei Ge will take on the role of forward, stationed up front, while the rest of us simply need to support him effectively. Our offensive focus will revolve entirely around Fei Ge. Precisely. In the second half. Just coordinate with me, and I assure you, I shall not let you down. Zhang Hongfei's confident words finally resonated with the players of the university team. Fei is right. Let's compete with them in the second half. We're only trailing by 4 points. It's nothing significant. This is not the end of the world. At worst, we will reclaim our lead in the second half. Indeed, we have the chance to triumph. With Fei on our side, there is certainly no cause for concern. Witnessing his teammates reinvigorated with determination, a subtle smile of pride crossed Zhang Hongfei's lips. Zhang Hongfei's confidence is well-founded. Just prior to this match, he received a compensatory reward from the system's overseer. What prompted this compensation? It was due to the previous maritime disaster, where Zhang Hongfei and Zhao Xiaoying narrowly escaped the clutches of the sea. As the host, if Zhang Hongfei were to meet an untimely demise, the system would inevitably face a fate of entombment alongside him. At that moment, as Zhang Hongfei drifted in the sea, the system was thoroughly terrified. To prevent such a tragic occurrence from transpiring again, the system resolved to exercise its privileges and amend Zhang Hongfei's attributes. Zhang Hongfei's previous attributes were as follows: Stamina 62, Spirit 49, Speed 63, Offense 33, Defense 31, Luck 66. In order to enhance Zhang Hongfei's longevity, the system generously bestowed upon him an additional 37 points in stamina. Zhang Hongfei currently possesses the attributes: Stamina 99, Spirit 49, Speed 63, Attack 33, Defense 31, Luck 66. His stamina has surged dramatically from 62 to 99, leading Zhang Hongfei to feel that he can sprint across the entire field for 90 minutes without experiencing any fatigue. However, mere stamina is insufficient. To triumph over the Shenhua team, substantial strength is essential. The significance of this match for Zhang Hongfei is undeniably profound. Zhang Hongfei has been missing for several days, neglecting even the comfort of home. Upon returning to Shenzhen, his first task was to hastily hail a taxi to Wari, eager to participate in the upcoming match. Meanwhile, Long Chong was entrusted with escorting Zhao Xiaoying, heading to Zhang Hongfei's residence to clarify the situation and to relay the joyous news of Zhang's safety. On the way, Zhang Hongfei exerted every ounce of his being and finally persuaded the system's brother to grant him a buff. This time, the system generously provided him with 3 skill cards. The first was the Fox of the Penalty Area skill card, making its grand reappearance. In the past, it was this very card that enabled Zhang Hongfei to net 2 spectacular goals at the Woolly Stadium, making him intimately familiar with its prowess. The strength of this card is known to all who wield it. The second skill card was the Greenfield Steed skill card. A player endowed with this card, once they unleash their full speed, finds no defender capable of keeping pace. Coupled with Zhang Hongfei's impressive stamina rating of 99, the effectiveness of this card is further amplified. The third skill card, the Dribbling Maestro skill card, while not as specialized as the previous bicycle skill card Zhang had once employed, boasts a remarkable versatility. A player with this card can instantly transform into a dribbling virtuoso, adept at sharp turns and various feints, leaving defenders in a state of confusion. With these 3 skill cards in his possession, Zhang Hongfei felt a surge of confidence, ready to turn the tide in the second half and dominate Liu Ziheo's team, rendering Liu utterly speechless. Chapter 97. The storm approaches. Intermission swiftly passed. As the visiting team, the Shenhua players were deprived of the luxury of a locker room, forced to sit on the ground by the pitch, sipping water and basking in the sun. The 2 available seats were occupied by Liu Ziheo and the interim coach. However, the Shenhua players harbored no complaints. An additional reward of 300,000 was promised for each goal, and they had already amassed an extra 1,200,000 in bonuses, all without any pressure. With an overwhelming advantage and the referee's assistance, the money felt almost free. The only downside was that the Wari University team shamelessly adopted a 10-0-0 formation right from the start, thwarting the Shenhua players' ambitions to score at least 6 goals, leaving their tally stubbornly at the inauspicious number 4. In the second half, they aimed to net at least 4 more goals, enough to make it an auspicious 8. Indeed, 8 is merely a starting point. We should strive for 10 goals. Complete perfection is the goal. As I see it, the more, the merrier. Let us score as many as we can. Each goal is worth 300,000. A compelling argument. For the sake of Liu, we shall relentlessly pursue goals in the second half. The players of Shenhua, brimming with confidence, eagerly anticipated the arrival of the second half. The players of the Huali University team, bustling with energy, began to return to the field. With keen eyes, Liu Ziheo immediately spotted Zhang Hongfei, surrounded as if by a constellation of stars. Zhang Hongfei has returned. He is alive? How could he possibly be alive? Zhang Hongfei also instantly spotted Liu Ziheo. Zhang Hongfei and Liu Ziheo, as long-standing rivals, could discern each other's thoughts with just a glance. It seems you've been well. Imposter uncle. Oh, Zhang Fei, I never imagined your luck would allow you to survive until now. Such words. You have yet to ascend to the realm of bliss. How could I dare depart before you? It appears you intend to take the field personally in the second half? Of course. My team currently leads 4-0 against Huali. Do you truly believe you alone can turn the tide? Who knows? But allow me to remind you, there exists something in this world known as miracles. Miracles may indeed occur, but rest assured, they shall not manifest in your favor. Oh, how then did I escape from the depths of despair? If miracles frequently befall an individual, they eventually become a norm. Take me for instance. I never anticipated you would emerge unscathed from such peril, yet your tongue has become quite eloquent. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Hongfei, do not revel in your triumph. Today, you are destined to lose. My team will score even more goals in the second half. Lu Zihao, never speak too boldly until the final moment. A slap in the face can be quite painful. Let us see Zhang Hongfei. Indeed, that is precisely what I wish to convey. Let us see Lu Zihao. Having exchanged their fierce words, the true contest between the two teams was about to commence. Would Lu Zihao emerge victorious, or would Zhang Hongfei orchestrate a comeback? All would unfold on the field. The players of the Huali team, brimming with confidence, took their positions once more. The previously drowsy female students of Huali erupted into cheers upon seeing Zhang Hongfei enter the field, their voices rising in a crescendo. This is the essence of a home-ground atmosphere. In the first half, it was hardly apparent that this was our home turf. It seems Brother Fei holds considerable sway. As soon as he arrived, the entire female student body seemed invigorated. This is indeed Brother Fei. Had it been someone else, these girls would have paid no mind. Regardless, let them cheer for us. I feel an overwhelming surge of energy. Haha, you've been single for so long. Perhaps Brother Fei could assist you with your lifelong dilemma. No need. Such trivial matters do not warrant bothering Brother Fei. Once he graduates next year, finding a girlfriend on campus will be a piece of cake. Haha, that makes sense. Once Brother Fei departs, there will be no shortage of beauties. You two are incorrigible, already plotting for Brother Fei to leave. No, we are merely joking. Actually, I think the same. The players of the Huali team, filled with laughter and camaraderie, strode onto the field. A stark contrast to their demeanor in the first half. The players of the Shanhua team clearly sensed an unprecedented confidence emanating from the players of the Huazhong University team. What has come over them? They suddenly appear much more self-assured. Could it be that they have resorted to performance-enhancing substances? That seems unlikely. We must exercise caution in the second half. I have a foreboding feeling. What is there to fear? They are merely a group of university students. Precisely because they are a group of university students, we cannot afford to falter. Losing a match is trivial, but losing face is a far greater concern. If we were to lose today, how could we ever show our faces playing in the city again? How could we possibly lose? We are currently leading 4-0 against them. You are being overly anxious. I cannot shake this ominous feeling. Look at that new captain on the opposing team. His every movement exudes an enigmatic aura that is difficult to decipher. Is that not Zhang the young master? Zhang the young master? Which Zhang the young master? Goodness. Are you even from the city? You don't recognize Zhang the young master, one of the three legends of the city? Moreover, who else on the Huazhong campus dares to call themselves Zhang the young master? It is indeed him. Absolutely. But I heard that Zhang the young master fell into the sea a few days ago, and what? That must be a rumor. Is he not right there standing fine? I just saw Zhang the young master greet Lu the young master. That is undoubtedly Zhang the young master. I noticed Lu the young master's expression change. We are in trouble now. What trouble? While we cannot afford to offend Lu the young master, we equally cannot afford to cross Zhang the young master. If we win this match, Zhang the young master will certainly not let us off easily. What shall we do? Lu Zihao's coach, sensing a wavering morale among the team, stepped forward decisively. I say you lot should stop being so disloyal and worrying unnecessarily. Let us not forget. For every goal scored, Lu the young master rewards us with 300,000. Tell me, can we afford to turn our backs on money? Indeed, Lu the young master has granted us such generous bonuses. If we do not strive, we would be letting Lu the young master down. Forget about Zhang the young master. We live as Lu the young master's men, and we die as Lu the young master's ghosts. Yes, we fight for Lu the young master. Let us battle against the Huazhong team. Yes, let us fight. We shall defeat them 10-0. Chapter 98. The Terror of Being Controlled, Part 1. In the second half of the match, the Huazhong team will kick off first. Zhang Hongfei and Xu Yi have taken their positions at the center circle, poised to commence the match. The players of Shenhua, having received directives from their coach and Lu Zihao, are now acutely aware that the second half will focus on closely marking Zhang Hongfei. Lu Zihao's instincts inform him that Zhang Hongfei is undeniably a formidable adversary. Previously, at the Woolly Sports Stadium, Zhang Hongfei single-handedly turned the tide of the game. Lu Zihao cannot permit any variables to disrupt his strategy. Consequently, he has issued a stern mandate to maintain vigilant defense against Zhang Hongfei, striving to prevent him from making contact with the ball. However, will this tactic prove effective? As the referee's whistle signals the beginning of the second half, Chu Yi promptly passes the ball to Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei, with the ball at his feet, boldly surged into the opponent's half with an air of arrogance. Zhang Hongfei's action seemingly ignited the ire of the Shanghai Shenhua players. How utterly arrogant! He dares to approach alone? Take him down. No words needed. The players of Shenhua began to converge upon Zhang Hongfei, intent on overwhelming him. The other players from the Huali University team, hesitant to support Zhang, could only remain in their own half, silently defending as they watched Zhang embark on his captivating solo performance. In an instant, Zhang Hongfei advanced with the ball. Appearing right before the two forwards, Zhang Hongfei swiftly glided through the narrow gap between the two forwards. In an instant, they felt a blur before their eyes, and he vanished from their sight. The two forwards stood dumbfounded, turning to gaze at the retreating figure of Zhang Hongfei, their hearts racing in astonishment at his remarkable speed. Zhang Hongfei skillfully maneuvered past two forwards, marking merely the inception of his endeavor, as three midfielders and two defenders converged to fortify their defense. The true test for Zhang Hongfei was just beginning. Initially, the two wide midfielders sought to impede his advance, but Zhang had already activated his Greenfield Steed skill card, propelling his speed to near the limits of human capability. The two midfielders could only trail behind him, resigned to their fate. Meanwhile, Liu Ziheo's team center back promptly rushed from his position to provide support, yet it proved futile. Zhang Hongfei, confronted by the relentless pressure of the center back, decisively activated his dribbling prowess. Observing that he had evaded the defenses of four opponents, the center back resorted to a desperate attempt, exposing the sole of his shoe. Zhang Hongfei, undaunted and resolute, confronted the challenge head-on, executing a deft flick to evade the fierce tackle of the center back. Splendid! On the sidelines, Wang Tsong could not contain his enthusiasm upon witnessing Zhang Hongfei's remarkable display of skill, exclaiming his admiration aloud. Now, only two defenders and the goalkeeper stood between Zhang Hongfei and the goal. Zhang Hongfei bravely confronted the challenge, deliberately charging towards the two defenders. Zhang Hongfei astonishingly executed the renowned Marseille turn, effortlessly bypassing two defenders' attempts to block him. Sitting on the sidelines, Liu Ziheo could not help but rise, exclaiming in disbelief. What on earth? Wang Tsong, witnessing the spectacle, also stood up to exclaim, is this truly the Fiji I know? He has even mastered the Marseille turn. The Marseille turn, a move adorned with an elegant name, is a challenging maneuver to evade opponents. It is termed the Marseille turn because only Zinedine Zidane could perform it with such finesse. Originally known as the Maradona dribble, it found its true expression under Zidane's mastery. As Zhang Hongfei's lifelong idol, he now pays tribute to Zidane by employing this iconic maneuver. One goal, a sensation that reverberates throughout the world. One goal, a marvel that captivates all. Although the girls on the sidelines may not grasp the intricacies of football, Zhang Hongfei's Marseille turn is undeniably exquisite, breathtaking, and imbued with artistry. Even those unfamiliar with the sport are irresistibly drawn to the elegance of Zhang Hongfei's performance. The substitute players of Liu Ziheo's team, too, were enchanted by Zhang Hongfei's Marseille turn, unable to contain their applause and admiration for him. Zhang Hongfei skillfully maneuvered past two defenders, finding himself face to face with the goalkeeper. At that moment, the goalkeeper experienced a lapse in judgment. Confronted by the agile and elusive Zhang Hongfei, he had lost all confidence in his ability to safeguard the goal behind him. Zhang Hongfei advanced with the ball into the penalty area, activating the Fox in the box skill card. The goalkeeper hesitated momentarily before finally committing to an attempt to intercept. Under the dual enhancement of the Fox in the box and dribbler buffs, Zhang Hongfei effortlessly bypassed the goalkeeper and delivered a delicate shot into the net. The score transformed to 4-1. Merely a minute into the second half, the Huari University team managed to reclaim a goal. Following his strike, Zhang Hongfei exhibited remarkable composure. Instead of celebrating, he swiftly retrieved the basketball from the net and returned to the midfield, signaling for the opponent to restart the game. This gesture subdued the exuberance of his teammates, who had been eager to celebrate. Only on the sidelines did Wang Tsong lead the substitute players in raucous jubilation. At last, a goal. Go Fiji. Long live Fiji. The cheers from the beautiful cheerleaders on the sidelines erupted fervently, with shouts of Fiji, you're so handsome, and Fiji, I love you, cascading in waves. On the opposite side of the field, Liu Ziheo's expression darkened. Prior to the start of the second half, He had implored his players to closely mark Zhang Hongfei. Yet, within just a minute of the second half commencing, Lu Zihao was met with a harsh reality. Zhang Hongfei dribbled past 5 defenders, executing a spectacular goal. Both his dribbling and shooting were impeccable, a seamless display of skill. This was precisely what instilled genuine fear in Lu Zihao. He was left to ponder whether Zhang Hongfei had merely been fortunate or if this was indeed his true prowess. At this moment, Lu Zihao's anxiety grew increasingly palpable, as it was Lu Zihao's team's turn to kick off. It was evident that the Xinhua players were still reeling from Zhang Hongfei's lightning-fast goal, their morale visibly shaken. After the kickoff, the 2 forwards hesitated to launch an attack, opting instead to pass the ball backward. The football circulated among several midfielders. Lu Zihao and the head coach, witnessing this scene, were instantly displeased. "Attack! You must attack!" Lu Zihao exclaimed. "For every goal scored, I'll reward 50,000. Push forward and score." The stakes had been raised. Upon hearing the increased reward of 50,000, the Xinhua players sprung into action as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, advancing en masse. Observing this offensive surge from the Xinhua team, a smirk of disdain flickered across Zhang Hongfei's lips. "Humph, I have been waiting for you to come at me." Chapter 99. The Fear of Domination, Part 2. The 2 forwards of the Xinhua team surged into the half of the Huali University squad with the ball at their feet. Following closely behind them were 4 midfielders from Lu Zihao's team. Even the 4 defenders advanced their line to near the midfield, exuding an air of arrogance that blatantly disregarded the attacking capabilities of the Huali University team. Indeed, a solitary goal from Zhang Hongfei could not alter the dynamics of the match, as Huali University still trailed their opponents by 3 goals. However, Zhang Hongfei remained unperturbed by the prospect of defeat, for today he was the most formidable version of himself ever witnessed. The recent goal did not evoke much exhilaration within Zhang Hongfei, as he had previously exhibited similar brilliance at Walihua Sports Center, skillfully bypassing multiple defenders to score. What concerned him more was the scoreline. Zhang Hongfei was determined to equalize the match swiftly. As Lu Zihao's team launched a vigorous offensive, Zhang Hongfei began orchestrating his teammates' defensive maneuvers. If one player was insufficient, then 2 would join forces. If 2 were inadequate, then 3 would unite. Although the referee had been swayed by Lu Zihao, such favoritism was only exercised when Zhang Hongfei was absent from the field. With his return, the referee dared not act recklessly. The officiating standards suddenly became markedly more equitable. This was the power of Zhang Hongfei's presence. While Lu Zihao was indeed formidable, Zhang Hongfei was even more daunting. Under the relentless pressing exerted by the players of Huali University, the ball was swiftly intercepted. An excellent opportunity for a counterattack emerged for Huali University. The ball, after a few swift passes, quickly found its way to Zhang Hongfei's feet. Zhang Hongfei once again employed the green grass steed skill card, dashing forward with fervor towards the opponent's penalty area. Most of the players from Lu Zihao's team lingered near the midfield, but as Zhang Hongfei suddenly accelerated, they could only trail behind him in silence. Left to wallow in his dust, Zhang Hongfei galloped forward, swiftly penetrating the restricted area. On the sidelines, Lu Zihao and the head coach stood in alarm, urgently calling out to the goalkeeper, "You must hold your ground. It is imperative that you defend. If you falter, the consequences will be dire. Be wary of his feints. Do not rush your actions." In a one-on-one situation, the goalkeeper was already under immense pressure, and with Lu Zihao's ominous threats echoing in his ears, his heart raced tumultuously. A whirlwind of emotions swirling within him, Zhang Hongfei stood before the goalkeeper with a beaming smile. The goalkeeper, torn with uncertainty, pondered whether to dive left or right. Zhang Hongfei seemed to have discerned the goalkeeper's intentions as he raised his right foot high, preparing to strike. The goalkeeper leaned forward slightly, poised for a save. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Hongfei's shot was perfectly executed, heading straight for the center of the goal. The goalkeeper misjudged the direction, helplessly turning to watch the ball enter the net. Wang Tsong, witnessing Zhang Hongfei's goal, appeared even more exhilarated than Zhang himself. He let out a deafening howl that echoed across the stadium, 2-4. "Well done. Absolutely splendid. Fei Ge, I truly adore you." Despite scoring twice, Zhang Hongfei chose not to celebrate. Instead, he quietly retrieved the ball from the net and returned to the center circle, signaling for Lu Zihao's team to quickly restart the game. The players of the Huali University team seemed accustomed to Zhang Hongfei's lack of celebration, promptly taking their positions. ready to face Lu Zihao's oncoming offense. Observing the unwavering resolve of the Wari players, Lu Zihao's fury became uncontainable. Standing on the sidelines, he began to shout indiscriminately, "You useless bunch! I spent so much money hiring you, not to watch you lose." Within just 5 minutes of the second half, you let Zhang Hongfei score twice on his own. Are you all a bunch of pigs? Don't you want to win? The players of Shenhua heard Lu Zihao's tirade, their anger simmering beneath the surface, yet they dared not express it. Lu Zihao was not only a wealthy benefactor, but also a well-known figure in the city. Such a person was not to be crossed. Lu Zihao's scolding persisted for quite some time until he finally grew weary. The head coach promptly offered him a bottle of water, saying, "Young Master Lu, please don't be angry. We are still leading by 2 goals. Leading my foot. Even someone as inexperienced as I can see what's happening. Can't you, as the head coach, see it? If we continue playing like this, we will undoubtedly be overturned by the Wari team." The head coach could only stand by with a forced smile. Though Lu Zihao spoke the unvarnished truth, the head coach found it difficult to swallow his pride. Internally, he lamented, "Am I to set up a 10-0-0 formation? I can't afford such humiliation. We are the Shenhua team from Shenzhen. Facing a university team, deploying a 10-0-0 formation would be a disgrace if it were to leak out." Thus, the head coach refrained from making any significant adjustments, instructing the Shenhua players to refrain from pushing forward entirely and instead return to a balanced offensive and defensive formation. However, in the face of the relentless Zhang Hongfei, would this approach be effective? Lu Zihao's forward, in a moment of opportunity, sent a shot soaring over the goal, relinquishing possession. Meanwhile, the Wari team had a clear tactical intention, to pass the ball to Zhang Hongfei at all costs. Lu Zihao's team, of course, would not allow Wari to have their way. The 6 players in the front line initiated a man-to-man defense, preventing the football from easily reaching Zhang Hongfei's feet. In pursuit of the ball, Zhang Hongfei even sprinted back from the front line to his own half. It must be said that the players of Shenhua displayed remarkable defensive diligence, exerting substantial pressure on the Wari University team. After all, the chasm between professional athletes and amateurs resembles an insurmountable gulf, one that cannot merely be bridged by sheer determination and fervent passion. The defenders of the Wari team, after several exchanges, ultimately faltered. The ball was intended for Zhang Hongfei, but the opposing defensive midfielders swiftly intervened, intercepting the pass. Lu Zihao's team launched an immediate counterattack. Perhaps influenced by Zhang Hongfei's 2 goals, the players' mindset began to shift, leading to a gradual lapse in concentration during defense. A forward from Lu Zihao's team, positioned 20 meters from the goal, unleashed a sudden strike, sending the ball into the net for the 5th time, breaching Lu Fei's defenses. Lu Fei stood there, engulfed in despair. As a goalkeeper who had been penetrated 5 times in a single match, his emotional state was one of utter devastation. The joy of Zhang Hongfei's 2 goals was significantly dampened by Lu Fei's blunder. The players of the Wari University team regained their composure. The disparity between the 2 teams remained glaringly evident, indicating that reliance on Zhang Hongfei alone was insufficient. In the 100th chapter titled The Fear of Being Controlled, Part 2. After scoring, the forward exuberantly celebrated as if he had just scored against the legendary Italian goalkeeper Gianluigi Buffon rather than Wari University's custodian, Lu Fei. Meanwhile, the players of Lu Zihao's team rushed from the backfield to join in the jubilation, celebrating their newfound bonus of 500,000. Let us resume the game quickly. Yes. Hurry up. What are you dawdling for? It's just 1 goal. It's as if they won the World Cup. Such arrogance. The players of Wari University, having accumulated a reservoir of anger during the first half, were on the brink of an explosion. On the sidelines, Lu Zihao's coach shamelessly gestured for his players to prolong the celebration, thus delaying the match. Observing the score on the field, it was almost unfathomable that such antics could arise from a team leading 5-2. Zhang Hongfei seemed to have anticipated this well in advance. Zhang Hongfei stood calmly at the center circle, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the jubilations from Lu Zihao's team. Soon enough, Chu Yi, cradling the football, approached the center circle. However, the players from Lu Zihao's team had yet to return to their positions, leaving the players of the Huali University team to continue their wait. The chief referee, glancing anxiously at his watch, was perspiring profusely. While celebrations are certainly in order, moderation is essential. With a commanding lead of 5-2, must they revel for an entire 10 minutes after a single goal? What manner of folly is this? Noticing that Zhang Hongfei remained unperturbed, The referee felt a modicum of relief. In this moment, he would rather offend Liu Zihao than cross Zhang Hongfei. At last, the players from Liu Zihao's team concluded their celebrations and returned to their positions, allowing the match to resume. The second half had now progressed for 15 minutes. Chu Yi initiated the play, and the football once again found its way to Zhang Hongfei's feet. Zhang Hongfei, of course, would not relinquish such a splendid opportunity for offense. Utilizing all his skill cards, he surged forward once more, charging into the opponent's penalty area. Despite the valiant efforts of Liu Zihao's team to defend, they could not thwart this man who seemed to possess extraordinary powers. Once again, everyone could only watch as Zhang Hongfei sent the football into their own net for the third time. The lengthy 10-minute celebration yielded merely another cold strike from Zhang Hongfei. This latest goal took him but a fleeting minute to achieve. The score now stood at 5-3, with the Huali University team successfully reclaiming a goal. On the sidelines, Wang Tsung found himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions. Not long ago, Wang Tsung viewed Zhang Hongfei as a detrimental presence within the team, one who thrived on disrupting their unity. Yet now, he realized that Zhang Hongfei was indeed the team's true pillar of strength, a veritable powerhouse. It appeared that simply following in Zhang Hongfei's footsteps would lead to an effortless championship victory. Wang Tsung envisioned the trophy for the Collegiate League Championship beckoning him closer. After scoring, Zhang Hongfei remained unchanged, eschewing any celebratory gestures, and hurriedly returned to the center of the field, signaling for his opponents to resume play. On the sidelines, Liu Zihao wore a grave expression. The recent goal had briefly illuminated Liu Zihao's hopes, only for Zhang Hongfei to cruelly bring him back to the harsh reality. Zhang Hongfei, if you dare to win this match, you shall face dire consequences. Liu Zihao felt powerless against Zhang Hongfei and resorted to his final trump card in a futile threat. For Zhang Hongfei had never cowered before any threats throughout his life. The match continued. After being struck by 3 consecutive goals from Zhang Hongfei, the psychological burden upon the Shenhua players began to grow heavier. Hesitant to launch any further reckless attacks, they opted instead to patiently pass the ball in their own half, seeking to run down the clock. Even if Zhang Hongfei possesses remarkable skills, he remains but a solitary individual, undeniably incapable of seizing the ball from a multitude of defenders of the Shenhua team. However, while ideals may be resplendent, reality tends to be stark and unyielding. Zhang Hongfei realized he was unable to seize the ball and promptly summoned all the midfield players from the Huai University team to advance and assist him in pressuring the opposition. The atmosphere on the field instantly became charged with tension. At this moment, the referee found himself merely an observer. He dared not penalize Liu Zihao's team for fouls, yet similarly hesitated to call out infractions against the Huai team. The referee could only remain impartial, allowing the players from both sides to resolve their own conflicts. Upon noticing that the referee was no longer targeting them, the players of the Huai team immediately shifted their focus from playing the game to avenging the grievances of the first half. The field was soon filled with chaos, with players from both teams frequently collapsing onto the ground. Yet, the referee turned a blind eye to the tumult. Under the relentless pressure exerted by the Huai players, the ball swiftly found its way to Zhang Hongfei's feet. Thud! Witnessing this scene, both Liu Zihao and the head coach on the sidelines felt their hearts race wildly. There stood Zhang Hongfei, mimicking his earlier moves, charging for the 4th time towards Liu Zihao's team's penalty area. Zhang Hongfei's journey remained uninterrupted. An opponent stood in his way. 1, 2, 3, 4, and finally, the unfortunate goalkeeper. Once again, Zhang Hongfei skillfully maneuvered past 5 adversaries and effortlessly sent the ball into Liu Zihao's team's net. The score on the field transformed to 5-4, with the Huali University team trailing Liu Zihao's team by a mere single goal. Moreover, only half of the second half had elapsed. Zhang Hongfei made his 4th entry into the goal, retrieving the soccer ball before returning to the center circle, poised for Liu Zihao's team to commence play. Zhang Hongfei faced off against the key players of the Shenhua team, successfully achieving a remarkable quadruple. This is not an accomplishment that just anyone can attain. During halftime, the Shenhua players, brimming with confidence, now find themselves overshadowed by an aura of uncertainty. The figure of Zhang Hongfei looms in the minds of every player from the Shenhua team, akin to a haunting nightmare that refuses to dissipate. The Shenhua players, seasoned warriors in the arena of competition, have never encountered an individual quite like Zhang Hongfei. In a mere span of 25 minutes, he breached the Shanhua goal 4 times. With a 10-minute interlude where the Shanhua team deliberately delayed the game to celebrate a goal. Scoring 4 goals in just 15 minutes is a statistic that epitomizes a world-class forward. Not just any world-class forward, but one of the elite among them. Even the legendary Pell, in the zenith of his career, achieved the feat of scoring 4 goals in a single match only 30 times throughout his life. Yet, Pell played for the illustrious 5-star Brazil. And Zhang Hongfei? He represents the university team of Huazhong University of Science and Technology, facing an opponent composed of the full-strength roster of the Shanhua team. The significance of Zhang Hongfei's 4 goals is by no means inferior to the legendary quadruple scored by the football king Pell. Zhang Hongfei's current performance is nothing short of remarkable, as he single-handedly propels the entire Huali team forward. The despair felt by the Shanhua players is palpable. They can only watch helplessly as Zhang Hongfei scores, utterly powerless to intervene. A pervasive fear, dominated by Zhang Hongfei, is spreading among the Shanhua players. Chapter 101. Leveling the score. The match continues as 2 Shanhua players initiate play from the center circle. This time, the Shanhua players exhibit heightened caution. At the slightest approach from a Huali player, they swiftly pass the ball, no longer holding on to it. Everyone understands that a score of 5-4 is precarious. With Zhang Hongfei on the field, the Huali team can easily equalize the score. On the sidelines, Lu Zihao paces anxiously, his nerves betraying him as he attempts to mask his agitation. Yet, such efforts prove futile. What is destined to occur will inevitably unfold. Lu Zihao's team, entrenched in their own half, aims to stall for time through patient ball distribution. But will Zhang Hongfei grant them that opportunity? The Huali team, which had steadfastly maintained a 10-0-0 formation in the first half, transforms dramatically in the second half, launching a relentless full-field press against Lu Zihao's team. The 10 players of Huali resemble a horde of madmen, racing across the pitch in pursuit of the ball. Ironically, Lu Zihao's team is now too fearful to mount an aggressive attack. Should their shot miss, it would merely give possession to Zhang Hongfei's side. In the second half, Zhang Hongfei attempted 4 shots on goal, and without exception, each one found its mark. Zhang Hongfei's terrifying goal-scoring efficiency compelled the players of Shanhua to confront a pivotal decision. Should they advance in attack or fortify their defense? While the offense held no guarantees of success, a steadfast defense promised at least the assurance of not conceding further goals. Thus, defense emerged as the prevailing theme among the Shanhua players on the pitch. At the sidelines, Wang Tsong rose and began to leap about, invigorated by the prospect of his team triumphing over the formidable Shanhua lineup. What did this signify? It spoke volumes about the prowess of the Huali University team. Although this prowess was largely derived from Zhang Hongfei's exceptional talent, Wang Tsong had always been a man who focused solely on results. In his heart, Wang Tsong reveled in the thought, what of Zhang Hongfei's brilliance? Regardless of his prowess, he remained a player of the Huali University team, under my command. Each goal he scored was, in essence, a victory for me. Thus, no one could diminish my contributions. However, as the Shanhua players committed themselves to a rigorous defense, Wang Tsong, who had been comfortably seated, could not restrain himself from vocally expressing his discontent. Good grief. You are the esteemed Shanhua main squad. How can you resort to such underhanded tactics against a mere university team? Wang Tsong's outburst ignited a wave of indignation among the Shanhua players, their faces etched with fury. Naturally, such exchanges required the intervention of the head coach. One had to wonder who had thought it wise to employ a 10-0-0 formation in the first half. What a disgrace. Yet, they overlooked one crucial aspect. Wang Tsong, seasoned in the arena of competition, would never concede in a war of words. What disgrace! Our Huali University team cannot compare to yours. Fielding a 10-0-0 formation is not shameful at all. Besides, fortunes shift, do they not? Are you not all now retreating to defend your own goal? Upon hearing Wang Tsong's remarks, the opposing coach's expression darkened immediately. As a mere coach of a university team, I shall not stoop to your level. When one finds themselves at an impasse in conversation, it is prudent to maintain a semblance of decorum. Unfortunately, Wang Tsong's thick skin allowed him to disregard any remarks that did not favor him. What of being a university team coach? That role still carries weight. I perceive you, in Shanhua, as nothing more than an assistant coach. Wang Tsong's casual words struck a nerve with the opposing coach. What of being an assistant coach? I am an assistant coach for Shanhua. There exists a chasm between us. An assistant coach, nonetheless. Spare me your superiority. I am, after all, a head coach. Moreover, my salary far exceeds yours. While Wang Tsung may have lacked the tactical acumen and on-field command of his counterpart, in terms of salary, he outstripped the opposing coach by considerable margins. Zhang Hongfei exhibits remarkable generosity towards Wang Tsung, bestowing upon him cars, houses, and wealth in abundance. Despite Wang Tsung never having led the Huali team to a national finals, Zhang Hongfei's unwavering support ensures that Wang Tsung's position as head coach remains unassailable. Aside from the team's somewhat lackluster performance, Wang Tsung enjoys a relatively comfortable life. On the football field, the fierce competition rages on, with both sides displaying significant physicality, leading to players being toppled in succession. Yet, the referee remains parsimonious with his whistle, having refrained from calling a single foul since the commencement of the second half. Bolstered by the referee's leniency, the players of the Huali team find newfound confidence. The bold maneuvers they hesitated to execute in the first half can now be performed with reckless abandon. Flashing their cleats? I can do that. Executing a vicious tackle? I can manage that too. A lethal strike? I am capable of that as well. This predicament places the players of the Shanhua team in a dire situation. As professionals who rely on football to sustain their livelihoods, they cannot afford to engage in the reckless abandon exhibited by the Huali players. At this moment, a thought begins to flicker in the minds of every Shanhua player. We concede. Please, stop the onslaught. Unfortunately, their silent plea fails to reach the fervently determined players of the Huali team. Bang! Zhan Wushuang delivers yet another ferocious tackle, successfully intercepting the ball just before it is passed away. The Huali team launches a counterattack, and it is in their opponent's half that they initiate this offensive surge. Zhang Hongfei once again shouldered the burden of the offense. The four defenders of the Shanhua team immediately abandoned their respective opponents, converging together to defend against Zhang Hongfei. However, Zhang Hongfei had already entered a state of unstoppable ferocity, as if he were a force of nature, rendering the mere four defenders powerless to prevent his ironclad advance into the penalty area. Moments later, the Shanhua goalkeeper found himself once again slumped in front of the goal, shaking his head in resignation, his expression clearly conveying one sentiment: respect. The goalkeeper had come to acknowledge Zhang Hongfei's formidable prowess, scoring 5 goals single-handedly in the second half. Zhang pierced through the defenses of the Shanhua goalkeeper on 5 occasions, leading the score to a thrilling 5-5. On the sidelines, the atmosphere was a study in